Chapter 1. The sky was a brilliant blue, a vast expanse of clear serenity. In an English-style building on Siren Street in London, a boy sat on the edge of his bed, staring vacantly at his hands. Zhang Xiaoyang sighed as he gazed at his hands, now reduced to little more than half their original size. Not long ago, he had been assisting a doctor on the operating table, performing an appendectomy, when a fire broke out due to the aging electrical circuits in the hospital. In the chaos, he had been unable to escape, remaining behind to care for the patients, ultimately perishing alongside them in the flames. Damn that old Huang. He ran away so quickly. Zhang Xiaoyang gritted his teeth in frustration. That old Huang was the attending physician who, upon hearing the alarm and seeing the billowing smoke outside, fled without a second thought, shouting, "Run, run," as he exited. Left behind were the bewildered Zhang Xiaoyang and the patient who had just undergone surgery, now unconscious. In desperation, he had pushed the gurney in a futile attempt to escape, only to succumb to the smoke. "Well, it's for the greater good," Zhang Xiaoyang murmured as he regained his senses, taking in his surroundings. Realizing he had traversed into another life, he reflected on his previous existence as an orphan, raised in an orphanage and surviving solely on state support to attend university, ultimately choosing to pursue a nursing career. What he had thought would be a stable profession turned out to be arduous and grimy, culminating in his untimely death in a fire. "I suppose this is a noble sacrifice." With this thought, Zhang Xiaoyang slowly rose from the bed, furrowing his brow as a dull ache throbbed in his head. The merging of two souls indeed came with its aftereffects. The memories of a 9-year-old boy began to surface, revealing that the boy was named Canaan, born into a middle-class family in London. His father, a renowned local pastor named Lincoln Brain, and his mother, Helen Brain, a physician at the nearby Wellington Hospital, reportedly earned a substantial income. "Canaan, come down for dinner," a sweet, melodic voice called from downstairs. "Coming, Mom," Zhang Xiaoyang responded, dismissing further thoughts as he embraced his new identity and quickly sprang from the bed. "Since I am here, I might as well adapt. From now on, I shall be Canaan Brain." With a rhythmic thud, Canaan descended the wooden staircase, and upon reaching the dining table, he saw a man whose image swiftly melded with his memories. Dressed in a sharp suit, his golden hair meticulously styled, and possessing a slender physique complemented by a strikingly handsome face, he exuded an air of authority. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning, Canaan. Your mother has prepared your favorite French breakfast," Lincoln replied, taking a hearty bite of a buttery croissant, his words slightly muffled. At the mention of French breakfast, Canaan instinctively felt a twinge of resistance, but there was no time to ponder. His father continued, "I have work to attend to later, so make sure you finish your breakfast and listen to your mother." Lincoln stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth and washed it down with a generous gulp of milk. "All right, Dad," Canaan nodded obediently. "Why are you always in such a rush? Can't we eat together?" His mother, emerging from the kitchen, remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Her lustrous brown hair was tied in a ponytail, and her features displayed a beautiful blend of Eastern and Western traits, making her a striking mixed-race beauty. Canaan had heard that his maternal grandfather was of Chinese descent, though he had never met him. All right, it won't happen again," Lincoln quickly assured her, his tone laced with nonchalance. The couple then leaned into each other, sharing whispers. Canaan glanced at them a few times, feeling somewhat like a third wheel, and turned his attention back to his meal. At that moment, a sharp ding interrupted Canaan's thoughts about the food. 4 blue characters appeared in his mind. "Heavenly altar," followed by the image of an ancient circular altar, accompanied by a string of text. "Heavenly altar. Available sacrifice count, 1. Personal items, none." Damn! Canaan silently cursed, excitement coursing through him. The golden finger had arrived. Canaan looked up at his parents, who were still engrossed in their affectionate banter, oblivious to his unusual behavior. He dismissed his meal, gulped down some milk, hastily stuffed a few pieces of bread into his mouth, grabbed his backpack, and bid farewell to his parents before stepping out. After waiting at the bus stop for a while, Canaan boarded the school bus, filled predominantly with children of his age, all full of energy and carrying their backpacks. He quickly found a seat in the back. Thomas Battersea Preparatory School, a prestigious private institution in London, rumored to have been attended by the Queen and the Prince. Canaan was unsure of the truth of such claims, but he lay back in his seat, bored, listening to the teacher instructing on addition tables. As he pondered the blue altar in his mind, impatience began to rise within him. He had studied it for quite some time, yet the golden finger remained unresponsive. Since it's called the heavenly altar, it should be capable of obtaining items from other worlds. But as an altar, does it require sacrifice? Canaan speculated. The class period was brief, and soon it was lunchtime, where the school cafeteria served a buffet. Canaan deliberately chose a piece of steak, savoring it with ketchup. After school, Canaan hurried home, greeted his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, and retreated to his bedroom, locking the door and drawing the curtains. Sitting beside the bed, Canaan took a moment to collect himself, gazing at the altar in his mind, before whispering, "Sacrifice." Fearing that a sacrifice might have significant repercussions, he had held back during school. No response. Canaan looked around, licking his dry lips, feeling anxious. Did it truly require a sacrificial item? After some contemplation, Canaan approached his desk, pulled out a stack of banknotes buried beneath a book, totaling 40 his savings accumulated over the years. Surely offering money would suffice? Canaan felt uncertain, as these pounds were the most valuable items he possessed. "Let's give a try. This is all I have." Canaan steadied himself and softly uttered, "Sacrifice." A blue beam of light shot up from the center of the altar in his mind, and soon the banknotes in his hands vanished amidst the blue glow. "Ding! Obtained mystery gift box 1," echoed a mechanical voice in his ears. As the blue light gradually faded from the altar, a palm-sized, exquisite gift box materialized atop it. The text in his mind shifted. Heavenly altar. Available sacrifice count 0. Personal items. Mystery gift box, a birthday gift from the Eastern King of the Savage Realm to an unknown fairy available for extraction. Canaan felt a surge of excitement. This altar had something worthwhile. Though it contained only 3 lines of text, there was a description of the item, and judging by the description, the Eastern King was no ordinary figure. Such a gift must be of significant value. Extract. Canaan silently commanded. Immediately, a faint blue light enveloped the mysterious gift box, lifting it into the air, which he eagerly caught with both hands. The box appeared to be crafted from a golden wood material, somewhat heavy, exuding a delightful fragrance. Its exterior was adorned with intricate carvings of fairies, making it exceptionally beautiful. Canaan caressed the wooden box, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, and his anticipation for its contents grew. After calming his excitement, he opened the small gift box without hesitation. "What is this?" Canaan was momentarily bewildered. Inside the box lay neatly folded pink garments, and upon closer inspection, they were triangular in shape. This was a pair of panties. He was utterly stunned, his mind momentarily blank. Is this what's trending in the Savage Realm? Just moments ago, he had envisioned immortal cultivation manuals and elixirs of longevity. Yet Canaan couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Fortunately, having been influenced by the culture of the 21st century, he was more adaptable and reluctantly accepted the reality. The pink panties were embroidered with golden patterns, their texture delicate, akin to the soft skin of a young girl. Canaan fiddled with them for a while, muttering, "What a flashy gift." He still felt somewhat dissatisfied. How could this golden finger bestow upon him such an item? How was he supposed to navigate this new world and reach the pinnacle of life with just a pair of panties? Once again, he scrutinized the text in his mind. Heavenly altar. Available sacrifice count 0. Personal items none. How does one regain the sacrifice count? Was the item received related to the item sacrificed? And could personal items only be those stored in the altar? Canaan pondered, feeling perplexed. Moreover, this golden finger was far too rudimentary, lacking any usage instructions, presenting only 3 stark lines of text. System? System sprite? Altar, come forth. Let's sacrifice again. In the empty room, only echoes responded, and nothing occurred. After numerous attempts, Canaan reluctantly abandoned what others might deem foolish behavior. After dinner, Canaan conducted a thorough examination of the panties he had received, discovering that not only were they exquisitely made, but they also seemed impervious to fire and water. Indeed, he even went so far as to test them with a match, and while the fabric remained unscathed, the fiercely burning match extinguished. When submerged in water, the panties floated, as if coated with a layer of some substance that prevented them from sinking. Such a remarkable item, it's a bit of shame. Canaan gently folded the panties and placed them back into the small gift box, tucking it away at the bottom of his drawer. As the days passed, Canaan gradually began to acclimate to his new life. Aside from the unsatisfactory food, tedious classes, and the unresponsive golden finger, other aspects fell into place, and he started to adopt the demeanor and conduct typical of a 9-year-old boy, striving to conceal any signs of peculiarity. However, to his parents, it was evident that their child had undergone significant changes. He had become markedly more reticent and remained silent at the dinner table. At the dining table, after finishing his meal, Canaan greeted his parents and hurriedly ascended to his room. Recently, he had been engrossed in research on the small inner workings, convinced that the pink fabric strip held deeper mysteries. The couple exchanged glances. "Is Canaan being bullied at school?" Lincoln inquired. "I'm not sure, the teachers haven't mentioned anything. However, they did say that Canaan's matching G has improved significantly lately," Helen replied, somewhat pleased. Lincoln nodded silently, choosing not to elaborate further. After clearing the dinner, they proceeded upstairs. Knock, knock, knock. With a click, Canaan tucked away the small inner workings and opened the door to find his refined father waiting outside. "Is there something you need, Dad?" "Canaan, are you free at the moment? I would like to take a walk with you." Sure." At that moment, London was bustling, with modern buildings towering above and streetlights several meters high shining brightly in the darkness. Yet, the weather had turned cooler in recent days, leaving the streets relatively deserted. The father and son strolled along the street. "Dad, feel free to ask whatever is on your mind," Canaan said, observing Lincoln's conflicted expression. Lincoln felt a flush of embarrassment, though it was hardly noticeable in the dim light. "Canaan, how you been doing at school lately? Have you encountered any difficulties?" "Not really, I'm doing quite well," Canaan replied nonchalantly on the surface, though internally he felt a jolt of anxiety. Had he been exposed? Did his parents suspect something? Lincoln, unaware of his son's trepidation, assumed Canaan was simply reluctant to share. "Nothing is better than that. I just feel that little Canaan has grown up. You used to share everything with me, and now you have your own little secrets," Lincoln remarked, a smile gradually appearing on his face as he reminisced about Canaan's childhood. Canaan, too, reflected on past experiences, recalling numerous lessons learned, and unconsciously smiled. "Dad, I'm just feeling quite lost about my future. I don't know what I can do." At that moment, Canaan pondered the significance of his existence in this world, grappling with the ineffectiveness of his golden finger and the seemingly useless small inner workings. "Good son," Lincoln said, feeling delighted to hear Canaan open up to him. "I used to feel just as lost as you do, but I was already 16 at that time. Your grandfather was a strict pastor, and I didn't enjoy it. I would sneak out, yearning to carve out my own path. However, within 3 days, I returned home, and your grandfather remarked that I was a wayward son returning to the fold. After that, I dabbled in music, taught, even sold newspapers, but nothing seemed right. Your grandfather was furious, believing I was impractical, and he stopped interfering with my choices. It wasn't until your grandfather passed away that I contemplated a lot, and it was then that I met your mother in church." Lincoln rubbed his reddened eyes. "And then?" "Well, your mother was captivated by my handsome appearance, and with your grandmother's assistance, I finally settled down and worked earnestly, resulting in my relationship with your mother, and eventually you came along," Lincoln said with a proud smile. "How shameless. I heard from Grandma that you met my mother in church and would arrive early just to see her, even insisting that Grandma play matchmaker," Canaan retorted with a laugh. Lincoln merely chuckled, saying, "Son, the reason I share all this with you is to convey that when faced with problems, it's essential to address them promptly. Parents can only provide guidance and suggestions. The most important thing in life is to find joy and not remain trapped in a pessimistic state. Your recent behavior has been rather concerning. You seem distracted during meals, retreating to your room after school, and constantly furrowing your brow. Your mother and I are quite worried," Lincoln said earnestly, fully aware of his son's usual demeanor. Canaan breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a warmth from his parents, concerned something he had never experienced as an orphan in his previous life. Dad, I just find school life a bit dull and feel it's a waste of time. Recently, I've been conceptualizing a book, planning to write it out. Canaan reflected on his recent conduct, acknowledging that he had been somewhat negative. Even if the golden finger was ineffective, it shouldn't affect his current life. After all, he couldn't let himself down in this new life. Remembering his earlier writing intentions, he decided to explain. Really? My son is truly remarkable. Once the book is published, I will read it thoroughly, Lincoln exclaimed. Though he remained skeptical about his 9-year-old son writing a book, he nevertheless offered encouragement. With that, he suddenly embraced Canaan and hoisted him onto his shoulder. We've walked quite a distance. Your mother must be worried. It's time to head home. Along the way, tell me about your book's concept, and you can assign me a character I can offer some suggestions to. All right, let us return home. Although Canaan, resting upon his shoulder, felt somewhat out of place, an inexplicable joy filled his heart. The title of the book was Marvel, a tale of a group of superheroes striving to save the world, featuring a clever and dashing heir, a slender yet righteous soldier, and a coldly beautiful assassin. This premise was rather intriguing. However, one might ponder whether the father's image truly aligns with that of the wealthy scion. Beneath the streetlights, the shadows of the father and son elongated as they walked. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, Canaan had been transported here for nearly a month. Following his father's enlightening guidance, his mindset had significantly improved, alleviating the turmoil brought about by an unresponsive golden finger and an uncertain future. He soon discovered that this world lacked the Marvel Comics company and heroes akin to Captain America. Thus, he resolved to pen the Marvel films he had previously envisioned, as it was the sole means of earning money at his age. The Marvel series comprises numerous films, and while recalling all the intricate plots was somewhat unrealistic, he could at least rewrite the main storylines, incorporating some remarkable Chinese heroes along the way. In his past life, the Marvel series had never introduced the anticipated Chinese heroes, which was rather regrettable. However, he now had the opportunity to pioneer the entire Marvel universe. This thought filled Canaan with excitement. After a month of diligent organization, Canaan had outlined the plot of Marvel. In addition to several original superheroes, he introduced a kung fu panda imbued with Chinese elements. A panda capable of martial arts and endowed with human-like wisdom, who would join the ranks of Earth's protectors. He also relocated the story setting to London, transforming Captain America into Captain Britain. Such changes were necessary for the sake of politics and character development. The other character designs remained largely unchanged, but he endeavored to ensure that each remarkable nation boasted its own superhero. Time flew, and as Christmas 1987 approached, Canaan had been in this world for nearly 7 months. Recently, he found himself brimming with excitement. Not only had he completed his Marvel series manuscript, now on the verge of publication, but he had also uncovered the significant role of a certain item that could enhance intelligence, catapulting him into a sage-like state, as if his intellect had surged by 200 points. This revelation aided Canaan in recalling numerous intricate details from the Marvel films, undoubtedly accelerating his writing process. The sole drawback was that the item had to be worn upon the head to be effective, a fact he discovered while idly experimenting with it. Upon wearing it, he immediately felt a refreshing sensation in his mind, and many previously obscured memories resurfaced before his eyes. Canaan was both astonished and delighted. After much exploration, he finally uncovered the purpose of the small headgear. This must be the correct approach, he mused. Could it be that the headgear of the savage continent is meant solely for wearing atop the head? No wonder he had never realized its utility. It was merely a misdirection in his research. As Canaan pondered and nodded in agreement with his own thoughts, he deemed them to be accurate. Although it was intended to be worn on the head, this was of little consequence to him. With the aid of this extraordinary headgear, he memorized a 600-page English dictionary within half a day. This remarkable ability made Canaan feel as though he was ascending to the pinnacle of life. Any potential side effects seemed trivial. Considering his personal image, he painstakingly sewed the headgear into a Christmas hat. It was a vibrant red cap with a slightly crooked tip, meticulously crafted by Canaan himself. Due to the headgear's impenetrable nature, he was unable to pierce it with a needle, so he affixed it to the interior of the hat instead. He donned the hat and gazed into the mirror. To his satisfaction, he looked quite dashing. "Canaan, come down. Your book has arrived," a voice exclaimed with excitement. "All right, Dad," he replied. Upon descending the stairs, Lincoln handed him a book, inquiring, "What do you think?" It was a meticulously crafted blue volume, its cover smooth and hard, emblazoned with a series of words from Marvel. Beneath the text was an illustration of a dashing man in comic style, brandishing a shield adorned with the British flag. At the bottom, a small yet prominent inscription read, "By Canaan Brain." "It's truly wonderful," Canaan remarked, inhaling the fragrant scent of ink, which filled him with a unique sense of accomplishment. Although inspired by existing Marvel films, he had also conceived numerous original plots upon this foundation, contributing to the promotion of Earth-esque culture. The publisher expressed optimism about his book, but indicated that they would first print a limited first edition to gauge interest, planning to host several grand promotional events during Christmas. Lincoln took a hearty bite of bread as he spoke, clearly proud of his child's literary endeavor. He found himself captivated by the book's plot, brimming with magical wonders, advanced technology, and sinister extraterrestrial forces. He could hardly believe his son possessed such remarkable talent. It must be noted that, under Lincoln's persistent persuasion, the name of Iron Man in the story was none other than Lincoln Brain. Canaan felt a twinge of guilt towards Tony. "By the way, there's another matter. Your mother has changed hospitals, and we may need to move. This morning, I viewed a new house on Yezhin Road in Shaoijin District, which is even larger than our current home. Of course, if we move, you might have to switch schools. What do you think?" "Sounds fine, Dad." Canaan held no sentimental attachment to his school. The previous owner had been reclusive and introverted, with no good friends there. Only this old house carried many memories of the former resident. "Canaan, have you finished packing? We need to set off." "Almost done, Mom." Canaan glanced out at the heavy snowfall and shook his head. "Mom, why must we go out in such a blizzard? We could wait a few days until the snow stops." He donned his bright red hat, rubbing his chilly hands together. "Your mother doesn't have that much time off. You know, we still need to move when we return. Besides, Aunt Jenny has been urging us for quite a while." "We just didn't expect such a heavy snowfall today," Helen replied briskly, pushing 2 large boxes of red wine into the car trunk. "All right, hop in. Your father has been waiting for quite some time." "Okay." Canaan, who had just celebrated Christmas, had thought he would have a few days of leisure. But his mother had unexpectedly decided to visit a friend, reportedly a close companion from her university days. Lincoln observed his son as he listlessly settled into the car and sighed. He understood that this gathering was not the plan they had previously made. It was merely a result of his wife sending their son's books to numerous friends, leading to this impromptu gathering. He had to forego his hard-won holiday to act as the driver. Seeing Canaan and Helen already in the car, Lincoln dismissed his thoughts and quickly started the old black vehicle. "Canaan, remember to be polite when we arrive. Call Aunt Jenny and Uncle Wendell. And don't forget to give them your books. I've wrapped them nicely." They have been eagerly anticipating the continuation of the story, Helen instructed swiftly. It must be said that the recent Marvel series had become a sensation, sweeping across the entire UK. It was rumored that the publisher was preparing translations into multiple languages for global distribution, and subsequent volumes had already been printed, which Helen had chosen as gifts. "Sure, Mom, but will we be able to return tonight? Driving back at night can be perilous. We'll be staying at Aunt Jenny's. However, they have a little girl, so you might have to share a bed with her," Helen replied with a smile, glancing back at Canaan and winking. "Son, don't worry. A little early romance isn't a bad thing. Your father supports you," Lincoln chimed in, laughing heartily. Canaan, upon hearing his parents teasing, chuckled awkwardly before turning his gaze back to the snow-covered landscape outside, a pristine expanse of white. After approximately 3 hours of driving, they arrived at a quaint little town. Canaan looked up to see that each household appeared to have a small courtyard accompanied by 3 stories of quaint buildings. The architectural style differed slightly from that of London, appearing much more spacious, and from a distance, the scene was rendered even more serene and ethereal against the backdrop of the snow. "All right, we've arrived, Canaan. Adjust your hat and tie to your collar. We must make a good impression." Watching his mother fuss over his appearance, Canaan stretched his stiff limbs and sighed in resignation. Ding dong. The door swung open promptly. "Helen, Lincoln, it's been ages. The last time I saw you was at the wedding." A tall, blonde beauty greeted them, embracing Helen warmly. "Come in. You must be freezing. I've prepared hot cocoa and some treats inside." She turned her attention to Canaan. "Is this our genius young author? He looks splendid." Holding the gift box, Canaan's cheeks flushed, and despite wearing a somewhat awkward hat, his handsome features shone through, a perfect blend of his parents' attributes. While acknowledging the compliment, Canaan felt a surge of joy, momentarily forgetting his earlier grievances about waiting in the snow. "You can just call me Canaan, lovely Aunt Jenny." He was generous with his praise, exhibiting a refined demeanor. "All right, Dashing young Canaan. What a polite little fellow you are. Ginny ruffled Canaan's hair affectionately. Sweetie, oh Hermione. Come down. Your favorite author is here. Ginny called up the stairs. Sweetie. Canaan was completely captivated by the endearing nickname, oblivious to the latter part of Ginny's call. She has always had a penchant for sweets, hence the nickname. But now that she is more grown up, she prefers we no longer call her that. Ginny explained with a hearty laugh. One of the patients has a toothache, and Wendell has gone to assist. He should be back later. Don't mind him for now. You all enjoy some treats. They're low in sugar, I promise. Do savor my culinary skills. Canaan settled onto the sofa near the fireplace, savoring a few bites of cake, which was delectably sweet, and then took a generous sip of hot milk, dispelling most of the chill from his body. He found Aunt Ginny's culinary skills far superior to Helen's. Noticing the silence from upstairs, Ginny winked at Canaan and said, Canaan, would you be so kind as to call for Little Sweet? That little girl adores reading and often loses track of time. Of course, and Ginny, he replied. Canaan ascended to the upper floor, where a door was ajar, revealing a brightly lit room. Approaching, he noticed a little girl sprawled across her desk, emitting soft snores. Her hands resting upon a book, the first installment of the Marvel series. It seemed she remained my little admirer, he mused. Yet Iacin, she afraid of catching a chill? He surveyed the room's decor, predominantly adorned in pink, which indeed resembled a young girl's sanctuary. What is this? Canaan's gaze fell upon a pencil on the desk, embellished with a delicate princess with long hair, exuding an air of elegance. Indeed, girls seem to delight in such trinkets. He picked it up, curiosity piqued, and absent-mindedly applied a bit of pressure. Suddenly, the silence of the room was shattered by the sharp crack of the pencil breaking. Canaan momentarily paused, taken aback by the unexpectedly poor quality of the toy pen. Under his immense strength, the princess doll was effortlessly severed from its pen shaft. Such fragility. Just as he contemplated the obliteration of the evidence, he was met with an irate gaze, discovering that the little girl, who had seemingly awakened without his notice, was staring at him with tear-filled eyes. The atmosphere grew rather awkward. Hello, little sweetie. I am a friend of your mother. Canaan forced a smile he deemed amicable. However, before he could finish, the girl, with her eyes reddened, broke into a wide grin revealing two prominent front teeth, and then, with a loud wail, burst into tears, her tears cascading down her cheeks. Hermione, having just awakened, beheld a boy in a reddish-brown hat who had ruined her beloved Christmas gift, and with a lewd grin, called her little sweetie. Wah, you broke my Snow White. Boo-hoo-hoo. Please don't cry. I will compensate you. I will buy you a larger Snow White doll. How does that sound? I don't want that. I want the pen my father bought for me. You are a bad person, the little girl replied, wiping her tears. How could a 7-year-old be so difficult to appease? All right, I will buy it for you shortly, okay? After much effort, Canaan, with utmost sincerity, repeatedly apologized to the little girl, promising her numerous gifts, including the first copy of his forthcoming book, Harry Potter, which he vowed to deliver to her post-haste, thus putting an end to this calamity. As for the anticipated sleep, Canaan soon realized he had overestimated the situation. The little girl's room featured a bunk bed, and he was fortunate enough to occupy the upper bunk. Was Aunt Ginny contemplating a second child? Early the next morning, Canaan's family prepared to embark on their journey home. Hermione stood outside, waving her hand. Big bad guy. Remember my gifts and the book? All right, little sweetie, Canaan replied with a grin, having learned through the night that she detested being called little sweetie. Seizing the remaining vacation days, Canaan's family swiftly organized their belongings in preparation for the move to their new abode. 33, Privet Drive was the destination. Lincoln skillfully maneuvered the small car to the entrance, followed closely by a large truck laden with furniture. Everyone, let us assist in moving the furniture inside. Lincoln instructed a few temporary workers. At this moment, Canaan, seated in the vehicle, sensed a pair of eyes observing him. He turned to find a frail little boy on the second floor of the opposite house, adorned with glasses and disheveled hair, gazing back at him. Such a young boy wearing glasses. What a shame for the future. Canaan thought maliciously. The commotion of the move had likely disturbed the neighboring residents. Yet, he paid little mind, as he was preoccupied with developing ideas for his new book, the Harry Potter series. Since its release, the Marvel series had sold hundreds of thousands of copies across the UK within a week, and at just 9 years of age, Canaan had already become a household name as a prodigious writer. Though still a minor, he possessed a considerable sum of pounds at his disposal, and he anticipated receiving even more from future royalties. It felt as if he had achieved such success without much effort, yet the solitude of life weighed heavily upon him. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the car window, Canaan lay languidly in the seat. How invincible, yet how lonely. Suddenly, a large hand struck him, jolting him awake. Canaan, what are you daydreaming about? Come help. Your father is nearly exhausted. We still need to arrange the furniture in your room, so speak with the uncles in advance. Ah, understood. That evening, Canaan surveyed his brand new room, its walls adorned with sky blue wallpaper and a solid wood desk positioned by the window, upon which rested a computer, albeit a rather bulky model for the era, occupying considerable space and offering scant functionality. Excitement surged within him at the thought of a new grand piano and a custom violin in the adjacent study, gifts prepared for him by Lincoln and Helen for Christmas. For Canaan, possessing the formidable Hat of the Wise was a treasure, and he felt compelled to learn as much as possible. Contemplating the name Hat of the Wise, he deemed it far more sophisticated than the previous moniker. Reclining in a plush armchair, Canaan donned the Hat of the Wise, preparing to reminisce about the details of the Harry Potter films. Frame by frame, the scenes replayed in his mind as if he were watching the film anew. The Dursleys. Harry Potter, residing in Little Whinging, Privet Drive 4. Canaan noted as he recalled the details, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. Canaan suddenly rose from his chair, exclaiming, "Isn't 33, Privet Drive in Little Whinging my home? Yet Harry Potter's residence is at 4, Privet Drive, in Little Whinging. This is the world of Harry Potter. Moreover, he and I are neighbors." Canaan, filled with exhilaration, set down his pen and struck the table with fervor. "I knew this world was anything but simple," he exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. He reminded himself to remain composed. Regardless, he decided to investigate further. Gradually, he managed to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. He swiftly descended the stairs, eager to seize the remaining daylight and prepare a few gifts to pay a visit to the owner of number 4 Eugene Road. Here it is, number 4 Eugene Road. Ding ding ding. Canaan discovered that behind this house lay his new home. Could it be that boy from earlier? Before he could ponder further, the door swung open with haste. "Hello, little one. What brings you here?" A rotund gentleman greeted him. "Good day, sir. My name is Canaan Breen, and I have just moved in next door. I suspected that the commotion from my moving this morning may have disturbed you, so I brought a small cake made by my mother as a token of goodwill." Canaan wore an innocent expression. "Oh, so it is you. Please, come in." "It's quite chilly outside," the gentleman replied kindly. "Sir, may I inquire how to address you?" "My name is Vernon Dursley. You may call me Mr. Dursley." A wave of excitement washed over Canaan as he recalled that Harry Potter's uncle bore the same name. "Uncle Vernon, I brought 4 boxes of cakes. I hope they are sufficient for your family," he boldly proclaimed. "Ah, just perfect." After a thorough conversation with Mr. Dursley, Canaan was finally convinced that he had indeed entered the world of Harry Potter. During his visit, he also encountered the fastidious Petunia Dursley and the rambunctious Dudley. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment at not meeting Harry Potter himself, as he remembered that the Dursleys were reluctant to let Harry interact with outsiders in the films. At that moment, in the cramped stairwell, a somewhat disheveled little boy gazed at the small cakes before him, breaking into a joyous smile. Delicious." He took a delicate bite, his face lighting up with delight. Opportunities to savor such exquisite cake were rare for him. Later, after freshening up, Canaan lay on the fluffy bed, his mind swirling with thoughts. He never anticipated that he had arrived in the Harry Potter universe, having previously contemplated writing about it. The enchanting, magical world and the renowned Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry filled him with anticipation. He had suspected that the world he had traversed to was extraordinary. But to discover it was the realm of Harry Potter, his favorite film, was beyond his wildest dreams. "I wonder if I possess any magical talent," he mused, recalling that in the original story, only a select few were gifted. Typically, such abilities manifested before the age of 11, followed by a letter of acceptance. Those without magical abilities were deemed muggles and would not receive any correspondence from Hogwarts. Canaan lay in bed, concerned that he might lack magical prowess and thus be unable to enroll. "Pen, levitate, rise up." He intently directed at the pen on his desk. The pen remained still. With the sorting hat upon his head, Canaan attempted once more. Still, there was no response. Canaan has relinquished his adolescent fantasies. It appears he possesses no magical talents nor any extraordinary attributes, save for the unresponsive golden finger. Reflecting on this, Canaan opened the golden finger that he had neglected for quite some time. He silently intoned "All Heaven Altar" in his heart. A time-worn altar materialized once more, accompanied by 4 lines of text. "All Heaven Altar, sacrifice count, 0, 10 fortune points for 1 sacrifice, fortune points, 7 personal items. None. There has been a change. An additional fortune point has been acquired. 7 fortune points? When did this fortune point manifest? He had previously checked the golden finger daily. Yet there had been no notable changes. The last time he examined the altar was approximately a week ago. What had transpired during this interval? Attending school as usual? That seems unrelated to the fortune points. Perhaps it was the rising popularity of the Marvel series? Then there was the visit to Aunt Ginny's family, where he encountered Harry Potter. It seems there was little else, but it is likely that these events are interconnected, Canaan mused. However, the primary task at hand is to ascertain the origin of the fortune points and the rules governing the sacrifices of the golden finger. Following that, he must attempt to connect with Harry Potter, as the increase in fortune points may largely pertain to him. That night, beneath a starry sky, in the realm of dreams, an elderly man with a white beard confronted Canaan. Canaan Breen, you have taken to studying dark magic. You shall spend the remainder of your life in Azkaban. The old man brandished a wand menacingly. Canaan, I will kill your parents and your girlfriend, Rosie. Surrender the Philosopher's Stone at once. No. Voldemort, please, no. Rosie. Rosie. Canaan awoke from the nightmare, gasping for breath. Who is Rosie? He rubbed his heavy head, gradually regaining his composure. What a tedious dream. For now, he must resolve the issue of the fortune points, uncover their origins, and then utilize the golden finger to see if he can address the matter of his magical aptitude. It would be a great pity if he could not attend Hogwarts and immerse himself in the arcane arts. Downstairs at the dining table, Canaan, freshly groomed, was gnawing on bread, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for Aunt Ginny's pastries, as his mother's bread had become rather tough. A glance across the table revealed Lincoln savoring his meal with delight. There must be a reason they are together, Canaan sighed. Canaan, a letter from your little sweetheart, Lincoln announced, extracting an envelope from beneath a stack of newspapers. My little sweetheart? It seems to be a missive from that weepy girl, though her name remains unknown to him. Canaan opened the envelope. Inside it read, Big bad guy, quickly return my gift and the Harry Potter story you promised me. I have been waiting for several days. Each letter occupied several lines, and although it was merely a short sentence, it filled the entire page. Well, it seems I must adjust my schedule today to visit the store and buy some gifts. Perhaps I should purchase an abundance of candy and sweets. Ideally, I would like her to develop a cavity and lose those 2 front teeth, Canaan thought with a hint of malice. Fortunately, he had only shared the Harry Potter matter with the little girl. Otherwise, once it was written down, he would be awaiting a fate in Azkaban, likely subjected to the scrutiny of numerous burly men or perhaps even a bottle of Veritaserum. However, how to deal with the little girl posed quite the headache. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Canaan made his way to the community supermarket. So much food should surely satisfy the little girl. As he prepared to return home from the supermarket, Canaan jostled the bag of snacks in his hand. Upon seeing his home not far ahead, he instinctively quickened his pace, only to pause at the sight of a small figure ahead. Is that the boy from yesterday, Harry Potter? At that moment, he was laboriously dragging a large black garbage bag, taking slow steps towards the trash bin in front of the community. The enormous bag contrasted starkly with his petite frame. What a pitiable child. Hello, are you Harry Potter? Canaan approached him swiftly. Why you? Hello, who are you? Mr. Potter, just done with his garbage duty, appeared somewhat shy, still panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the task. I am the neighbor who moved in yesterday. My name is Canaan Breen, but you can just call me Canaan. Canaan flashed his characteristic warm smile. By the way, I apologize for any inconvenience caused during my move yesterday. Here, I brought some chocolate I just bought. Do try it. It's quite delicious. Without waiting for a response, he pressed 2 boxes of chocolate into the boy's hands. Apart from establishing a good rapport with the future protagonist, Canaan felt a pang of sympathy for this frail boy, who had grown up in a cramped cupboard under the stairs, clad in hand-me-downs from Dudley, and burdened with daily chores. This is too much, Canaan. Thank you. Mr. Potter was overwhelmed, having never experienced such kindness before. It seemed the cake from yesterday was also a gift from him. Hurry back for breakfast, Harry. You've taken long enough with the trash? A sharp voice pierced the air from within the house, unmistakably belonging to Mrs. Dursley. Not much longer. I still have a lot to do. By the way, feel free to visit my home sometime, Canaan said, noticing Mrs. Dursley peering out the window. Realizing he had to cut the conversation short, he continued. Your aunt is calling for you, so I won't keep you. Thank you, Canaan. Goodbye. Goodbye. Mr. Potter watched Canaan's retreating figure, a silly smile gracing his face. Aside from the Dursleys, he had little interaction with others. His classmates often looked down on him and avoided his company. To have a peer extend such kindness was truly heartwarming. Clutching the 2 boxes of chocolate tightly, Harry carefully made his way back home. Heavenly Altar. Sacrifice count. 1. 10 luck points for 1 sacrifice. Luck points. 12 personal items. None. Indeed, the luck points had increased. Upon returning home, Canaan eagerly opened his golden opportunity. To his surprise, merely gifting the protagonist 2 boxes of chocolate had granted him a 5-point increase. Was it simply due to his interaction with the protagonist? Or was there another reason? Canaan pondered, yet he began to grasp how to accrue more luck points. It appeared that continued contact with Harry Potter was essential for earning additional points. After contemplating for a moment, he glanced at the altar in his mind. With 12 luck points, he could make a sacrifice. The last offering had been a modest sum of pounds, yielding a minor reward. What should he sacrifice this time? Given that it was called the Heavenly Altar, the sacrificial item must surely hold great significance. To whom was the offering made? It seemed unlikely that paper currency would be of value to those celestial beings. Perhaps he should sacrifice another 40 pounds and see what he might receive. Canaan pulled out a stack of pounds, each bill matching the previous amount, totaling exactly 40 pounds. This time he was curious if using the same offering would yield the same item. Sacrifice. He clenched the banknotes tightly. No response. After waiting several seconds, Canaan realized nothing had occurred, and the scene from his previous sacrifice did not unfold. What could be the reason? Was it the same sacrificial item that posed an issue? Or was the amount too little? Canaan produced a bundle of pristine British pounds, amounting to over 10,000, a recent gift from his father, Lincoln, designated as pocket money. Sacrifice. After a few seconds of silence, there was still no change. Reluctantly, Canaan adjusted the amount of pounds and attempted several times, yet the altar remained unresponsive. He speculated that the pounds had likely been sacrificed before and could not be offered again. However, this so-called golden finger was truly ungrateful. The user interface design received a poor rating. User interaction was even worse. Canaan gazed at the chocolate resting upon his desk. A portion he had reserved for himself from what he had intended for the little girl. Perhaps he should give this a try. It would surely be a rarity across the myriad realms. He picked up a box of chocolates. Sacrifice. Instantly, a pillar of azure light surged upward from the altar in his mind, and the chocolate in his grasp vanished. Ding. You have obtained Goddess's Tier 1. Haha, it worked. Celestial Altar. Available sacrifice attempts. 0. 10 fate points required for 1 sacrifice. Fate points. 2 personal items. Goddess's Tier 1. A single drop of the tears of an unknown gourmand goddess from the Valoran continent. Effects unknown. Consumable. Fate points diminished by 10. Goddess's Tear? Extract. Canaan gazed at the thumb-sized crystal vial in his hand, from which a droplet of pale blue liquid emanated a soft luminescence, exuding a captivating beauty. Although he was unaware of the identity of the gluttonous goddess, he recognized that this continent of Valoran was indeed the official backdrop of the League of Legends game he had played in his previous life. The Tear of the Goddess. An item within the game, seemed to augment mana and boasted a passive ability that increased the maximum mana capacity. Regardless, he decided to give it a try. He uncorked the crystal vial and took a gulp of the azure liquid. Ah, how refreshing. A chilling sensation spread through his throat, instantly enveloping his entire being, followed by an overwhelming sense of comfort. Ah, Canaan could not restrain himself from exclaiming, his entire body convulsing as he slumped into the chair. Fortunately, both his father and mother were absent from home. It was immensely pleasurable. He felt as though his soul had been cleansed. Ah, Canaan rose from his seat, inhaling deeply, feeling as if a surge of energy coursed through his body. Could this be the essence of magical power, or perhaps sorcery? Yet, this force seemed beyond his control. He attempted to harness this energy, but to no avail. It appeared that certain methods, such as incantations, might be necessary. As he pondered this, Canaan became aware of the sweat trickling down his body, his autumn attire thoroughly drenched. Phew, I might as well take a shower. Before long. A week had elapsed, and Canaan's enrollment procedures were complete. However, the semester was nearing its conclusion, implying that he would only attend a few days of classes before yet another winter holiday commenced. I envy you, son, you truly have an abundance of holidays, Lincoln remarked while savoring his dinner. Clinton Primary School is the finest institution in this region. You must study diligently. However, upon hearing of your enrollment, the principal immediately waived your tuition and even offered a scholarship. His mother, Helen, added, That's fantastic. Just as exceptional as your father was in his youth, Lincoln replied, his composure unwavering. Canaan had grown accustomed to his father's audacity. He glanced at Lincoln and, with an impassive expression, took a sip of milk. Mom, may I leave the leftover bread for Harry? He mentioned that he adores the bread you make. Of course, dear. That poor child. And do remember to bring some for Dudley as well. Despite his mischievousness, Helen replied. Through their efforts over the past few days, the Canaan family successfully established a rapport with the Dursleys, and Lincoln and his wife learned about Harry Potter's tragic background through Canaan, which prompted them to extend a greater measure of concern for the boy. Although they found the Dursleys' behavior somewhat unfathomable, they recognized that they were Harry's only family. As outsiders, Lincoln and his wife felt limited in their capacity to criticize, opting instead to offer Harry additional supporting care. Canaan, when is Harry's birthday? We could throw him a birthday party, Lincoln inquired, pondering how to show more compassion towards Harry. It should be in August or September. I'll keep an eye out for it. Canaan recalled that in the film, Hagrid celebrated Harry's birthday shortly before the Hogwarts term commenced on September 1st, which was still some time away. Yes, indeed. That child is far too unfortunate. You should be attentive to him, Lincoln remarked. All right, Dad, Canaan replied. The source of the current fortune seemed intricately linked to Harry, which warranted his earnest regard. On January 15th, coinciding with the Chinese New Year, Canaan planned to invite Harry over for a visit, intending to treat him to hot pot. That day, he arrived early at London's Chinatown, purchasing a large bag of ingredients. Considering that some might not enjoy spicy food, he prepared an extra-large Enyang hot pot. The dining table was adorned with a 20-inch Enyang pot, approximately half a meter in diameter, surrounded by an array of fresh ingredients and Canaan's specially crafted sauces. One side of the pot featured an authentic Chongqing spicy broth, while the other contained a savory mushroom and pork rib base. The four of them gathered around the table, the hot pot bubbling energetically in the center. Canaan, is this really edible? Is it too much? Harry asked, gazing at the boiling, vibrant red spicy broth, swallowing nervously. This was his first encounter with such a dining style. Don't worry, Harry, this is a Chinese specialty. If you can't handle the spice, you can enjoy the broth on the other side, Helen gently explained. Lincoln nodded in agreement, recalling his own trepidation from a previous experience at his father-in-law's home, where he was overwhelmed by the fiery hot pot. Nevertheless, he felt that Canaan had chosen a sufficiently large pot for the occasion. Canaan poured a glass of cola for Harry, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "If it feels too spicy, a sip of soda will be utterly refreshing." Under the guidance of Pastor Lincoln, everyone offered a prayer of thanks before diving into the meal. "Oh my, this is quite spicy." Harry, after indulging in a few bites of the lamb cooked in a fiery hot pot, found himself sweating profusely and gasping for air. He then took a hefty gulp of soda. With a long belch, he noticed the gazes of his companions, his cheeks flushing crimson. "Haha, little Harry. Don't fall for your brother Canaan's tricks next time." Lincoln chuckled heartily. Harry fanned his mouth with his hand while nodding in agreement. "Canaan, you mustn't tease Harry like that again," Helen admonished, then turned to Harry. "Before you leave, take some of my baked bread to your aunt and uncle, along with those delightful little cakes you adore." She continued, "Oh, Canaan, please lend Harry your Marvel collection. It will be a great way to pass the time when boredom strikes." "All right, Mom," Canaan replied. "Is that the collection by the 9-year-old prodigy? I read about it in the newspaper. Dolly has a set, but he never lets me see it. Did your brother write it?" Harry gazed at Canaan with wide, starry eyes. Canaan smiled in response, feeling quite proud despite having grown accustomed to the praises from those around him. However, the adoration emanating from the protagonist filled him with a sense of delight. "Poor child, it seems I must have a serious talk with your uncle and aunt. They are simply too biased," Helen remarked with a tinge of sympathy. "It's all right, Aunt Helen, I've grown used to it," Harry replied. "Now, let us eat. This is a pot of delicious rib meat. Do refrain from consuming too much spicy food. It is not good for your stomach." Helen served Harry a generous portion of ribs, while secretly resolving to have a candid conversation with the Dursleys at a later time. After dinner, to prevent Dudley from bullying Harry, Canaan accompanied him back to the Dursleys' home. Once the bread was delivered to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, their menacing glances towards Harry finally ceased. Harry returned to his small bedroom, organized the gifts he had brought back, and then retrieved a small diary from a tattered drawer. January 15th, 1989, today. I received gifts from Aunt Helen and Uncle Lincoln, and I enjoyed a Chinese hot pot. They mentioned that China has many delicious foods and fun activities. I hope to visit one day. However, my clothing got stained with chili sauce. Harry paused, glancing at the smudge on his sleeve, frowned, and continued writing. "Although it was Dudley's leftover clothes, this is my newest outfit. It's a pity I cannot wear it again. But Aunt Helen's family is truly wonderful. Why aren't he my uncle and aunt like them? Furthermore, Canaan is incredible, having written such a famous book and gifted me a set. Uncle Lincoln says we should be grateful and find joy even in unhappy moments. Yes, I too shall seek happiness. But why does it always seem like Uncle Lincoln loves to boast? Haha, today has been the happiest day of my life. With a cheerful smile drawn at the end. Harry concealed the diary within the drawer. Meanwhile, Canaan, back in his bedroom, activated the golden finger in his mind. Heavenly altar. Sacrifice attempts. 0, 10 luck points for 1 sacrifice. Luck points. For personal items, none. He noted an increase of 2 luck points. Realizing that extracting points from Harry was indeed feasible. For the following week, Canaan focused on enhancing his rapport with Harry, striving to accumulate more luck points. Notably, not long ago, Lincoln and Helen had dedicated an afternoon to discussing Harry's unfair treatment with the Dursleys, and given the plethora of gifts they brought, the Dursleys readily consented to changes. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably, yet Canaan felt disheartened as his luck points plateaued at 6 and showed no signs of increasing further. The last 2 points had only risen after the Dursleys agreed to ameliorate Harry's circumstances. This morning, Helen received a letter from Aunt Ginny. Enclosed was a note addressed to Canaan, which contained unexpected content. Dear Mischief Maker, I received your Snow White doll along with many delicious treats. Daddy also bought me a new Snow White pin, so I forgive you. However, you must no longer call me sweetie. I have a name. I'm Hermione Granger. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you. By the way, I finished reading all the Marvel stories you sent. When will you write the Harry Potter series? I can assist you in referencing the plot, as I have won first prize in school for my essays. Looking forward to your reply. Canaan, feeling both amused and bewildered, could hardly believe that one of the 3 protagonists, Hermione, was indeed that tearful little girl. Although still youthful, her innate qualities of a future academic prodigy were already evident. It seemed that the next course of action would be to win over this young girl, or rather, to accumulate fortune points. After all, as one of the main characters, the fortune points to be gained from her would undoubtedly be substantial. Canaan swiftly penned a response, elucidating that there was no immediate rush to recount the tale of Harry Potter, promising to share it with her at a later time. He then expressed his intention to title his next book The Lord of the Rings, and expressed a desire to engage in a thoughtful discussion with Hermione about the intricacies of the narrative. After Canaan sent a reply to Hermione, he purchased a map of London from a bookstore outside his neighborhood, intending to locate Diagon Alley, a setting from the film, and venture into the magical realm ahead of time. His motivations were twofold: to see if he could acquire more fortune points in Diagon Alley, and to alleviate his uncertainty about being accepted into Hogwarts, as his magical abilities were obtained through dubious means. Having only watched the film, he realized it provided scant detail regarding the admission process of Hogwarts. Recalling the movie, Canaan discerned that Diagon Alley was situated behind the Leaky Cauldron. Yet there existed a muggle-repelling charm outside the pub, rendering it invisible to ordinary people. Nevertheless, he noted that the pub was nestled between an old record store and a bookstore. Thus, he resolved to search for nearby record stores and bookstores on the map. Planning to investigate each one, Canaan donned the hat of a sage, swiftly scanning the map. Here's one, and there another. He marked the target locations with a red pin, totaling 13, quite a considerable number. As Canaan counted on the map, he noted that London was indeed vast. With these locations scattered across its expanse, it appeared that a significant investment of effort would be required. Although these days were still a holiday, Canaan, seeking to save time, rented a taxi and spent a day visiting all 13 sites. Ultimately, he discovered a place resembling the Broken Kettle pub on Charing Cross in the Westminster district, a dilapidated old house. Canaan did not hastily exit the vehicle to investigate. Instead, he inquired of the driver. In the driver's eyes, the location of the bar appeared to be an abandoned shop, with a warning sign proclaiming danger and urging passers-by to stay away. This must be the place, Canaan surmised. However, as night had fallen, he noted the location and prepared to depart. The following day, Canaan donned the small wizard's robe he had prepared for himself in advance, topped with a sage's hat, and carried a small bag containing a modest amount of pounds, some food, and a dagger for self-defense. This venture was merely a trial, yet he recognized the necessity of proper preparation, for cinema and reality differ vastly. Arriving before the Leaky Cauldron, Canaan changed into his wizard's robe, concealing the dagger at his waist. Upon entering the bar, he was immediately enveloped by the cacophony of voices surrounding him. Groups of individuals clad in wizarding attire clustered around small tables, indulging in their drinks. Many gazes turned toward Canaan, who feigned composure as he strode directly to the counter. Addressing the man polishing glasses. "Are you Mr. Tom? I wish to visit Diagon Alley. Could you kindly assist me in opening a door?" Canaan smiled. Tom scrutinized Canaan, taking him in from head to toe. "Follow me," he replied, leading the way to the backyard. "Where are your parents?" "I've never seen you before," Tom inquired. "Oh, my parents are muggles, but I have a good friend attending Hogwarts. He mentioned that I possess magical potential and wrote to me saying that if I wished to visit Diagon Alley, I could seek the help of Mr. Tom at the Leaky Cauldron. Noting your willingness to assist, Canaan responded earnestly. A smile crossed Tom's face. "While Diagon Alley is quite safe, it would be wise to bring your parents next time. It is rather uncommon to find a wizard born of muggle parents who can locate Diagon Alley without having received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts," he remarked. He guided Canaan into the backyard, where a small courtyard lay, its surrounding walls littered with refuse and weeds, a stark contrast to the cinematic imagery. "A bit of concealment is always necessary, isn't it?" Seemingly attuned to Canaan's bewilderment, Tom elaborated. "The door is beyond this wall, but it requires a wand to open." He produced his wand and pointed at the red bricks of the wall. He continued, "Count 3 bricks up from the rubbish bin and then 2 bricks horizontally. And you must gently tap the wall 3 times with your wand." As old Tom demonstrated, the bricks began to shift, revealing a large opening, beyond which a cobbled street appeared, bustling with shops and lively voices. "All right, go on in. When you wish to return, simply tap on this wall, and I shall come to retrieve you." "Thank you, Uncle Tom," Canaan said, taking the liberty of addressing him as such. "Ah, you are still quite young. Do be cautious and seek me out if you encounter any issues." Tom, devoid of pure blood prejudice, grew increasingly amiable toward Canaan. With that, he returned to the bar. Beaming with warmth, Canaan gazed at the streets on either side. To his left, the first establishment was a cauldron shop, while the first one on the right was a potion store. Perhaps he would visit them when time permitted. However, his immediate priority was to head to Gringotts to exchange some currency. He recalled from the film that British pounds could be converted into galleons. As Canaan proceeded along the cobbled path of Elop's Emporium, he soon discovered that Diagon Alley was rather modest in size. After only a few steps, he beheld the magnificent Gringotts, a 3-story edifice adorned with white brick walls. At the entrance stood 2 goblins, whose peculiar appearance intrigued him, elongated noses, pointed ears, and sparse hair at the forefront of their heads. Venturing inside, he was greeted by a vast expanse, resplendent and opulent, with the flooring crafted from jade that shimmered like a mirror, allowing him to behold his own reflection. Subsequently, Canaan approached an unoccupied counter, observing the goblin diligently engrossed in its work. "Good day, sir. I would like to exchange some pounds for galleons," he inquired. "The initial exchange requires a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts," the goblin replied without lifting its gaze. Canaan was taken aback, not realizing that a Hogwarts letter was necessary for the currency exchange, a detail that had eluded mention in the film. "Is it absolutely required to present the letter?" he inquired. The goblin lifted his gaze towards Canaan, squinting slightly, with his hands clasped together. "Indeed, it is essential. Should you possess acceptance letters from other institutions, you must proceed to the respective country of that school to conduct your transactions. Gringotts exclusively accommodates students from Hogwarts or individuals bearing relevant credentials from the British Ministry of Magic." Having stated this, he resumed his focus on the documents before him. Observing the goblin's apparent disinterest, Canaan resignedly remarked, "Very well, I apologize for the interruption, sir." Canaan exited Gringotts, observing the throngs of people bustling about, and sighed softly. Initially, he had intended to utilize Gringotts' currency exchange services to procure some galleons, which he planned to use to acquire books and various magical artifacts. Seeking to gain a deeper understanding of the magical realm, after all, films often fail to provide a comprehensive overview. To his dismay, he discovered that exchanging for galleons required either a Hogwarts acceptance letter or a certificate from the Ministry of Magic, indicating the stringent regulations imposed by the ministry to prevent individuals of unknown identity from obtaining magical currency. However, the pressing concern of how to earn galleons had now become a source of anxiety for Canaan. In the Muggle world, he could amass considerable pounds through writing. Yet in the magical realm, even popular Marvel series might not guarantee success. Despite this inauspicious beginning, Canaan seized the opportunity to thoroughly explore Diagon Alley. Encountering a narrow alley marked by an overturned sign, its entrance situated not far from Gringotts. In the films, this alley was frequented by many dark wizards, and though Canaan felt a surge of curiosity, he restrained himself and merely cast a distant glance before departing. At Flourish and Blots, he lingered for 2 full hours. Although he lacked the funds to purchase any books, the proprietor, Mr. Flast, did not deter the young wizard from perusing the volumes, and he warmly engaged with Canaan, appreciating the boy's politeness and charm. To Canaan's delight, Mr. Flast even offered him a cup of warm milk, expressing that he would always be welcome to return. During his visit, Canaan learned about the admission book and acceptance quill, 2 powerful magical artifacts crafted by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The admission book, bound in black dragon hide and made of sheepskin, was imbued with potent and enduring magic, working in conjunction with the acceptance quill to detect all magical children born in the entirety of Britain with an impeccable track record. Thus, it was possible to ascertain a child's magical potential from birth. If such talent existed, their name would be inscribed within the admission book. Canaan pondered this revelation. What would be the case for someone in his unique situation? Would the admission book be able to detect his magical aptitude? He felt uncertain, as he had awakened his magical abilities only after consuming a drop of the goddess's tear. Perhaps he should pen a letter to Professor Dumbledore, inquiring whether his name appeared in the admission book. Surely, the anticipation of a young wizard from a Muggle family regarding Hogwarts would be understandable and unlikely to raise suspicion. He resolved to do so. He was not overly concerned about the prospect of lacking a school to attend. As young witches and wizards grew, their innate magical power would increase, and those who struggled to control it might become overwhelmed. The Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly intervene to ensure that every young wizard received the education necessary to master their powers. Upon visiting a second-hand shop, often referred to as a junk store, filled with discarded magical items and books, Canaan encountered the miserly bald German proprietor named Dran. He noted that Dran consistently wore a stern expression towards customers, showing little concern for the shop's dismal business. Canaan strode in with an air of confidence, only to discover a seemingly intact wand. However, the worn handle and slightly damaged tip suggested that the wand had been forsaken by its previous owner for a reason. Canaan yearned to test the wand, yet Duran sharply rebuffed him, declaring that this wand, valued at 2 gold galleons and 3 silver sickles, must not be mishandled, even in pristine condition. With his round, bald head and a scowl accentuated by angry, inverted eyebrows, Canaan felt that the shopkeeper resembled a ruffled iron rooster. What a miserly German baldhead, he mused inwardly. Ignoring the menacing shopkeeper, he continued to peruse the curiosities within the antique store, many of which piqued his interest. In a secluded corner, he discovered a plethora of second-hand books, including beginner's guides to transfiguration and a standard collection of spells, many of which were required texts at Hogwarts, and significantly cheaper than those at Flourish and Blots. Wait, what is this? Canaan's gaze fell upon a charred black leather-bound tome, its condition severely compromised, revealing only the faintest hint of the words dark magic. Intrigued, he reached out his hand. Little imp, that is not for your touch. Duran had somehow materialized before Canaan, his presence commanding. Canaan raised his head and met Duran's fierce gaze, awkwardly lowering his hand. Once he accumulated enough wealth, he would purchase all these items and finally experiment with simple magic. Canaan silently resolved this in his mind, and noticing that the hour was late, he prepared to take his leave. Meanwhile, the bald Duran fixed his unyielding stare upon Canaan, as if he expected him to pilfer something upon his departure. Canaan returned to his bedroom, reclining on the soft blue bed while pondering how he might acquire some galleons. Should he take up child labor? Setting aside the stringent regulations of the Ministry of Magic's protection laws for underage wizards, Canaan had little time before school commenced, and weekends would be his only opportunity to venture into Diagon Alley. Moreover, it was unlikely that anyone would desire a 10-year-old child. What about selling books? The creators of the Marvel series undoubtedly possessed the authority to sell their works in the magical realm. However, the tomes within this realm were generally rather expensive, and Canaan wondered if any wizards would be willing to part with their galleons for such leisurely reading. Considering the Weasley family's financial situation as depicted in the films, he felt a tinge of concern. Nevertheless, this was indeed a promising idea, and he resolved to discuss the possibility of having the owner of Leaky Cauldron sell the Marvel series. Lastly, Canaan conceived another idea: performing. This should enable him to swiftly earn some galleons to address his urgent needs. For Christmas, his mother had gifted him a violin, and over the past month, with the aid of the sorting hat, he had become quite proficient at playing several pieces. If he could perform at the Leaky Cauldron, he was certain he could earn a substantial sum, provided he maintained a good rapport with Old Tom. He believed this would not pose a challenge. The following day, Canaan, with his violin and a set of Marvel books in tow, made his way to Diagon Alley, finding the burden of these items rather cumbersome. He recalled the bags seen in the films that were enchanted with the stretching spell legendary storage bags. Although these bags were prone to damage, and their capacity depended on the strength of the enchantment and the material used, he still hoped to acquire one. Upon arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, Canaan directly conveyed his intentions to Tom. Under the weight of his pitiful gaze, Tom reluctantly agreed but stipulated that if any patrons found it displeasing, he would have to cease. Regardless of the outcome, he promised to sponsor Canaan with some galleons to assist in procuring essential magical books. What a kind-hearted individual, Canaan marveled. After perusing the bar, he settled at a table near the counter, positioned adjacent to a large window that offered a glimpse into the bustling Muggle world outside. Choosing his spot, he stood atop a stool, facing away from the window, and placed an orange gentleman's hat before him. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honor of performing for you a piece entitled Purple Passion." This selection was one he had chosen specifically, for solo violin performances often felt somewhat lacking, and suitable pieces were few. Bathed in sunlight, Canaan's silhouette appeared graceful and upright, the russet hat doing nothing to detract from his poise. With a flourish of his arm, the bow danced across the 4 strings, sending a stirring melody resonating throughout the bar. The wizards in attendance fell silent, and only after Canaan concluded did scattered applause erupt. Albeit their astonishment was palpable. The magical community possessed numerous spells and enchanted items capable of producing music. Yet this was the first time they had witnessed such a young wizard flawlessly perform such an impassioned piece, a delightful melody, a golden figure illuminated by the sun. Undoubtedly, it struck a chord deep within their hearts. Subsequently, Canaan played several more pieces, garnering praise from numerous wizards, one of whom, named Hagrid, bestowed upon him no fewer than 10 galleons. Another fortunate encounter to bolster his luck points. He had not anticipated Hagrid's wealth. Canaan mused. Afterward, he glanced into his hat, which held approximately 30 galleons alongside some stray sickles, his eyes twinkling with delight. "Little fellow, you are quite remarkable. If you were to come here every day, my bar's business would likely triple," Tom exclaimed jovially, slipping Canaan an additional 10 galleons. "Thank you, Uncle Tom," Canaan replied, accepting the coins without hesitation, as he was in dire need of funds. Turning to seek out Hagrid for a chat, he realized he had unknowingly departed. Tom mentioned he frequented the establishment often. There would surely be another opportunity, Canaan thought. He placed the galleons into the small pouch gifted by Uncle Tom, specifically designed for holding small items, and then slung the Marvel books onto his back as he headed toward Diagon Alley. At the Flourish and Blott's bookstore, Canaan approached Madame Rosmerta. "May I consign these books with you? They are the most popular titles in Britain this year," he offered, presenting the volumes. "Let me take a look. Muggle books?" The proprietor, Madame Rosmerta, inquired, receiving the books while brushing a strand of her golden hair aside. "Indeed, I pen these works. While they are Muggle stories, I believe the magic and technology contained within will appeal to many wizards," Canaan replied with a smile, recalling Tom's description of Madame Rosmerta as shrewd and capable. "Little Canaan, you must understand that Muggle books rarely sell in our establishment," Madame Rosmerta stated, her bright eyes locked onto him as she set the book down. "How about this, Madame Rosmerta? You take a look at the book first, and then we can discuss it further, shall we? If it does not meet your standards, I shall say no more," Canaan suggested, pursing his lips thoughtfully. "Very well," she conceded, albeit with a hint of reluctance, as she picked up the first Marvel book. Canaan also picked up the previously unread Fantastic Beasts and began to peruse it. Newt had written extensively about numerous magical creatures, and the content was truly fascinating. An hour later, Laster put down her Marvel comic and turned to Canaan, exclaiming with excitement, "Little Canaan, did you really write this?" Her voice brimmed with disbelief. "Indeed, Aunt Laster, my book is quite good. Isn't it? It's absolutely captivating. How did you conceive of the 6 Infinity Stones? The concept is simply brilliant." Laster's mouth fell open in astonishment, clearly still in shock over the plot. "And the magic of the Ancient One is incredible. If only we in the magical realm could wield such circle-drawing spells." "Circular spells," Canaan chuckled, bemused. "And you mentioned an alien invasion in the future. Do you think our magical community could withstand it? By the way, I believe Dumbledore is no less formidable than the Ancient One." Laster rambled on. "At Laster, could we discuss the matter of selling the book?" Canaan interjected, furrowing his brow in exasperation. "Oh, all right," Laster replied with a smile. "Little Canaan, while your book is indeed commendable, you must understand that we have never sold Muggle books before. We would be assuming considerable risk and pressure. But Aunt Laster, my books are all brought from the Muggle world. I can supply you with as many copies as you wish, incurring no costs or risks on your part. However, I will require 90% of the proceeds. Absolutely not. 90% is excessive. I need to account for labor and resources here. A 50-50 split is more reasonable. It was clear that she had agreed to sell the book. How about this? I'll bring you copies each time. They shall be sold exclusively in your bookstore. At most, I'll concede to 20%. If that doesn't work, I shall seek other avenues. Canaan asserted firmly. Very well. I'll concede to the shrewd little fellow, Laster replied, a grin illuminating her face. After signing the magical contract, Canaan wiped the virtual sweat from his brow. Their initial meeting, when she had warmly offered him milk, felt a world away now that finances had entered the conversation. Little Canaan, may I inquire why you chose to sell your book here? Laster asked kindly, her curiosity piqued about Canaan's choice of location. Because your shop offers the highest prices for books. Exiting the Lihon bookstore, Canaan jangled his small pouch. Though it bore little weight, it contained 50 galleons, 20 of which were the deposit paid in advance by Mrs. Laster. Concealing the pouch securely, Canaan prepared to meander through Diagon Alley, with some initial funds at his disposal. He could now purchase the items he had previously considered. The alley was not overly crowded today, and the surrounding shops appeared somewhat forlorn in their business. Canaan arrived at the Owl Emporium, renowned for its extensive collection of owls across the entirety of the United Kingdom. Although the shop primarily specialized in owls, various other types of pets could also be found within its walls. A snow-white owl captured Canaan's attention. It lifted its head within the cage, its large round eyes fixating on the approaching Canaan, emitting a couple of soft hoots. How much is this owl? Canaan inquired, intrigued, glancing at the plump lady beside him. The shop owner, whose face was adorned with freckles. This one is named Syndra. She costs 7 galleons. Very well, I shall take her, Canaan responded, retrieving 7 galleons and handing them to the lady. He sensed a certain intelligence in the owl, believing she would make a capable messenger. Here is a bag of owl feed for you. You may also offer her some biscuits and breadcrumbs. Moreover, Syndra is somewhat averse to water. So please take good care of her, the lady advised kindly, handing over the birdcage and feed to Canaan. Thank you, madam, Canaan replied earnestly, noting the lady's affection for her pets. With Syndra in hand, Canaan proceeded towards the second-hand shop, intending to purchase a somewhat damaged wand and a few spellbooks. Initially, he had planned to acquire a wand from the wand shop, but upon discovering that he could not purchase one without a Hogwarts acceptance letter, he reluctantly opted for the damaged wand as a temporary solution. Good morning, Mr. Duran, Canaan greeted as he spotted Duran behind the counter. Noticing the shop was devoid of customers at that moment. You little rascal, do not touch anything in here, Duran replied with a fierce expression. However, upon seeing Canaan enter, his demeanor shifted dramatically. I understand, sir. I am here to buy that one from last time, along with a few books. This time, I have brought sufficient funds, Canaan said with a cheerful smile, shaking the bag of galleons. Just a moment. Duran slowly rose from his chair, his tone now considerably more amiable. Listen, although every wand is essential for a wizard, it is advisable to purchase your first wand from a dedicated wand shop. This wand is functional, but it may not be the best fit for you. I believe this wand is quite suitable. It appears to be made of pearwood, which might be perfect for me, Canaan remarked eagerly, eyeing the wand longingly, yearning for an instrument to practice magic. You have knowledge of wand materials? Duran inquired, leaning closer, intrigued by Canaan's assessment. Indeed, I have perused numerous books on wands at Leaky Cauldron. I am confident I can navigate this, Canaan nodded, feeling a sense of relief at Duran's softened demeanor. Regardless, he was determined to acquire the wand. I haven't encountered a clever little one like you in ages, Duran muttered, pacing back and forth, his brow furrowed as if contemplating something. Suddenly, he approached Canaan, crouching down to meet his gaze with his murky eyes. You would do well to visit Ollivander's. A wizard's wand is akin to a companion, and you must choose wisely. Sir, I understand. But I have yet to reach the age for Hogwarts enrollment, so I cannot purchase one, Canaan explained. Ah, I forgot. This cursed Britain has numerous restrictions on wizards. Duran seemed to reminisce before turning to Canaan again. Why do you wish for a wand at this moment? Sir, I wish to experiment with some basic spells, and I believe every wizard should possess their own wand. A wand is like our partner, Canaan replied earnestly. Excellent. A wizard without a wand can hardly be considered a wizard, Duran remarked, a satisfied smile emerging on his face, having made up his mind. Come with me. With that, he closed the shop door and beckoned Canaan to follow him into the back room. Canaan gazed at Duran's actions with a hint of bewilderment, his feet rooted to the spot, hesitating to follow. He could not fathom the intentions of the proprietor of this antiquities shop. "Come inside. I have the wand you seek," Duran remarked, glancing back with a gentle explanation. "Very well, sir," Canaan responded, though his heart was laden with uncertainty as he quickened his pace to catch up. He found the stark contrast in the shopkeeper's demeanor disconcerting. After reassuring himself by touching the dagger sheath at his waist, he felt a modicum of comfort. If necessity arises, he resolved to act preemptively. Duran remained oblivious to Canaan's subtle gestures as he led the way. The interior was dimly lit, with only a flickering yellow candle mounted on the wall, its flame swaying gently in the breeze. "What do you intend to do with the wand?" Duran suddenly inquired as they traversed the cramped quarters. "I plan to practice some fundamental spells," Canaan replied candidly. "You must keep it hidden then. The Ministry of Magic forbids unlicensed wizards from practicing. They believe that young sorcerers cannot adequately control their innate powers, making wielding a wand perilous," Duran chuckled, his tone considerably lighter. He continued, "Some spells bear a degree of danger. Should you find yourself perplexed, feel free to consult me." "That would be splendid, however, Mr. Duran." "I currently do not possess a wand," Canaan admitted, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation, feeling it premature to discuss such matters. "You shall soon have one. There are wands here that will surely delight you." Hearing Canaan's response, Duran erupted in laughter. He then led Canaan into what appeared to be a bedroom. Furnished with a small bed, its disheveled bedding a testament to neglect, surrounded by scattered garments. "Oh, pay no mind to the mess. I've been remiss in tidying up," he remarked, producing a sleek, ebony wand with a curved design, and waved it lightly. "Clean up." Instantly, the clothing on the bed flew into an orderly arrangement, transforming the room into a markedly neater space. "How marvelous, such enchanting magic," Canaan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with wonder, for it was his first encounter with authentic sorcery. Duran then approached the bed and tapped the azure floor thrice with his wand. A rumbling sound echoed as the floor began to shift, revealing a dark abyss with a staircase leading downward. "Follow me, and mind your step," Duran instructed, casting a luminescent charm before leaping into the depths below without awaiting Canaan's inquiry. Canaan followed closely behind, feeling the air around him was thick and stagnant, as if it had not been disturbed for ages. The walls surrounding them were coated in dust, and the stone steps beneath their feet were uneven and treacherous. "This place is truly dreadful," Canaan lamented. "I seldom use this passage anymore, which is why it has fallen into such disarray." Duran cautioned him, "Watch your step. There's a protruding stone ahead." "What passage do you use then?" Canaan inquired with curiosity. "Phantom shift, a form of spatial teleportation magic," Duran replied. "I am aware of such magic. I have heard it is perilous and the experience is quite unpleasant." "Unpleasant experience?" Duran nodded with a smile, clearly in agreement with Canaan's assessment. After traversing the dim, damp steps for about a minute, they arrived at a spacious chamber where suddenly lights ignited around them, illuminating the surroundings. In this concealed basement, numerous wands floated in midair, and not far away stood a desk piled with an array of wooden tools, reminiscent of a wand crafting workshop. "Sir, is this?" Canaan gasped in astonishment at the sight of the countless wands, his voice trembling. "These are all wands I have created, totaling 321. They eagerly await their rightful owners. My mission is to find them good masters," Duran explained. "Sir," then Duran, anticipating Canaan's question, interjected. "The wand outside is actually my first wand, the very first one I crafted. I can vividly recall the moment I successfully completed it." As he spoke, a nostalgic expression crossed his face. "Indeed, as you mentioned, that wand is made of pearwood, with a core of dragon heartstring. However, it is rather old and may not suit you. It is crucial to choose a wand that is right for you on your first selection," Duran added. "So, sir, did you make all of these wands?" Canaan asked, his curiosity piqued, finding the sheer number of wands almost unbelievable. "Certainly. My family has been dedicated to wand making for generations. Each member is a master craftsman. As for why I have produced so many wands, my old good shop and a rather fierce Duran cannot sustain me," he chuckled, playfully mimicking a fierce expression as if poking fun at himself. "Now, choose your wand. I am certain there is one here that is perfectly suited to you." Canaan nodded and stepped forward, gazing at the multitude of wands floating in the air, somewhat perplexed. Tilting his head, he cast a questioning glance at Duran. "How does this differ from Ollivander's method of selecting wands?" "Feel it with your heart, child," Duran encouraged from the side. Although Canaan was unaware of the true essence of heartfelt perception, he nonetheless managed to calm himself, closing his eyes and gradually channeling his magical energy. Subsequently, numerous wands in the air began to tremble, with several emitting a faint azure glow. With a swift motion, a single wand appeared to vanquish its many rivals. Soaring towards Canaan and hovering before him, Canaan opened his eyes and gazed at the wand before him, which gently swayed as if nodding in greeting. Each wand possesses its own spirit, choosing its master based on the wizard's physique, magical prowess, and personality. This particular wand, crafted from white ash and featuring a unicorn core, measures 13 inches. It seems you are a steadfast little one, Duran explained with a smile. Canaan grasped the wand before him, waving it lightly in his hand, as if he could sense the joy emanating from it. With a flicker of light, Canaan brandished the wand, attempting his first spell according to the incantation from the book. The tip of the wand began to emit a faint glow, gradually intensifying in brightness. Quite impressive talent, Delan praised. Noting that Canaan had successfully cast a basic spell upon his initial encounter with the wand, a remarkable gift in his eyes. Sir, may I inquire how many galleons this one costs? Canaan asked, his excitement palpable as he held the wand close. I believe this wand would be delighted to find a cherished companion. Perhaps you ought to inquire about my monetary means, wouldn't you? Delan chuckled heartily. Well then, consider this wand a gift to you, but you must cherish it. As I mentioned earlier, treat it as your partner. Is that agreeable? Delan's expression turned serious. Certainly, sir. Canaan replied earnestly, feeling the profound affection Delan held for the wand. Yet, he pondered, with Delan crafting so many wands, was it not primarily for profit? Or could it be that I am already charming enough to rely on my looks? Before parting, Delan gifted Canaan several second-hand books he had taken a liking to, one of which was a tattered tome on dark magic. He cautioned Canaan to seek him out when learning perilous spells, assuring him he could offer assistance. Sensing Delan's goodwill, Canaan happily agreed. Afterward, he returned to the leaky cauldron, laden with his newfound treasures. You say these books were purchased from a second-hand shop? That brazen-bald fellow? Came a voice, tinged with disbelief. Little Canaan, I should have warned you sooner. The old coot often sells fakes. There was a wizard who bought a magical mirror from him, claiming it could reveal the spirits of the deceased, but it turned out to be an ordinary mirror that merely screened. Oh, I hope the books you obtained are not counterfeit, Tom expressed with indignation upon hearing of Canaan's experience. Uncle Tom, these books were a gift from Delan. I suspect he may not be as unapproachable as he appears, Canaan remarked, recognizing that Delan's fierce exterior was a facade. A gift for you? Well, it seems he isn't entirely malicious, even deceiving children, Tom mused. But do keep your distance from him. Let me whisper this in your ear. I've heard many say that bald fellow's parents were once followers of Grindelwald, and he is a dark wizard. You know of Grindelwald, right? It is said that this fellow escaped to England during that time, and he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the English. All right, Uncle Tom, I understand, Canaan nodded, contemplating the multitude of wands in Delan's basement, sensing that Delan harbored many secrets. Nevertheless, Delan had treated him kindly, and given that he currently lacked the means to protect himself, it was not prudent for him to delve deeper into such matters. After bidding farewell to Tom, Canaan returned home, organizing his belongings and gazing at the feet-eating, wing-flapping Syndra before him. It seemed time to be forthright with his parents, and he also realized he needed a small chamber to store his possessions. At dinner, Canaan openly confessed his recent activities at the table, attributing his discovery of the magical world to a friend at Hogwarts, while also demonstrating his spell of flickering light. His parents, astonished, were compelled to believe in the existence of the magical realm and expressed a desire to invite his friend over during the holidays. Canaan, feeling somewhat helpless, nonetheless planned to take his parents to Diagon Alley soon to explore and procure some intriguing magical items for them. Time flew by, and a month had passed. During this period, Canaan had rented a small abode not far from the Uhedge estates, dedicated to practicing magic. As this wand had been acquired from Delan without being reported to the Ministry of Magic, he felt secure from any potential discovery by their officials. With the aid of the Sorting Hat, Canaan had become proficient in several basic spells, particularly excelling in the Obstructing Charm and the Disarming Charm. Delan had informed him that these spells were commonly used for combat, necessitating adeptness in their execution during a confrontation. When donning the Sorting Hat, Canaan could cast these two spells instantaneously. Even without the hat, he could perform them at the speed of an adult wizard. He increasingly recognized the immense significance of the hat in his magical journey. However, it was regrettable that the two advanced spells he yearned to master, Apparition and Disillusionment Charm, eluded him. These intricate spells required considerable magical energy, far beyond his current capabilities. He discovered that these complex incantations demanded specialized casting techniques, and merely studying from books proved insufficient. Even with the Sorting Hat at his disposal, Particularly, the pronunciation and wand movements were only briefly mentioned in texts, lacking comprehensive guidance, elements essential for successful spellcasting. During this time, he visited the second-hand shop multiple times to seek Delan's advice on certain casting techniques. However, he found that Delan was not well versed in many spells, only providing explanations on some aspects of the disillusionment charm. When Canaan posed deeper inquiries, Delan would stutter and falter in his responses, claiming he had not paid much attention during his studies, being solely interested in wand-making. Oh, what a convenient excuse. Canaan is also intent on incorporating the mind-closing spell into his studies, for he harbors many secrets within. Should he encounter a wizard who delights in prying into the thoughts of others, it would indeed spell disaster. Regrettably, Duran has not mastered the mind-closing spell and is unable to offer him guidance. It seems he must devise a solution, for this is perhaps the very purpose of Hogwarts' existence. Reflecting on the esteemed professors at Hogwarts, Canaan believes that consulting them would undoubtedly aid him in swiftly mastering a plethora of advanced enchantments. Canaan descended from his bedroom and beheld a diminutive white kitten, no larger than a palm, in hot pursuit of a clumsy bird. This hapless creature was Syndra. Acquired just a month prior, while the white kitten, named Alice, had been chosen by Helen during a recent visit to Diagon Alley. Alice, a Persian female kitten barely a month old, possessed a hint of magical lineage, which accounted for her remarkable speed. As patiently explained by the plump proprietor of the pet shop, Lincoln, on the other hand, had procured a magical mirror that could indicate whether the person before it was properly attired. If one appeared disheveled, the mirror emitted a red glow, conversely. It shone green for a well-dressed individual. This was a thoughtful gift from Canaan to Lincoln, who expressed great delight in it. "Oh, Alice, cease your antics and do not torment Syndra," Helen exclaimed, emerging from the kitchen and surveying the disarray of the living room with a furrowed brow. She harbored some regret over adopting this mischievous kitten, as the ongoing skirmishes between cat and bird had become quite a headache. Alice, gazing at the still-flapping bird, turned her head toward Helen, seemingly weighing the decision to heed her owner's command. Ultimately, she shook her head in reluctance and returned to the sofa. "Canaan, tidy up," Helen instructed with practiced ease. Ever since Canaan had demonstrated the cleaning charm in her presence, the household chores had been entrusted to him under the pretext of practicing magic. "Very well, mother." Observing his mother, who executed the task with greater finesse than himself, Canaan couldn't help but laugh. He then waved his wand, and the cluttered living room was instantly restored to order. Syndra, sensing her master's arrival, swiftly flew to Canaan's shoulder and let out a provocative coo at Alice. "Enough of this nonsense. If you vex your mother, you may find yourselves without dinner," Canaan admonished, quelling the possibility of another altercation between the two pets. He then approached the dining table and opened the Daily Prophet, a subscription he had recently acquired for 18 sickles a month, a price he deemed quite reasonable. His earnings from part-time work at the Leaky Cauldron and commissions from the Lehan bookstore had amounted to approximately 1,030 galleons, even after deducting the expenses for gifts purchased for Lincoln and Helen. Ordinarily, a wizard's monthly wage hovered around 50 galleons. Thus, Canaan's earnings over the past month far exceeded that of an average wizard's annual salary. His performances at the Leaky Cauldron, reserved for weekends, could have yielded even more had he been able to commit additional time. Canaan had his reasons for subscribing to the Daily Prophet. Deftly flipping to the back of the paper where a photograph prominently featured him in the lower left corner. He was depicted playing the violin, seemingly swaying gracefully to the music. Next to the image, a headline proclaimed genius violinist and author Canaan Brain. Below, an introduction and numerous accolades followed. A prodigious musician from a Muggle family, a sensation in the Muggle world, the prodigy beneath the red hat. Since his inaugural performance of Purple Passion, Canaan had garnered a modest reputation at the Leaky Cauldron. Each of his performances introduced a new classic piece, attracting a considerable number of wizards. In just a few weeks, he earned the title of the Beethoven of the wizarding world. Canaan felt indifferent towards this moniker, pondering why Beethoven was associated with the piano. The Marvel series of books sold at Lehan Bookstore also captivated a vast audience of wizards, prompting Mrs. Last to create a magical poster to promote the publication. With themes of futuristic technology, wondrous magic, and heroic saviors, these innovative elements undoubtedly enchanted many within the wizarding community. This combination of factors contributed to Canaan's growing fame, ultimately leading to an interview with the Daily Prophet, the semi-official newspaper of the wizarding realm. Though his feature occupied only a small section, it nonetheless attested to Canaan's burgeoning renown. Canaan activated the golden finger within his mind and discovered that his fortune points had risen to 15. This marked the second method he had recently uncovered to accrue fortune points. Previously, he had relied on cultivating the affections of Harry and Hermione, but found the increase in fortune points to be excruciatingly slow. It was not until he gained notoriety recently that he noticed a significant surge in his fortune points. He was most pleased to participate in the interview with the Daily Prophet. Canaan speculated that the source of fortune points did not originate from significant plot characters. Rather, it could be attributed to the alterations within the magical realm, or perhaps the modification of the existing narrative in this enchanted world. It is also plausible that enhancing one's influence within the wizarding community may yield fortune points. However, these conjectures necessitate gradual validation. Initially, the aim was merely to earn some galleons, but unexpectedly, Canaan acquired a substantial number of fortune points and discovered a novel source for them, which was a delightful surprise for him. "Canaan, breakfast is ready. Please call your father down to eat." Helen emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of steamed buns accompanied by a variety of sauces. "All right." Canaan beamed with joy at the sight of the new breakfast. Not long ago, following Canaan's protests, Helen had finally replaced the usual bread with a traditional Chinese breakfast featuring soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. The delectable cuisine from China quickly captured Lincoln's palate. Although Helen remarked that preparing such breakfasts required considerable time, nevertheless, she had decided to resign and focus on caring for the two of them. As the addition of 2 new family members was no small feat, Canaan, in due time, I intend to take you to meet your grandfather. He will surely be thrilled to know that his grandson is a renowned author. A rare look of nostalgia crossed Helen's face. "Mom, why have I never met my grandfather?" Canaan pondered, as Lincoln and his wife seldom mentioned him. "Your grandfather is quite a stubborn man and does not hold your father in high regard, which is why your father and I essentially eloped." Well, Canaan found this revelation astonishing. He had not anticipated such boldness and decisiveness from his parents. "What happened afterward?" he inquired, eager to learn more about the unfolding tale. "Subsequently, your grandfather moved from England to America and did not attend our wedding. After that, we lost all contact." Canaan gazed at Helen's reddening eyes and comforted her. "Mother, do not worry. When I meet grandfather, I will surely persuade him to return. We shall all live together as a family, so please do not be too sorrowful." At that moment, Lincoln descended the stairs, having overheard their conversation. Noticing the melancholic atmosphere, he burst into laughter and remarked, "Canaan, have you been bullying your mother?" He approached Helen's side, affectionately saying, "My little Helen, even when you cry, you look so lovely. Let me give you a kiss." With that, he gently planted a kiss on the corner of her eye. Canaan, taken aback by this display, felt a renewed sense of disbelief regarding his father's shamelessness. "Father, could you please refrain from flaunting your affection in front of me?" Canaan frowned, his tone a mixture of exasperation and earnestness. Having spent considerable time with Canaan, Lincoln understood the implication of flaunting affection. In a home of just the 3 of them, who else would partake in this display of love? He then playfully glanced at Canaan and added, "Moreover, this is your father's way of teaching you the art of wooing." Seeing the playful exchange between the father and son, Helen could not help but smile through her tears. "All right, I am fine now. Let us eat." "The buns have grown cold," she said. "Do try this sauce. I prepared it according to the recipe." She dipped the sauce and served each of the 2 men a small steamed bun. On the sofa, Alice stretched and rolled about, observing the once noisy trio now enveloped in warmth. Uncertain of what had transpired, she meowed. Being a cat is so much better, as she joyfully licked her paws. Canaan felt quite helpless these past few days, as Lincoln and his wife had embarked on a global tour. "Son, your father has a vacation, and your mother has resigned. So we decided to travel a bit and help your mother unwind. As for why we cannot take you along, you are still in school, and your new book remains unfinished. Most importantly, you have grown up. You can no longer be a proper third wheel. Be good. Your father and mother will bring you gifts, and remember to take care of Alice and Sindra." These were Lincoln's exact words. Canaan felt an overwhelming weariness. Ever since he had revealed his prodigious talents before them, they ceased to regard him as human. No, they did not even regard him as a child. No parent would leave a 10-year-old at home while they indulged in their own private world. Returning home from school, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. The living room was once again in disarray thanks to Alice and Sindra. With a sigh, he drew his wand and restored order, feeling his magical prowess becoming increasingly adept. As he observed his 2 pets frolicking and chasing each other, he decided to cast a petrification spell. The once writhing mass of cat and bird suddenly froze in place, their expressions frozen in terror, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. With their mother absent, they still dared to create havoc, and he would not indulge them. He confined the two petrified pets into a bird cage, muttering, "You can spend the night getting to know each other." He then cast a warming charm on the cage. A rather obscure spell he had stumbled upon in a bookstore, only applicable to inanimate objects, somewhat lackluster, yet perfectly suitable for the chilly English night. He gently tucked Alice's little white paw back inside the cage and draped a blanket over it before attending to dinner and retreating to his bedroom. He gazed at the celestial altar. Sacrifice opportunities. 2, 10 fortune points per sacrifice. Fortune points. 21. Personal items. None. This was the culmination of his recent endeavors, having accrued a total of 17 points. Along with the previously accumulated 4, he now possessed 21 points, sufficient for 2 sacrifices. He retrieved a spellbook labeled with incantations and an ancient alchemical sphere from his drawer. The former was a Hogwarts textbook he had procured from a thrift store, while the latter was a magical orb capable of storing magical energy, which Canaan had ordered from France for 150 galleons, with Syndra serving as the postal courier. Canaan prepared to use these 2 items as sacrificial offerings. Previously, he had made 2 sacrifices, one involving a pound which yielded him a small inner treasure, and another with chocolate that granted him the tears of the goddess. Although the 2 offerings bore no resemblance to one another, Canaan speculated that there might be a correlation between the sacrificial items and the rewards received. Today's endeavor would serve as a testament to his hypothesis. He first picked up the standard spell book and murmured, "Sacrifice." Ding. He obtained the Ancient One's Diary 1. The worn spellbook vanished into thin air, and a blue light flashed, revealing a time-worn book crafted from sheepskin material that materialized upon the altar in his mind. Indeed, Canaan gazed at the golden finger in his mind, noting that his fortune points had diminished by 10, leaving him with a mere 11. Within his personal belongings, a description emerged, the Diary of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, from the Marvel Universe. Upon extraction, Canaan turned his attention to the tattered book in his hand, its pages slightly yellowed and few in number. It seemed my conjecture was not unfounded. Different offerings attract the attention of various powerful beings across realms, who then bestow rewards in return. The first pound had inexplicably caught the eye of the Eastern King, while the second offering of chocolate was favored by the gluttonous goddess. This time, the magical incantation also drew the interest of a formidable magic wielder, unexpectedly revealed to be the Ancient One from Marvel. Canaan was well aware of the immense power possessed by this supreme sorcerer. However, the prompt merely indicated it was the Diary of the Ancient One. He wondered if it would yield any valuable insights. Canaan resolved to study this diary before proceeding with his next offering. The cover of the book bore a single magical symbol, a large circle adorned with irregular, curvilinear patterns, exuding an indescribable peculiarity. From a distance, the magical symbol resembled an eye, and as the curve shifted, it seemed as if the eye itself had come to life. Canaan unconsciously brushed his hand over the pages, yet found nothing amiss, hoping fervently that no curse or sinister enchantment lingered. He turned to the first page, which was filled with English text. Today, Karu cautiously led me to a cave, where we uncovered traces of magic, arcane runes etched upon the cavern walls. It was simply astonishing. We also stumbled upon a corpse, which filled me with dread. Karu discovered a book upon the body, a tome of magic. It appeared to date back to the early days of Ancient One's foray into sorcery. The subsequent passages chronicled trivial matters recorded by the Ancient One, which Canaan hastily skipped over. Continuing on, the grimoire elaborated on methods to cultivate magical power and introduced several fundamental spells. Karu suggested that the magic book be entrusted to him for the time being, with plans to secretly convene later that night to delve into its mysteries together. Canaan felt a surge of joy at Karu's unwavering trust in him. Upon finishing this page, Canaan flipped to the second page, only to be met with a blank expanse. What on earth? Canaan swiftly glanced through the subsequent pages, only to discover an absence of content. At that moment, a small inscription materialized on the second page. 1 page may be viewed per day. It appeared that the book had been enchanted by Ancient One, permitting only a daily glimpse. However, Canaan could not fathom the reasoning behind such a spell, for a diary would not necessitate such limitations. Furthermore, the act of Ancient One bestowing this diary indicated a willingness for others to peruse its contents, rendering any concealment unnecessary. Canaan found himself in a predicament, resigning to the peculiar whims of the Ancient One. He set aside his journal and prepared for a second sacrifice. Grasping the Guhuit magic orb, he murmured a hopeful incantation, wishing it would bring him fortune. Sacrifice. A chime echoed, and he procured an alchemical mirror wand. The orb vanished, and amidst a flash of azure light, a silver mirror materialized upon the altar. This alchemical mirror, hailing from the continent of Grinnell, could extract essence. The silver mirror manifested in Canaan's hands, its exterior adorned with intricate carvings of peculiar flora, reminiscent of the unique plants native to Grinnell, measuring merely 6 inches in diameter. Canaan examined the mirror closely, discovering a subtle protrusion at its base, resembling a button. Upon pressing it, an image sprang forth within the mirror. Before him lay a cramped chamber, cluttered with an assortment of jars and vials, reminiscent of a laboratory. Suddenly, an elderly man, disheveled and with hair as white as snow, appeared within the mirror, the image freezing momentarily, revealing a caption, "Live Alchemical Teaching Session by Hohenheim." One might wonder how Canaan comprehended this, as the text was in Chinese. Could it be the work of a time-traveling predecessor? Canaan pondered. For the presence of Chinese in the notion of a live session easily suggested the handiwork of a fellow traveler. Abruptly, the scene within the mirror shifted, displaying a warning sign marked by a crimson exclamation point. Warning. Central Mage Tower not connected, no magical signal. Canaan smiled. Finding this magical artifact reminiscent of a mobile phone from his previous life, akin to a phone devoid of signal, he proceeded to explore its functionalities and discovered that the mirror also possessed a touchscreen feature, displaying a product introduction. The full name of this mirror was the Hohenheim Magic Machine, crafted by the alchemy master of the Grinnell continent. This magical device enabled communication, video broadcasting, and other such functionalities. Canaan perceived this magic machine as a mere replica of a mobile phone. However, in this world, there were no mage towers, much like a phone lacking a base station. Thus, the communication and broadcasting features were rendered obsolete. The sole aspect that brought Canaan solace was the discovery of cached live stream videos from Hohenheim within the magic machine, comprising a total of 132 episodes. These range from the fundamentals of alchemy to advanced mastery, presenting a comprehensive overview, suggesting that Hohenheim had dedicated considerable time to his broadcasts. Moreover, Canaan need not fret over the energy supply of the machine, as it was inscribed with an energy magic array, a unique formation within the Grinnell magical system, capable of absorbing the ambient magical energy to replenish the magic machine's power. This magic array piqued Canaan's interest greatly. Noticing that the day was still young, Canaan resolved to immerse himself in the alchemical videos. He believed that if he could one day apply the magic machine in this world, he would undoubtedly accrue a substantial amount of fortune points. The following day, Canaan awakened at noon, relishing the Saturday's respite. The previous night, he had binge-watched 3 episodes of the alchemical videos, although bolstered by the sage's hat, which granted him an eidetic memory and an intellectual enhancement. Canaan found alchemy to be exceedingly challenging. In Hohenheim's introductory teaching videos, merely grasping the fundamentals necessitated familiarity with 198 types of metals and their properties, 58, 674 varieties of herbs along with their characteristics and growth environments, and 862 basic runes and the magic arrays they could compose. Many of the materials were entirely foreign to Canaan, likely exclusive to the Grinnell continent. He pondered about the nature of alchemy in his own world, feeling an eager curiosity to delve into the alchemical practices of this realm. He recalled that a renowned alchemical item from the films was the Philosopher's Stone, which served as the prologue to the first movie's plot, a coveted treasure sought by Voldemort. Even within Grinnell, the Philosopher's Stone, which promised immortality, was likely a rare and invaluable artifact. Canaan contemplated that even though the magical and alchemical systems of the two worlds diverged, there remained much to explore. Canaan planned to take some time in the afternoon to visit Diagon Alley to purchase alchemical materials. In each episode's conclusion, Hohenheim assigned homework, emphasizing that merely attending lectures would not enhance one's alchemical prowess. Extensive practice was essential. Canaan harbored unwavering confidence in this matter. Despite donning the mantle of a sage, he was unable to manage the materials and magic arrays with the meticulousness displayed by Hohenheim in the video. After all, true knowledge is born from practice. Upon entering the living room, he noticed a cat and a bird still petrified within their cage, and a flicker of realization crossed his mind as he tapped his forehead. "Oh, how could I have forgotten about these poor little creatures?" he lamented, with a touch of compassion. He cast the counterspell to reverse the petrification and gently extricated them from the confines of the cage. The two small beings appeared somewhat listless, weakly calling out in a feeble manner. Canaan hurriedly fetched some feed from the kitchen for the creatures, initially intending to punish them for the night, but unexpectedly slumbered until noon. Observing their despondent demeanor, it was evident that the petrification curse was rather unpleasant. He prepared some milk for Alice and offered Sindra her beloved almonds, adequately compensating them. He then retrieved a steak from the refrigerator, serving as his own lunch. After resolving his midday meal, Canaan arrived at the leaky cauldron, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The uneven floor was now adorned with fine porcelain tiles. The walls were draped in fresh white wallpaper, and a grand crystal chandelier illuminated the ceiling. The entire establishment shimmered with a renewed elegance. This renovation was a suggestion from Canaan to Old Tom, who had graciously utilized over 500 galleons of Canaan's sponsorship. Canaan believed that a refined and comfortable environment would undoubtedly attract more patrons, and given Old Tom's previous assistance, he was more than willing to reciprocate. Furthermore, for Canaan, the ambience paired with his violin would surely enhance the experience for the customers. "Little Canaan, what brings you here? Planning a trip to Diagon Alley?" Tom greeted him cheerfully. Having noticed Canaan's presence, business had improved significantly, and the enhanced environment of the pub made his work much more enjoyable, for which he was sincerely grateful to Canaan. Most patrons in the pub recognized Canaan and greeted him warmly, to which he responded amiably. His performance schedule was now fixed for Sunday afternoons, a time when the pub was relatively less crowded. "Indeed, Uncle Tom, could you kindly open the door for me?" Canaan replied with a smile. Although he possessed a wand, its dubious origins prevented him from using it openly. Thus, he relied on Old Tom's assistance for his visits to Diagon Alley. "By the way, Uncle Tom, please remember to save me a glass of Venus," Canaan requested, referring to the muggle beverage he had recommended to Tom, which had gained considerable popularity among wizards and often sold out. "Certainly, I'll reserve one for you," Old Tom responded with a hearty laugh. On this day, a fine drizzle graced Diagon Alley, accompanied by a chilly breeze, prompting Canaan to huddle his neck against the cold. He dashed to the leaky cauldron, where he settled his account with Madame Rosmerta and swiftly retrieved several sets of Marvel series books from a storage pouch. This pouch, which Canaan had recently purchased for 400 galleons, possessed a space comparable to a small warehouse. "Little Canaan, a few of my overseas friends are interested in selling your books. What do you think?" Madame Rosmerta inquired amicably, having profited significantly from selling Canaan's works and recognizing the rising fame of this budding genius in the wizarding world. "Aunt Rosmerta, feel free to decide. The profit share will remain the same. Just let me know in advance how many books you need," Canaan responded, pleased at the prospect of his work reaching the international wizarding community. Subsequently, Canaan visited the second-hand shop, where Delran's temper remained as foul as ever. Canaan witnessed him scold two customers, realizing that he had been relatively amiable towards himself. "Uncle Delran, here's a recording of my music. You might enjoy it in your leisure time," Canaan offered, presenting a muggle tape recorder. During a previous performance, he had noticed Delran in the audience and learned of his fondness for music. In gratitude, he had recorded all the pieces he had played. "Very thoughtful of you, little one. Thank you for the gift. I truly appreciate it," Delran said, his demeanor softening as he smiled at Canaan. Only in Canaan's presence did he reveal such gentleness. During this time, Canaan often visited the second-hand shop, bringing Delran cakes and engaging him in conversation, which brought immense joy to the long lonesome Delran. Hence, Delran held a strong fondness for Canaan. However, Delran soon adopted a serious expression, leaning closer to Canaan and lowering his voice. "Canaan, listen to me. Try to refrain from going out for the next few days. Also, postpone tomorrow's event at the Leaky Cauldron." Canaan, bewildered, was just about to inquire when Derlan interrupted him. "There are certain matters that are better left unknown. Your current reputation may very well attract the attention of some individuals. However, heed my words." Subsequently, he gazed deeply at Canaan before dismissing him, closing the shop's grand door behind him. Canaan, though perplexed, could discern from Duran's words that significant events were likely imminent within the realm of sorcery. Observing the sparse crowds along the street, an unsettling premonition lingered in Canaan's mind. After procuring the necessary alchemical materials, he hastened back to the Broken Pot Tavern to inform everyone that the performance scheduled for the following day had been cancelled. He exchanged a few words with Uncle Tom, inquiring about the recent happenings in the wizarding world, only to find that Uncle Tom was equally uninformed. With no fruitful discoveries from Uncle Tom, Canaan finished his drink and offered a few reminders to ensure Tom's safety in the coming days. Upon returning home, a breath of relief escaped Canaan as he beheld Alice and Sindrin nestled together, engrossed in a television show, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. It appeared that the punishment from the previous day had been remarkably effective, as the two had now become close friends. Entering his bedroom, Canaan opened Ancient One's diary, eager to explore the contents of the second page. Within the pages of the spellbook, they had uncovered a method to materialize elemental energy, a technique that also applied to the magical essence within their bodies. Karu had solidified a golden shield of magic to deflect attacks, incorporating the defensive runes mentioned in the text. How had he not thought of that? He too could condense his magical energy into a golden whip. Alas, the magical essence within him remained scant. It was clear that he needed to diligently practice his meditation techniques daily. The subsequent entries in the diary thrilled Canaan, detailing the method for materializing elemental energy, as well as the gestures required for forming the golden shield and directing magical energy. The sole disappointment was the absence of a description for the meditation techniques referenced in the text. Canaan had noticed that his magical growth had been painfully slow. After merely casting a few spells, his energy was nearly depleted. Acquiring the meditation technique would prove immensely beneficial for his development. Canaan gazed at the diary, endeavoring to conjure a golden shield as described within its pages. He discerned that this method of spell casting diverged significantly from the wand-based incantations of the Harry Potter universe. It did not require verbal spells, but instead relied on the intricate guidance of magical energy and specific gestures. On his initial attempt, the golden circular shield only materialized halfway in his grasp before dissipating. The complexity of channeling the magical energy, coupled with the necessity to inscribe the defensive rune within the shield, proved to be quite challenging. Furrowing his brow, Canaan resumed his practice. After approximately half an hour of diligent effort, he finally succeeded in manifesting the golden shield. Much like the scenes depicted in films, a circular shield approximately 30 centimeters in diameter emerged in Canaan's hand. He touched it, finding it to be solid and quite sturdy. It appeared capable of withstanding not only magical attacks, but also bullets. However, he noticed certain areas of the shield's magical patterns flickering inconsistently, indicating a flaw in the rune's inscription. He resolved to practice further. After considerable practice, Canaan shook his sore hands, having now attained proficiency in this spell. With the enhancement of the Sage's Hat, he could execute the spell in a mere second. The primary challenge lay in the intricate method of channeling magical energy in conjunction with specific gestures, rendering the entire casting process rather cumbersome. He felt that the current speed of his spell casting was his limit, unless he dedicated additional time to further practice. Noticing the sky had darkened, Canaan descended to the lower level, resolved his dinner, and fed his two pets a bit of their feed. He then donned his storage pouch and made his way to the secluded little house he had recently rented, which he intended to use as his magical base for alchemical experiments. After all, conducting certain hazardous experiments at home was rather inconvenient. He retrieved the tools and materials he had purchased from Diagon Alley from his storage pouch. Fortunately, this particular alchemical endeavor was relatively simple. He aimed to create a pair of insulated gloves that could seamlessly adhere to the skin, serving as an excellent aid for housewives. Canaan wishes to create a gift for Helen, which should prove quite useful during her vegetable chopping and laundry tasks. Although the gloves possess limited functions, the intricate magic array upon them is quite complex. Hohenheim mentioned in the video that these alchemical gloves are particularly well suited for novices to practice their skills. Canaan activated the magical mirror, meticulously reviewing the video once more, ensuring that he grasped every intricate detail of the process before embarking on the creation of his gloves. The material he sought was a hollow fabric known as griner, spun from the silk of hollow silkworms. In Diagon Alley, Canaan discovered a similar fabric as a substitute. Yet the challenge lay in the interlocking of various magical arrays upon the cloth. Alas, another failure. He set aside the botched gloves, marking his third unsuccessful attempt. What he had initially perceived as a straightforward alchemical experiment proved far more complex than anticipated. Gazing at the dwindling fabric, he resolved to return to Diagon Alley the following day to procure additional materials. The next day, Canaan slumbered until noon. Having stayed up late the previous night to watch 2 episodes of the video, he identified numerous issues in his prior alchemical endeavors and was convinced that with the right materials, he would successfully craft the gloves this time. The weather was somewhat dreary, with snowflakes drifting in the air as he made his way to the leaky cauldron. Upon arrival, he noted the sparse number of patrons, likely a consequence of the performance cancellation announced the day before. While he lamented the loss of potential earnings, he recalled old Derlin's counsel, opting for caution instead. He also decided to swiftly return home after purchasing the materials, determined not to linger. Upon reaching Diagon Alley, Canaan found Derlin's thrift shop closed, initially hoping to inquire further. He now hurried to complete his alchemical purchases and return home. Unbeknownst to him, 2 cloaked wizards trailed closely behind. "Reed, are you certain this is the little fellow? Canaan Brain, the famed prodigy?" One of the cloaked figures whispered, his gaze fixed intently on Canaan ahead. "Indeed, it is him. I had planned to act today at the leaky cauldron, but the event's cancellation has altered my plans. However, if we eliminate him, it should suffice to fulfill our task," replied Reed. The other cloaked wizard, his tall, lean figure marked by a prominent scar across his nose. "Anyone of influence counts, does it not? Killing him will surely make headlines in tomorrow's Prophet, lamenting our brilliant wizard's tragic demise at the hands of dark sorcerers. Furthermore, I detest wizards born of muggles. What threat does a wandless child pose to us? Enough, Scotta. Do not let your guard down. If we are discovered by the Aurors of Britain, you know the consequences," Reed stated coolly. At this, Scotta seemed to envision terrifying scenarios, shivering deeply before lapsing into silence, adopting a more subdued demeanor. As Canaan emerged from Diagonal Alley, he beheld the snow descending from the heavens with increasing fervor. Rubbing his hands together, he resolved to head directly to the alchemical laboratory, intent on crafting his protective gloves first. Oblivious to the perilous situation that surrounded him, two individuals employed a disillusionment charm, trailing behind Canaan as he entered a secluded cottage. Exchanging a glance, they agreed to follow him inside. With a silencing charm and a door-opening spell, the door creaked open without a sound. A gust of frigid air swept into the room. Upon entering, Canaan turned his head, noticing the slowly ajar door, puzzled as to whether he had neglected to secure it properly. Suddenly, a chilling breeze enveloped him, yet he discerned only a few scattered snowflakes drifting in. Outside, a blizzard raged. Alarmed, Canaan's eyes widened as he immediately grasped that he was not alone. "Avada Kedavra!" Reed bellowed, brandishing his wand. Canaan suddenly beheld a shadow materialize before him, a figure wielding a wand that unleashed a spell, a green light hurtling towards him with alarming speed, leaving him no time to react. "This is the end." A look of terror crossed Canaan's face. Reed, who had just entered the room, recognized the astonishment on Canaan's visage and understood that he had been discovered. A seasoned practitioner, he aimed directly at Canaan's head and cast a lethal curse. Although his opponent was merely a child, years of experience as a dark wizard had instilled in him a habit of extreme caution and bloodthirstiness. In despair, Canaan instinctively closed his eyes, only to feel a force strike his hat. The green death curse collided with his red sage's hat, instantly rebounding. Reed stared in disbelief as the curse hurtled back towards him. How could this be? The reflected spell struck him, and with his mouth agape, he slowly collapsed to the ground, his wand falling far from his grasp. Canaan opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Scotta, witnessing his fallen companion beside him, was taken aback. Unable to comprehend how this child's red hat could deflect a death curse, a spell widely acknowledged in the magical community to be without counter, he reassured himself, only to swiftly draw his wand, preparing for a fierce attack. Noticing the other standing dark-robed wizard also brandishing his wand, Canaan had no time for hesitation. He quickly conjured a golden shield with his left hand while his right hand reached for his wand at his waist. Shattered. Scotta furiously struck his wand with all his might. A white spell collided with the golden shield, sparking brilliantly. What kind of magic is this? Seeing the golden shield in Canaan's hand successfully block his spell, he exclaimed in astonishment. "Disarm your weapon." Canaan pressed the golden shield forward with his left hand, swiftly drawing his wand with his right, launching a counterattack with his most practiced spell. Scotta, taken aback, had not anticipated that Canaan had concealed another wand at his waist, and his casting speed was astonishingly rapid. Before he could react, he was struck by the incantation, feeling a tremendous force as his body slammed against the wall behind him, his wand flying away. Observing both adversaries incapacitated, Canaan swiftly approached and delivered a finishing spell, Petrification. He then dragged the two into the room, confiscating their wands. The tall, dark-robed wizard, having been struck by the rebounding death curse, was lifeless, while the petrified wizard remained frozen in the position he had fallen, his wide-open eyes reflecting an expression of utter incredulity. Canaan bound their hands and feet with rope, a lingering fear in his heart, as he genuinely worried that these two individuals might suddenly rise and cast another deadly curse upon him. Once all was accomplished, Canaan took a seat on the adjacent chair, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and he exhaled in relief. The recent skirmish had been perilously intense. He reflected that had it not been for his sage's hat deflecting the lethal spell and conjuring the golden shield, he might have faced a fate worse than death. Canaan held the hat in his hands, inspecting it closely. He noticed a large tear in the red fabric, charred black around the edges, while the inner lining remained unscathed. A wave of relief washed over him. Had the inner lining been damaged, it would have been a significant loss. To his surprise, the inner lining still possessed the ability to rebound the deadly curse, which was an unexpected stroke of fortune. The pressing matter at hand was to uncover the reasons behind their intent to kill him. Adjusting the little Red Riding Hood back onto his head, Canaan turned his gaze towards the living wizard before him. He was prepared to employ the soul extraction spell. The incantation derived from the charred black magic tome that contained numerous dark enchantments. Delrain had warned him that such magic was inherently malevolent and required a wicked intent to be cast. Frequent use could alter the caster's disposition. However, with no better options at his disposal, Canaan resolved to attempt the soul extraction spell, intending to cease immediately if it felt amiss. "Spirit, depart," he chanted towards the petrified wizard. Skada appeared somewhat dazed, his gaze blankly fixed on Canaan. It seemed the spell was effective, and he felt no adverse effects. The casting of the soul extraction spell flowed effortlessly, devoid of any peculiar sensations. Could it be due to the sage's hat? Removing the sage's hat, he malevolently directed another incantation at Skada. "Spirit, depart." This time, the wand exhibited no response. Indeed, it was evident that the forbidden spell could not be cast so easily. The assistance of the sage's hat was essential for the successful execution of the soul extraction incantation. Suppressing his internal elation, Canaan focused on the dark wizard before him. "Now, I am your master, and you shall obey my every command," Canaan instructed. "What is your name, and why did you seek to kill me?" "Master, my name is Skada. Because you hold a modest reputation in England and possess considerable wealth, Reed and I conspired to eliminate you to fulfill our mission." Skada bowed his head respectfully, seemingly ashamed of his actions. Canaan smiled wryly, realizing that he had been targeted for assassination due to this very reason. It seemed he had been rather too conspicuous of late. The fallen companion beside him must be Reed. "What mission do you need to accomplish? And who assigned it to you?" he inquired. "We are tasked with locating a renowned wizard in England and eliminating him to instigate panic and exert pressure on the Ministry of Magic." The order was issued by Grindelwald. Grindelwald. Canaan recalled that the first Dark Lord was indeed Grindelwald. Before his journey across dimensions, he had watched the film Fantastic Beasts, which depicted Grindelwald's scheme to incite a war between wizards and muggles, ultimately thwarted by Dumbledore. In his view, Grindelwald's influence back then was rivaled only by Voldemort in the present day, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, Voldemort's dominion was confined to Britain, whereas Grindelwald had a profound impact on the entire wizarding world. However, wasn't Grindelwald imprisoned in Nurmengard? How could he possibly be involved now? Canaan pressed. "Did Grindelwald personally assign you this task?" "Not directly. We have allied ourselves with someone who claims to be a servant of Grindelwald. He asserts that everything he commands us to do is for Grindelwald's sake, to lead us in rescuing him and restoring the glory of the magical realm," Skada replied, his demeanor filled with reverence. Yet, Canaan noticed that despite being under the Imperius curse, Skada's expression brimmed with yearning when he spoke Grindelwald's name. It appeared that even after all these years, Grindelwald's seductive rhetoric continued to sway many wizards harboring prejudices against muggles. "So, you have dispatched dark wizards to sow chaos in numerous countries?" Canaan continued his inquiry. "Indeed, master. And what is your connection to Durlan?" Canaan asked, noting that both wizards wielded wands crafted by Durlan, who had mentioned leaving traces on his creations during their previous conversation. "Durlan? The bald one? He is responsible for supplying us with wands. I am not well acquainted with him. I only know he is one of ours, concealed in England, providing us with intelligence and funding." Skada shook his head, evidently lacking extensive knowledge about the identity of the old Durlan. Canaan proceeded to ask several more questions, only to find that Skada was not privy to much information. He was merely a low-ranking member of their organization, ultimately feeling that little had been gained. Canaan administered a more potent variant of the Petrificus Totalis spell. This enhanced version was different from the one cast on Alice and her companions. Its petrifying power was significantly greater. It had been provided by Durlan and was unique in that it not only rendered the body rigid but also caused all bodily functions to cease, plunging the victim into a deep slumber. Canaan perceived that those afflicted by this petrifying curse were akin to being indirectly gazed upon by a basilisk, capable of enduring without sustenance for an extended period. However, he contemplated the Black Wizard organization that instigated panic within the wizarding communities across various nations, ostensibly aiming to exert pressure on the authorities and subsequently release Grindelwald. Yet, a sudden realization dawned upon Canaan that their intentions were far more intricate. After all, he was somewhat familiar with the general trajectory of this world and understood that, in the future, Grindelwald would meet his demise at the hands of Voldemort rather than being prematurely liberated. Furthermore, from his perspective, such acts reminiscent of terrorism from his previous life. designed to incite chaos, would pose no genuine threat to the officials. Rather, it would only solidify their resolve to eradicate them. Even if, hypothetically, the authorities succumbed to the pressure and released Grindelwald, his advanced age and diminished power would render him of little significance to this organization. Canaan now harbors concerns for Duran's safety. As a member of their ranks, undertaking the perilous task of assassinating influential figures across nations is fraught with danger. Moreover, had it not been for Duran's timely warning, Canaan might have proceeded to host an event at the Broken Pot Tavern, where the prospect of a deadly curse descending upon them would have become a grim reality. Canaan cast a shrinking spell upon the two sorcerers, subsequently stowing them away in a storage pouch. The enhanced petrification spell rendered individuals incapable of any physiological actions, ensuring that even when confined within the pouch, their lives remained unthreatened. However, his sole predicament lay in determining how to deal with the still-living dark sorcerer. Canaan returned home and fed his two pets. He noticed that after spending a night together, the two no longer glared at each other as they once did. They seemed to have become good friends, nestled together all day long. Perhaps the bonds of animal friendship can arise so unexpectedly. However, when Canaan saw Sindra gently nuzzling Alice, he suddenly felt an odd sensation. Could it be? Moreover, owls and cats surely belong to the same species, don't they? After casually finishing dinner, Canaan entered his bedroom, eager to peruse the entries in the diary of Ancient One from that day. The golden shield spell he had learned yesterday had saved his life. Thus he anticipated discovering more profound magical knowledge within its pages. Yet, today's contents were destined to disappoint him. Upon scanning the page, he found it filled with trivial matters concerning the Ancient One and events involving Karu, devoid of the magical insights he had hoped for. The only revelation was that the Ancient One was a woman. It seemed today would yield no fruitful discoveries. Canaan set the diary aside, gently massaging his temples. As he relaxed, the harrowing scenes of the day replayed in his mind, and he suddenly realized that his strength was still insufficient. Although he was adept with several common spells, his lack of battle experience and limited magical power rendered him inadequate in combat, particularly against adult wizards. Furthermore, during his confrontation with Skarda, his magical energy could not sustain the golden shield for long. Had it not been for the effectiveness of the wand hidden at his waist, he might have found himself lying on the ground instead. He knew he could not afford to lower his guard. Canaan pondered that, in recent times, he had been making a name for himself in the wizarding world to earn fortune points. But it seemed prudent to remain discreet and develop his abilities without attracting attention in the absence of self-preservation methods. The next day, Sindra returned from outside, bringing with her the latest edition of the Prophet. As expected, Canaan saw numerous reports of attacks within its pages. Just yesterday, Professor Sladen had been assaulted by 3 dark wizards on Park Lane in New York. 2 of the assailants were killed on the spot by the arriving Aurors and Professor Sladen, while one managed to escape and remains at large. Tragically, dozens of Muggles perished in this calamity. The American Magical Congress stated that the attack was premeditated and linked to the infamous Gellert Grindelwald. Many American wizards protested, demanding accountability from the Ministry of Magic and swift action to mitigate the incident's impact on the Muggle community. Simultaneously, the French wizarding community announced that they had apprehended 2 dark wizards claiming allegiance to Grindelwald's faction, who were plotting to incite chaos in various magical realms. Thus far, no incidents involving dark wizards harming others had occurred within the British magical domain. But the British Ministry of Magic urged all wizards to remain vigilant and report any suspicious individuals of uncertain identity promptly. After perusing all the reports, Canaan realized that this organization had indeed fallen on hard times. Aside from causing some unrest in the United States, it had made scarcely a ripple in the realm of sorcery in other countries. However, he felt a twinge of concern for Deland, uncertain about his circumstances. Setting aside the newspaper with a sigh, Canaan noted that it was Monday, and he had to attend school. At this moment, he found little significance in his education. Spending his days among a group of young children with relatively simple coursework felt like a torment. He needed to find time to discuss with his parents the possibility of taking a break from school, perhaps to return to Hogwarts once he turned 11. Canaan resolved to waste no more time on trivial pursuits. Following the recent attack, he was eager to enhance his abilities and explore means of self-protection rather than squander time on meaningless endeavors. Time slipped by swiftly, and Lincoln and Helen's globe-trotting adventure had come to an end. In the living room, Canaan gazed at his father, who was adorned in traditional Han attire, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead. "Dad, what is this?" "Son, this is what your mother chose for me. She said it's Hanfu from 2,000 years ago in China." "Ha ha ha. I think it looks rather nice. He then proudly twirled around. Yes. It's quite nice, Canaan replied insincerely. Although Lincoln was not unattractive, seeing a foreigner dressed in Hanfu struck him as oddly unsettling. Canaan turned his gaze towards Helen, who had just emerged after changing her clothes. Her long hair was elegantly styled, and beneath her exquisite features, she donned a delicate lavender Hanfu, creating an extraordinarily harmonious appearance. Canaan was momentarily entranced. My mother is truly beautiful, he offered in praise. Oh, you charm her, Helen replied playfully, amused by her precious son's compliment. Canaan, this is a gift we brought back from China for you. Let us see if it suits you. Helen then retrieved a miniature Hanfu from her bag. With enthusiasm, she added, I also picked out a set for your grandfather, which we will present to him when we visit. She appeared quite eager. Oh, very well, mother. Canaan said reluctantly as he donned the Hanfu. Standing before the mirror, he discovered that it was rather charming. A few days ago, we first visited Russia to catch a glimpse of the aurora borealis, but unfortunately we waited 3 days without success. Afterwards, we traveled to China. It was our first visit there, and the scenery was truly delightful. We even climbed the Great Wall. Lincoln recounted their travel tales with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Helen presented a plethora of gifts: canned fish for Alice, nuts for Cinderella, and a scarf for Harry. Canaan selected a model of the Great Wall from within, intending to place it on his desk as a decorative piece. During dinner, he directly presented his desire to take a leave of absence from school to his parents. No, Canaan, you are aware that in some matters we strive to allow you to exercise your independence, but regarding your wish to suspend your studies, I cannot acquiesce. Helen firmly articulated her stance. Canaan, you must understand that school is not merely a place for acquiring knowledge. It is also where you forge friendships and broaden your horizons. While we recognize your intelligence and that your insights on certain matters rival those of adults, school remains the sole environment in which you can truly grow, does it not? Lincoln added, continuing, however, we acknowledge your strong opinions, and I wish to hear your reasoning. Canaan anticipated his parents' objections. Dad, Mom, I have my reasons for this. He produced the recent issue of the Prophet, detailing an attack that had transpired in the magical realm a few days prior. As you know, when I turn 11, I may be enrolled in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but the magical world is not as serene as it appears. It harbors various perilous magical creatures and malevolent dark wizards. Fearing his parents' concern, he refrained from disclosing his own encounter with the attack, instead offering them a brief overview of the dangers present in the magical realm. Canaan paused momentarily before expressing his desire. I wish to protect myself and safeguard you all. Moreover, I have reached a point in my education where I find little of value. I do not wish to squander my time on the tedium of school. So, Mom and Dad, can you comprehend my feelings? He earnestly gazed at Lincoln and Helen. Must you truly attend Hogwarts, Canaan? Helen inquired, her eyes scanning the newspaper filled with various attack incidents. The realization struck her that the magical realm was fraught with peril, and she suddenly yearned for Canaan to refrain from engaging with magic, to lead an ordinary life, for that world was undeniably dangerous. Mother, you are aware of the allure magic holds for me. I could never relinquish it. At that moment, Lincoln grasped Helen's hand. Some matters cannot be evaded. And our darling boy is exceptionally intelligent. We must place our trust in him. He understood all too well that certain issues could not be sidestepped. He then turned his attention back to Canaan, saying, Canaan, your father was unaware of the dangers within the magical world and the burdens you carry. However, I am delighted that you have chosen to voice your thoughts and engage in discussion with your parents. Pursue your aspirations. Although we are mere ordinary folk devoid of magical abilities, your mother and I will undoubtedly support you. He squeezed Helen's hand and exchanged a knowing smile with her, clearly in agreement with Canaan's intention to take a break from school. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Canaan said, deeply moved. Since arriving in this world, Lincoln and Helen had always shown him understanding, providing comfort in his times of need. Having grown up as an orphan in his past life, he had never experienced such familial warmth. He suddenly recalled a phrase inscribed in Ancient One's diary: love is the greatest force of humanity, a power surpassing any form of magic. Yet, he pondered what kind of love Ancient One experienced. Was it akin to the affection shared with Karu? Canaan's mind wandered with playful conjecture. Later that night, just before bedtime, Lincoln stealthily entered Canaan's room and discreetly handed him a pistol. Son, I believe this might be of assistance to you, but exercise caution in its use. At that time in England, gun control laws were not yet stringent, and many households possessed firearms. Thank you, Father. This will be quite useful, Canaan replied, concealing the weapon. After all, such a lethal instrument could deliver a devastating blow to a wizard if employed unexpectedly. Well then, I shall take my leave. Observing that the gift was beneficial for his son brought Lincoln joy. As he reached the door, he offered Canaan a gesture of encouragement before gently closing the door behind him. Canaan listened to the fading footsteps, a smile gracing his lips as he drifted into slumber. On this day, he ventured into Diagon Alley with a satchel, a week having passed since the incident that led to his temporary withdrawal from school. With no classes to attend, Canaan had devoted his time to studying the alchemical experiments of Hohenheim. Recently, he had successfully crafted protective gauntlets, which he gifted to Helen. Today, his visit to Diagon Alley served a dual purpose, replenishing the stock at the Leaky Cauldron and procuring alchemical materials. In his laboratory, he had conducted numerous experiments, culminating in the creation of a hat that changes color with the light. Hohenheim had affectionately dubbed this creation the Forgiveness Hat, as it transforms to a vibrant green under bright illumination. It is noteworthy that the dark wizard Skada had been retained by Canaan to maintain the laboratory. Canaan confiscated his wand and frequently cast a soul-binding curse upon him, as his magical reserves were insufficient. Each curse could only sustain for about 5 days. Meanwhile, the remains of another wizard had already been buried in a secluded spot. After settling his accounts with Madame Roseth, Canaan found himself with over 300 galleons. Recently, he had halted his performances at the Broken Cauldron, feeling the strain of dwindling funds, as many alchemical materials were exceedingly costly. Canaan arrived at the Magical Materials Shop, renowned for its extensive collection of magical ingredients in Diagon Alley. Aside from some rare materials, it also offered a variety of wizard potions, including Veritaserum and Wisdom-enhancing potion. Canaan spotted a bottle of Felix Felicis, priced at 893 galleons. After feeling the weight of his purse, he realized he could only afford a single vial. He began to contemplate a career change, as it seemed that potion-making was more esteemed than alchemy in this world. However, Horstheim had mentioned in his videos that potions were merely a branch of alchemy, and he would later explain how to concoct them in subsequent lessons. Canaan felt a surge of anticipation. Exiting the shop, he found himself with less than 100 galleons remaining after purchasing a substantial amount of materials. He then hurried to the second-hand shop, only to discover it had yet to open. Disheartened, he chose not to linger and returned to the Leaky Cauldron. "Hey, Canaan, when are you going to perform here?" One wizard called out. Yes. It's been ages since we've heard your music." Many of the wizards in the pub greeted him warmly, evidently eager for his violin performance, which they had long awaited. "Please, everyone, do not fret. I am preparing a surprise for you all, and I have been working diligently. I will perform again soon, and Uncle Tom will notify you of the specific date. Thank you all for your support." Canaan felt the need to return to his old craft, as his galleons were insufficient to meet his alchemical material needs. Inspired by the Muggle world, he resolved to create a magical item known as the Magical Lantern, which Horstheim had introduced in his video. This lantern would not only resemble stage lights from a later era, but would also conjure a host of tiny sprites to dance in midair, enhancing the ambience. Additionally, the colors and intensity of the light could be altered at will. Once hung from the ceiling, coupled with music, the effect would surely be remarkable. "Welcome back, my master," Skada greeted as he opened the door to the alchemical laboratory and prepared a cup of coffee. "Please return to your quarters and do not disturb me." Canaan was quite satisfied with Skada's service, although under the influence of the soul-binding curse, which rendered him somewhat sluggish in his actions. He found Skada to be an adequate servant. "Yes, my master," Skada replied respectfully, bowing his head as he retreated to his own quarters. Canaan retrieved materials from the storage bag, arranging them meticulously according to their classifications. Recently, with the increase in his alchemical endeavors, he felt his proficiency in alchemy soaring to new heights, incomparable to his earlier attempts. He was now preparing to craft a warning magical thread, a delicate and translucent filament that, when placed underground outside the house, would activate upon detecting magical energy from any approaching sorcerer, thereby alerting the homeowner. This was an original concept devised by Canaan, with the sole challenge being that the raw material for the magical thread was an exceedingly fine spider silk, making the engraving of magical runes rather arduous. In one of his videos, Hohenheim had mentioned techniques for inscribing runes on small object materials, which Canaan decided to attempt. After 3 hours and some wasted spider silk, he successfully produced a batch of warning magical threads. He ventured outside to bury the threads among the grass. The recent attack had left him somewhat uneasy, but now, with a warning system in place, he felt a modicum of reassurance. He left some of the warning threads to place in front of his home, as that area held greater significance for him. Subsequently, Canaan remained in the alchemical laboratory until nightfall, during which he attempted to create a magical lamp. Due to time constraints, he could only manage a rough prototype, estimating that he could complete it by the following day. After leaving some food for Skada, Canaan hurried home under the cloak of night, mindful that if he returned too late, Lincoln and Helen would undoubtedly worry. Upon arriving home, Canaan discovered that Harry was also there, gathered around the dining table, seemingly having waited for quite some time. "Canaan, you are quite late today," Lincoln remarked. "I know, Dad. I'll be more mindful next time. I got a bit carried away with my experiment," Canaan sincerely apologized. "Were you conducting experiments at school?" Harry inquired, puzzled, as he had previously heard that Canaan had withdrawn from school. He was somewhat confused about where the experiments were taking place. Lincoln and Helen exchanged glances with Canaan, as if silently questioning whether they could share matters of the magical realm with Harry. Canaan pondered for a moment and replied, "You are still too young. I shall tell you when you are older." He was aware of the regulations within the magical realm, which prohibited revealing the existence of wizards to muggles. However, Harry was different. He was destined to return to the magical world. Yet, in the film, Dumbledore had not disclosed the existence of magic before Harry turned 11, leaving one to wonder about his intentions. Canaan suspected that he had now caught Dumbledore's attention. To divulge the existence of the magical world to young Harry could prove detrimental at this stage. Moreover, if Dumbledore were to become alarmed, it would spell trouble. For Canaan had yet to master the brain concealment charm. In the presence of a master like Dumbledore, it would be all too easy to betray an abnormality and reveal Canaan's secret. "All right, Harry, let us dine. Otherwise, the food will grow cold," Helen interjected, gently ruffling Harry's hair. After they had concluded their dinner, Canaan practiced his instrument in the study while Harry quietly observed. He noted that Harry seemed quite taken with the piano, reluctant to leave when it was time to go. Canaan informed Harry that he was welcome to come over any time to learn the piano. The original story did not mention Harry's proficiency with the piano, but nurturing a multifaceted Harry Potter from a young age would certainly be delightful. Canaan entered his modest bedroom and opened the ancient diary meticulously concealed within his drawer. By now, he had cultivated the habit of perusing this diary daily, yearning to glean insights into the magical arts of the Ancient One. Regrettably, during this period, the diary offered little of the anticipated wisdom. It primarily chronicled the inner journey of the Ancient One. The solitary revelation Canaan extracted was that she and Karu had recently developed a promising rapport, nearing the threshold of a romantic relationship. Yet, he pondered, why was the Ancient One still depicted as single in the films? Did some unforeseen event occur, perhaps leading to Karu's demise? Canaan's mind raced with unfounded speculations. With bated breath, he turned to the latest entry in the diary. "In the evening, Karu and I practiced our magic together. I observed that Karu's magical prowess had been escalating at an astonishing rate. He confided in me that he had refined the meditation techniques outlined in the book, yielding significant results, hence the surge in his magical abilities. I always knew Karu would never keep anything from me." Canaan swiftly bypassed the unessential content at that moment. Ancient One resembled a naive young girl, adorably innocent. However, Canaan was utterly astonished by Karu's exceptional talent. The previous manifestation of elemental energy and the current refinement of meditation techniques were both masterpieces of Karu. He eagerly continued to peruse the text, hoping to find a detailed account of the meditation techniques. How clever Karu is. Why had I not considered that consuming moonlight herb during meditation would facilitate a deeper tranquility and immersion into the meditative state? Yet, the bitterness of that herb is quite pronounced. The trajectory of magical energy in the improved meditation technique has also undergone a transformation. Here, the magical energy must bifurcate and meander. Canaan gazed with delight at the content on the back of the book, where Gu-E had meticulously recorded her meditation techniques. Interspersed throughout were numerous insights from her training alongside Karu, which should prove immensely beneficial to Canaan. Regrettably, the refined meditation method was not fully documented, with a portion of the material residing on the subsequent page, accessible only the following day due to the diary's magical limitation that permits turning the page only after 24 hours. Upon studying the current page, Canaan discerned that this meditative technique necessitated the construction of a magical flow pathway within the body. As one learns to control the internal magic along this pathway, it would assimilate the surrounding free magical particles, thereby augmenting the internal magical reserves. However, the challenge lay in achieving a tranquil state of mind conducive to meditation, as well as comprehending the intricately complex three-dimensional diagram of the pathway. Should the configuration of the flowing magic deviate from the intended shape, no effect would ensue. Eagerly awaiting the following evening, Canaan finally opened the diary to uncover the complete meditation method. Previously, he had been unable to cast numerous powerful spells due to a lack of magical energy. Thus, acquiring this meditation technique would undoubtedly be of great assistance. Following the instructions outlined in the book, Canaan attempted to meditate in bed for half an hour, yet he found it impossible to calm his mind. Indeed, I had underestimated the complexity of the initial step to achieve tranquility in meditation. He had not alluded to the difficulty of this process in her diary. It appears that despite donning the sage's hat, there remains a significant disparity in talent between myself and them. Canaan recalled that in ancient times, the moonlight herb was said to aid in meditation and promote tranquility. Although this world lacked such a herb, there existed various potions capable of soothing the mind. He resolved to visit Diagon Alley the following day to procure a selection of these potions, hoping they would assist him in mastering the art of meditation. At dawn, Canaan arrived early at Diagon Alley and, with the little remaining galleons he possessed, purchased 5 bottles of a potion known as the Tranquil Elixir, which purportedly enabled users to swiftly attain a state of calm. According to the shopkeeper, this was the only known potion that could effectively still the mind. And its stock was limited. Future bulk purchases would require advance orders. The potions were indeed exorbitantly priced. Canaan muttered his discontent, and upon completing his purchases, he realized he had become virtually destitute, with only a few silver sickles to his name. It appeared he needed to earn money post-haste. To avoid distractions, Canaan retreated to his laboratory to practice meditation. He instructed Scarda not to disturb him unless it was urgent, then entered the small room. He seated himself on the bed, taking a few moments to calm his thoughts before consuming the potion. A wave of bitterness surged through his senses, and he gritted his teeth, anticipating the potion's effects. Almost immediately, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being, and his inner turmoil began to subside. He quickly recalled the intricacies of the meditation technique, attempting to regulate the flow of magic within him. 3 hours later, Canaan emerged from his meditative state, feeling a slight pressure in his head, indicative of overexertion. As described by the ancient texts, continuing further could potentially harm his mind. He massaged his throbbing temples, gradually sensing the surge of magic within him, which had increased by approximately 20%, a gratifying yield. Canaan exhaled in relief, realizing that the meditation had indeed augmented his magical capacity. However, he also understood the profound significance of this technique for a wizard. Without formidable power, it was imperative to keep this knowledge concealed. Yet, given the potion's usage limitations, only 1 bottle sufficing for a day, he was left with merely 4 remaining, which would not sustain him for long. I must earn money, he resolved fervently, determining to commence his performances in the coming days, lest he find himself unable to afford even the most basic alchemical supplies. Currently, the Marvel series had saturated the British magical market, but fortunate was he to rely on Madame Lastaff to sell in other magical realms. Otherwise, his galleon earnings would have been considerably diminished. Subsequently, Canaan returned home and penned a letter to Tom, requesting Syndra to deliver it. In the letter, he informed Tom of his intention to perform at the Leaky Cauldron the following day and asked him to arrange the necessary details and notify the others. That evening, Canaan immersed himself in videos by Hohenheim, focusing on the potion-making segments. He contemplated attempting to brew potions himself, which could alleviate his costs. Considering that a single potion nearly reached 20 galleons, whereas the raw materials only required a few, mastering the art of potion-making would undoubtedly lessen his dependency on galleons. On the following morning, Canaan arrived early at the Leaky Cauldron to prepare. He needed to install magical lights on the ceiling, and since he had not revealed his wand, he solicited old Tom's assistance with a spell. He also gathered several musical instruments to accompany his performance, allowing him to alternate between the violin and piano, the latter being the king of instruments capable of producing melodies across all ranges. As the time for the performance approached, more wizards filled the Leaky Cauldron, transforming the already cramped tavern into a bustling throng, with the second floor also teeming with spectators. Everyone, please quiet down, Canaan's performance is about to commence. Kindly maintain silence, old Tom declared, casting a sonorous charm to restore order amidst the commotion. Canaan navigated through the throng, arriving at his designated spot for the performance. He gently caressed the protective stone in his hand, an alchemical armor he had procured from old Tom for a staggering sum of 510 gold gallons. Intricately etched upon it were numerous defensive magical arrays, capable of withstanding the majority of offensive spells from the magical realm. Having endured the previous assault, Canaan had taken the precaution of acquiring this safeguard. Yet, as he surveyed the densely packed crowd below, he couldn't help but feel that his concerns were unfounded. If an attack were to occur amid such a multitude, it was likely that even a wand would be rendered useless. Canaan calmed his inner tumult and exchanged a glance with Old Tom. With a flourish of his wand, Old Tom summoned the piano and drums to play of their own accord. Canaan nestled the violin against his neck, counting the beats in preparation for his performance. The magical lanterns gradually emitted a soft array of colors, while a swarm of ethereal sprites began to dance in the air. Most of the wizards, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, were filled with curiosity. As Canaan's arm swayed, the melody of the violin seamlessly intertwined with the music. Today, he performed Purple Passion, a composition he had first played here, and the harmonious blend of the three instruments produced a resonance far surpassing his previous performance. The exhilarating tune enveloped the entire bar, causing many wizards to close their eyes and sway to the rhythm. As the final notes faded, an enveloping silence settled over the crowd, as if they were still lost in the lingering melody, before a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Canaan took a brief respite before commencing the performance of his second piece. Upon the conclusion of the rendition, a throng of sorcerers formed an extensive queue. Clutching Marvel series books, eager for Canaan's autograph, he sat at a long table in the leaky cauldron, observing the fervent crowd with a mix of amusement and bewilderment. What was ostensibly his concert had transformed into a book signing event. "I am particularly fond of your books, as well as your music," exclaimed a middle-aged sorceress with palpable excitement. "Thank you for your support, madam. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" Canaan replied with a benevolent smile. "Molly Weasley. Ron's mother," she responded. Canaan recalled this name and glanced back at Mrs. Weasley, noting her golden curls, plump figure, and gentle smile, a striking resemblance to her cinematic portrayal. He inscribed on the title page, "Wishing the Weasley family happiness and joy." "Thank you so much," Mrs. Weasley said, her excitement evident as she reluctantly departed with Canaan's signed blessing. "Next, please." Traversing through the courtyard of the leaky cauldron, Canaan arrived at Diagon Alley. Gazing at the gold galleons he had earned that day, 887 in total, he vaguely remembered that even Mrs. Weasley had contributed a fair share of galleons. And considering her family circumstances, he found this rather commendable. Indeed, it seemed that money from fans was easily garnered. Currently, the expenses for his alchemical experiments and the potions aiding meditation were covered, likely sustaining him for 2 weeks. There was no immediate urgency to repay Old Tom. He would settle that debt when his finances were more fluid. Although the protective stone had not been employed today, it remained a potential asset for the future, and Canaan harbored a keen interest in creating similar alchemical items to gift to his parents and friends. Hohenheim had mentioned such alchemical artifacts in his videos. Yet much of the knowledge regarding defensive magic arrays resided in advanced courses, and Canaan, at his current level, could not yet replicate them. However, the protective stone he encountered today had sparked new inspiration within him, as it was adorned with numerous simple magic arrays. It appeared that he needed to delve into the alchemical knowledge of this world. Perhaps it would illuminate parallels he could draw. He sensed a resemblance between the alchemical systems of both worlds, as they fundamentally revolved around the application of magic arrays. Canaan returned to the laboratory after procuring the necessary materials and potions from Diagon Alley. Inside, Skada was diligently cleaning the experimental apparatus, resorting to manual methods due to the absence of a wand. "Skada, you have performed admirably of late," Canaan remarked, nodding in approval. "Thank you for your kind words, my lord," Skada replied with humility. "This is the only service I, the humble Skada, can offer you." Having casually dismissed Skada, Canaan commenced his experiment. Intending to complete the assignment left by Hohenheim, he was particularly intrigued by the task of crafting a watch capable of displaying a wizard's magical power. Once completed, it would allow him to gauge his own magical abilities. Recently, he felt that meditation had significantly aided him, and possessing an instrument to measure magical potency would provide a more direct insight into his progress. In less than an hour, the watch was successfully fashioned. Canaan noted that this experiment proved to be less arduous compared to the numerous failures encountered previously, indicating a marked improvement in his alchemical skills. He observed the data displayed on the watch, which represented the totality of his internal magical power. According to Hohenheim, a third-level wizard possessed 20 points of magical energy. In the continent of Grinner, the hierarchy of wizards is distinctly categorized. Third-level wizards are considered novices, followed by second-level and first-level wizards, culminating in the formidable official wizards. Hohenheim had not elaborated on whether there were ranks beyond the official wizards. To Canaan's estimation, The power of official wizards likely parallels that of the esteemed Dumbledore in this world, as they possess a profound understanding of the essence of magic. Their magical capacity is no longer a constraint. With the right spells, they could lay waste to an entire city in a short span, showcasing immense power. Canaan speculated that the renowned professors at Hogwarts might represent the pinnacle of first-level wizards, while Voldemort, at the height of his strength, was likely an official wizard. As he was nearly matched with Dumbledore in their confrontations, Canaan recognized that his magical prowess still fell significantly short, despite his rapid growth thanks to his unique advantages. He was acutely aware of the omnipresent dangers within the magical realm. Until he attained sufficient strength, he resolved to avoid provoking such powerful entities. After placing the alchemical watch aside, he retrieved a cauldron, preparing to attempt the formulation of a potion known as the calming draught. The raw materials required for this potion were not particularly expensive, yet the process of concoction was quite intricate. One critical ingredient, the saliva of a fire rock serpent, needed to be added precisely at the moment the potion transitioned from blue to red. Failure to do so would result in the potion's complete failure. Canaan possessed immense confidence in his ability to concoct potions. He retrieved the ingredients for a high-grade elixir, preparing to follow the meticulous instructions documented in the tome. He crushed a core herb and introduced it into the solvent, subsequently adding a precise amount of water. Canaan meticulously followed the herb preparation methods outlined by Hohenheim. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence. The unfinished potion had exploded, clearly indicating a failed experiment. The air was thick with an unpleasant burned odor, prompting him to hold his breath and focus, reflecting on the steps of potion making in order to rectify his shortcomings and attempt once more. After a considerable period, Canaan gazed at the yellow concoction with a sense of perplexity. After several attempts, he had finally completed the potion according to the steps detailed in the book. Yet it was noted that the finished product should be red, the same hue as the potions he had previously consumed. Nevertheless, he had indeed followed the documented method step by step. Would this potion be usable? He felt a twinge of uncertainty. Upon noticing Skada, who stood nearby with utmost respect, an idea sparked in Canaan's mind. Why not give it a try? However, the outcome revealed that Canaan had erred. Upon consuming the potion, Skada instantly foamed at the mouth and convulsed. It took considerable effort for Canaan to revive him. That evening, Canaan revisited Hohenheim's videos on potion making, discovering that the alchemical system in the Granule world was significantly more refined than that of the Harry Potter universe. In Hohenheim's videos, the potion-making process adhered to precise standards regarding the quality and timing of the ingredients added, while this world's potion-making remained unstandardized, lacking a fixed procedure, rendering the creation of potions prone to failure. Thus, it was understandable that completed potions commanded such high prices, given the intricate and complex procedures involved. Alongside the frequent potential for failure, Canaan thought of Professor Snape, the potion master from the films, and recalled that many of the calming potions he had purchased in Diagon Alley had been crafted by him. If only he could receive guidance from Snape. He believed his potion-making skills would greatly improve, enabling him to produce calming potions. However, as he had yet to enroll at Hogwarts, he lacked a compelling reason to contact him. Nevertheless, there were numerous admirers of Snape in the field of potion-making. Perhaps inquiring as a fan would be acceptable. Canaan mused. Resolute in his decision, he summoned Syndra and composed a letter expressing his admiration, mentioning his struggles with crafting the calming potion and humbly seeking guidance from Professor Snape. After completing the letter, he addressed the envelope, Professor Cyprius Snape, potions master at Hogwarts. In the wizarding world, names carried magical significance, which explained how owls could deliver letters with such accuracy. After Syndra departed with the letter, Canaan noticed the time on the clock. It was quite late, nearing midnight. He hoped not to disturb Professor Snape, praying for a reply the following day. That night, as tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Canaan slept peacefully in his small bed. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as an owl collided with the glass window, then slid straight down. Canaan was abruptly awakened, turning on the light in his room, only to discover a black owl outside the window clutching a letter. Could it be a reply from Snape? He swiftly opened the window, took the envelope, and welcomed the owl inside. "Little fellow, it's quite chilly out there. Come in and warm yourself." Canaan then offered it some breadcrumbs. He was astonished at Professor Snape's remarkable efficiency. Muttering to himself, Canaan tore open the envelope. "Canaan Brain, your letter has utterly ruined my Felix Felicis. And that wretched white owl, how could it possibly collide with the glass? As one of the most renowned young wizards in the magical realm, I trust you comprehend that the dead of night is hardly an opportune moment for delivering messages. I hope your reputation does not lead you to become an arrogant and discourteous individual. Canaan smiled, not expecting that his delivery of a message would interrupt Snape's potion-making, especially for the precious Felix Felicis. He could easily envision Snape's long, donkey-like face and continued reading. As for the calming potion, it was not something he could currently handle, and the potion had turned yellow due to an excess of asphodel powder. Surely, he wouldn't be foolish enough to consume a misprepared elixir, for an overdose of asphodel could easily prove fatal to a cow. The handwriting was scrawled, indicating that Professor Snape was quite furious. Canaan paid little heed to the sharp words in the letter. Merely thinking of Snape's foul expression brought a smile to his face. In the films, his treatment of Harry was even more disdainful. Interestingly, in the original series, Snape was Canaan's favorite character, born of mixed heritage. He had no friends growing up and endured relentless bullying. The one girl he deeply loved, Lily, was taken from him by his most detested rival. Later, he joined Voldemort, desperately pleading yet failing to save his beloved. His life, viewed as a whole, was a poignant tragedy. Nevertheless, for Lily's sake, he aligned himself with Dumbledore and secretly protected Harry after his enrollment, often misunderstood, ultimately sacrificing his life to shield Harry from Voldemort. To Canaan, this was the most touching aspect of Snape's character. Whether he uttered the slur "mudblood" or remained steadfast until his last breath, Snape's love for Lily never waned. Yawning, Canaan resolved to write a response the following morning, expressing his sincere apologies. After sending off Snape's owl, he quickly drifted back into slumber. The next day, under the bright sun, Snape was examining the envelope containing Canaan's reply, the dark circles under his eyes revealing a night of poor rest. Dear Professor, I sincerely express my apologies for disturbing your potion-making last night. I deeply regret the intrusion. I hope you can understand the wizard's thirst for knowledge. Thank you for your guidance in your letter. I believe I will soon master the potion's preparation. I look forward to life at Hogwarts and your continued mentorship. A rare smile flickered across Snape's stiff face as he set the letter aside without further thought. Meanwhile, Canaan arrived early at the laboratory. Despite Snape's guidance, he spent considerable time crafting the calming potion. Glancing at the red liquid in the vial, he nodded in satisfaction. For safety's sake, he decided to have Skada test the potion. Skada, visibly anxious from the previous trial, drank the potion despite his trepidation. Unable to resist Canaan's command due to the Imperius curse, the results of the final experiment delighted Canaan. The calming potion successfully soothed Skada, with no mishaps throughout the process. It appeared there were no issues. Canaan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The urgency of earning galleons was now less pressing. The income from selling books and performances was sufficient to cover the costs of alchemical materials, with a surplus remaining. As his magical abilities rapidly grew, Canaan sensed the need to master advanced spells for self-protection, such as the Fiend Fire and Apparition, alongside the necessity of learning the Mind Cloak technique. However, these spells bore certain risks, and without proper instruction, complications could easily arise. Canaan sought to approach Professor Snape, for among his acquaintances, only Snape possessed a profound mastery of numerous intricate spells. Yet, Canaan was certain that Snape would not impart such knowledge without a compelling reason. To his delight, upon venting his frustrations, Skada revealed that he had practiced the mind-shielding charm and was notably proficient in its application. He advised Canaan to first learn the memory charm, which would complement the practice of the mind-shielding charm effectively. In recent days, Canaan maintained a commendable routine, rising early to practice magic, spending afternoons in the laboratory conducting alchemical experiments, and dedicating his evenings to studying the diary of the Ancient One and watching videos on alchemy by Hohenheim. Ever since he had begun crafting the calming potion, he had procured ample potion ingredients from Diagon Alley over the weekends, successfully producing a considerable number of finished potions. Occasionally, he would sell any surplus potions in Diagon Alley, thus recouping some of his material costs. Through diligent meditation over the past few days, Canaan's magical power had reached 26.3. However, he noticed that with prolonged use of the calming potion, he seemed to have developed a tolerance, finding it increasingly challenging to concentrate during meditations. And the subsequent enhancement of his magical power was not as significant as before. He yearned to discover a new potion that could aid in his meditation. Nevertheless, after scouring all available texts in Diagon Alley, he found no such potion. Consequently, he penned a letter to Snape inquiring about relevant information. But before he could receive a response, the Lincolns had arranged their imminent itinerary. "Dad, are we going to the United States tomorrow to visit my grandfather?" Canaan inquired. "Indeed. Canaan, you know your mother has been thinking of your grandfather lately, and since we got married without inviting him, We hope to seek his understanding this time around. But, Dad, I recall you having visited grandfather's house for hot pot before. How could he possibly oppose your union? Canaan remarked, puzzled. This matter harks back to the older generation. At that time, I had already gained your grandfather's approval. It was only when you met your grandmother that he resolutely objected. We later discovered that your grandmother was the girl your grandfather pursued during his university days, and they shared quite a history. Your grandfather has harbored this grievance ever since. Lincoln sighed. Canaan did not anticipate the somewhat melodramatic turn of events, yet he could somewhat empathize with his grandfather's sentiments. Subsequently, my mother and I lingered in indecision until the passing of your grandmother spurred us to resolve, regardless of your grandfather's opposition, to wed in private. At that time, we invited numerous friends to partake in our union, which incited your grandfather to storm off to America in a fit of rage. Lincoln continued, So, did you and your mother visit grandfather afterwards? After your mother became pregnant with you, we did attempt to visit, but your grandfather expelled us. Lincoln replied with a rueful smile. Upon hearing this, Canaan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Such a stubborn grandfather made the prospect of intervention rather dubious. After all, it is not commonplace for someone to heartlessly cast away their pregnant daughter. That day, the family busied themselves with packing, and Canaan took along his wand and a plethora of magical paraphernalia. He also hoped to seize the opportunity to explore the magical community in America. That evening, Canaan received a response from Snape, yet regrettably, Snape possessed scant knowledge regarding the potion in question. Considering their impending travels and the lack of supervision for Alice and Syndra at home, Lincoln and his wife decided to place them in a nearby pet boarding facility. The following day, they boarded Flight 914 bound for America. However, upon their arrival at the airport in New York City, a group of individuals in plain clothes intercepted Canaan and his family. I apologize, but we are Aurors from the American Magical Congress and required to conduct a routine inspection of your belongings, declared a leading man, evidently the head of their group. He produced official identification, complete with his credentials and a photograph, adorned with the striking emblem of the American Eagle, the American Magical Congress. The Lincoln couple appeared somewhat flustered, glancing at their son for guidance. Canaan, too, was taken aback by the stringent regulations governing the entry and exit of wizards in the American magical realm, necessitating such inspections. Oh, very well, he conceded, retrieving his satchel. Canaan Brain, a renowned British prodigy, writer, and violinist. I have read your works. They are quite fascinating, the leading man acknowledged. Recognizing Canaan's bewilderment, as you may know, there have been numerous incidents in America recently, and we are merely conducting standard checks. Canaan nodded in acknowledgement. I am Schuster Kowalski, an Auror, and I sincerely hope that during your time in the United States, you will adhere to the wizarding regulations and fully appreciate the beauty of New York. Schuster, impeccably dressed, spoke with a sharpness that conveyed a keen vigilance and an overwhelming sense of confidence. Thank you, sir. I believe I will. Canaan found the surname somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Shortly thereafter, Schuster and his party completed their inspection. Mr. Breen, I apologize for any inconvenience we may have caused you. There are no issues with your belongings. I wish you a delightful time, he said, casting a sympathetic glance at the Lincoln couple. He then approached Canaan, leaning closer to whisper, Young Mr. Breen, I believe it would be prudent for your wand to be registered with the Ministry of Magic in Britain, would it not? Canaan calmly remarked, Very well, Mr. Schuster. This wand is a serendipitous acquisition of mine. I had not anticipated the necessity of reporting it. It seems that wizards of Muggle descent indeed have much to learn, do they not? Upon hearing this, Schuster chuckled softly, offering no further commentary, and squinted as he watched Canaan's family gradually disappear into the distance. It was only when they were out of sight that he instructed his companions to inform Tophos to keep a vigilant watch on this young wizard, for there appeared to be something amiss with the wand he carried. Schuster noted the striking resemblance between Canaan's wand and that of the dark wizard who had previously perpetrated attacks in America. As an Auror, he possessed a profound understanding of wand craftsmanship. Wands crafted by the same master invariably shared similarities in both material treatment and construction techniques. This young lad certainly harbored some complexities. Upon exiting the airport, Canaan's family hailed a taxi and proceeded to their destination. The transformation in New York was remarkable, even more vibrant than London. Inside the vehicle, Lincoln observed the scenery through the window and commented on the changes, noting that nearly a decade had elapsed since their last visit. Canaan curiously gazed out at the bustling streets, teeming with life and vibrancy. This was his first visit to America. After 2 hours of travel, they arrived in the suburbs, away from the city center. Here, the houses were constructed of wood, exuding a simplistic charm. Each residence was adorned with a small patch of lush green grass, creating a serene atmosphere. They had arrived. Helen was the first to alight from the vehicle, approaching a quaint dwelling. Lincoln Canaan followed suit. The grassy area in front of the house was adorned with a plethora of flowers, blooming in a riot of colors. Canaan mused that his grandfather, whom he had yet to meet, seemed to possess a certain leisure. Canaan stepped forward and rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" A voice called out, slightly hoarse, disrupting the tranquil afternoon. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from within the house, Canaan discerned that the second sentence was spoken in Chinese. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair who peered out. Instantly, Canaan displayed a sweet smile and said, "Hello, grandfather. I am your grandson." The old man stared blankly at Canaan, then shifted his gaze to Helen and Lincoln behind him. After a prolonged silence, he quavered, "Please, come in." Canaan approached and gently grasped the trembling hands of the elderly man, gesturing to his parents behind him. Upon entering the room, Canaan noticed the heavy silence that enveloped the gathering, creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. He took the initiative to break the silence, saying, "Grandfather, Mom and Dad, please sit and chat. I will head to the kitchen to fetch you some water." He paused, then added, "By the way, Grandfather, Mom and Dad have brought you a special gift." With that, Canaan made his way to the kitchen. It seemed that Helen had found a topic to discuss. As she reddened at the eyes and retrieved a present from her backpack, "Dad, this is a gift that Lincoln and I specially selected for you." Canaan quietly concealed himself in the kitchen, eavesdropping on the conversation, ready to intervene should the situation take a turn for the worse. Fortunately, his grandfather's demeanor was not as unyielding as he had anticipated. However, the weight of his grandfather's past had long burdened his mother, and resolving it this time would be nothing short of a blessing. As he pondered this, he overheard snippets of their conversation, and soon the sound of Helen's sobs reached his ears, followed shortly by her joyous exclamation, "Canaan, come out and meet your grandfather." It appeared that the issue had found resolution. After alleviating the elderly man's emotional turmoil, they chose to stay overnight, engaging in heartfelt discussions that extended into the early hours of the morning. The following day, Canaan arose early, partaking in simple warm-up exercises in the courtyard. He was determined to venture into downtown New York City that day in search of the American Wizarding secret realm. Prior to his journey, he had sporadically watched the Fantastic Beasts series, though regrettably, he had fast-forwarded through many scenes, leaving him unable to recall certain details even with the assistance of the Sorting Hat. Moreover, the events depicted in the films had transpired many years ago, rendering them of little practical use to him. Earlier, he had perused materials at the Lehan bookstore, familiarizing himself with the location and entry methods of the Wizarding realm. Yet the texts provided scant information regarding the American magical community. In hindsight, he lamented not having consulted old Tom and Snape before his departure. But the timeline had been too rushed. He felt a sense of caution was warranted, especially given the recent attacks in America, with one dark wizard still at large. As someone of modest notoriety himself, the prospect of being assaulted here would be an unwarranted misfortune. After 2 hours of travel, Canaan finally arrived in downtown New York City. Locating a bookstore where he diligently memorized the city map, Canaan discovered that there remained a considerable distance to his destination, and he realized that he would not be able to return home by noon. Fortunately, he had informed his parents in advance, sparing them from worry. Here he was, standing before a bronze statue of a woman, her arms resting on her knees, gazing into the distance. Behind the statue was a small pond. As he leaned against it, the statue instantly shifted its posture. Noticing that no one was around, Canaan swiftly passed through the wall, and the scenery transformed before his eyes. A wide avenue unfolded, flanked by towering European-style buildings, offering a stark contrast to the cramped confines of Diagon Alley. It was truly magnificent. He glanced around, observing numerous wizards populating the streets, with many setting up stalls to peddle their wares. Canaan noticed a large crowd gathered not far away, seemingly engaged in the sale of some extraordinary creatures. Intrigued, he squeezed into the throng, for such a spectacle was seldom seen in England. "Is that a dodo?" He observed a bald-headed bird, its body cloaked in gray feathers, resembling a duck in form. At that moment, it was preening its plumage. The stall featured numerous other wondrous animals as well. This is referred to as a hen, a term typically used by wizards who call it a ball-shifting bird, originating from Mauritius, despite its seemingly dull demeanor. This avian species possesses the remarkable ability to teleport great distances when faced with peril, explained a boy standing nearby. Canaan gazed ahead, where a boy clad in a wizard's robe, of a similar age to him, stood out with his unruly chestnut hair. I am Rolf Scamander, an Englishman, though I grew up in America. Noticing Canaan stare, the boy introduced himself first. Oh, hello, Rolf. I am Canaan Breen. Delighted to meet you. Canaan found the surname rather familiar. He continued, Scamander, are you related to Newt Scamander? Indeed, he is my grandfather. I know of you as well. You are the author of Marvel, correct? Your books are splendid, and my grandfather adores them. Rolf appeared quite exhilarated. Haha, thank you for your kind words. It seems you have inherited your grandfather's talent and the knowledge of magical creatures. Heh, I am not as remarkable as my grandfather. I simply cherish them and regard them as friends, Rolf replied with a silly grin, scratching his head. By the way, Canaan, what brings you here? I came to visit my grandfather who resides in America, and I thought I might explore this place and purchase some gifts to bring back to them, Canaan explained. Then allow me to show you around. I am quite familiar with this area. That would be splendid. I am honored. Thank you, Rolf, he said, smiling at the affable boy. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, I am Caflot, and I shall forego further introductions. Today, I present to you the ball-winged bird, the great-mouthed bug, the cabot pixie, and of course, the renowned Niffler. The stall owner, a burly man with a thick beard, announced loudly to the crowd. He was American, with a penchant for capturing magical creatures for sale. This marked the 5th time Rolf had encountered him here. Rolf quietly whispered to Canaan, Isn't there a regulation in the wizarding world that protects endangered magical creatures? Canaan inquired, puzzled. That regulation is far from comprehensive. It merely prohibits wizards from hunting certain magical creatures, but it does not forbid their sale. My grandfather once wrote to Dumbledore, hoping to collaborate on enhancing this regulation. Yet it was always dismissed by the members of Congress, Rolf sighed. Canaan shook his head, for he had no viable solutions either. In the film, Hermione devoted herself to enhancing the living conditions of house elves, yet her efforts often yielded minimal results. Very well, sir, this particular house elf is now yours. I trust you will take good care of him. The vendor, Caflot, accepted a sum of galleons and handed the elf in the cage to the buyer. Canaan had perused an introduction to such a creature in a book, a gentle little sprite originating from the Black Forest of Africa, characterized by its azure skin, making it an ideal pet. Only a Sniffler and a Dodo remained, prompting everyone to seize the opportunity. Caflot shouted excitedly. My grandfather once kept a Sniffler, and it was remarkably intelligent, Rolf remarked, gazing at the juvenile Sniffler in the cage, his tone tinged with disappointment. Canaan gazed at the 2 golden galleons clutched in his hand, his eyes lingering wistfully on the adorable Niffler in the cage, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sir, I would like to acquire this Niffler. How many galleons would it require? Canaan inquired as he stepped forward. Oh, benevolent young sir. You need only part with 35 golden galleons to take it home. You see, young Nifflers are quite a rarity to capture, replied Caflot, rubbing his hands together with a cheerful grin. Then I shall take it. Here you go. Thankfully, Canaan had brought a substantial amount of galleons on this trip, to him. The Niffler was a modest expense. Wow, Canaan, you are quite wealthy, Rolf remarked with envy, before his attention was drawn back to the charming Niffler in the cage. Canaan, it is truly adorable, is it not? Do you like it? Of course. I've long wished to have a Niffler, but unfortunately, my savings barely cover a fraction of its cost, Rolf admitted, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Then let me gift you this Niffler as a token of our newfound friendship, Canaan offered. For him, acquiring a Niffler was not a burden, and fostering a connection with Newt's grandson was certainly worthwhile. Moreover, this amiable boy was delightful, making him an excellent companion for the long term. Really? Rolf's face lit up with joy, but then he hesitated. No, wait. You've spent so much money on it. I cannot accept. However, I will need your assistance in navigating this place, and surely I should compensate you for that? Besides, would you not wish to consider me a friend? Well, in that case, I shall accept it. Thank you, Canaan, Rolf replied, his eyes gleaming with sincerity, clearly delighted. Now, let us make the most of our time and explore this place thoroughly, Canaan said, handing the cage to Rolf. All right, follow me, Rolf urged, guiding Canaan through the bustling crowd. This is an inn where we can stay overnight. I have stayed here with my grandfather. It costs 5 silver sickles per night, which is quite reasonable. Rolf led Canaan to a building marked Harrowsea Inn. As they continued forward, Rolf pointed out a broomstick shop, showcasing various models of flying broomsticks, and mentioned that they also sold flying carriages, albeit at a steep price. Canaan observed with keen interest. This is a potion shop. where various potions and potion ingredients are sold. A potion shop? Rolf, let us take a look inside, Canaan suggested, considering his urgent need for a potion that could help him find calmness. The efficacy of calming potions had diminished over time, and the meditative effects were waning. If he could find a potion with similar effects here, it would be ideal. Sir, do you have any potions that are similar in effect to calming potions? Canaan inquired of the shopkeeper, who was surrounded by a row of labeled potions and a bustling clientele, indicating a thriving business. Potions similar to calming potions. Let me ponder that. It seems there are not many options. After a moment of contemplation and rummaging through the counter, the shopkeeper reluctantly replied, "Young lad, I'm afraid we may not have what you seek." "Very well, my apologies for the disturbance, sir," Canaan responded, not particularly surprised, and turned to leave. After all, it was entirely reasonable that a place lacking such potions would exist, especially since even Snape had claimed to be unfamiliar with them. "Young lad, I suggest you inquire with Professor Bekeves at Ilvermorny School. Most of our potions are supplied by him, and he may be able to assist you," the shopkeeper kindly advised, watching Canaan's retreating figure. "Thank you, sir, I appreciate your guidance," Canaan acknowledged. He had indeed heard of Bekeves, a renowned potion master in the American wizarding community, equally as famous as Snape. Yet, being unfamiliar with the area, he had no means to contact him. "Uncle Bekeves? I know him. He is a good friend of my father's and has invited me to attend Ilvermorny in 2 years. However, my grandfather wishes for me to go to Hogwarts." Rolf explained to Canaan, then added, "If you wish to consult Uncle Bekeves, I believe I could assist you." "That's wonderful. I hadn't anticipated that Professor Bekeves was your uncle. However, I think you should carefully consider your grandfather's advice. Hogwarts is a magnificent school, with the most esteemed wizard in the magical world, Dumbledore, serving as its headmaster. If you attend, I believe you will gain much from the experience." Canaan harbored little hope for Professor Bekeves, yet he found himself captivated by the prospect of Rolf's enrollment. He recalled that the film made no mention of Rolf attending Hogwarts, surmising that he had followed his uncle's advice and enrolled at Ilvermorny instead. "I believe I shall also be studying there," Canaan continued. "Will you be at Hogwarts too? Then I must go there," Rolf declared with unwavering determination, clearly thrilled at the thought of sharing a school with Canaan. "Haha, that school must be far more interesting," Canaan replied with palpable anticipation. As they exited the potion shop, the two continued their jovial banter while strolling down the street, with Rolf eagerly introducing the various attractions nearby. "This is the alchemy shop, where an array of fascinating items can be found. My grandfather claims to know the greatest and most enduring alchemist in the magical realm, with whom he supposedly saved the world, though I often suspect he is merely boasting. And this is the tailor's shop. Mrs. Miles is the finest seamstress in America. I have purchased several wizarding robes here, and the quality is quite exceptional." Canaan and Rolf wandered until noon, thoroughly exploring the mystical realm until Rolf's parents, the Scamanders, located them and took Rolf home. During this time, Canaan also became acquainted with Mr. and Mrs. Scamander. Their warm conversation revealed a couple who were not only polite and cultured, but also possessed a profound understanding of magical creatures. They expressed delight at Rolf's friendship with such an exceptional individual as Canaan and extended an invitation for him to visit their home anytime. Subsequently, Canaan bid farewell to the Scamander family and made his way to a restaurant within the Wizarding Enclave. This establishment offered a variety of distinctive dishes, along with coffee and desserts. Rolf deemed their service and culinary offerings to be of the highest caliber and fervently recommended it to Canaan before their departure. "Hello. I would like a grilled steak, medium rare," Canaan addressed the waiter. "Certainly, sir. Today we have a special event and would like to offer you a complimentary cup of American coffee," replied the waiter, clad in a red tuxedo, with utmost respect. "Oh, I'll pass on the American coffee. Just a latte will suffice, with a hint of raspberry syrup, please." Canaan had always been indifferent to the American coffee made from coffee grounds steeped in hot water. He preferred a delicate latte, crafted with a small amount of strong coffee blended with milk using a special technique. Moreover, baristas typically adorn the surface of the coffee with intricate designs, a practice known as latte art. Upon placing his order, Canaan witnessed the entire enchanting process of a wizard from the magical realm preparing coffee. The barista gracefully waved his wand, causing a swirl of milk and a small cup of finely ground coffee concentrate to levitate in midair, a remarkable display of levitation magic. The barista then gave a gentle flick of his wand while murmuring an incantation of unknown origin, swiftly heating the milk, which then seamlessly blended with the coffee concentrate. Following this, the milk cascaded down into the cup. With another deft flick of his wand, the barista tapped a red syrup jar, allowing a stream of crimson liquid to flow into the cup containing the milk. With a final flourish, a red lotus flower materialized atop the white froth. How splendid! Even Canaan was momentarily awestruck by this dazzling display. In merely 10 seconds, a cup of coffee had been masterfully crafted, with both the magical technique and the quality of the coffee being impeccable. The raspberry syrup's red lotus formation was breathtakingly beautiful. Sir, you may taste it now, however. There are not many patrons requesting raspberry syrup lattes, the barista said softly. Very well. Canaan lifted the mug, carefully sipping the coffee without disturbing the exquisite red lotus. A rich, slightly bitter flavor enveloped his palate. After another sip, this time incorporating some of the syrup, he experienced an entirely different taste, sweet and fragrant. Delicious, Canaan exclaimed, letting out a satisfied burp. Sir, your steak is ready, the waitress announced as she brought forth the freshly prepared steak. Canaan savored his coffee while enjoying the steak, drawing the attention of several wizards nearby. Prepare one just like his for me, a witch said, eyeing Canaan's meal and swallowing hard as she spoke to the waitress. After concluding his lunch, Canaan resolved to visit the largest library in the vicinity to peruse some materials. According to Rolf, this library was the most extensive in the wizarding world, housing an exceptionally comprehensive array of literature. Upon exiting the restaurant, Canaan unexpectedly noticed a suspicious man in a gray robe trailing behind him. He vaguely recalled seeing this individual during his stroll with Rolf. Is this man following me? Canaan pondered discreetly, deciding to observe the situation further. The gray-robed man, upon seeing Canaan leave the restaurant, hastily settled his bill and, holding a newspaper, nonchalantly continued to follow him. Canaan traversed 2 grand streets, arriving at the library nestled within the realm of sorcery. It is said that this library boasts an ancient and illustrious history. The architecture of the library is resplendent, flanked by 2 majestic circular marble columns. Inside, it unfolds over 3 levels, each housing a distinct array of tomes, with entry to the 3rd level requiring special permission. Potions, potions. Canaan murmured quietly to himself as he scoured the various shelves in search of pertinent literature. He sought an alternative to the tranquilizing elixir, a suggestion given by the Scamander couple, who believed that if such a remedy could not be found here, it might well be non-existent in the magical realm. After searching through the 1st level, Canaan briefly perused 13 tomes concerning potions, yet gleaned no valuable information. He then swiftly ascended to the 2nd level. The expanse here was truly impressive. Canaan perceived that many of the facilities surpassed those in Diagon Alley, whether it be the Muggle-like delicacies or the library. They vividly illustrated the disparity between the British and American wizarding communities. Canaan approached a bookshelf, located in the potions section on the 2nd floor. There, he beheld a tall witch adorned with a pointed hat, seemingly engaged in her own quest for literature. Canaan found the figure before him somewhat familiar. He must have encountered her somewhere. Although he possessed the extraordinary ability of photographic memory thanks to the wise hat, it only applied to intentionally memorized subjects, and some recollections required post-event reflection. The sorceress, oblivious to Canaan's arrival, continued her search among the shelves. He noticed that the books she was examining were precisely those he sought, tomes pertaining to potions. Excuse me, madam, may I inquire which books you were searching for? Perhaps I can assist you, Canaan softly inquired. The sorceress turned, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. Are you Canaan Brain? May I ask who you are? Canaan responded, somewhat perplexed. The sorceress appeared somewhat aged, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. I am Minerva McGonagall, a professor at Hogwarts. I greatly admire your music. Professor McGonagall introduced herself with a warm smile. You are Professor McGonagall. Have you seen my performance at the Leaky Cauldron? No wonder you seem so familiar, Canaan exclaimed, astonished. In the films, McGonagall was renowned for her mastery of transfiguration and was one of the most beloved professors at Hogwarts. Canaan, it is a pleasure to see you here. But what brings you to this place? Professor McGonagall inquired. He recalled that Canaan hailed from a Muggle family in Britain, so it was puzzling to find him in the magical realm of America. Canaan then explained to Professor McGonagall the reasons for his journey to America and his quest for potions. I see, Canaan. It appears our objectives align. However, I have already searched the 2nd floor and found no relevant information. It seems we must ascend to the 3rd floor, she responded. Professor McGonagall then produced a piece of paper. Fortunately, I applied for a permit in advance. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament. Follow me, Canaan. Without waiting for his reply, she strode purposefully towards the 3rd floor, and Canaan hurried to keep pace. Professor McGonagall, May I ask why you are also seeking such potions? Canaan queried, trying to keep up with her brisk pace. It is Professor Snape from Hogwarts who requested my assistance in locating them. We must hurry. I need to return to Hogwarts tonight to fulfill my duties. You know how children your age tend to sneak out at night, Professor McGonagall replied. Her words tumbling out rapidly as she appeared quite hurried. Professor Snape, Canaan murmured, quickening his steps to catch up with Professor McGonagall. Upon reaching the third floor, they presented their permits to the guards. Canaan surveyed his surroundings. The third level differed markedly from the previous two, as the space here was considerably more confined. With a sparse arrangement of several bookshelves, the tomes stored in this area were rare editions, ancient and venerable, and the security was exceptionally stringent. The permit I obtained allowed me only an hour's stay in this hallowed space, Professor McGonagall explained in hushed tones. They approached a bookshelf laden with volumes pertaining to potion making. Many of the books were in a state of disrepair, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. Dumbledore had previously brought me here once, and it seemed that all the materials on potionology were likely contained within these shelves. Let us split up to search, Professor McGonagall instructed. Before retrieving a book from the shelf and beginning to peruse its pages, Canaan seized the moment, retrieving another tome from the shelf, Comprehensive Compendium of Ancient Alchemical Potions. The volume was substantial, approximately 300 pages thick, with a somewhat tattered cover. The illustrations within were numerous, and under the influence of the sage S-hat. Canaan perused the pages with remarkable swiftness. Xianjuan mushroom, indigenous to Eastern Asia, a small, deep blue fungus, known for its tear-inducing properties. Applicable potion, tear water. Beneath the text, there was an illustration accompanied by a note stating, since 1780, the magical realm has failed to uncover Xianjuan mushrooms, now suspected to be extinct. It appeared that this particular mushroom from China had long since vanished. Canaan did not linger too long and continued to browse. What is this? Moonlight grass, origin unknown. A blue herb that emits a phosphorescent glow under the moonlight. Properties, calms the mind, alleviates stress and fatigue. Applicable potion, unknown. After the 15th century, moonlight grass became extinct due to changes in its growing environment. Canaan recalled that Gui had documented this particular herb in his diary, noting that its direct consumption could facilitate meditation. To his surprise, he discovered that such a plant existed in this world, although it had unfortunately become extinct. He glanced at the accompanying illustration, which was merely a simple sketch depicting the characteristics of the moonlight herb. It seemed the author of this book had never encountered the moonlight herb either. At that moment, Professor McGonagall interrupted Canaan's contemplation. Child, I believe I have found it. She pulled a page from the book and handed it to Canaan. Moonlight potion, moonlight herb, phoenix tears, basilisk blood, Yonongstone powder. Effects, can stabilize the mind and suppress emotions. Canaan discovered that the book contained scan information regarding the moonlight elixir, limited solely to its recipe, with no steps for its preparation. Most crucially, the moonlight herb had become extinct, though the other ingredients were not as problematic. Professor McGonagall, take a look at this. Concerning the moonlight herb, Canaan said, handing the book he had been perusing to her. After a brief glance, Professor McGonagall shook her head slightly. This is indeed unfortunate news. It appears that concocting this elixir is beyond reach. I wonder what Professor Snape intended to use it for. Professor, it might be my fault. A couple of days ago, I inquired about this matter with Professor Snape. Perhaps that is the reason, Canaan remarked earnestly, glancing at Professor McGonagall. It seemed that our Professor Snape was not as unapproachable as he appeared. Hearing Canaan's words, McGonagall smiled, well aware of Snape's true nature, finding nothing strange about it. Yes, I share your sentiment. I hold great admiration for him. He resembles a stoic, enigmatic figure. Canaan agreed, echoing her sentiments. A stoic figure. McGonagall seemed taken aback by Canaan's description, then chuckled, adding, indeed, if he were to hear such a title, he would be quite surprised. Canaan, conversing with you is delightful. I look forward to your arrival at Hogwarts. I must take my leave now, but if you are not in a hurry, feel free to peruse some books here. After all, opportunities like this are rare, Professor McGonagall continued. Wait, Professor, may I ask if my name appears in the Hogwarts enrollment book? Canaan had been troubled by the uncertainty of receiving an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. The book has never been mistaken. Your name must be inscribed within. If you remain anxious, I shall check upon my return to Hogwarts and inform you then. McGonagall replied swiftly, her tone tinged with urgency. Very well, Professor. Farewell, and safe travels, Canaan said quickly, watching her retreating figure. Goodbye. McGonagall chuckled at Canaan's muggle-like farewell, waving her hand as she turned away. Were it not for the pressing time, She would have relished a more extensive conversation with this charming young individual. As Canaan observed McGonagall's form gradually fading from view, he refocused. Eager to explore some ancient texts while time permitted, he made his way to the section housing alchemical tomes. Why are there only 3 books? He noted the scarcity of literature related to alchemy, recalling a similar dearth in Diagon Alley. An Introduction to Alchemy by Nicholas Flamel. He picked up one book with promising prospects and began to leaf through it. The origins of alchemy remain shrouded in mystery, however, after the 14th century. The wizarding world underwent several significant upheavals, resulting in the loss of numerous magical texts, including vital knowledge regarding alchemical circles. In recent centuries, the field of alchemy has encountered a stagnation. Among these discussions, the status of alchemical practices centered around magical circles is perilous. However, I have discovered that alchemy does not necessarily rely on circles. The essence of alchemy lies in uncovering the intrinsic properties of substances and utilizing them in conjunction. Using the Philosopher's Stone as an example, while the process of creating it is exceedingly intricate, it bears no engravings of any magical circles, demonstrating that abandoning the reliance on circles in alchemy holds great potential. The Philosopher's Stone. Canaan realized that this Nicholas Flamel was indeed the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary alchemist who had thrived for centuries thanks to it. In his astonishment, he gained some insight into the development of alchemy within this world. Realizing why he had found so few books on the subject in Diagon Alley, most of the literature had been lost. Canaan continued to read, noting that the subsequent sections were filled with Nicholas's insights on crafting the Philosopher's Stone and foundational knowledge of alchemy. He absorbed the material with great detail, finding many concepts and ideas that broadened his perspective. Canaan's knowledge of alchemy originates from the continent of Griner, where he discovered that the alchemical systems of the 2 worlds might share a common ancestry. Many foundational magical arrays exhibit remarkable similarities. Without overthinking, Canaan estimated that his time here was limited, so he swiftly finished reading the book. "Sir, your permit has expired." A middle-aged man dressed in the library's attire approached him. "Very well." Canaan set the book aside and followed the man. "Uncle, may I inquire about how to apply for a permit?" Canaan observed that the majority of the books here were exceedingly precious, many of which were unique copies, some of which he suspected even Hogwarts did not possess. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would not have come here for research. All you need is a renowned wizard to act as a guarantor, and then you can apply at the Magical Congress. He paused before adding, "Just like the permit you held earlier, with Dumbledore as the guarantor." "Oh, very well." Canaan acknowledged that he was not well acquainted with Dumbledore. His current proficiency in mental occlusion was merely rudimentary, and facing such a cunning old fox could easily expose his flaws. "Uncle, what is the purpose of the 4th floor?" Canaan noticed a staircase leading to a higher level around the corner and attentively observed that numerous magical arrays were engraved on the walls flanking the staircase. This is another application of magical arrays beyond alchemy. When combined with certain spells, inscribing them on structures can yield tremendous destructive power. He recalled that Grindelwald had used similar magical arrays in Paris, as depicted in Fantastic Beasts. "It's merely a storage room for miscellaneous items. Let us proceed quickly." He tightened his grip on Canaan's hand and quickened his pace. Canaan nodded thoughtfully, glancing back with curiosity several times, yet he refrained from saying much. The middle-aged man escorted Canaan to the stairway on the 3rd floor, expressing concern. "Little one, do return home promptly after your reading. It has become rather unsafe lately." He appeared genuinely amiable towards Canaan. "All right, goodbye, uncle." After exiting the library, Canaan prepared to return to his grandfather's abode, only to unexpectedly discover that an individual was trailing behind him. He feigned ignorance, maintaining an air of curiosity as he gazed around, as if fascinated by everything. After walking along the main street for some time, Canaan veered into a secluded alleyway. He first cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, subsequently vanishing from sight. Where did he go? Tophos, one of the team leaders of the Major Crimes Investigation Department, followed him into the alley, only to find it entirely deserted. He had received orders the previous day to shadow a young wizard from England, but after 2 days of surveillance, he had uncovered nothing unusual. He perceived the individual as merely a novice in the magical realm, which led him to lower his guard somewhat. Nonetheless, as an Auror, he cautiously drew his wand and stepped into the alley. The only sound reverberating through the desolate passage was the soft patter of Tophos' footsteps. Holding his breath, Canaan waited until Tophos drew near, then aimed his wand at him, silently intoning, "Stupefy." This time, it was the silent casting that Canaan had diligently practiced for a long time. Silent casting could be initiated without uttering the incantation, albeit at a slightly reduced speed. Canaan had always considered it an effective method for stealthy ambushes. However, it required extensive training, and Canaan had only mastered a few fundamental spells in this manner. Tophos hurriedly turned, only to see a flash of white light rushing toward him. He had no time to react before the spell rendered him unconscious on the ground. Observing his adversary now incapacitated, Canaan approached, retrieving Tophos' wand and searching his belongings. To his astonishment, he discovered that Tophos was indeed an Auror. Canaan found an identification card on him, which resembled the one Schuster had shown him at the airport the previous day. Tophos, team leader of the Major Crimes Investigation Department of the American Magical Federation, Canaan read aloud the information on the card. He was taken aback to realize that the one trailing him was an American Auror. This was troublesome. Canaan understood that assaulting a public official was a serious offense. Even as a minor wizard, he likely faced significant repercussions. Now, he was desperate to ascertain why this Auror had been following him. Had he perhaps noticed something at the airport yesterday? As he pondered the contents of his pouch, he recalled that there were no contraband items within. Save for his alchemical materials and a few potions, nothing else seemed amiss. His wand. He remembered that Schuster had previously mentioned his wand. Could it be that wand? Canaan recalled that the wand employed by that enigmatic organization was also crafted by Duran. It seemed that the Aurors, upon observing my wand, had begun to suspect my connection to that organization. Canaan gazed at the prostrate Auror, furrowing his brow. If the predicament were merely about the wand, there would have been no need to assault the Auror. Brother, who prompted you to stealthily follow me? Could we not have convened in a calm and amicable manner? Alas, here we are, he muttered to the still unconscious Tophos. Now, he could only devise a means to conceal this incident. However, having already committed the act, it would be prudent to inquire about the true motives behind their surveillance. What did they truly know? Canaan resolved to take the initiative. He planned to transform into Tophos' likeness and escort him to the previous inn, securing a room to conduct a thorough inquiry. Subsequently, he plucked a strand of hair from the Auror and placed it into the polyjuice potion he had just retrieved from his storage bag. He had brought a considerable supply of potions to England, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Canaan closed his eyes and took a sip, the taste remarkably peculiar. Immediately, his appearance began to transform, and his physique rapidly expanded. He hurriedly stripped the unconscious Auror of his garments and donned them himself. Next, he cast an enhanced petrification spell and a shrinking charm on the Auror, stowing him away in a storage pouch. He sensed his skills becoming increasingly adept. After tidying his appearance, he made his way to the Harlow's Inn he had previously passed. I require a room for the night. Canaan addressed the rotund man at the counter. Tophos, what brings you here? Aren't you on duty today? The man chuckled upon seeing Canaan. As you know, the recent state of security has been troubling. We must always be prepared, Canaan replied with a smile, striving to conceal any anomalies. He was taken aback that this portly individual recognized him in the guise of an Auror. Rest assured, I am well aware of the regulations, and I will be vigilant for any unfamiliar faces, the rotund man said, glancing around before leaning closer to Canaan and speaking in a hushed tone, projecting an air of reliability. Canaan lowered his head and smiled softly. Take me upstairs, please, and grant me a fine room. Canaan followed the portly man upstairs to a room nestled in the corner, where a window offered a view of the bustling street below. After bidding him farewell and closing the door, Canaan waited until the coast was clear before retrieving the petrified Auror and placing it in the center of the bed. Grow quickly. Spell halt. Canaan retrieved a vial of Veritaserum from his bag, a potion he had previously acquired in Diagon Alley. This potion is strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic, with sales meticulously recorded, and he had expended a considerable sum of galleons to procure it. After administering the potion to the still unconscious Auror, Canaan cast a spell to awaken him. What is your name? Why are you following me? My name is Tophos, our boss. Schuster instructed me to shadow you, as he suspects something amiss. That Schuster at the airport yesterday, did he find anything concerning about me? Canaan pondered, feeling he had not transgressed against the magical community, having always been a law-abiding citizen, and this was indeed his first visit to America. I do not know. The boss did not share specifics, just ordered me to follow you. However, he possesses an uncanny ability to see through people's hearts and discern lies. Tophos replied slowly. See through hearts? Is that legitimacy? Canaan exclaimed in astonishment. No, it is said to be a family gift of the boss. His mother also possessed such an ability. This revelation made sense, especially since he had indeed lied at that moment. However, he was uncertain of the extent of this ability. If it allowed one to perceive another's thoughts directly, it would be exceedingly frightening. Have you had any recent activities? Any news regarding the previous Dark Wizard attack? Canaan sees the opportunity to inquire further. We have discovered that the organization affiliated with the Dark Wizards is planning covert operations in New York. But the matter is highly classified, and I am unaware of the specifics. Yet I overheard the boss mention that they have identified a Dark Wizard. A man named Dran from England, the owner of an old goods shop in Diagon Alley. Dran? Canaan was taken aback to learn that Dran's identity had been exposed. No wonder he had not returned to Diagon Alley. Noticing the dwindling efficacy of the potion, Canaan resolved to employ the legilimency he had only recently mastered, having practiced on Skada for quite some time. Look into my eyes and recall the information your boss has shared with you recently. Canaan fixed his gaze intently upon Tephoros. As the legilimency took effect, a torrent of images flooded Canaan's mind. Recall all your colleagues, the specific location of the magical guild, the scenes of your daily work. After numerous attempts at legilimency, Canaan, still somewhat unpracticed in this magic, found it to be quite taxing. Nevertheless, he managed to glean a wealth of details, making his impersonation of Tephoros considerably more secure. Indeed, Canaan planned to masquerade as Tephoros and infiltrate the magical guild to uncover more detailed information and rescue Dran. He suspected that Dran had already been secretly apprehended by the guild. He still had a few vials of polyjuice potion in his bag, which would sustain him for a time. Though this venture was perilous, Dran had been of immense help to him in Diagon Alley. Moreover, Canaan had brought along sufficient supplies for this trip to America, and his confidence in his survival was unwavering. Most importantly, through accessing Tephoros' memories, he discovered that Schuster was currently not within the guild, but rather engaged in a secret mission. As long as he did not encounter Schuster, with his thorough knowledge of Tephoros' information, he posed no risk of exposure. Canaan once again cast a slumbering spell upon Tephoros, erasing his memories of the past few days. Having previously endured the torment of Canaan's soul-snatching, he now succumbed to the erasure of his recollections, collapsing onto the bed with a furrowed brow, beads of cold sweat cascading down his pale forehead. The next destination was the Magic Guild. After meticulously tidying the room and leaving no trace, Canaan turned and departed. The American Magic Guild is situated in the Woolworth Building in downtown New York City, rather than within this wizarding sanctuary. According to Tephoros' memories, the guild is located on Broadway, and upon exiting the wizarding realm, he spent some time making his way there. From a distance, Canaan beheld the bustling streets dominated by the towering Wolvos Tower, which seemed to reach for the heavens. The exterior of the building was adorned with exquisite and ornate carvings. Approaching a small entrance at the base of the edifice, he encountered a guard clad in a cloak, with a stern countenance. "Ah, Pino, here you are again on duty," Canaan greeted. However, he was met with Pino's icy gaze. "How dull. It's always the same every day," Canaan remarked, shaking his head as he mimicked the mannerisms of Tephoros. He was diligently striving to embody Tephoros' character. After traversing the wide staircase, Canaan entered the grand hall. According to Tephoros' recollections, the security measures surrounding this area were exceedingly stringent. The interior was expansive and magnificently appointed. Canaan casually surveyed his surroundings, meticulously memorizing the locations of various corridors. At the center of the hall, a grand wheel displayed a poised sorceress, the esteemed president of the magical parliament, Seraphina. Numerous owls soared and circled above the hall, while various male and female wizards busily attended to their tasks. Canaan navigated through the throngs of people and arrived at the elevator, which opened to reveal a fae within. Upon seeing Canaan, the fae greeted him. "Hello, Tephoros." "Greetings, Kiri. Please take me to the death row," Canaan replied with a gentle smile. The death row was a place where prisoners were confined within the deepest level of the guild's building. If Durant had indeed been captured, he would most likely be held there. Kiri nodded and pressed the elevator button, as he was the steward of the guild, typically responsible for overseeing the elevator. The elevator ascended slowly, and during the leisurely ride, Canaan and Kiri engaged in casual conversation. Ding! The elevator came to a halt. "We've arrived, Tephoros." "Thank you, Kiri." Stepping out of the elevator, Canaan made his way directly to the officer in charge of overseeing the death row. The reception was handled by an elderly sorceress. "I am Tephoros, the team leader of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. I am here to inquire about a prisoner. May I ask if someone named Duran is held here?" Canaan produced his identification badge, displaying his credentials. "Duran, could you provide a full name?" the sorceress inquired. "However, we have not received any new prisoners in the past week." After consulting the record book beside her, she continued, "I do not believe we have such a prisoner here. That name does not appear." "Oh, thank you. I apologize for the intrusion." Canaan offered her a faint smile before turning to leave. Could it be that Duran was not captured? Or was there another reason? Nevertheless, Duran's absence was ultimately a piece of good news. Canaan pondered while standing in the elevator. Curie, please take me to the Major Crimes Investigation Unit on the 4th floor. He decided to seize the opportunity while Schuster was away to check his office, perhaps uncovering some useful information. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the elevator doors opened, and Canaan's gaze sharpened as he recognized a figure outside that made his pupils constrict. Schuster. Hadn't he gone on a mission? Upon spotting Canaan, Schuster's throat involuntarily moved, and an air of unease enveloped him. Boss, I thought you were out on a mission. Canaan questioned first. Hearing this, Schuster let out a slight sigh of relief. I returned to handle an urgent matter. The task over there is still incomplete, and I must head back shortly. He added, follow me, then turned toward the investigation unit. Casting a glance at the fake Curie in the elevator, Canaan felt a twinge of unease as he noticed Schuster's distinctly altered demeanor. However, he could not quite pinpoint what was amiss. In the context of Tofuo's, Schuster had always been a person of meticulous appearance. Yet, Canaan keenly observed that Schuster's suit was slightly wrinkled, and his behavior seemed rather peculiar. Most concerning was the fact that Schuster appeared oblivious to his own oddities. Logically speaking, Canaan's rudimentary mind-blocking technique should have been ineffectual against Schuster, whose insights into human nature were remarkably astute. Coupled with his talent for mental manipulation, Schuster had successfully uncovered numerous hidden dark sorcerers for the American Unions over the years. Canaan doubted that his modest tricks could deceive him. It was possible that this Schuster was an imposter. Boss, do you recall that little sorcerer I was asked to investigate the day before yesterday? I have made some progress. He intently observed Schuster's expression, feeling it prudent to probe further. The little sorcerer, oh, I remember now, a vague impression. You know how it is. Our department has been inundated with matters lately. I've been utterly swamped. Schuster furrowed his brow and replied. Canaan's heart fluttered with a subtle smile. He was now 100% certain that this Schuster was an imposter, especially since they had only encountered each other at the airport the day before. However, he chose not to expose the deception, as it was evident that this individual, masquerading as Schuster, harbored some secret of questionable nature. It would be far safer to accompany him and navigate through the murky waters. You shall report back to me on this matter later. For now, you must assist me, he stated. The disguised Schuster began to feel uneasy, contemplating an exit. His objectives had already been accomplished. Remaining at the guild headquarters would only increase the risk of being discovered. Without further ado, he seized Canaan's hand and initiated a disapparation. Wait. Canaan barely had time to speak before their forms vanished from the corridor. Suddenly, Canaan was engulfed by a suffocating pressure, as though he were being thrust into a narrow pipe, spinning uncontrollably. Damn, this is my first time. Shortly thereafter, alarms blared throughout the American Magical Guild. The space around them warped, and they found themselves in a desolate wilderness where Canaan gasped for air, collapsing weakly onto the ground. The experience of such magic was utterly dreadful. Tafas, what is the matter? The counterfeit Schuster slowly drew out his wand, his heart filled with murderous intent. It's nothing. Canaan began to explain, but before he could finish, a white spell hurtled towards him. Not good. With no time to react, Canaan was struck and sent tumbling onto a nearby lawn. The dizziness that had plagued him dissipated significantly, thanks to the protective stone he always carried. The imposter Schuster observed a translucent barrier manifesting around Canaan, intercepting his spell. An expensive alchemical item, yet it shall not spare you from the clutches of death. He sneered cruelly. Damn it, another sneak attack. Canaan hastily drew his wand, indignantly exclaiming, having faced 2 ambushes. He wondered if all wizards in the magical realm were so despicable. Blame your misfortune, the foe Schuster retorted, his movements unrelenting. Shatter. He cast another spell towards Canaan. A beam of white light surged towards Canaan at breakneck speed. In a flurry, Canaan recited a defensive incantation, erecting a barrier to ward off the assault. Seizing the brief moment, he skillfully executed a disarming spell, disarm your weapon. However, Schuster effortlessly deflected Canaan's attack with a casual flick of his wand, appearing entirely unfazed. Is this all you are capable of? He taunted, as he accelerated his spellcasting. A barrage of white spells rained down upon Canaan, leaving him with no room to retaliate. He struggled to defend himself, feeling increasingly overwhelmed as his magical energy waned. He had not anticipated the formidable prowess of this imposter Schuster, whose rapid casting and powerful spells left him reeling under the weight of abundant magical force. Suddenly, the foe Schuster halted, perplexed. Your magic is far too weak. You cannot possibly be Tafas. An Auror's strength would not be so lacking. Who are you? He discerned that while Canaan demonstrated remarkable skill in spellcasting, his spells lacked potency, casting doubt on his identity as a seasoned auror. Furthermore, Canaan's performance during their disapparition suggested that he was indeed suspicious, having failed to acclimate to the basic spatial pressures. "I am your grandfather." Canaan seized the opportunity during the exchange to launch a retaliatory spell, Shatter. Unfortunately, he was still unfamiliar with the incantation, allowing Schuster to evade it with ease. "Very well, I have made my decision. I shall capture you and make you experience the agony of the Cruciatus curse," he declared, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. "Then let us see. The members of the Magical Federation will likely arrive here soon. You cannot escape." Canaan attempted to distract him with words, searching for an opening to counterattack. "Kid, before that happens, I will kill you. You are as good as dead," he replied, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. He intensified his magical output, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Avada Kedavra, a flash of green light soared forth. Canaan narrowly dodged, falling to the ground in the process. "Disarm your weapon." Another spell was cast, and Canaan had no time to evade, causing his wand to be sent flying. At that moment, the effects of the polyjuice potion seemed to have worn off, revealing Canaan's true form, adorned with a bright red hat and a somewhat disheveled wizarding robe. Canaan knelt awkwardly on one knee, his bright eyes fixed intently on his opponent, while his mind raced to devise a strategy. "Ha, still quite the dapper young lad. If I recall correctly, you are Canaan Bryan?" The imposter Schuster brandished his wand, his eyes wide with excitement. "Though I am uncertain how you came to be here. Time is short. I must bid you farewell," he bellowed, seemingly envisioning the scene of Canaan's demise. Shatter. A piercing beam of white light shot forth. Canaan was well prepared, and a golden circular shield materialized in his hand, an embodiment of the shielding spell. The incantation struck the golden shield, igniting a shower of sparks and releasing wisps of azure smoke. Once again, the ancient magic inherited from the Ancient One aided Canaan. This was wandless sorcery. The imposter Schuster gasped in astonishment, for he had never witnessed such magic before. Yet, the murderous intent within him intensified. The boy's talent was undeniably formidable. He resolved to eliminate Canaan, for the threat he posed to the organization was far too significant to ignore. He unleashed several more spells, all deftly deflected by Canaan's agile use of the golden shield. As he sensed the dwindling magical energy within him, anxiety gripped his heart. Meanwhile, Canaan crouched, skillfully concealing his form behind the shield, effectively blocking the incoming spells. However, he too was not without his struggles. His own magical reserves were nearly depleted. Suddenly, he recalled the Sage S hat, capable of reflecting spells. If he dared to take a risk, perhaps he could employ the hat to vanquish this pretender. Determined, Canaan began to intentionally expose his head, taunting, "You better run, or you'll miss your chance. The aurors from the Magical Congress are on their way. You're doomed." The imposter Schuster, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his barrage of spells, felt a pang of urgency. He had yet to fulfill the mission assigned by the organization and could not afford to linger. Spotting the tip of Canaan's hat peeking out, a flicker of delight surged within him, and he seized the opportunity to strike. With precision, he forced Canaan into a pit of earth, ready to capitalize on the moment. Avada Kedavra! Canaan gazed at the oncoming green light, his body trembling slightly as he resolutely approached it, donning his hat. Fortunately, the green light, upon striking his red hat, reflected back along a straight line with remarkable speed. The green light flashed past. The imposter Schuster had no time to evade, and with an expression of disbelief, he beheld the curse reflected upon himself. A fleeting look of resentment crossed his eyes before his entire body collapsed to the ground. At last, the adversary was vanquished. Seeing the enemy sprawled on the ground, Canaan exhaled a sigh of relief, swiftly retrieving his wand and advancing to the lifeless form to confiscate the wand from the fallen foe. Deprived of his magical potency, the imposter Schuster reverted to his original visage. It was Vimeru. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. He was yet another agent of that organization. Canaan had previously practiced the art of mind extraction on Skarda, and within fragments of Skarda's memories, he recalled this individual as a minor leader within their ranks. "It seems I am fated to intertwine with your organization," Canaan murmured to the corpse as he rummaged through its belongings. "Ah, what is this? A green gemstone?" He observed a thumb-sized green stone, devoid of any magical aura, that he had discovered upon Vimeru. Additionally, there was a modest sum of galloons in his pocket. Initially believing it to be an ordinary emerald, he paid it little heed, attempting to stow it away in his storage pouch, only to find it utterly impossible, as if an unseen hand were cradling the gem at the pouch's opening. This gemstone is anything but ordinary. Canaan cradled the gemstone in the palm of his hand, examining it meticulously for some time, yet he discerned no anomalies. This must be the secret of Vimuru's journey. However, he remained uncertain of the gemstone's intended purpose. Canaan pondered. It was indeed the first time he had encountered an item that could not be stored in a spatial compartment. Canaan casually excavated a deep pit and interred the corpse within. I suppose I have repaid kindness with resentment. Even in hell, remember my virtues, and spare me your vengeance. I did not slay you. Your demise was a consequence of your own dark enchantment. By the way, if you have perused my writings, you should be well aware of the magic I wield. Having dealt with the body, Canaan surveyed the desolate, silent expanse of yellow earth and realized he was in a secluded location. Where am I? It seems there is not a soul in sight. And how am I to return? He gazed around with an expression of profound melancholy. Canaan rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. An idea struck him. He procured a flat, large stone and stood upon it, casting a levitation spell. Yugadum Leviosa. Under the influence of the incantation, the stone began to rise slowly. Canaan perched steadily atop it, one hand gripping his wand while the other steadied himself against the stone, ascending approximately 20 meters. He felt his form sway slightly in the breeze. Fixing his gaze into the distance, he discerned what appeared to be traces of a city ahead. With caution, he proceeded to carefully lower the stone back down. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he reflected that such an exploratory method was likely rare among wizards. As a sorcerer, my path is fraught with challenges. I must certainly learn the art of apparition, he resolved. After determining his direction, he began to walk forward on foot. Canaan traveled for quite some time before finally encountering the expansive highway ahead. He spent a modest sum of dollars to secure a ride back to New York. How embarrassing it was for a wizard, he mused, to rely on his own legs for such a journey, a rarity indeed. Hey there, little buddy, keep your spirits up. New York is just around the corner, the jovial driver reassured him, his ample frame swaying rhythmically to the pulsating music in the car. This affable individual, the driver of the rideshare, was quick to oblige Canaan's request upon seeing the crisp $100 bill he presented. Canaan nodded, choosing to disregard him. As the rotund man chattered incessantly throughout their journey, this was indeed the first time Canaan had encountered someone more loquacious than himself. Truly, there are always those who surpass our expectations. I have underestimated the world. Suddenly, Canaan's gaze sharpened as he beheld, not far ahead, the city of New York, where a colossal magical insignia of a majestic eagle loomed in the sky. He recognized this as the urgent signal of the Aurors, the emblem denoting the highest level of alert. Something has transpired in New York. It must be the mysterious organization at work, though the specifics remain unclear. Canaan originally intended to refrain from involvement, as his strength was still inadequate. However, the uncertainty surrounding Duran's fate, coupled with an insatiable curiosity, compelled him to take a look. Thus, he resolved to enter the village discreetly, preferring to avoid any firearms. Excuse me, could we accelerate? I wish to return to New York more swiftly. Canaan addressed the rotund uncle, who was still lost in his music. Little one, it is everyone's responsibility to drive safely. I shall not exceed the speed limit. The uncle firmly replied. Canaan retrieved a stack of dollars from his pocket and silently placed it before him. Hold on tight, little one, he uttered, as he accelerated with fervor. The rotund gentleman's driving skills were indeed remarkable. Within a mere 10 minutes, they navigated through the bustling traffic and arrived in the vibrant heart of New York City. Canaan stepped out of the vehicle with a lightness in his step, swiftly slipping into a deserted alleyway. From his satchel, he retrieved 2 vials of the compound potion once more, into which he added a strand of Tephasa's hair before consuming the mixture. The more potent the dosage, the longer the alteration of his appearance would endure. Having imbibed 2 vials this time, he estimated that his disguise would last considerably longer. He felt it prudent to maintain Tephasa's visage, for he did not wish to experience the sudden reversion to his original appearance as he had during the recent skirmish. Sensing the residual magic of the signal, he hastened towards the scene of the incident. Crossing through the wizard's secret realm, Canaan arrived at the New York Public Library, where numerous structures lay in ruin. A small throng of wizards were frantically fleeing down the streets, and Canaan moved against the tide, making his way forward. He observed a gathering of people ahead and squeezed his way through, hunching down to reveal only his head as he peered ahead. Before him lay. He gazed blankly at the sight, where several Aurors from the magical guild encircled the library, which was shrouded in a massive transparent barrier. Numerous Aurors were attempting to disperse the crowd, though their efforts were proving ineffectual. Tephas, an Auror, scanned the throng, and his eyes brightened upon spotting a familiar face. Calling out loudly, "Hey, can't you see I'm trying to keep a low profile? Hi, old Learys, what's the situation now?" Canaan reluctantly stepped out of the crowd, offering a sheepish greeting. "The boss is trapped inside, and Daniel is directing the operation." "But I suspect there might be issues with Daniel, Learys, the Auror," whispered to Canaan. He shared a close bond with Canaan, who was disguised as Tafas, and was, in fact, a member of Tafas's Auror team. "What kind of issues?" Canaan inquired, but before Learys could finish, Daniel was seen approaching briskly. "Daniel, I was just about to brief Tafas on the situation, and luckily you're here. Please fill him in while I check elsewhere," Learys explained hurriedly to the approaching Daniel. "Tafas, you finally arrived." Daniel nodded at him, then turned to Canaan. "Daniel, what's the situation? Where's the boss?" "Learys, didn't he clarify things for me?" Canaan asked, his brow furrowing with concern as he exchanged a significant glance with Learys. "The boss is trapped inside. A group of dark wizards has taken hostages within the library and activated its protective measures. Our team is currently devising a strategy to assist him promptly," Daniel said, without a hint of doubt regarding Canaan's identity, his words tumbling forth in haste. "How many people are inside, and what is the boss's condition?" Canaan pressed further. "The numbers are unclear. The boss entered alone over 10 minutes ago, and then the protective measures were triggered. I activated the signal when I sensed the situation was dire. How soon can our people breach this barrier?" Canaan moved closer to inspect, discovering that the mechanism's principles bore resemblance to several protective enchantments he was familiar with. "It may take some time. This defensive enchantment is quite ancient, and many of the records have been lost. The only texts that might contain relevant information are likely still within the library," Daniel elaborated. "However, we have already contacted several alchemists well-versed in enchantments. They might be able to unravel this magical barrier." Canaan turned his gaze towards Daniel, pondering, perhaps. "Daniel, this behavior is quite uncharacteristic of you." According to Thorfinn's recollections, the Black Aurora was known for his decisive actions and remarkable abilities, always subtly regarded as a potential successor to Schuster. Yet, the current demeanor of Daniel starkly contrasts with his usual self, and coupled with old Lys's earlier remarks, Canaan could ascertain that this Daniel might have been swapped out, and likely remains a member of that nefarious Black Sorcerer organization. Although Canaan had never been fond of the American Magical Association's ways, the ruthless tactics employed by this group of dark sorcerers were alarming, having previously targeted him on multiple occasions. Capturing this Daniel could potentially yield a wealth of intelligence regarding the organization. "Thorfinn, as you know, even the boss is trapped within. What options do I truly possess?" he remarked with a wry smile, his pupils narrowing. Canaan cast a glance behind Daniel, where, under the notification of old Lizzie, the surrounding Aurors had subtly encircled him. "Daniel, today I apprehended a wizard named Vimilu, and he has disclosed everything." Canaan scrutinized Daniel's expression closely. "Who is this Vimilu? What do you know of him?" Daniel feigned ignorance, his face a mask of bewilderment. "Seize him. He is hiding something," Canaan commanded decisively. Having keenly observed the slight contraction of Daniel's pupils upon hearing the name Vimilu, indicating his undeniable connection to the organization, as Daniel reached for his wand, he was swiftly overpowered by the crowd before he could cast a spell, his wand flying far from his grasp. Watching Daniel subdued, Canaan turned to the assembled Aurors. "Who among you possesses a truth serum?" Despite the regulations in the magical community stipulating that the use of truth serums for interrogation requires congressional approval, the urgency of the situation permitted them to exercise their authority as Aurors. "None of us have it. It's with the boss," they replied in unison, shaking their heads. Canaan felt a sense of helplessness, for he possessed only a vial of truth serum, which he had recently utilized. Initially, he had hoped to extract some information from Daniel, but it now appeared that his efforts would yield little reward. Canaan directed his wand at Daniel and uttered, "Restore at once." This incantation was meant to revert him to his original appearance. The spell struck Daniel, yet his visage remained unchanged. Could it be that this Daniel was not the true one? Canaan furrowed his brow, sensing that the waters in New York were becoming increasingly treacherous, and the dark wizard organization was veiled in obscurity, with its tendrils extending into the wizarding communities of various nations. Now, even the Aurors of the American Magical Association could be counted among their ranks. "Send 2 individuals to escort Daniel," he commanded. "The rest of you, maintain vigilance in the surrounding area. Allow no one to approach. Should any suspicious individuals draw near, apprehend them immediately." Canaan could no longer be certain if there were traitors among those who remained, yet he had neither the time nor the luxury to dwell on such thoughts. After all, he was not an Auror of America, there was no need for him to exert himself so fervently. Canaan approached the luminous barrier, meticulously examining the intricate patterns of the magical array within. He recalled a similar enchantment inscribed at the stairwell of the fourth floor of the library. It seemed that this library held considerable significance. After pondering for a while, Canaan realized that, given his proficiency in magical arrays, deciphering this large-scale defensive enchantment would likely not be achievable in a short span of time, unless one resorted to a powerful assault to deplete the energy sustaining the array. The current manpower was insufficient, numerous Aurors were still en route, and many hostages remained inside the library. This was the only feasible method he could attempt. Canaan resolved to employ a meditative technique, allowing his magical energy to flow in accordance with the array's operational trajectory, which might prevent him from being repelled by it. However, the conditions within were uncertain, and he feared that venturing alone could prove perilous. Hesitating, he surveyed his surroundings, the distant crowd of onlookers, the vigilant Aurors, and several journalists from the magical community capturing the scene from afar. Thoughts of his parents and grandfather waiting at home crossed his mind. He was reluctant to risk his life, yet the plight of the hostages compelled him. Perhaps he could save them if he managed to enter. Ultimately, he decided to proceed, prioritizing the preservation of his own life. With a newfound resolve, he recalled the contents of his storage pouch, which bolstered his confidence. After consuming a calming potion, Canaan closed his eyes, centering his thoughts. Following the trajectory of the magical array, he soon opened his eyes, having executed his plan with remarkable efficiency. Sensing that the barrier no longer rejected him, Canaan grasped his wand and slowly stepped into the library. As he passed through the luminous shield, he emerged at the entrance of the library, casting an invisibility charm upon himself before cautiously advancing inside. Upon reaching the first floor, he discovered that all the hostage wizards had been herded to the center of the hall, stripped of their wands, and huddled together in terror. Surrounding them were dozens of black-robed sorcerers wielding wands. Scattered books lay carelessly strewn across the floor, and several recently deceased bodies, blood pooling beneath them, marred the pristine surface of the jade-colored tiles. These appeared to be the remnants of those who had resisted. A surge of inexplicable rage welled within him. The warmth of the lifeless bodies served as a grim reminder of the cruelty within the wizarding world. Remaining vigilant, Canaan treaded lightly, cautiously advancing. The dark wizards appeared formidable, and he deemed the prospects of rescuing the hostages contingent on their mood. Safeguarding his own life was of utmost importance. "I know there are many of you hiding nearby," declared one of the apparent leaders among the dark sorcerers. "We have no intention of harming you. As long as you obediently remain here, you will be safe when the time comes." He gestured toward the lifeless bodies on the ground. "However, if you seek to court disaster and choose to resist, your fate will inevitably mirror that of the unfortunate souls lying beneath you." Canaan observed the numerous black-robed sorcerers, noting their meticulously calculated positions. Their dark robes appeared to be alchemical artifacts, obscuring their faces from view. He raised his gaze towards the third floor, where several more dark wizards were stationed. After a rough estimation, he counted a total of 23 sorcerers across all levels, including those guarding the stairwell exits. The strength of this organization surpassed his expectations. With heightened caution, he gradually moved into a corner, careful not to make a sound. He then retrieved a storage pouch, extracting a small metallic sphere and a palm-sized wooden cylinder. Next, he equipped himself with specially designed earplugs and goggles, both of which were products of post-class assignments from Hohenheim. Among his collection of videos, these two items could be classified as mid-tier alchemical artifacts, crafted with considerable effort by Canaan. The metallic sphere, known as the subsonic sphere, emitted extremely low-frequency infrasound waves upon activation, capable of inflicting significant harm to the human body. The wooden cylinder resembled a smoke bomb used by Muggles, named the Mist Bomb. When deployed, it released a substantial volume of smoke, within which Canaan had infused a potent tranquilizer. Even a minor inhalation by a sorcerer would render them incapacitated. He also consumed a dose of the antidote for the tranquilizer, which was sweet and quite palatable. He enjoyed enhancing the taste of his potions with honey, as long as it did not interfere with their efficacy. These two artifacts had previously emboldened Canaan to infiltrate the magical guild, but it now seemed they would be employed against this assembly of dark wizards. If all went according to plan, this organization's objective was likely the fourth level of the library, where the stairway entrance was inscribed with a magical array. However, Canaan was uncertain of Schuster's situation. It appeared he had not yet been captured. Canaan thought it prudent to remain on the lower level, wishing to avoid entanglement with the American Aurors and this organization unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, each stairwell entrance in the library was guarded, and without the ability to apparate. Canaan doubted he could reach the fourth floor solely relying on his disillusionment charm. Thus, he quietly crouched in the corner, observing the unfolding situation. The disparity in power between the two factions was too great. Perhaps it was wiser to remain inconspicuous and develop his own strengths, he mused. Not long after, a loud shout erupted from above. He's on the third floor. Quick, seize him. A cacophony of battle ensued. The sound of objects exploding under the impact of a shattering curse echoing through the air. How intense! Canaan craned his neck for a better view. Witnessing a black-robed sorcerer being hurled from the third floor, caught effortlessly by the leading dark wizard on the first floor with a flick of his wand. Send 10 men up to investigate, and keep the wizards guarding the stairwell on high alert. Do not move, he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Canaan gazed intently, realizing that the battle on the third floor had ceased. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall. Suddenly, a cloaked sorcerer descended, whispering a few words into the ear of the leading wizard. The head wizard nodded and then proclaimed loudly, initially. Our intention was merely to acquire the artifact and depart without causing harm. Yet, there are always those who refuse to cooperate. Mr. Schuster, the Auror from the American Magical Congress, I am aware of your presence here and know that you possess the key above. If you surrender the key, I shall overlook the injuries inflicted upon us, and I assure you, I will not harm you in any way. He then addressed the entire assembly, however. Should you choose not to comply, I shall randomly claim a life every minute right here. You are well aware of my resolve regarding that artifact. His voice suddenly intensified, filled with a menacing ferocity. Canaan stood aside, assuming the role of an onlooker. Despite his persistent disdain for the arrogant leader, he found himself intrigued by Schuster's decision. Nevertheless, he resolved that should Schuster refrain from action, he would intervene when necessary. After the head wizard concluded his speech, he warily scanned his surroundings. After a moment, no movement could be discerned. Is human life so undervalued in your eyes? Allow me to demonstrate my resolve. He seized a young girl from the crowd, her eyes swollen and red, evidently having wept for an extended period. Upon being drawn forth, the girl did not wail or protest. Instead, she widened her gaze, fixating intently on the leader, seemingly desperate to engrave his visage in her memory. Alas, all she could discern was the impenetrable darkness of his robe. Her parents have just met their demise at my hands, and I harbor a particular disdain for those who resist. Their blood is still warm, I assume. He paused, directing his wand toward the girl. Now, I shall send her to reunite with her parents. Witnessing the dire situation, Canaan gripped his wand tightly, preparing to unleash a sonic orb. Though it risked collateral damage to innocents, the sheer number of dark wizards rendered the use of a fog bomb insufficient, and the ensuing chaos could endanger bystanders. Here is the key. Release the girl. A key fell from the air, rolling to the feet of the leading wizard. While Schuster's voice resonated throughout the library, evoking a sense of disorientation regarding his location. At the leader's gesture, a black-robed wizard approached to retrieve the key, inspecting it thoroughly before presenting it to the head wizard. Had you acted sooner, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost, wouldn't you agree? He retorted loudly, casting a smile towards the crowd. You few remain here to keep watch. With that, the head wizard, clutching the key, prepared to ascend to the third floor. As Canaan gazed ahead, he noted that 5 black-robed sorcerers remained on the first level, one stood guard at the staircase while the other 4 encircled the crowd. It would be unwise to act recklessly, he muttered to himself, observing the lead sorcerer gradually retreat. He recognized that this organization exhibited an exceedingly high level of vigilance, and with his current capabilities, he could not possibly contend with all 5 simultaneously. He harbored no illusions of emerging heroically to vanquish all 5 adversaries in one fell swoop. If I can avoid harming the hostages, I shall refrain from intervening, he reasoned, seemingly convincing himself. Canaan resolved to remain as steady as a rock. His own life was of utmost importance. At that moment, the previously concealed Schuster suddenly revealed himself and shouted, "Attack!" Instantly, several sorcerers emerged from the surroundings, launching an assault on the 5 black-robed figures in the hall. Disarm them. Sleep. 3 black-robed sorcerers were swiftly incapacitated, leaving only 2 fortunate enough to evade the spells. They promptly drew their wands and retreated to the bookshelves at the hall's edge, utilizing the shelves as cover while mounting a desperate counterattack. Stay here and protect the people in the hall, Schuster instructed his companions before dashing up to the 3rd floor alone. What a martyr! Canaan marveled at Schuster's fearless advance. With the hostages now safe, he had no intention of foolishly charging into the fray. His gaze shifted to the 2 remaining black-robed sorcerers still resisting. Eliminating them should pose no challenge. Maintaining his invisibility spell, He stealthily approached the battling sorcerers from behind. "Petrify them all," he exclaimed, casting his wand at one black-robed sorcerer. Then turning to the other, who had just realized his presence, and shouted, "Disarm." The two black-robed sorcerers were caught off guard, instantaneously losing their combat effectiveness. Indeed, a surprise attack from behind proved to be the quintessential strategy for a sorcerer's combat. Canaan gazed at the crowd whose attention was fixated upon him and explained, "I am the Auror of the Magical Congress, Tophos. You are now safe." Upon hearing his words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. At that moment, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted from the upper floors, indicating that Schuster had engaged in combat. "Mr. Tophos, will you not assist the gentleman upstairs?" inquired a middle-aged man brandishing a wand, who had exhibited remarkable bravery in the earlier skirmish. "Ah, sir, my duty is to ensure your protection. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether any dark wizards may still be lurking nearby. It is prudent for me to remain here to safeguard you," Canaan replied with a serious countenance. "Yet, there are so many dark wizards upstairs. Can Mr. Schuster manage on his own?" Another wizard interjected, his expression rife with concern. Previously, without Schuster's intervention, they would have been unable to conceal themselves for such a duration amidst the search conducted by the numerous cloaked sorcerers. "Schuster is our head Auror, possessing formidable strength. Rest assured, your safety is paramount, is it not?" Canaan resolved steadfastly, determined not to involve himself in the fray. At that moment, the situation above appeared to shift dramatically, as Canaan observed a swirling green flame transforming into a fiery bird, wreaking havoc on the third floor. "That is the Fiendfire curse," he realized, as it consumed everything flammable in its path. "We have secured the items. We can leave now." A cacophony of voices echoed from above. It was the voice of Duran. Canaan was quite familiar with this voice. He had previously suspected that Duran might have been captured by the Aurors. However, he was taken aback to discover that Duran had been on the third floor all along, and it seemed their organization had acquired what they sought. Canaan addressed the crowd, instructing them to remain here and prioritize their safety while he ascended to assist. "Remember to cover your ears," he urged, hastening his way to the third floor. Upon reaching the third level, he encountered the raging inferno, with numerous rare books consumed by the flames, a sight that filled him with profound sorrow. Yet, he found himself lacking a viable solution to combat such formidable dark magic. Moreover, the more one resisted this blaze, the fiercer it became, with water and spells merely nourishing the flames. Noting that the fire would require some time to spread to the first floor, Canaan felt a slight sense of relief. He cast a protective spell to insulate himself from the heat and swiftly navigated through the flames into the corridor of the third floor. At the end of the corridor lay the entrance to the fourth floor. Faintly, he discerned voices ahead, prompting him to tread softly and apply a spell of illusion upon himself. In that moment, he realized that such magic was paramount for a wizard to master, an invaluable means of self-preservation. "I shall repeat myself. Surrender the items, and I will release him," he declared. Canaan paused at the corner of the corridor, peering out to assess the situation. He observed Schuster firmly grasping a black-robed sorcerer, who was turned away from him, while a group of black-robed sorcerers guarded the stairway leading to the fourth floor. Several black-robed figures lay sprawled on the ground. Schuster's prowess far exceeded Canaan's expectations. He had not anticipated that so many black-robed sorcerers would fail to apprehend him, and that he would even manage to eliminate a few. At that moment, 3 individuals emerged from the staircase, all clad in modern attire, devoid of black robes. Upon seeing their faces, Canaan's gaze sharpened. Delran was among them. And another figure was the guard who had escorted him out of the library earlier that day. The guard, positioned between the other two, appeared to hold a significant status. "It is you, Philrot," Schuster exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the guard's visage, inadvertently tightening his grip on the black-robed sorcerer's left hand. "I did not expect you to join them." "Schuster, you're mistaken. It is not I who have joined them, but rather they who have joined me." Philrot emphasized the last word with gravity. "I have no time for idle chatter. Release him, and I shall let you go. We have acquired what we sought, and your interference is now futile." "Wait, Philrot, I disagree with your decision. This arrogant one has already dispatched several of our members. He cannot be allowed to leave alive." A voice resonated from the enigmatic fourth floor, and a shadow gradually descended from the staircase. Canaan focused intently and recognized it as the leading black-robed sorcerer from before. Philrot cast a sidelong glance at the leader behind him. "Kill him? Do you believe you can best him? Now that we have what we need, there is no need to complicate matters. Besides, he still has our people in his grasp. Then we shall eliminate him together." The leading sorcerer swiftly drew his wand and aimed a spell at Schuster. Shatter. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Schuster dragged the black-robed sorcerer backward, his right hand struggling to wield his wand in defense. Stop it. Number 3. Do not test my patience. You know the organization's rules. Philot admonished angrily as he witnessed the leader's defiance of his orders. Oh, do not be so upset, Philrod. I was merely jesting. I have grown accustomed to the recent killings, the leading black-robed sorcerer replied with a smirk, lowering his wand as if the earlier attack had not been his doing. Schuster, release our people. There is no point in lingering here. The fiery curse outside remains unresolved, and there are still many on the first floor, Philrod urged, turning his gaze back to Schuster. Realizing that remaining was of little significance, Schuster regarded the group opposite him with a grave expression. He then pushed aside the black-robed sorcerer and vanished with a disapparition spell. Canaan observed in astonishment as Schuster suddenly vanished, leaving him utterly alone, paralyzed against the wall, not daring to make a sound. With Schuster's departure, the remaining individuals no longer maintained the tense atmosphere of moments prior. Have you pinpointed the exact location? Inquired the leading black-robed sorcerer. Yes, we have determined it somewhere in France, but the precise location will require further investigation, replied Duran. Let us hope that Vimeru progresses smoothly. Without that artifact, our efforts will ultimately be in vain, sighed the leading sorcerer. He then turned his gaze to Philrod and gestured upward, commanding, Number 2. Seal off this exterior shell. It is time for us to depart. I apologize, but once this protective measure is activated, it can only be deactivated when the energy is depleted. There is no way to turn it off prematurely, Philrod responded, casting a glance at the leader. Canaan was taken aback, realizing that Philrod was merely the second in command of this organization. Who, then, was the first? Grindelwald? What? Are we to remain here idle, awaiting the Aurors outside to establish a counter-disapparation barrier and ensnare us? The leading sorcerer, upon hearing the reply, exhibited a hint of agitation. After a brief moment of silence, he continued, I refuse to believe you have made no preparations. In his mind, the second in command was considered the intellect of the organization. Certainly not one to overlook such a possibility and lead them to their demise. I truly have made no preparations, however, rest assured, without Schuster outside. They are neither clever enough nor have the time, Philrod stated, producing a book as he settled on the staircase, leisurely engrossing himself in its pages, completely unperturbed. Utter nonsense, muttered the leading sorcerer, his frustration palpable. Yet Canaan, standing at a distance, was certain that everyone present had heard the exclamation. Following the leader's outburst, Philrod remained unfazed, continuing to read his book as an eerie silence enveloped the group, occasionally punctuated by the distant clamor of firefighting efforts below. Canaan felt a twinge of fatigue, for maintaining a single posture for an extended period is indeed quite arduous. He gently shifted his feet. Someone is there, exclaimed Philrod as he swiftly rose, drawing his wand and advancing down the corridor. Who goes there? Schuster? Inquired the leading dark-robed wizard, his brow furrowing with vigilance. It is not he. He would not ascend until the fierce flames are quelled, Philrod replied. He possessed an acute sensitivity to sound, and he was certain he had heard the unmistakable scrape of shoes against the floor just moments before. Canaan felt a sudden jolt of surprise, realizing that merely shifting his foot had betrayed his presence. As the footsteps drew ever closer, he instinctively reached for his waist, grasping the fog bomb, while his right hand firmly clasped his wand. Philrod arrived at the corridor's entrance, surveying his surroundings, declaring, I know you are here. The disillusionment charm is not infallible. He uttered the incantation, Reveal thyself, a spell capable of unveiling the shapes of those nearby, albeit with a limited range. Sensing imminent discovery, Canaan decisively hurled the fog bomb and swiftly retreated. Shatter. Philrod, with remarkable agility, unleashed a burst of white light towards the now exposed Canaan. Obstacles abound. Canaan wielded his wand, acutely aware of Philrod's formidable magical prowess, feeling as though his wand might be wrested from his grasp. Fortunately, as the fog bomb struck the ground, it emitted a thick plume of white smoke, which rapidly enveloped the surrounding corridor. Canaan, utilizing the residual power of Philrod's attack, swiftly retreated in the direction of entry. Philrod, upon witnessing the billowing white mist, sensed impending danger and inadvertently inhaled a small amount, immediately realizing his head was spinning. The fog was perilous. Let us proceed to the first floor, he bellowed, and in an instant, his figure vanished into the mist. Amidst the fog, the others heard the command, held their breath, and promptly utilized their shifting abilities to disappear. Only a few unfortunate souls, having inhaled in excess of the white mist, collapsed onto the ground. Yet their companions swiftly dragged them away. Damn! Canaan exclaimed in Chinese, and just as he reached the corridor's exit, he discovered that the third floor of the library had already been consumed by fierce flames, with the green fire rapidly encroaching upon the corridor. A glance back revealed that the white smoke was also spreading here, albeit at a significantly slower pace. Canaan suddenly realized that the smoke appeared to be flammable, composed of countless particles resembling flour, and the concentration was alarmingly high. Should an explosion occur, he could not be certain of his survival. Flee. Canaan turned and sprinted back. Although visibility was severely compromised in the fog, he adeptly navigated the obstacles in the corridor, relying on his goggles. Upon reaching the stairwell leading to the fourth floor, he discovered that everyone had vanished, leaving only Deland, who lay unconscious on the stairs, presumably having succumbed to the disorienting mist. He hurriedly dragged Deland towards the fourth floor, for it was perhaps only the outer chamber adorned with magical sigils that could save their lives. Upon entering the enigmatic fourth floor, Canaan found it to be small, desolate, and shrouded in white haze. He swiftly closed the small door behind him, and at that moment, the magical patterns on the door and walls shimmered with golden light. Afterward, he pulled Deland to the farthest corner from the door and raised the golden shield to protect them. Now, all they could do was pray that this magical barrier would not only block the air but also shield them from the impending explosion. A tremendous roar erupted. A surge of golden light burst forth from the small door as the magical formation struggled to withstand the external blast, causing the entire room to tremble violently. With the cacophony ringing in his ears, Canaan felt as if his head had been struck forcefully, accompanied by a ringing sensation and a momentary void in his thoughts. Canaan removed the specially designed earplugs from his ears, which seemed utterly ineffective against the low frequencies. His ears throbbed with pain. After administering an antidote to Deland for the sedative, he slowly stood up and opened the small door, only to be astounded by the scene that greeted him. The library's center appeared hollowed out, as if the second and third floors had simply evaporated, and the fierce flames had vanished as well. To his astonishment, he discovered that his small room on the fourth floor was suspended in midair. He even caught sight of Schuster and Philrod on the first floor, seemingly at a standoff, while the entire ground floor was reduced to little more than a fragment. The explosion had utterly devastated the library. Just then, as if drawn by the sound of the door opening, they all looked up at Canaan, their gazes locking in an awkward tension. With a sudden bang, Canaan hastily shut the door. Calming his racing heart, he approached Deland, who remained unconscious, and pulled out his wand, murmuring, "Revive quickly." Deland groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing Canaan, instinctively recoiled, reaching for his own wand. "Uncle Deland, it's me," Canaan said, softening his voice. "You are little Canaan?" Deland asked, bewildered. "It's me. Let me show you my wand. You should remember it." Observing Deland's expression, Canaan presented his wand. Deland glanced at the wand. It was the very one he had gifted Canaan. Recognizing the wizard before him as Canaan in disguise, he finally lowered his guard. "What are you doing here?" Deland inquired. "It's a long story. I came to America to visit relatives, then accidentally got caught up in this affair. Afterward, the leader of your organization spotted me, and I threw a smoke bomb, bringing you here to evade the explosion," Canaan explained rapidly. "What is the situation outside now?" Deland nodded, displaying no surprise at Canaan's experiences. "Members of your organization and American Aurors are outside. The library has been largely destroyed, and the protective shield above has dimmed significantly, likely due to the recent explosion. Uncle Deland, may I ask what your position is within your organization? Are you aware that they previously sent someone to attack me and that many were killed in the library just now?" Canaan inquired anxiously, eager to discern whether Deland was connected to these murders. "Little Canaan, thank you for believing in me," Deland said, gazing intently into Canaan's eyes. "I cannot divulge too much about the organization, but I can tell you that I am number 5, responsible for the organization's financial operations and equipment management. All assassination tasks fall under number 3, who is cunning and ruthless. You must exercise extreme caution upon encountering him. Philrod is number 2, overseeing all intelligence gathering. The white-bearded middle-aged man who was with us earlier, not clad in black robes, is number 6, belonging to the research division of the organization. As for the specific nature of their research, I am not privy to that information. Our organization is deeply entrenched. Even I have not met all the other leaders. I have never seen number 1. All communications come through number 2. Deland continued. As for myself, I joined the organization long ago. and I am aware of its ruthless methods. However, I must apologize, Canaan. I have my own unavoidable circumstances. Canaan gazed at the gradually reddening eyes of Duran and slowly nodded. What is it that you seek on this occasion? A piece of parchment, Duran replied. The fourth floor conceals numerous ancient scrolls, which not only document various forbidden spells but also contain invaluable information about ancient relics. Ancient relics? Canaan was eager to inquire further, but was interrupted by Duran. Enough, my child. Knowing too much can be perilous for you. You must remain in England and refrain from venturing elsewhere, Duran said, gently resting his hand on Canaan's shoulder, his tone warm and reassuring. Canaan nodded. Dylan produced a parchment contract from his possession, stating, "This is the deed to the property I acquired from the antiquities shop in Diagon Alley. Now that my identity has been revealed, it has likely lost its value. However, it may still prove useful to you." Canaan took the deed and examined it. It bore the seal of the British Ministry of Magic and detailed the location of a second-hand shop. You merely need to present this at the Ministry of Magic to complete the necessary formalities. Transform the interior space to your liking, and in the future, you may perform your violin there. Perhaps I might even pay you a visit, Dylan remarked with a nostalgic smile. Canaan smiled faintly. However, he was not prepared to act immediately, as Duran was still a wanted man. Inside, there were numerous dark enchantments that I had set up. I shall write to you later with specific details. Duran seemed to recall something and continued speaking. Suddenly, the small house shook violently, prompting Canaan to grasp the wall for support, while the magical array on the door emitted a golden light, as if repelling an external attack. Uncle Duran, you stay here. I will check the situation outside. Canaan cautiously opened the door a crack and peered out, only to discover a multitude of horrors lurking menacingly beneath the ruins of the library. The protective barrier had vanished, and the group led by Filrit had completely disappeared. Canaan closed the door and pondered for a moment before asking Duran, Uncle Duran, is it possible for you to initiate a phantom shift in midair? Due to the defensive magical array resembling that of the library outside, it was impossible to perform the phantom shift from within. They could only attempt it outside. It should not pose a problem, he replied, uncertain of Canaan's intentions behind the question. Currently, the area is swarming with horrors, who just attacked us moments ago. We will first employ the disillusionment charm, and then I shall launch an acoustic weapon outside. Following that, we shall escape amidst the chaos. Duran nodded, intrigued by the acoustic weapon Canaan had mentioned. Meanwhile, outside, Schuster, accompanied by a group of individuals, stood guard at the ruins. Is everyone here? We must inscribe the countershift array as quickly as possible, he commanded. Have Filrit and his group caught up? Schuster inquired further. As soon as the protective barrier shattered, they fled. We attempted to follow their spatial trail but failed to keep pace, replied an aura with glasses. At that moment, the door of a small, solitary house in the air suddenly swung open, and a metallic sphere was hurled out. Stay alert, Schuster shouted. The sphere flew through the air, activated by Canaan. A faint sound, barely 10 hertz, emanated from the sphere, expanding outward from its center. The numerous horrors were caught off guard, experiencing severe headaches as if needles were piercing their brains. The less affected felt dizzy and disoriented, while those who suffered more gravely collapsed, bleeding from all orifices. Only Schuster still managed to stand. Sensing the spatial disturbances nearby, he quickly realized that someone had escaped via the phantom shift. He hastily drew his wand, intending to pursue, but found his magical energy in disarray, rendering him unable to cast any spells. Damn it, he cursed, despite his typically composed demeanor. Duran and Canaan executed a phantom shift to a secluded villa, where Canaan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Do not worry, this is one of our organization's strongholds. Moreover, our mission in the United States has been accomplished, so they have likely already withdrawn, Duran explained. Young Canaan, hand me your wand, he continued. Canaan presented his wand, a look of confusion gleaming in his eyes. Dylan, observing Canaan, smiled and elucidated. Based on your previous experiences, Schuster will undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding you, especially since your wand originates from my own craftsmanship. Although your wand has not been registered with the Ministry of Magic, Schuster still possesses methods to ascertain the spells recently cast by your wand. I can perform a simple alteration to render it undetectable to the horrors. He delicately caressed Canaan's wand, even bringing it to his nose for a mild sniff, remarking, wands require proper maintenance. It is advisable to apply a bit of olive oil from time to time. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Canaan nodded, yet still perplexed, inquired, isn't Schuster capable of seeing through one's heart? If this were indeed the case, even if Canaan's wand were unblemished, He could not conceal the truth from Schuster. Rest assured. Dylan reassured him. Schuster is not as formidable as legends suggest. He cannot truly pierce the veil of one's heart. At most, he can discern if someone is lying. However, his ability to delve into thoughts is quite remarkable, and you need not worry if you entertain a few chaotic notions. Dylan offered his counsel. Canaan found this method quite agreeable, especially since he had only recently mastered the brain sealing spell. Faced with a master of mind manipulation, he was unable to put it to good use. Furthermore, he could employ this tactic against old Dang in the future. Uncle Duran, please restore me to my original form. Canaan suddenly recalled that he was still wearing the visage of Tephalos, and thought about the real Tephalos lying in the hotel, hoping that the Aurors would discover him soon. It was truly pitiful. Duran waved his wand at Canaan and commanded, "Restore swiftly." Canaan's physique rapidly diminished, and his features reverted to their original state. His wizarding robe was caked with mud, his face was dirty, and there was a charred hole in the red hat. "You are indeed in a sorry state," Duran remarked with a sympathetic smile, and he waved his wand again to assist Canaan in cleaning up. "It's not our organization's fault." "That villainous Vimy showed no mercy in combat," Canaan replied with a disgruntled expression. "Indeed, you are our organization's nemesis." Duran laughed heartily, suddenly amused by Canaan's countenance. "Uncle Duran, upon reflection, I believe this should belong to you," Canaan said as he retrieved an emerald from his pocket, which he had obtained after vanquishing the dark wizard Vimy. Canaan wrestled with the dilemma of whether to surrender the gem to Duran. For the malevolence of their organization was evident. Should they exploit this gem for nefarious purposes, he would be left with irrevocable regret. Yet, contemplating the sorrow that Duran had inadvertently revealed, a pang of discomfort pierced Canaan's heart. He could sense Duran's genuine affection for him. Moreover, this gem must hold significant value for Duran. Upon seeing the green gem in Canaan's possession, Duran smiled and said, "In truth, the moment I learned you had slain Vimeru, I surmised that this artifact would be with you." He then crouched down, resting his hands upon Canaan's shoulders, gazing at the gem. According to the conjectures of those within the organization, this stone was believed to be the key to unlocking a long-sealed relic, securely confined within the magical guild. He then turned his gaze back to Canaan. "Thank you, Canaan. You are quite extraordinary, you know? I felt that way from our very first encounter." His smile was warm. Canaan's willingness to present the green gem filled Duran with joy. "I believe the wisest decision I made at that moment was selecting a wand for you. Crafted from white ash with a core of unicorn hair. Only those with pure and steadfast hearts can garner the unicorn's approval." Pure? Canaan did not consider himself pure, especially since he often wore ladies' undergarments on his head. Duran gently patted Canaan's shoulder. "We should be on our way," he said, rising to his feet. "You may keep the gem for now. It may be safer in your possession." "Where are you going?" "Let me give you a lift," Duran jested. "Preferably near Lakeside Town." Canaan replied, as that was where his grandfather resided. "Where is that?" "I have no recollection." "What places do you remember?" Canaan raised an eyebrow. As dusk fell, Canaan successfully returned to his grandfather's residence. As for Duran, he departed after escorting Canaan to the vicinity of the town, remarking before his leave that he would present Canaan with a gift, alleviating his future worries about mastering the art of apparition. Canaan was also filled with anticipation. Could it be some wondrous magical artifact? "Canaan, you are becoming increasingly thoughtless. How could you be gone for an entire day?" Helen admonished as soon as Canaan stepped inside. "Do you not realize how worried your grandfather must have been?" Canaan, aware of his own shortcomings, refrained from rebuttal and listened earnestly to his mother's admonitions. Fortunately, Lincoln later intervened to mediate the situation, soothing Helen's spirits. Canaan exhaled, casting a supportive glance towards Lincoln. Indeed, every creature has its match. The dinner was meticulously prepared by Canaan's grandfather, set upon the verdant lawn outside. The location was particularly idyllic, free from the clamor of New York City, surrounded by lush green hills. At that moment, the distant sun still lingered with a soft glow, painting the sky in a tapestry of vibrant hues. As Canaan savored the harmonious scenery, the warm conversations of family enveloped him. Mingling with the faint scent of blooming flowers, he felt a profound sense of joy and contentment. The day's experiences had been truly enriching. He reflected on how he had repeatedly danced on the precipice of life and death, recalling his reckless dash into the library, which had ultimately yielded little assistance and nearly led to his capture by the Aurors. The incident involving the destruction of half the library felt like an act of valor. Who could have anticipated such a potent reaction between fiery flames and white mist? Nevertheless, it presented an intriguing avenue for research, perhaps paving the way for the development of formidable explosives. Regardless, He resolved to dismiss the day's events as though they had never transpired, a secret to be kept. With that determination, he shifted his focus to the delectable feast before him. The following morning, after bidding a heartfelt farewell to his grandfather, Lincoln's family prepared to board their flight back to England, constrained by the brevity of Lincoln's holiday. At the airport, Canaan observed Helen, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, and shook his head at her sentimental nature. He then spotted a group in the distance, seemingly awaiting him. It was none other than the American oars, with Schuster at the forefront. "Canaan Breen, we meet again. I trust you remember me." Schuster approached, clad in a simple coat, his tone crisp and direct. "Indeed, Mr. Schuster. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "If it pertains to wand-related matters, I intend to report to the Ministry of Magic upon my return to England." Canaan replied with a smile, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Schuster. "Yesterday, a dark wizard attack occurred within the New York magical enclave, with severe repercussions. As the individual responsible for this incident, I must ask you, Mr. Breen, where were you yesterday, and what were your actions?" Schuster's voice was stern, his gaze fixed intently on Canaan. At that moment, Lincoln stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Canaan. "Sir, I believe you may be mistaken. My son is still quite young and could not possibly be involved in the dark wizard attack you referenced," he stated firmly, his demeanor akin to that of a protective hen. "Dad, it's fine. Let me handle this," Canaan interjected, grasping Lincoln's arm. "Mr. Orr, firstly, I have no obligation to report my whereabouts to you. Secondly, I am merely a minor wizard, lacking the capability to engage in any dark wizard incidents. Lastly, if you have no further business, I believe we must board our flight," he said, meeting Schuster's gaze with a calm smile. Schuster, peering into Canaan's eyes, invoked a spell to discern his true thoughts. Canaan, undaunted, met his gaze. The scene unfolded. What an abhorrent sight. He witnessed Canaan in the morning, squatting in the restroom, alongside an indescribable golden object. Suppressing his indignation, Schuster endeavored to maintain his composure and stated, "I believe I must inspect your wand." Indeed, Dran had surmised correctly. Canaan removed his wand and handed it to Schuster, urging him to hasten, as they were awaiting their flight. Schuster meticulously examined Canaan's wand, gradually furrowing his brow. He harbored significant doubts about Canaan, both the wand, reminiscent of the organization's style, and the subsequent discovery of Tofos in the hotel pointed towards him. Moreover, he was certain that Canaan had not spoken the truth in his presence. However, upon inspection, he discovered no signs of recent magical activity on Canaan's wand. "Have you not cast any spells with your wand lately?" he inquired, still reluctant to relent. "I am but a minor wizard, lacking in magical prowess. You overestimate my capabilities." "Mr. Schuster, I believe you are wasting your time with me. It would be more prudent to investigate who orchestrated the attack. The recent safety of America is questionable, and I would prefer to return home to my parents sooner rather than later," Canaan asserted in a single breath, his tone imbued with concern over the safety issues in America. "By the way, if there is nothing wrong with the wand, may I have it back? I must catch my flight," he added, stepping forward to reclaim his wand from Schuster's grasp, before departing with his parents without a backward glance. Schuster, furrowing his brow, watched as Canaan and his party gradually receded into the distance, his expression tinged with despondency. Ever since the first attack occurred in America, he had traced the mysterious organization's whereabouts and uncovered the identity of a key figure behind it all, Duran of Diagon Alley. He had intended to cast a wide net to ensnare a larger fish, opting against immediate capture, yet was unaware that his investigation had already been infiltrated, with several members of the organization lurking within. His chosen successor, Daniel, and Phil Rott, the head of the library's security, were both members of this organization. Furthermore, Daniel, who had been apprehended, had been rescued from the dungeons of the Magical Guild. How many enemies do we have lurking within? What is the true aim of this organization? He was left in the dark. The usually confident Schuster now found himself questioning his own abilities. After a prolonged silence, he adjusted his collar and addressed those behind him, saying, "Let us depart." On the plane, Lincoln grasped Canaan's arm, his expression grave. "Canaan, what on earth transpired? You must recount this matter to me in detail, from beginning to end." Observing his father's serious demeanor, Canaan felt that the truth could no longer be concealed. "The thing is, Uncle Duran returned me home, which is why I arrived so late," he explained. "You mean to say you obliterated the entire library and took a life? How could you dare undertake such a perilous endeavor?" Lincoln's voice lowered, astonishment lacing his tone. At that moment, Helen glanced over curiously. Unaware of the nature of the conversation between father and son, her expression one of surprise. Canaan grasped Lincoln's father, pleading, "Please don't tell Mom, or she will undoubtedly worry herself to death." Lincoln nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is imperative not to disclose this to your mother. However, upon your return home, I shall impose a punishment upon you." "No, please, Dad," Canaan implored, his face a portrait of desperation. "There is no room for negotiation. If your mother learns of this incident, the consequences will extend far beyond a mere punishment," Lincoln asserted with unwavering resolve. He had never anticipated his own child causing such a significant uproar. The realm of magic was perilous, leaving him uncertain about the correctness of his previous decisions. Yet, while the child was still young, he believed it was imperative to instill a lesson, to make him understand the true value of life. Canaan nestled in Lincoln's embrace, cooing softly, "Woo-woo." As soon as Canaan returned home, he was confined to his bedroom by Lincoln, who remained resolute, refusing to allow Canaan to visit Diagon Alley in any capacity, regardless of his pleas and tantrums. Canaan found himself in a predicament, contemplating a discreet escape while Lincoln was away. Moreover, Scott in the laboratory required periodic doses of the soul-binding spell. Otherwise, should he regain consciousness, chaos would surely ensue. Upon returning to his chamber, Canaan retrieved Guyi's diary. The days spent in America without the companionship of this journal had left him feeling profoundly empty. He skimmed through the entries, which chronicled Guyi's mundane daily life, yet failed to reveal the insights he had hoped for. Notably, it seemed that Guyi's relationship with Karu had soured recently, as she lamented that Karu was perpetually absorbed in his magical pursuits, neglecting her as he once did. "Ah, the whims of a lovesick girl," Canaan sighed. Setting the diary aside, he then took out the Hohenheim magic device. He had already assimilated the majority of the 132 episodes cached within, leaving only the final segment of advanced video lessons unstudied. However, this portion posed significant challenges, focusing on the intricacies of inscribing complex combination magic arrays. After viewing a segment, Canaan felt overwhelmed by the vastness of the content. The crux of inscribing combination magic arrays lies in comprehending the essence of each array. The interplay between different arrays yields varied effects. For instance, I might inscribe upon this wall, "There exists an inherent rule governing the world," a principle that many of our pioneering alchemical masters have studied to devise a myriad of magic arrays. Some realms refer to this principle as the power of runes. The power of runes? Canaan's interest was piqued. It was the first time he had encountered this term. Runes represent the most fundamental force of the universe. Take, for example, the enhanced version of the 117th magic array. This particular array relies entirely on the design of the runes, rendering it the most sophisticated, with an efficiency of nearly 90% in magic utilization. Canaan took out paper and pen, attempting to replicate the enigmatic magic circle number 117, which piqued his profound interest. Furthermore, the energy supply for the Hohenheim magical apparatus derived from this very circle. Mastering the intricacies of Magic Circle No. 117 would enable him to explore the creation of numerous alchemical items he had envisioned. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Canaan's contemplation. He stowed away the magical device and called out, "Enter." Lincoln stepped in, holding a white envelope. "Canaan, this is your letter. I just discovered it in the mailbox," he said, revealing the unsigned correspondence. Canaan reached out to take it, his gaze falling upon the cover inscribed with Shaohui-jin District, number 33, Yezhin Road, Canaan Buren. It was Hermione's handwriting. He recalled it vividly. Canaan recalled that her previous correspondence from Hermione had always arrived nestled within her mother's envelopes. To her surprise, this time it was sent alone, devoid of any sender's information. "This is a letter from Hermione," Canaan glanced at Lincoln and clarified. "Hermione? Your little sweetheart?" Lincoln mused. "Very well, considering this letter, I shall grant you a brief reprieve from my scrutiny for a couple of days." Canaan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Lincoln's line of reasoning. Observing Lincoln still leaning against the doorframe, seemingly reluctant to leave, it was evident he was eager to uncover the contents of the letter. With a sense of resignation, Canaan opened the envelope and quickly skimmed through it. The letter stated that Hermione would be visiting their home alone next weekend, intending to discuss the new book The Lord of the Rings, while also taking the opportunity to explore London, and it appeared she had some matters to settle with him. After reading, Canaan turned to Lincoln, bewildered as to how he might have offended the young girl. "She seeks you? That sounds promising. Are her parents aware of this?" Lincoln inquired, honing in on the crux of the letter. I believe so," Canaan replied, hastily scanning the letter once more, adding earnestly that he was uncertain. "All right then. I shall have your mother communicate with hers to clarify the situation. If necessary, I can fetch her myself," Lincoln stated with utmost seriousness. The next day, seizing the opportunity while Lincoln and Helen were away, Canaan stealthily slipped out. He first visited the laboratory to check on Skada, relieved to find him still under control of the soul-binding curse. The laboratory was impeccably tidy, with various experimental instruments meticulously arranged on the tables, which pleased Canaan immensely. Skada, you have been performing admirably these past few days, he remarked. All thanks to your excellent guidance, master, Skada replied, adeptly flattering him. Now, let us proceed to the small bedroom. Today we shall practice the art of extracting thoughts, and I will also administer another dose of the soul-binding curse, Canaan instructed. At your command, my master, it is my honor, Skada responded with a noble bow. After a while, Canaan emerged from the room, feeling quite satisfied. Perhaps due to his recent frequent practice of thought extraction, he noticed a significant improvement in his mental sealing spell. Skada had managed to extract some imagery from Canaan's mind, and the progress in his mental sealing incantation filled him with delight, bolstering his confidence against the likes of Dumbledore, a master of thought extraction. Although he had previously resorted to cunning tactics against Schuster, he couldn't always afford to be distracted. A moment's lapse could lead to his memories being pried away. The mental sealing spell was his sole defense against such magical intrusions. Subsequently, Canaan returned to his small bedroom to practice meditation. Although his magical amplification had recently diminished, it was still considerably greater than when he had no meditation skills at all. Regrettably, his extensive search for a substitute for the calming potion had come to a standstill following the extinction of the moonlight grass. This reminded him of Professor Snape. Had it not been for Snape's request to Professor McGonagall to visit the library, he might not have even managed to ascend to the third floor. Before he knew it, Canaan found himself lost in thought, his mind wandering to unknown realms. He quickly refocused, consumed a vial of calming potion, and entered a meditative state, aided by the potion's effects. Before noon, Canaan concluded his meditation early, desiring to return home before his parents arrived. After relaying some trivial matters to Skada, he hurried back. At the dining table, Syndra was excitedly flitting about, having just been retrieved from the pet boarding center by Helen, and appeared quite elated. Alice, too, was nestled in Helen's arms, enjoying the attention and occasionally vocalizing her delight. In the afternoon, basking in the radiant sunshine, Canaan opted not to venture outside but instead set up an umbrella and lounge chair on the lawn in front of his house. He languidly reclined in the chair, sipping coffee while soaking in the sunlight. After a while, he summoned Syndra and prepared to pen a letter of gratitude to Professor Snape, recounting his encounter with Professor McGonagall in America. Afterward, Canaan reclined once more on the lounge chair, his mind activating a new ability. He envisioned the celestial altar, sacrifice opportunities, 0, 10 fortune points for 1 sacrifice, fortune points, 9 personal items. None. It had been over half a month since his last sacrifice. Yet his fortune points had not noticeably increased. He still lacked the requisite 10 points. It appeared that unless he made a name for himself within the magical realm, his fortune points would not grow, and merely interacting with key narrative figures had not significantly contributed to his accumulation of points. Canaan vaguely speculated about the origins of the fortune points, pondering how they could alter the existing narrative of the magical realm, or rather, shift its trajectory. Upon encountering Harry Potter, he forged a friendship with Harry, thereby influencing the young boy and, to some extent, reshaping Harry himself, as well as the future of the magical world. Subsequently, he ventured into the magical community, selling Marvel-themed books and performing at the Leaky Cauldron, which not only bolstered his own reputation but also left an imprint on the magical society. However, he soon recalled his considerable accomplishments in America, yet the fortune points had not increased. This led him to conclude that altering the course of the magical world would not necessarily augment one's fortune points. Instead, it seemed that elevating his standing or influence within the magical community might be the key to increasing them. He then entertained a new hypothesis. If he were to reveal his involvement in the incident of the library explosion in the American wizarding world, would his fortune points not soar? Suddenly, Canaan conceived a method to amass a substantial number of fortune points, albeit at the potential cost of spending the remainder of his life behind bars. He shook his head, dismissing this impractical notion, and realized that his foremost priority should not be the accumulation of more fortune points, but rather the transformation of his gains into strength. Moreover, considering the intricate dynamics of the current magical world and the elusive, formidable organization that had yet to reveal itself, he recognized that his power was insufficient. And this was not the opportune moment for notoriety. It seemed wiser to remain at home for the time being. Resolute in his decision, Canaan relaxed his mind, allowing the gentle sunlight to lull him into a tranquil slumber. The following day, Sindra delivered the latest editions of the Daily Prophet to Canaan, with the headline featuring the recent attack on the American Wizarding Library. The library, renowned for its extensive collection, had been besieged by a mysterious organization. And a striking image of the now-ruined library dominated the front page, surrounded by the grim faces of numerous Aurors. Yesterday, the library within the Wizarding Enclave of New York was assaulted by a group of robed wizards, resulting in the loss of countless books. This grand institution had been reduced to mere ruins. 5 wizards perished in the attack. The Aurors declared that this was a long-planned scheme by the organization, with several internal betrayals surfacing. The consecutive attacks had significantly diminished the credibility of the American Magical Association, prompting many wizards to protest beneath the Wolverson building. Canaan flipped to the back of the newspaper, where numerous small images adorned the page. Among them was a photograph depicting Canaan disguised as Toffel OSI, entering the library, his broad silhouette seemingly imbued with an indomitable resolve. The photograph was quite well captured, and Canaan felt a sense of satisfaction with this candid shot taken by the reporter. He then noticed another image of Schuster, whose face was a mask of tension as he faced the relentless inquiries from the journalists. Observing Schuster's predicament, Canaan shook his head with a smile. In his memory, Schuster had always exuded an air of confidence, believing himself to possess an innate ability to perceive the hearts of others. This often led him to act unilaterally within the serious crimes unit, disregarding the counsel of his peers. Perhaps this significant setback would serve as a wake-up call for him. After finishing his breakfast, Canaan received a letter from Snape. The correspondence was substantial, in addition to addressing Canaan's inquiries regarding potions. Snape advised him to consume calming potions in moderation, as they bore considerable side effects. The renowned Mr. Breen. You should be aware that the efficacy of the snake venom powder, a key ingredient in calming potions, is not easily absorbed by the human body. It tends to accumulate within, and prolonged exposure may lead to bouts of rage and severe headaches. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, it would be prudent to concoct a mixture with blue comfort grass juice and consume it alongside the roots. This was Snape's exact wording. Upon reading it, Canaan remarked that it was quintessentially Snape. His concern for others remained uniquely distinct. No wonder he had lost the affection of the young woman. Canaan swiftly penned a reply to Snape, feeding his owl some nuts in the process. With the frequent deliveries, the owl had grown quite familiar with Canaan. After enjoying the nuts, it affectionately hooted a couple of times before taking flight with the letter. Canaan lazily stifled a yawn. He had risen far too early that day. He returned to his bedroom to fetch a storage bag, intent on sneaking off to Diagon Alley. Although Helen remained downstairs, Canaan dismissed it as a trivial concern. He planned to utilize the levitation charm to glide out through the window of his bedroom, provided he remained unseen by the muggles. Before departing, he placed a single strand of hair on the doorknob, confident that if anyone entered, he would surely notice upon his return. How clever I am. Outside, he summoned a taxi, setting off towards Diagon Alley. Hello, Uncle Tom. Upon arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, Canaan greeted warmly. Ah, Canaan. It's been ages. Where have you been these past few days? Tom exclaimed, setting down the glass he had been polishing. Canaan, when will you hold a performance? We've been here waiting. Contributing to old Tom's business, just eager to hear your music, a bearded man chimed in. Indeed, indeed, many around him echoed in agreement. Nonsense, Ross. You've come here without ordering a thing, Tom interjected. Huh, old Tom, don't I always bring a few friends to support you? Since you've said that, I'll be generous today. I'll cover everyone's drinks, Ross declared boisterously. A chorus of cheers erupted from the surrounding wizards, celebrating Ross's treat. Feeling the lively atmosphere of the pub, Canaan joined in the revelry. Canaan suddenly noticed a table laden with wine, where a towering wizard, standing over 2 meters tall, was seated alone, smiling at him. Could it be Hagrid? He recalled his desire to converse with this half-giant, who had a significant presence in the films, but had never found the opportunity. Now, it seemed, he could finally engage in a meaningful dialogue. Uncle Tom, may I have a glass of Venus and a mug of butterbeer, please? Oh, and let's not forget a dessert. Canaan approached Hagrid's table, beverage in hand. I am Canaan Brain. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. He presented a mug of butterbeer, a spirited drink prohibited for underage wizards. However, Canaan had secretly sampled it before. It bore a hint of malt sweetness, with a subtle alcoholic undertone, and was rather delightful. Ah, greetings, Mr. Brain. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hagrid extended his massive hands, formally introducing himself to Canaan. Canaan extended his small hand, feeling the rough texture of Hagrid's palm, as if it had been wedged into a hard, narrow crevice of rock. Oh, I apologize for hurting you, Hagrid exclaimed, quickly withdrawing his hand upon noticing the expression on Canaan's face. I truly admire your music. I believe my dog, Fong, would appreciate it as well, he said, somewhat incoherently. Your dog. Canaan found Hagrid endearing at that moment, even though he was perplexed by how Hagrid's train of thought had leapt to a canine. Fong is a dog I care for. He enjoys listening to music, albeit he is quite timid. However, he always keeps me company while I guard the forbidden forest at night. Have you ever owned any peculiar creatures? Perhaps a three-headed dog? Canaan interjected, feeling a slight headache coming on, fearing that Hagrid could elaborate on Fong for an entire morning. Are you referring to a Cerberus? I have never owned one, but I would certainly be willing to try. Dragons are my utmost favorite, and I yearn to possess one. Canaan, somewhat at a loss for words, tapped his head and once again interrupted Hagrid. I believe we can discuss Hogwarts. You see, in 2 years, I shall be attending that esteemed institution, and I am quite intrigued by the life there. Oh, my apologies, that should have crossed my mind, Hagrid replied, taking a sip of butterbeer. After all, you are still a child and undoubtedly eager to learn about the wondrous magical school. Hogwarts is comprised of 4 houses, and when you arrive as a new student, you will be greeted by a remarkable hat. Canaan patiently listened as Hagrid elaborated on the wonders of Hogwarts, occasionally guiding him back on track, for otherwise the conversation would veer off course. He discerned that the Hogwarts of reality bore little difference from the one he had come to know through the films. During Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster, Hogwarts remained one of the most influential magical institutions in the world. Hagrid spoke of Dumbledore with great reverence. It was only when discussing him that Hagrid would remain focused. Indeed, he was a true loyalist to Dumbledore. After about an hour of delightful conversation, Canaan concluded his engaging chat with Hagrid, having gained sufficient insight into Hogwarts, which had previously been shaped solely by cinematic portrayals, though the films inevitably had their omissions. After chatting with the patrons of the Leaky Cauldron for a while longer, Canaan made his way to Diagon Alley, where he needed to procure some bubotoberpus and various ingredients for potion making. His expenses during this period had been modest, and Canaan found himself with a comfortable amount of funds, free from worries regarding galleons. Regrettably, however, his Marvel series had saturated the magical market, and the few galleons earned from book sales had been meager. This had been anticipated, and he had mentally prepared himself for it. Once he finished purchasing his materials in Diagon Alley, Canaan hurried back home, eager to avoid his parents' notice, lest he face another lecture and confinement. Upon arriving at his doorstep, seizing the moment when no one was around, Canaan expertly cast the levitation charm on a wooden board he had previously left at the entrance. Standing on the floating board, he ascended gently and crawled through the window. Noticing that the hair on the doorknob had remained undisturbed, he let out a sigh of relief. Canaan was now fervently wishing to learn apparition, otherwise, this daily routine would soon prove exhausting. Suddenly, he pondered the idea of acquiring a flying broomstick. Although he had previously looked down upon the notion of flying on a broom, he had to admit that with a broomstick and an invisibility charm, his daily commutes would become far less arduous. Yes, that settled it. He resolved to sneak out once more the following day to purchase a broomstick. Entering the living room, he found Syndra and Alice snuggled together, engrossed in an episode of Tom and Jerry. Their expression suggested a complete understanding of the storyline, prompting Canaan to sigh. He was no longer surprised by their antics. Canaan, come and try my new mousse cake. I spent the entire morning making it, Helen exclaimed. Emerging from the kitchen with a slice of cake, her fair complexion dusted with a bit of flour. Mom, what made you suddenly decide to bake a new type of cake? Canaan inquired, slicing a small piece to taste. It was delightful, soft and sweet. Aunt Jenny is coming over to visit us, and her daughter Hermione will join as well. I want to prepare some delicious treats for them, Helen continued. Oh, and we could invite them for hot pot at dinner. They must not have tried Chinese cuisine before. Isn't it just going to be Hermione? Canaan asked, puzzled. I spoke with Aunt Jenny on the phone yesterday. She mentioned that Hermione was sulking and made the decision by herself. But Aunt Jenny has visited London in quite some time, so it's the perfect opportunity for a gathering, Helen replied, her face alight with anticipation for their arrival. Canaan smiled, embodying the essence of the protagonist Hermione, whose steadfast and independent character shone through even from a young age. Before long, Friday arrived, and after lunch, Helen tasked Canaan with procuring ingredients for a hot pot, prompting her to prepare in the kitchen with great anticipation. As the sun descended, thick clouds adorned the horizon, their hues varying in intensity, while the bustling streets of London thrummed with life and activity. Mom, is this London? Hermione inquired, having just disembarked from the bus with her mother. The street was alive with people, flanked by towering buildings, as she tilted her head in curious observation. Indeed. This is London. We must hurry to Aunt Helen's house. We cannot keep them waiting too long, Ginny replied, grasping Hermione's small hand. Her eyes darting towards the setting sun with a hint of urgency. Hey, Ginny, Lincoln called from across the street, waving his hand. He had just finished his work for the day and was summoned by Helen to await their arrival. Ginny waved back, then quickly reminded Hermione. Remember what I told you at home? When we arrive at Aunt Helen's, be polite and remember to call Canaan brother. Humph. I refuse. He has been lying to me. I've waited ages for his letter. I am here to settle the score, Hermione declared, her expression a portrait of indignation. Ginny, observing her daughter's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head in amused exasperation. At the dining table, a weary yet cheerful Ginny, along with Hermione and Canaan's family, gathered around the hot pot. Is this really Chinese hot pot? Hermione scrunched her nose, eyeing the bubbling spicy broth with skepticism. Indeed. Chinese hot pot boasts a history of over 2,000 years. This is a yin-yang pot, with one side spicy and the other mild. You simply place the food you wish to eat inside, and after a while, you fish it out and enjoy, Canaan explained patiently, seated beside Hermione. Humph. But how do you use this? Hermione pouted, pointing at a pair of bamboo chopsticks on the table. She still harbored resentment over Canaan's failure to respond to her letters. These are called chopsticks, a traditional utensil of the Chinese. You can hold them like I do, using your thumb and index finger to grip. With your middle finger providing support to grasp the food, Canaan demonstrated, deftly placing a piece of lamb into the pot. After watching Hermione struggle to grasp the technique unsuccessfully several times, Canaan chuckled and suggested, you might want to use the tongs your mother prepared for you. Using chopsticks requires a bit of practice. No, I can do it. The determined little girl persisted, valiantly wrestling with the chopsticks in an attempt to capture a piece of meat from the hot pot. Canaan observed Hermione's arduous efforts and decided to place several pieces of meat into her bowl. Upon raising his head, however, he discovered 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. The young girl ought to consume more meat to replenish her strength. Canaan rationalized his earlier actions, his cheeks unexpectedly flushing with a rare warmth. Yet, he attributed it to the spiciness of the hot pot base that evening. Yes, that must be it. After dinner, Helen and Ginny busied themselves in the kitchen, tidying up, while Canaan sat on the sofa, drenched in sweat from his meal, taking a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Hermione was playfully engaging with Alice, who she had adored since childhood. Canaan, you must take Hermione to bed with you tonight, Lincoln remarked, watching television while savoring mousse cake. Isn't there also a study in our home? Indeed. I shall sleep in the study, Canaan replied, a hint of resignation on his face. This decision was made by your mother. The bed in the study is too small for 2. Moreover, she believes that at your age, you are not ready for such responsibilities. Canaan listened, his mind shrouded in darkness, realizing once more the undeniable truth of maternal affection. Well then, your father is also willing to make a sacrifice for you. I shall check the kitchen. You and Hermione enjoy your conversation. Lincoln smiled enigmatically before rising to depart. Am I to sleep with you tonight? Hermione inquired, her large eyes fixed intently upon Canaan. Yes, we will share a bed. As you know, we have recently moved, and many of our belongings are still not fully arranged. Canaan explained, meeting Hermione's gaze with a hint of embarrassment. Perfect. You must regale me with the tale of the Lord of the Rings. I have nearly worn out those Marvel books, Hermione said with an innocent enthusiasm. Absolutely, Canaan replied readily. At that moment, a commotion outside caught Canaan's attention. He noticed an owl circling the house. He opened the window, and a white owl swooped in, clutching a letter in its beak, landing gracefully on the coffee table in the living room. Wow, an owl that delivers letters, Hermione exclaimed, her small mouth agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Even her hand, which had been petting the cat, came to a halt. You will receive one too in the future, Canaan remarked as he began to open the envelope. Curious about who would send him a letter at this hour, especially from an owl he had never encountered before. Cinder, Rolf's commander. Rolf's letter. The American boy fascinated by magical creatures. Whose letter is it? A friend of yours? Hermione inched closer to Canaan, rising on her toes, eager to glimpse the contents of the letter. As Canaan observed Hermione's delicate features drawing near, he somewhat awkwardly remarked, a letter from an American friend. He tucked the letter away, intending to peruse it later in the evening, and proceeded to retrieve some owl feed, offering it to the owl. How do you have an American friend? Have you ever been to America? Hermione inquired, her curiosity unabated upon noticing Canaan conceal the letter. Yes. I recently visited America to see my grandfather, where I made some acquaintances, Canaan replied, still undecided about revealing the secrets of the magical realm to Hermione. He divided some of the feed, passing a portion to her. Hermione, do you think magic truly exists in this world? Are you referring to what you wrote in your book? About a group of wizards safeguarding the earth who can swiftly traverse from one side to the other. She responded, her hands animatedly illustrating her enthusiasm. Well, somewhat, but the magical world I speak of differs in certain respects. Just a moment. Canaan sent the well-fed owl away from the window, noticing several adults still occupied in the kitchen. He grasped Hermione's small hand, leading her to his bedroom. I have decided to unveil the wondrous world of magic to you, he declared as they reached the small bed within his room. In our world, there exists a concealed magical realm, accessible only to those with a rare affinity for wizardry. Canaan gazed intently into Hermione's eyes as he spoke. I don't believe you. You're deceiving me. You've tricked me before, she retorted, blinking her bright eyes in disbelief. Very well, I shall demonstrate some magic. But you must promise not to disclose this to anyone. It shall remain a secret between us. All right, if you can truly perform magic. I won't tell a soul, Hermione replied thoughtfully, nodding earnestly. To her, it seemed that Canaan, the mischievous rascal, was attempting to pull a fast one on her. Give me your hand. Canaan opened Hermione's palm, then produced his wand, gently tapping her hand. In an instant, a delicate pink flower blossomed. Is this real? Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment as she extended her other hand to touch it. Is it fake? Her hand passed through the flower, encountering nothing. Are you deceiving me again? She glared at Canaan, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Let me show you something authentic. Canaan chuckled, retrieving a pin from the table and handing it to Hermione. With a flick of his wand, the pin transformed into a small blue flower. What do you think? Canaan observed Hermione's astonished expression, her mouth agape in wonder. This is real, she exclaimed, grasping the flower and bringing it close to her nose, inhaling its faint floral fragrance. Is this truly magic? She asked. Her gaze shifting from Canaan to his wand, her curiosity piqued about how he accomplished this feat. Noticing Hermione's intrigue, Canaan explained, this is a wand, the medium through which wizards channel their magic. By combining it with incantations, specific spells can be cast. How did you become a wizard? Is the magical world secretly safeguarding humanity, just as described in your book? Hermione queried, her eyes alight with discovery. On the contrary, wizards are quite disdainful of muggles, those without magical abilities. They have often engaged in conflicts with wizards. Can I also become a wizard? Hermione asked, voicing her most pressing curiosity. Cough, cough. You see, children with wizardly talent are rather rare. I cannot ascertain whether you possess such a gift, but if you kiss me, I can sense your magical potential through my powers, Canaan suggested with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Upon hearing Canaan's words, Hermione's cheeks flushed, though inexperienced. She recognized the boy's intentions, yet her eagerness to discover her own magical aptitude prevailed. If you deceive me, you'll be in big trouble, she warned, her gaze fierce. Close your eyes. Canaan quickly complied, feeling a cool sensation on his face, only to find Hermione, blushing like a ripe apple, standing close. That was too quick. I didn't even feel it end, he lamented. Tell me now, or I'll go downstairs and tell the adults that you're bullying me, she threatened, having discerned his advances. All right, let me try. Give me your hand. I need to sense it. Canaan feigned seriousness as he took Hermione's small hand in his. Okay, I sense it. Very pure magical energy. It appears you possess wizardly talent, he declared, releasing her hand with a solemn expression. Really? Hermione's face lit up with excitement. When can I cast magic like you and conjure a flower? Very soon, but you'll need to grow a bit more to harness sufficient magical energy, Canaan replied. How old must I be? At least around 11 years old, he estimated. That's such a long time. You aren't deceiving me again, are you? No way. I'm going downstairs to tell my mother what just happened. Hermione finally grasped that she had been tricked. I truly haven't deceived you. You promised to keep this a secret. Canaan replied, feeling a sense of exasperation. This little girl was far too difficult to fool, and if the adults discovered this, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. His reputation tarnished. All right, if you tell me more about the magical world, I won't inform the adults, Hermione proposed, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Seeing her sly smile, Canaan could only acquiesce with a smile. In England, there exists a renowned magical school known as Hogwarts, presided over by the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore. Every young wizard of age attends there. Canaan, parched and weary, passionately recounted tales to Hermione for over an hour. Only after repeated urgings from Ginny did Hermione reluctantly take Canaan's hand and descend the stairs. After washing up, you should have a good chat with Canaan. And do remember not to kick off the blankets tonight, Ginny advised with heartfelt sincerity. Observing the closeness between the two children brought her joy. Not only did she harbor fond feelings for Canaan, but she also yearned for a second child. Above London, a full moon hung in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the earth. In the small bedroom on the second floor of number 33 in the Ligustrum community, a forbidden forest loomed beside Hogwarts, teeming with perilous magical creatures. The area was often shrouded in mist, and approaching the forest would reveal the occasional chilling cries emanating from within. Canaan, sprawled on the bed, spun elaborate tales of Hogwarts' terrifying lore. Hermione, nestled at the other end, listened intently, her skepticism absent, and when confronted with a frightful narrative, she instinctively clutched Canaan's leg. Their small frames made the modest bed feel quite spacious. As the night deepened, Canaan stifled a significant yawn. Hermione, shall we continue this tomorrow? He suggested. No. I can't sleep, she replied, her mind brimming with longing for the magical world and the spine-chilling stories Canaan had shared. Then I shall cast one more spell for you. After witnessing it, promise to sleep soundly, all right? Canaan said, his voice laced with fatigue, for he felt the weight of the late hour pressing upon him. All right, she acquiesced. Now, close your eyes. Why should I close my eyes? Just obey. Close your eyes. Oh. Canaan retrieved his wand from beneath the pillow and waved it towards the ceiling, envisioning a scene adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. This was a transformative magic, reminiscent of the enchanting skies frequently conjured by Dumbledore upon the ceilings of Hogwarts. Although such magic required a considerable amount of magical energy, Canaan confidently declared that crafting a bedroom-sized space was well within his capabilities, as the ceiling sparkled with celestial brilliance. Canaan, still brimming with energy, waved his wand towards the ground, causing a riot of colorful flowers to bloom throughout the small room. You may open your eyes now, Canaan proclaimed with satisfaction. As Hermione gradually opened her eyes, she beheld an expansive starry sky overhead, with countless stars seemingly within reach. The room was filled with flowers basking in the starlight, their petals shyly swaying gently in the breeze. How did you accomplish this, Canaan? Hermione exclaimed excitedly, kicking her legs in delight. Canaan, abruptly jolted from his drowsiness, exclaimed, Shh, keep your voice down. Hearing Canaan's words, Hermione suddenly realized how late it had grown. And she whispered back, How did you manage this? It's simply enchanting, utterly beautiful. She found herself somewhat entranced by the mesmerizing scene. You will understand in due time. I must rest now. Canaan rubbed his rear, feeling the force of Hermione's earlier kick. The room then fell silent, save for Hermione, who continued to toss and turn, unable to find slumber. Canaan, shall we visit Diagon Alley tomorrow? She recalled Canaan's previous descriptions of the place, a hub where wizards often congregated, brimming with various wondrous magical artifacts for sale. No, Canaan replied drowsily, on the verge of drifting into dreams. Canaan, I can't sleep. What does that have to do with me? In the morning, I shall tell my mother about how you deceived me. Canaan stirred from his stupor, realizing he had underestimated the girl. No, I cannot simply concede. We must negotiate. This is not feasible. Taking you to Diagon Alley would entail significant risk. And my father has grounded me, Canaan asserted resolutely. Then what shall we do? Name your terms. She had already deciphered Canaan's strategy. Unless you kiss me again. You must not use our prior escapades against me, and it should be a longer kiss, Canaan said, unabashedly. Agreed. But you must also promise to spend more time with me, Hermione replied. Indeed, it is settled. No sooner had he spoken than Canaan felt Hermione burrowing into the covers. Inching closer, she poked her head out and softly declared, No more deceit. All right. Canaan closed his eyes, his cheeks slightly flushed. Hermione leaned in to kiss Canaan's cheek. Pausing for a moment this time, Canaan could only perceive a soft, warm sensation against his face, accompanied by the gentle exhalation that brushed against his skin. In that moment, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. After the kiss, Hermione quickly retreated, her small face flushed as she nestled against the pillow. Thick clouds obscured the moon, and the night deepened further. In the small bedroom, starlight and blossoms lingered as the two young souls gradually drifted into slumber. As the magic waned, the starlight and flowers began to wither away. At dawn, seated at the breakfast table, Canaan and Hermione, both sporting heavy dark circles under their eyes, consumed their meal of Chinese soup dumplings and fried dough sticks accompanied by soy milk. What on earth did you two do last night? Helen inquired sternly. Observing the weary expressions on the children's faces, Canaan and Hermione exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to conceal the events of the previous night. And Helen. Canaan and I discussed his new book, The Lord of the Rings, and our conversation extended quite late into the evening. It was Hermione's first lie, and she felt her heart racing intensely. Canaan discreetly gave Hermione a thumbs up and continued, "Indeed, Mother, it's all my fault for chatting with Hermione so late." As he spoke, he served Helen a small steamed bun. "Never mind, I'll be more cautious next time." "Helen, your steamed buns are truly delightful," Ginny interjected, smiling at the two children. "Is that so? I spent quite a bit of time on them this morning." Only Lincoln remained an outsider, silently observing the scene, smiling without uttering a word. After all, he had been awakened last night and had hidden outside Canaan's door, overhearing quite a bit of their conversation. "Truly, he is my son," he thought to himself with pride. Once breakfast was concluded, Canaan slipped out with Hermione, claiming he would show her the largest library in London, to which Helen and Ginny readily agreed. Upon exiting the Privet Drive neighborhood, Hermione inquired, "Canaan, how shall we get there? How about we fly?" Canaan replied with a mysterious smile, leading Hermione to a secluded alley. He retrieved a storage bag and, under Hermione's curious gaze, pulled out a long broomstick. The model was the Nimbus 1700, known for its stability, albeit not its speed, valued at 134 galleons, a broomstick that Canaan could currently afford. "Is this a flying broomstick? You mentioned there was a class on this at Hogwarts," Hermione exclaimed in delight. "Very astute," Canaan complimented her, then mounted the broomstick and said to Hermione, "Hop on." This particular broomstick had a weight limit of approximately 150 kilograms, easily accommodating both of them. "All right," Hermione responded, visibly excited as she seated herself in front of Canaan. Canaan extracted his wand with his right hand and cast a disillusionment charm upon themselves. His hand then traversed around Hermione's waist to grasp the broomstick, settling in place. "Be careful now," he cautioned. The broom began to ascend slowly, and as their feet lifted off the ground, Hermione clutched the broomstick tightly. "Canaan, this is amazing. And this broom is quite comfortable," she exclaimed. The brooms had been enchanted for stability, and with a firm grip, Canaan announced, "I'm going to accelerate." He soon realized that controlling a broom accommodating two individuals posed quite a challenge, and for safety's sake, he did not dare fly too swiftly. Before long, they arrived near Diagon Alley and found an empty alley where Canaan landed gently. "Follow me," he said, naturally taking Hermione's hand. Upon reaching the leaky cauldron, he greeted everyone with a smile, while Hermione curiously surveyed the bar and its patrons. "Is that your little girlfriend behind you?" chuckled Ross, the loud-voiced fellow who had treated everyone to drinks previously. Many joined in the laughter, but Canaan ignored them and turned to Tom, saying, "Uncle Tom, could you open the door for me?" Tom, with a friendly smile, nodded at Hermione before leading them through the red brick wall of the backyard into the bustling Diagon Alley. "Although I promised you a delightful outing today, our time is limited. We must return before noon," Canaan stated. "Canaan, why do you seem so well-known here?" Hermione inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity about her surroundings. "My books are sold here, so everyone recognizes me," Canaan explained, then added, "I have a gift for you. Come, let's head there." Arriving at the Owl Emporium, Canaan noticed a handsome blonde boy selecting an owl. "That one has a black head. It's quite unattractive," the boy remarked. "Take a look at this one. It's completely white and would suit you perfectly," Mrs. Fat introduced another owl. "I don't like white. Look at that big beak," the boy replied, wrinkling his brow as he inspected the owl. "Mr. Malfoy, I'm afraid we have no suitable owls for you here," Mrs. Fat sighed, finding it difficult to cater to such a fussy and privileged customer. "Your selection here is quite poor. I should have listened to my father and gone to Germany, where the largest owl shop in the world is located," Malfoy scoffed before striding out of the shop, casting a glance at Canaan as he left. Once Malfoy was out of sight, Hermione remarked, "He is truly insufferable, isn't he? Just a mischievous child blinded by pure-blood ideology. Ignore him. Now, let us see which owl you like. This way, we can send letters with our owls in the future," Canaan replied. "Sounds good." Hermione beamed, eager to have a pet of her own. They spent considerable time in the Owl Emporium, and ultimately, Hermione chose the very owl that Malfoy had dismissed, a white owl she named Floppy Ears. Before they departed, Mrs. Fat generously gifted them a bag of owl feed. Canaan then guided Hermione around other parts of Diagon Alley, and as noon approached, Hermione reluctantly followed Canaan back. On their broom, Canaan was careful not to fly too high, navigating around the tall buildings. "Canaan, can we come back here in the next few days?" Hermione asked, cradling Floppy Ears. She found Diagon Alley brimming with fascinating sights, regretting that their visit had been so brief. "If time permits, I will certainly bring you again." Touring Diagon Alley with a young lady is far more enjoyable than alone, Canaan assured her. You're so kind, Canaan, Hermione replied, her face lighting up with joy. You weren't supposed to go to the library? Why did you bring back an owl? Ginny questioned as she saw Hermione with a white owl, her expression not particularly fond of such furry creatures. On our way back, we found a seller who claimed this owl was delightful. Canaan fabricated a story. To prevent it from being eaten, Hermione and I decided to adopt it as a pet. Yes, Mom, that person was utterly horrid. How could anyone want to eat such a cute owl? I want to keep it at home, please, Hermione pleaded, tugging at Ginny's hand in a charming manner. You know your father and I aren't fond of animals, and how could an owl possibly be a pet? Ginny replied, still frowning. Oh, and Ginny, it can be. Just look at Syndra, Canaan suggested, gesturing toward the sofa. There lay Syndra, lazily sprawled with her paws raised, resembling a cat, while Alice mirrored the same posture beside her. But Hermione, your father and I are very busy with work, and you have school. I'm afraid we won't have time to care for it, Ginny stated. Don't worry, Mom. Floppy Ears is very clever and doesn't require much attention, right, Floppy Ears? Hermione turned to the white owl in its cage. Hoo-hoo. Floppy Ears blinked its big, innocent eyes at Hermione, bewildered by her call, hearing the sounds of its kind. Syndra perked up from the sofa and flew over to inspect Floppy Ears curiously. The two owls exchanged soft hoots, as if engaging in conversation. All right, we shall keep it. Ginny relented, unable to bear seeing her daughter so enamored with the pet. Thank you, Mom. You're the best, Hermione exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Ginny tightly. Canaan wore a victorious smile beside him. With this owl, Hermione could frequently converse with him. He indeed found himself increasingly fond of this young girl. Although Hermione was still quite young, the development of the female protagonist was something to look forward to. In the following 2 days, Hermione clung to Canaan's side, allowing him to experience a joy he had never known in his previous life as a solitary individual. They had also stealthily returned to Diagon Alley, where Canaan selected a peculiar pen that could write eternally as a parting gift for Hermione. In return, Hermione bestowed upon Canaan a fragrant kiss before her departure, leaving him exhilarated. On Monday morning, after completing his morning routine and settling at the dining table, Canaan discovered a new letter. It had been delivered by an owl that morning, presumably from a friend in the magical realm, and bore a strange emblem on the envelope. A strange emblem? Lincoln remarked while munching on a fried dough stick. Upon hearing Lincoln's words, Canaan picked up the envelope. What is this? A letter from Hogwarts, he exclaimed. Noticing the emblem depicted 4 creatures, a lion, an eagle, a serpent, and a badger. However, the timing seemed off. Why was he receiving a letter at this hour? Canaan pondered in confusion. He opened the envelope to reveal a message that read, Warning letter, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, dear Mr. Brain. We regret to inform you that you have violated Article 34 of the Underage Wizard Protection Regulations by privately possessing and using a wand that has not been registered with the Ministry of Magic. However, in light of your contributions to the magical community, we shall impose a lenient penalty and will conduct a home visit on April 1st. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. April 1st, today? So this is a warning letter? Canaan thought bitterly. It must be that scoundrel Schuster's doing. It seems we are destined to be adversaries. Nevertheless, he felt relieved that Professor McGonagall would be conducting the home visit. Had it been Dumbledore, the situation would have been far more dire. With this thought, he let out a cautious sigh of relief. Dad, I think a teacher from Hogwarts might come for a home visit today, Canaan said, glancing at Lincoln, who was lounging in a chair after finishing breakfast. He felt it prudent to inform his parents in advance. Hogwarts, that magical school? Aren't you still not enrolled? Lincoln inquired, puzzled. They discovered my wand. And there are regulations prohibiting underage wizards from using magic outside of school, Canaan explained. So what do you want us to do? Try to remain silent. If asked, just say you don't know, and leave everything to me. Considering your decent behavior the past few days, I suppose I can comply. However, I feel you have concealed too much from your mother and me. After this matter is resolved, I expect a thorough explanation, Lincoln remarked, realizing that he was woefully uninformed about the magical world and should learn more to keep track of his son's activities. All right, once this is over, you can ask me anything, Canaan readily agreed. Subsequently, Lincoln took a leave of absence to stay home, awaiting the arrival of the visiting teacher. In the afternoon, the family was gathered on the sofa watching a television show when footsteps echoed from outside. Ding, ding, ding. Canaan stepped forward to open the door, revealing none other than Professor McGonagall. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Please come in and have a seat, Canaan greeted warmly. "Good afternoon, Canaan," she replied. "Mr. Breen, Mrs. Breen. How do you do? I'm a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, here today to inquire about certain matters concerning Canaan and to address relevant consequences." "Hello, Professor McGonagall. I have heard Canaan speak of you, the most just professor at Hogwarts," Helen praised. "Only after receiving your letter this morning did we realize the strict regulations regarding wands in the magical community. As you know, we are both Muggle-born and had no idea the situation was so dire," Lincoln added. "Rest assured, Mr. Breen, we at Hogwarts will treat every student fairly, even those yet to enroll," Professor McGonagall continued. "I believe it is best to speak directly with the individual involved regarding the wand issue." She turned her gaze toward Canaan. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, I acquired this wand at a thrift store when I was just beginning to explore the magical world. I used it to practice some basic spells." Canaan replied, half-truthfully. "Therefore, you were unaware of the regulations concerning the protection of underage wizards in the magical community?" She winked at Canaan. Yes, Professor." "I was not aware," Canaan acknowledged, grasping Professor McGonagall's implication. "Have you ever used this one to cast any spells? Have Muggles ever discovered it?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Placing a red notebook on the coffee table, a quill hovering above it, ready to record the conversation. Canaan glanced at the automatically recording quill, then replied, "I have merely practiced a few simple spells, and I have not demonstrated magic in front of Muggles. However, I did use magic in front of my parents." "Very well. Could you elucidate what you engaged in during those 2 days in America?" "Oh, do I really need to recount that? It has been quite a while. I must think carefully." Canaan gradually sensed that this conversation might not be as straightforward as he initially believed. He organized his thoughts in his mind. "On that day at New York Airport, we arrived at my grandfather's house, where we stayed overnight. The following day, I visited the Wizarding Realm in America, exploring it for the entire morning. At noon, I went to the largest library to conduct some research, and then I encountered you." Canaan paused, gazing at Professor McGonagall. "Indeed, that is how it transpired, gentlemen." Professor McGonagall cast him a glance, then spoke to the air above her. Who was she addressing? Suddenly, Canaan realized that they might be under surveillance. Was it members of the Ministry of Magic or someone else? "Canaan, please continue," McGonagall encouraged him with a reassuring smile. "Later, I wished to purchase some gifts to take back, so I wandered around a bit. On Main Street, there were many merchants with stalls, and I chose a hat from one of them." Canaan retrieved a green hat from the pouch, a product of his prior alchemical endeavors. Dubbed the Hat of Forgiveness. It changes colors with the light, shifting through shades of pale green, dark green, and turquoise. I thought it would be the perfect gift for my father, so I decided to purchase it. Canaan cast a pitiful glance at Lincoln. Meanwhile, Lincoln, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He gazed at Canaan in silence, fully aware of the hat's true connotation. However, in order to protect his son from embarrassment, he found himself compelled to make a personal sacrifice. "Indeed, this hat is quite splendid, with its ever-changing hues, making it extraordinarily suitable for me." Lincoln accepted the hat from Canaan and placed it atop his head, showcasing it with a flourish. "Oh God, I am guilty," he murmured inwardly. "Such a hat is indeed unattainable in England." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Canaan stifled a smile and continued, "Not long after, there was an attack at the library. I was exceedingly frightened and merely observed from a distance, not daring to approach. Thinking of my parents waiting for me at my grandfather's house, I hurried back. Oh, by the way, on my way back to England, that American Auror inspected my wand. In my haste to catch my flight, I didn't engage in much conversation with him." "Very well, Canaan, thank you for your cooperation. I believe I now understand sufficiently," Professor McGonagall said, waving her wand at a quill. Immediately, a red notebook seized the quill and soared into the professor's hand. McGonagall stored the notebook away and smiled at Canaan, saying, "I have heard that you have been writing to Severus Snape to learn about potion making. As one of the professors at Hogwarts, I am certain there are things I can teach you. Should you wish to learn more, I look forward to your correspondence. Mr. Breen, Mrs. Breen, I believe you can now relax and enjoy your television. I have classes to attend this afternoon, so I shall not intrude further." McGonagall added with a hint of apology, nodding at them. "The ministry will impose penalties for your actions. Do be mindful of incoming letters in the coming days." After addressing Canaan, Professor McGonagall vanished from the room. Upon witnessing McGonagall's sudden disappearance, Helen was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a swift vanishing act. She then fixed a piercing gaze upon the father and son before her. "It seems you have concealed many matters from me, haven't you?" Canaan exchanged a knowing glance with Lincoln, who was still wearing his hat. Alas. Subsequently, the Lincoln family engaged in an unprecedented familial critique session. Both Canaan and Lincoln came to a profound realization of their shortcomings, openly confessing their transgressions and signing a series of unequal treaties of atonement. After dinner, Canaan retired to his bedroom, intending to compose a letter to Professor McGonagall. In addition to inquiring about certain techniques pertaining to transformation magic, he sought to understand the underlying significance of her recent visit. After all, he was no fool. Professor McGonagall's parting words had clearly indicated that if he wished to uncover the reasons, he ought to write to her. As he watched the letter gently carried away by Syndra, Canaan couldn't shake the feeling that Syndra had grown rather complacent of late, having gained considerable weight, resembling an actual Scottish round-faced chicken. Should it encounter someone who was starving, it might very well be captured and turned into a stew. Next, Canaan retrieved the diary of Ancient One. Over the course of recent days, the entries had undergone significant alteration. It appeared that a rift had emerged between Ancient One and Karoo. The remaining entries were scant, comprising only a few sentences, and notably, Karoo was no longer mentioned. However, upon noticing that there were still several pages left in the diary, Canaan felt a slight relief. He reclined in his chair and opened today's accessible content. I stumbled upon this diary today. It seems several centuries have elapsed since I last penned an entry. I recall my initial determination to write daily, wishing to chronicle my passage through time, only to realize that time is the most elusive of all entities. Through the lens of time, I perceive that this book may assist me in the future. Therefore, I shall enchant the diary and record various spells within its pages, hoping it proves beneficial to you. Just remember, there is no such thing as the most powerful magic. Canaan suppressed his excitement and continued to read. The Book of the Emperor Wei Shan was captivating, filled with numerous records of white magic and various defensive spells. My favorite magic pertains to the manipulation of space, granting the ability to position oneself in an invulnerable state. Space is composed of different dimensions folded together. Canaan perused the remaining content and discovered that Gu Yi expounded extensively on various interpretations and insights regarding the concept of space on this page. However, the material proved somewhat profound and challenging to comprehend. Canaan endeavored to perceive the existence of space in accordance with the methods described by the Ancient One, a fundamental prerequisite for the manifestation of various spatial magics. He imbibed a vial of tranquil elixir and reclined upon his bed. After a considerable duration, Canaan gradually began to sense a profound connection, as if he were surrounded by an infinite expanse of stars, soaring freely, or perhaps submerged in the depths of the ocean, immobilized by the weight of the water, a sensation that mirrored the Ancient One's descriptions perfectly. He also realized that his previous experiences with apparition had greatly aided him. The oppressive feeling of spatial constriction had nearly suffocated him, providing him with an intuitive understanding of space. At that moment, he suddenly detected a disturbance in the surrounding space. What could this be? He swiftly opened his eyes. Greetings, Master. I am Lucy. A peculiar creature, clad in simple, gray fabric, materialized in Canaan's room, possessing a pointed nose and ears, along with a diminutive stature. What is this? A house elf. Who are you? Canaan inquired, his confusion evident as he drew forth his wand. After all, he had no recollection of befriending a wizard who possessed a house elf, as such creatures were typically associated with illustrious pureblood families or formidable wizards. My former master was Duran, and he entrusted me with this letter for you. Lucy produced a white envelope from her pocket and presented it to Canaan with both hands. Canaan examined the letter for a while and discovered that Lucy was indeed a gift from Duran. In his correspondence, Duran mentioned that Lucy was a domesticated sprite of their family, unrelated to that mysterious organization, and could be commanded without concern. This was also the promised gift he had made to Canaan at that time. Canaan smiled after observing the situation and turned his gaze towards the house elf before him. Noticing her unease, he gently inquired, "Your name is Lucy, is it not?" "Yes, Master," Lucy replied, her head bowed as she tugged at her garment. "There is no need to be afraid. I am quite amiable, and you need not fear me." "Indeed, Master is very kind." Lucy is not afraid, gradually easing her tension. Lucy lifted her gaze, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she studied her new master. Subsequently, Canaan posed a few more questions to Lucy, striving to alleviate her apprehension. Observing that time was passing, he said, "Come, Lucy, let us go and meet my parents, and I shall arrange a place for you to rest." "Are the master's parents also masters?" "Well, one could consider them as such. You must heed their words as well." "Very well, I shall listen to the master." The following morning, Canaan's family gathered around the dining table, which was adorned with a splendid array of food. "Lucy, you are remarkable. How is it that you can prepare such an abundance of dishes?" Helen praised, having discovered that many of her duties had been alleviated since meeting the house elf the previous evening. Early that morning, Lucy had prepared a lavish breakfast and thoroughly cleaned the house. Such a creature was truly a friend to women. It is Lucy's honor to assist the master's mother. Standing nearby, Lucy donned a floral dress, delighting in the new attire chosen for her by Helen. Rumor had it that this dress was once Canaan's from his childhood, yet he adamantly denied having ever owned such an odd garment. "Lucy, come dine with us," Canaan instructed. However, Lucy was not permitted to eat alongside her master. She had to wait until he finished his meal before she could partake. With wide eyes, Lucy gazed at Canaan. "But did I not agree to listen to my master? If the master wishes for Lucy to have breakfast together, then it should be so." Canaan's tone grew slightly stern. "Lucy cannot disobey the master. Lucy cannot dine with the master." Lucy repeated this while inflicting light blows upon herself. "Stop, Lucy. The master does not require you to punish yourself any longer." Canaan sighed, realizing that Lucy, much like the character Dobby from the films, had a tendency to self-flagellate, displaying a profound sense of servitude. "To serve my master brings me great joy." Upon hearing Canaan's words, Lucy immediately ceased her self-punishment and respectfully stood by his side. Canaan sighed, realizing why in the film, Hermione was so distressed over such house elves. Prolonged training had stripped these creatures of their inherent racial consciousness. He resolved to subtly alter Lucy's perspective in the future, lest he inadvertently provoke the opposite effect. Lincoln and Helen, witnessing this situation, exchanged glances. Having heard Canaan discuss the habits of house elves the previous evening, though they had not anticipated the severity of the matter. At the dining table, an oppressive silence enveloped the group, the sumptuous feast seeming as tasteless as chaff. By midday, Canaan received a response from Professor McGonagall, finally comprehending the reason behind the recent home visit. It turned out that the American Wizarding Association had reported him to the British Ministry of Magic, alleging that Canaan had unlawfully possessed a wand and had close contacts with one of their leaders, Duran. Suspecting that Canaan's recent trip to America was linked to the library attack, they urged the ministry to conduct a thorough investigation. However, upon learning of the allegations, Dumbledore deemed the evidence presented by the American Association insufficient to establish any connection between Canaan and the mysterious organization, asserting that Canaan, being a minor wizard, could not possibly have participated in such an attack. He further noted that Canaan's name was inscribed in the Book of Admittance, and as headmaster, he bore the responsibility to protect each student. In light of this, the ministry decided to have Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts conduct an inquiry into Canaan. They employed magical devices for remote surveillance and, following discussions, would impose a penalty on him. From the content of McGonagall's reply, it appeared that the ministry had not detected any abnormalities in Canaan, yet he would still face consequences for violating magical regulations by concealing a wand. After grasping the entirety of the situation, Canaan could not help but feel relieved, had it not been for Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's assistance. He feared he might have been summoned to the ministry for an interrogation, and the process would likely have been far more arduous than a home visit. He recognized that since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he had grown somewhat arrogant and had underestimated the wizards of this world. This incident served as a poignant reminder that without true strength, even great notoriety could render one vulnerable, like fish on a chopping block. 3 days later, Canaan finally received the penalty notice from the Ministry of Magic. "Dear Mr. Canaan Bray, in light of your acquisition of a wand for personal collection and its unauthorized use for practicing magic, we hereby impose the following sanctions upon you. 1. Confiscation of your wand. 2. A fine of 50 galleons. 3. A warning recorded in your personal magical file. 4. Submission of a 3,000-word apology report. Please attend the ministry within 3 days to address these matters." Upon reading this letter, Canaan felt somewhat disheartened. These penalties were not particularly severe, and after the wand's confiscation, he could easily procure another from Duran. Nevertheless, he had undeniably drawn the attention of Dumbledore and the ministry, necessitating greater caution in his future endeavors. He planned to establish counter-surveillance spells in his home to prevent a recurrence of the ministry's monitoring. Additionally, he needed to relocate his laboratory, as it, though secluded, was prone to exposure. Fortunately, with Lucy's assistance, he could utilize apparition to facilitate these tasks. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, Canaan had duly submitted his wand, fine, and report to the ministry within the stipulated time frame. He was now in his new laboratory, crafting a meticulously designed anti-space device. This new laboratory, located underground not far from his home, had been fortified by Lucy's magic. And Skada had worked tirelessly day and night to renovate the space. Thanks to the aid of magic, the transformation was completed in a matter of days. The area was spacious, adorned with a large circular sun on the ceiling, a testament to Canaan's craftsmanship. This alchemical artifact emitted a gentle sunlight, providing sustenance for plant growth. Canaan is preparing to establish several greenhouses here to cultivate medicinal raw materials, which Skada can tend to in his spare time to prevent him from becoming bored. Canaan set aside the unfinished square metallic box, stretching his sore neck. This alchemical artifact was already more than halfway completed, and he estimated that it would take less than a day to finalize. The inspiration for this spatial device stemmed from the diary of the Ancient One. During this period, Canaan's studies of the diary had bestowed upon him a profound understanding of space. Combining this knowledge with his alchemical expertise, he conceived the idea of creating a device capable of countering apparition. In the current magical realm, only a handful of factions possess the magic circles required for spatial movement. Yet the time and materials necessary to arrange such a circle were considerable. Although Hogwarts, with its numerous protective enchantments, could not perform apparition, Canaan recalled that in the films, Fawkes the Phoenix could facilitate spatial movement with Dumbledore. He felt immense confidence in his spatial device. As long as the energy supply was sufficient, no form of spatial movement could succeed in its vicinity. However, this device demanded substantial energy, which was why he had only begun its construction after successfully inscribing the 117th magic array. Suddenly, the space around him twisted, and Lucy's figure materialized in the laboratory. Noticing that Canaan was not engaged in work, she respectfully announced, "Master, dinner is ready at home. We can return now." Canaan nodded to Lucy and then instructed Skada to tidy the area. Upon returning home, Canaan hastily finished dinner before retreating to his small bedroom to open the Ancient One's diary, a ritual he had come to cherish. The nature of space is both non-unique and dependent. He recalled a journey through the cosmos 30 years ago, where he discovered a locale with a fragile spatial structure, which later revealed a small-dimensional space clinging to it. The Ancient One's writings were not solely dry spatial theories, they were interspersed with her personal travel experiences, which opened Canaan's eyes and showcased her vast knowledge. In that moment, within the Vistgoth star system, he once again heard tales of the Infinity Stones. He beheld a square magnet radiating spatial fluctuations. This treasure not only granted its wielder direct control over space, but also helped one comprehend its mysteries. Utilizing the Eye of Agamotto, he pried a small fragment from the magnet, which emanated a rich spatial aura, believing it could expedite his mastery of spatial secrets. The fragment, however, could not be placed within his spatial equipment, leaving him no choice but to carry it with him. Unable to fit it into his spatial gear? Upon reaching this point, Canaan suddenly recalled the green gemstone, which, like the fragments, could not be placed within the storage bag. Could it be that the gemstone shared similar properties? Nevertheless, he had always kept the gemstone in the new laboratory, as it was a safer location. Thus, he summoned Lucy and instructed her to retrieve the gemstone from the laboratory. Canaan took the gemstone retrieved by Lucy and studied it for a while, finding nothing of significance. He could not discern spatial fluctuations as effortlessly as Ancient One, yet he could employ a more rudimentary method, placing the emerald upon his forehead. He calmed his mind and attuned himself to the forces of space. His frequent practice over the past few days had enabled him to succeed without the aid of tranquilizing potions. Aha! Canaan sensed a coolness at his brow, as if it facilitated his swift immersion into a heightened state of awareness. He felt the surrounding space shift, revealing a labyrinth of intricate lines woven throughout. Everything around him appeared distorted, with vibrant, multicolored threads intertwining in a harmonious pattern. As the Ancient One had once articulated, this was the very fabric of space, a sight accessible only to those who possess a profound comprehension of its essence. Canaan emerged from his state of contemplation, cradling the emerald in his palm, filled with elation. Through the power of this gem, he found himself able to perceive the very structure of space, according to the descriptions from the Ancient Ones. Even the most gifted of sorcerers would require decades of introspection to achieve such insight. Indeed, I am a genius, Canaan exclaimed with a broad grin. He contemplated crafting this emerald into a necklace akin to the Eye of Agamotto, enabling him to harness the spatial forces at will. Although he currently lacked any concrete ideas and found no similar experiments in Hohenheim's alchemical video lectures, Canaan remained steadfast in his confidence in his alchemical prowess. The following morning, Canaan arrived at the laboratory, determined to construct the anti-space device first. After Skada delivered a cup of coffee to him, she proceeded to the adjoining greenhouse to tend to the medicinal herbs. Remembering the exquisite taste of coffee from his time in America, Canaan had enlisted Skada to moonlight as a barista, and it seemed her efforts had yielded pleasing results. Canaan, thoroughly satisfied after finishing his coffee, donned his gloves and set to work. 3 hours later, he laid down his tools and smiled with contentment. The reverse space device was complete. Furthermore, he had left a backdoor within it, ensuring that any spellcaster wearing his specially crafted bracelet would remain unaffected by the device. With this in mind, he planned to install such a device both at home and in the laboratory, allowing Lucy to wear the bracelet and ensuring their travels would remain unimpeded while significantly enhancing their safety. Canaan envisioned numerous defensive devices, intending to create each one and install them within his laboratory. In his grand design, he aspired to transform the lab into an impregnable fortress, reminiscent of Hogwarts one day, a notion he eagerly anticipated. In the afternoon, Canaan requested Lucy to escort him to a secluded and spacious area. After last night's revelations, he felt that his comprehension of spatial dynamics had deepened significantly, and it was time to learn the magical art of apparition, a skill he had long yearned to master. With Lucy by his side for guidance and protection, and his profound understanding of spatial structures, he believed that this magic would not pose a challenge for him. Canaan extracted an ancient bronze wand, a remnant left by the dark wizard who had previously assaulted him. After surrendering his own wand to the Ministry of Magic, he had instructed Lucy to seek out Duran. However, Duran conveyed that he would craft a new one for Canaan, though there were no updates as of yet. Canaan possesses 2 wands, yet after experimentation, only the current bronze-hued wand proves to be somewhat more manageable. When casting spells, its resistance is minimal, and it does not hinder usage. Canaan stood still, wand in hand, gazing at the majestic tree not far ahead. He was poised to execute his first attempt at apparition. With the destination set beside that very tree, the proximity rendered the challenge seemingly manageable. Target, determination, composure. He reflected on the 3 principles of apparition inscribed in his texts. At that moment, an overwhelming desire surged within him to reach the tree's side. Before the tree lay a small hillock, adorned with a couple of wild grasses. Yes, precisely there. And composure. Canaan exhaled, striving to alleviate his tension. Gradually, time appeared to stand still, and the surrounding breeze seemed to cease. Once more, he perceived the structure of space. Intricate lines re-emerging before his eyes. Now was the moment. With heart and mind in unison, Canaan's figure abruptly vanished from his original position, only to reappear beside the grand tree. He had succeeded. Canaan gazed with exhilaration at his current location. Evidently, his inaugural attempt at apparition had been successful. He then turned his attention to Lucy's whereabouts, and with a flicker, he materialized beside her. Quite remarkable. He discovered that the disorienting sensation associated with spatial movement had nearly vanished, though his magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate. After reveling in the experience for a considerable while, he reluctantly departed once his magic was exhausted. Upon returning home, he found Helen preparing a meal for lunch. Recently, she had noticed a sense of idleness since Lucy had taken over the household chores. She was unwilling to become like Mrs. Weasley, gradually transforming into a gossipy matriarch. Thus, she resolved to personally prepare meals in the future, cherishing that intimate experience. Canaan, I just received a letter from Hermione. I placed it in your bedroom, Helen remarked, peeking her head out upon seeing Canaan's return. All right, mother. Lately, Hermione had been writing frequently, inquiring about tales from the magical realm. Canaan planned to visit Diagon Alley in the afternoon to purchase a few books on magical knowledge to send her. After finishing lunch, Canaan made his way to the Leaky Cauldron. Hello, Canaan. We've heard about your secret wand collection. No wonder you haven't been seen in Diagon Alley lately. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The prodigious young wizard Canaan Brain has been discovered hoarding wands and is facing repercussions from the Ministry of Magic, a witch proclaimed. Reading aloud from a newspaper that featured a photograph of Canaan at the ministry, Canaan gently tapped his forehead, astonished that he had been secretly photographed and featured in a publication of the magical realm. When was this newspaper released? I had no inkling, he inquired. It seems to have come out this morning. The weekly journal that has surely taken you aback, the witch replied. Indeed, it has left me quite astounded. Canaan remarked with a hint of sarcasm, resolving that once he amassed sufficient wealth, he would acquire such a disreputable tabloid, which he deemed a blight upon the magical community. Under Tom's guidance, Canaan found himself in the back courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron. With some difficulty, he finally managed to speak. Uncle Tom, I apologize. I should not have deceived you for so long. The shame of concealing the truth about his wand weighed heavily upon him. Canaan, had I known. Perhaps the repercussions would not have been solely yours, Tom chuckled, his wrinkles deepening with mirth. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, what you did was right. Everyone harbors their own secrets. It was evident that he bore no ill will toward Canaan for withholding the matter of the wand. Noticing Canaan's lingering expression of guilt, Tom paused and leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, let me tell you a secret. When I was young, I once used magic to punish a muggle. As long as you aren't caught, it's perfectly fine. There are plenty of fools in the Ministry of Magic. Clearly, it was your own carelessness that led to this predicament. Upon hearing this, Canaan's furrowed brow relaxed, revealing a smile. All right, young Canaan, I must take my leave, lest they consume all my wine. Noticing Canaan's newfound cheer, Tom remarked, deftly tapping the red brick wall with his wand. Thank you, Uncle Tom. I shall seek you out upon my return, Canaan replied with a grin. Brandishing a segment of his wand, an ancient bronze instrument, Tom chuckled at Canaan's little gesture, surprised to discover that the boy possessed a wand, and this time, there was no concealment involved. You are quite clever. Do ensure you keep it well hidden. Rest assured. After bidding farewell to Tom, Canaan made his way to the Lehan bookstore, intending to select a few magical tomes to gift Hermione. Canaan, it has been quite some time since we last met. Your book sales have not been stellar of late. However, today several sets have sold, quite unexpectedly. Have you placed an advertisement in the newspaper? Laster remarked, grinning as he held a newspaper, watching Canaan enter. Canaan's expression darkened instantly as he sternly addressed Aunt Rast. Please settle the recent accounts. I am eager to purchase some books nearby. Isn't Aunt just joking with you? If you are so serious, go ahead and select your books. I'll offer you a 5% discount. Upon hearing Canaan's intention to buy books, Rast's demeanor softened considerably. No, I am upset. I demand a 10% discount. Canaan pouted defiantly. Oh dear, my little ancestor, I sincerely apologize. I cannot lower it beyond 4%. Very well. Canaan recognized that this was likely Rast's limit, after all. Having known her for so long, he had never witnessed her suffer a loss concerning finances. As Canaan selected monsters and their habitats and a brief history of Hogwarts from the shelves, Rast inquired, are these for your little girlfriend? How did you know? You have nearly perused every book in my shop. These can only be gifts for your little girlfriend. Rast leaned against the bookshelf, explaining, before adding, in that case, I shall grant you a 10% discount. I truly adore that little girl. A child who loves reading is a rare find. But I love reading too. Why don't I get a better discount? Canaan felt a sense of injustice and irritation. Didn't I treat you to milk the other day? Rast smiled warmly at Canaan. All right, you win. Canaan conceded, turning his attention back to selecting more books. After completing his purchases at Lehan bookstore, Canaan proceeded to the apothecary, where he intended to sell some potions he had concocted during his spare time to alleviate his financial burdens. Recently, the frequency of his alchemical experiments had significantly depleted his gold galleons. 24 bottles, of excellent quality, that will be 315 galleons and 45 sickles. Do you need anything else? The amiable apothecary owner inquired. Please fetch me what is listed above. Deduct the cost from my account. Canaan handed him a note. Oh, very well, let me see. Silver sweet. That guano. Quite a list. Please hold on. The owner slowly ambled toward the storage room. After a considerable amount of time, the apothecary finally gathered all the items. Here you go, young one. After deducting 54 galleons, I owe you 261 galleons and 45 sickles. Thank you. Canaan tucked the items into his satchel, preparing to leave. By the way, young one, didn't you mention you were looking for moonlight grass last time? I heard it has been discovered within France. The shopkeeper called out to Canaan, recalling that not long ago, this young lad had specifically inquired about the whereabouts of that particular herb. Really? Sir, when did this happen? Canaan's interest piqued. He was in urgent need of moonlight grass to assist in his meditation practice. His resistance to the calming potion had been increasing, and the side effects were quite significant, necessitating regular consumption of blue soot extract to counteract the effects of the venomous powder. Canaan found the taste of the herbal liquid reminiscent of a peculiar blend of garlic and mucus, each sip eliciting a torment within. However, he never anticipated that this long-lost herb would indeed resurface. Regarding yesterday's events, merely yesterday, I learned of this news. You know how it takes a couple of days for information from France to reach here. Observing the excitement on Canaan's face, he scratched his greasy hair and continued. Do not be overly jubilant, for I have heard that this particular herb is scarce and has likely been entirely purchased. Sir, is it possible for you to procure this herb? Even seedlings would suffice. Money is no object. Canaan gazed hopefully at the apothecary, envisioning his greenhouse in the laboratory, pondering whether he might successfully cultivate the moonlight herb. I lack such resources, I cannot obtain it. However, I can suggest that you venture to France. Perhaps you might still find a few leaves available for purchase. The apothecary waved his hand dismissively, half-jokingly. Very well, sir. Should any further news arise, please leave a message for old Tom at the Broken Cauldron Tavern. I shall reward you for your assistance. Canaan reluctantly exited the potion shop, pondering not merely whether Lincoln would permit him to journey alone to France, but also reflecting on the shopkeeper's words should he embark on such a venture. He would likely not even catch a glimpse of the elusive moonlight grass. That evening, having just concluded a session of meditative practice in the laboratory, Canaan rubbed his throbbing temples. At that moment, Scotta approached with a cup of thick green liquid, the essence of blue comfort grass, which Canaan was obliged to consume after each meditation. It was dreadfully unpalatable. Pinching his nose, he downed the viscous potion in one go, only to belch loudly, releasing a cloud of green mist from his mouth. Bring me a glass of ice water. He slumped into his chair, instructing Scotta. Certainly, master. After sipping the ice water, the queasiness in his stomach began to subside. He then took out his magical wristwatch to assess the increase in his magical power over the past weeks. 39.8. He recalled that his last measurement was approximately 26.3, indicating a remarkable increase of 13 points within half a month. While the rate of growth was gradually diminishing, such an enhancement was nonetheless commendable. Canaan believed his current magical prowess was akin to that of a fourth-year student at Hogwarts. Alas, if only he had access to the moonlight grass, his magical growth could have been even greater. With a sigh, he lamented that he had grown weary of the taste of blue comfort grass. Bathed in the gentle light of a small sun, Canaan stretched languidly. Noting that there was still ample time, he opened the portal of his mind, checking his golden finger as he did every other day. Celestial altar, sacrifice count, 1. 10 luck points for each sacrifice. Luck points, 11 personal items, none. His luck points had risen from 9 to 11, much to his surprise. Could it be that he had made the news today? Canaan speculated, considering that he had been quite inactive lately. Aside from the incident involving his concealed wand, which had attracted media attention, it appeared this was not an ill fortune after all. A grin crept across his face as he contemplated whether to donate to the newspaper that had taken him by surprise, hoping they would feature a story about a genius young wizard making a charitable blood donation to support an endangered sector of the magical community. Perhaps he could accrue even more luck points. However, what should he sacrifice this time? Canaan found himself in a quandary. Previous sacrifices had demonstrated a correlation between the items offered and the rewards received, but who could ascertain what the celestial beings favored or what might catch their eye? If the outcome proved unhelpful, he would surely feel disheartened, especially since accumulating luck points was becoming increasingly arduous. Gathering the requisite 10 points for a single sacrifice was no small feat. He resolved to contemplate this matter carefully, without haste. Canaan decided to approach the selection of his sacrificial item with prudence before proceeding with the offering. Subsequently, he donned his silver bracelet and instructed Scotta once more. Drawing forth his wand, he executed the disillusionment charm, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving in his bedroom, Canaan opened the diary of the Ancient One, eagerly anticipating its contents each day, hoping to glean more spells from the ancient sorcerer. Particularly, he yearned to learn the spell for opening gateways, which, if powered sufficiently, could facilitate travel from Earth to the Moon, far surpassing the distance covered by disillusionment. He had long awaited such a day. The previous standard spellbook had been intriguing. The magic of their world was exceedingly complex. This time, he hoped to sacrifice a more profound tome of magic. I look forward to your offering, Canaan. Canaan gasped in astonishment at the words in the diary, utterly dumbfounded that the Ancient One knew his name and was aware of his potential sacrifice today. It seemed she possessed knowledge of everything. Fear not, little one. You will meet me in the future. Your name will be revealed to me then. We have fought side by side. Meet you? How could that be? Could the Ancient One arrive in this world on some future day? And how could she possibly know my thoughts? Canaan stifled the excitement within and proceeded to gaze at the subsequent entries in the diary. You see, possessing the time stone renders the future not as inscrutable for me. In response to your inquiry, I believe that with a few more usages of the Eye of Agamotto, I shall be able to achieve it. Canaan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the situation, for he understood the formidable power of the Time Stone. In Avengers: Infinity War, Stephen Strange utilized the Time Stone to glimpse into 14 million possible futures, which elucidated how the Ancient One could fathom his thoughts and intentions. However, There is no need for you to worry that I possess omniscient knowledge. The future is rife with possibilities. Our encounter in the future is merely one of many potential outcomes. Perhaps, if you were to destroy this diary, our paths would never cross again. Canaan, after glancing at the diary, let out a bitter smile. The diary of Gui was fortified with formidable protective magic, and given his current prowess, he truly found himself incapable of destroying it. Should the opportunity arise, he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming sacrificial offering, for he would bestow upon you an item of immense benefit. Upon perusing the entirety of the diary's contents, Canaan exhaled deeply. The revelations of the day had left him profoundly astonished. Furthermore, from the information divulged by Gui, he inferred the possibility of encountering Gui in the future, even to the extent of aiding him and forging a commendable rapport, which explained Gui's unwavering support at present. Thus, he pondered over what to offer as a sacrificial item. He recalled the final words of Gui, which seemed to suggest that he hoped for a sacrificial offering of a tome containing profound spells. Canaan suddenly recalled the charred black magic tome, which contained numerous profound spells of dark sorcery. His enchantment had been derived from this very book, yet regrettably, it was incomplete, rendering many of its contents illegible. He pondered whether the Ancient One could utilize the power of the Time Stone to restore this volume and impart its teachings. Resolving to act on this thought, Canaan retrieved the black magic book, discovering a small note nestled within its front pages. He proceeded to inscribe upon it, Master Ancient One, I believe it would be beneficial for you to elaborate on your magic in your upcoming journal entries. I would not find it excessive. Oh. And do not forget that spell for opening portals. Furthermore, finally, as he gazed at the densely filled note, Canaan, satisfied, adorned the last remaining space with a delicate flower, which he colored a vibrant red with his markers. Surely, the Ancient One would perceive my sincerity. Holding the charred magic book, Canaan summoned the celestial altar. Sacrifice. A chime echoed. You have received a gift, a wooden box from the Ancient One. The magic book vanished from his grasp, a flash of blue light illuminating the space, and in its stead appeared an ordinary wooden box. Success. Though it feels akin to mailing a package across worlds, Canaan mused, then turned his attention to the wooden box, noting its seemingly mundane material, devoid of any remarkable features. I hope the item bestowed by the Ancient One proves useful, ideally something akin to the Time Stone, he envisioned, and then opened the box. Inside lay a neatly folded garment of deep crimson, and with his expertise in alchemy, Canaan immediately discerned that it was inscribed with numerous intricate magical runes and adorned with several magical arrays. Could this be the levitating cloak? The very one belonging to Stephen Strange. Canaan distinctly recalled that in the film, the cloak appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, aiding Stephen in his battle against Thanos, only to be ultimately torn asunder by him. Nevertheless, the power of this cloak should not be underestimated. However, what would Doctor Strange do with this cloak? Canaan shook his head, not anticipating that the Ancient One would gift him this exclusive mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. He donned the cloak, only to find it trailing on the ground. Oh my, it was quite lengthy. He discovered it measured over 2 meters. The excess fabric pooling on the floor, making it ill-fitting for him. As if responding to Canaan's grievances, the floating cloak swiftly adjusted its size, shrinking to fit his form perfectly. How splendid! Canaan praised, becoming quite enamored with it. Over the course of the evening, Canaan thoroughly explored the functionalities of the floating cloak. Besides the ability to assist its master in flight, as depicted in the film, it also exhibited commendable defensive capabilities. At the very least, it remained unscathed against several of his attack spells. However, he refrained from testing it against potent dark magic like the Killing Curse. Uncertain if the cloak could withstand such forces, the thought of damaging it was distressing. In the laboratory, Canaan raised his hands before his chest, conjuring 2 golden shields, while the vibrant red cloak billowed behind him, dancing in the absence of wind, complementing the crimson hat atop his head. Thanos, why do you not surrender? Canaan shouted into the empty space before him, feeling remarkably cool at that moment. Meanwhile, Skada stood silently, having grown accustomed to his master's occasional fits of madness. Master, the food and materials in the laboratory are nearly depleted. You need to venture out for supplies soon. He felt it necessary to interrupt, fearing for his master's mental well-being. Very well, you and Lucy should clear some more space. I wish to establish a spell practice room, as this area is still too cramped. As for supplies, I shall procure them in the coming days. After practicing magic, Canaan approached the workbench, retrieving an emerald as he prepared to design a device capable of harnessing the spatial power within it, inspired by the Eye of Agamotto. He sketched the outline of the eye on paper, intending to craft a shell from suitable magical metals, followed by etching a series of magical arrays. After dedicating an entire afternoon, Canaan experimented with 5 different types of magical metals available in the market, only to discover that none could withstand the spatial power of the emerald. Additionally, his initial designs for the inscribed magical arrays failed to meet his expectations, as the flow of magical energy was prone to interruption, preventing the full utilization of spatial power. This is exceedingly difficult, even if the combined magical arrays could be improved. The existing materials do not suffice, he lamented, scratching his head beneath his hat with a sigh. If only I were on the continent of Griner, where all materials are abundant. Canaan recalled Hohenheim's words, describing that land as a paradise for alchemists, rich in resources and flourishing in magical array culture. Hohenheim's magical devices were crafted from rare magical materials. Canaan suddenly remembered that Hohenheim had mentioned in a lecture that the construction of his magical machines was costly, utilizing only the finest materials. With newfound determination, Canaan rushed to retrieve the magical device, preparing to dismantle it and remove the metallic shell. Fortunately, I recently finished watching the tutorial videos, but this will completely ruin the device, he thought, feeling a pang of regret. He cautiously laid the magical device flat on the table, meticulously disassembling it. After approximately half an hour, he completed the dismantling, carefully setting aside the remaining components, and extracted the metallic shell. May my efforts not be in vain, he mused, intending to smelt the metal shell and cast it into the designed parts. Master, dinner is ready, Lucy announced as she entered the laboratory. All right, let us return, Canaan replied, setting aside his work. He always prioritized family over tasks. That evening, Canaan took a moment to use apparition to arrive near Hermione's residence, intending to deliver the books he had purchased in Diagon Alley and to visit her. At that moment, Hermione was seated at her desk in her small bedroom, diligently working on her assignments when she noticed a small red flower materializing on her window, accompanied by the words, "Guess who I am?" It's Canaan. Hermione instantly recognized. She excitedly rushed to the window, spotting Canaan standing below, adorned with an additional red cloak compared to before. The words on the window transformed once more. Is there anyone in your room? Hermione shook her head in response. In an instant, Canaan vanished from his position and reappeared in Hermione's bedroom. Canaan, how did you get here? Hermione whispered, visibly astonished. I brought you something and came to see you. Canaan replied, pulling out a small bag from his pocket. Is this a storage bag? Hermione's eyes lit up as she accepted the small pouch, delighted at the thought of the magical storage Canaan had previously demonstrated. Quite clever. I've placed some books I bought from Diagon Alley inside. You can read them to pass the time, Canaan said with a smile. That's wonderful. I've been so bored lately. I wanted to come find you. But Mum said it was too dangerous for me to go alone, Hermione admitted with innocent eyes. Aunt Ginny is correct. There are many bad people outside. If you miss me, just send an owl, and I can come to see you anytime. Who said I missed you? Hermione retorted, her cheeks flushing. By the way, how did you just appear outside so suddenly? What magic did you use? That was apparition, as you know. But didn't you say only powerful adult wizards can perform that? I am quite impressive myself, he replied, ruffling Hermione's hair. All right, I must take my leave now. I'll visit again soon. He was eager to delve into the contents of the Ancient One's diary that day. Wait, I want to go outside too. I want you to take me out with that magic you just used. Hermione exclaimed, her face brimming with anticipation. Canaan gazed at Hermione, who raised her small head, revealing her pitifully innocent eyes, and he simply could not bring himself to refuse her. Very well, they could play for a while. Upon hearing his response, Hermione's face lit up with a joyful smile, and Canaan smiled back. He stepped forward, took her tiny hand, and gently remarked that their first experience with apparition would be quite disorienting, so she should prepare herself mentally. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the room. Concerned that Hermione might be overwhelmed by the dizziness induced by the spatial shift, he opted for several short-distance jumps, pausing in between. Nevertheless, upon reaching their destination, Hermione felt woozy and helplessly collapsed into Canaan's embrace. Canaan gazed at Hermione, whose delicate brows were tightly furrowed and whose complexion appeared pallid, feeling a twinge of compassion. He then retrieved a vial of potion from his satchel, a concoction he had brewed to alleviate cerebral discomfort, which would surely benefit Hermione. A sip of this should bring you some relief. Hermione took a small gulp, savoring the sweetness, and found the taste quite pleasant, prompting her to indulge in a few more sips. I may have added an abundance of honey without compromising the potion's efficacy, he remarked with a smile as he observed the young girl finish the potion. Where are we? As the potion began to take effect, Hermione's complexion improved significantly. She stretched her neck to survey her surroundings. We are atop the Elizabeth Tower in London, from where one can behold a significant portion of the city. The nocturnal London sparkled with lights, and Hermione marveled at the diminutive crowds in the twinkling cars below. It was her first experience gazing down upon the city from such a height, and she was utterly enchanted. Sensing the brisk wind atop the tower, Canaan gently embraced Hermione, who offered no resistance and instead relished his warmth. After a prolonged moment, she inquired, "How shall we return?" Perhaps somewhat weary of the novelty, she turned to Canaan, seemingly reluctant to experience apparition again. "Let us fly back," he proposed. "On a broomstick, perhaps? This time, we shall try a different method. Hold on tightly." Canaan enveloped Hermione in his arms, and the red floating cloak behind him expanded, cocooning them as they ascended into the sky. Caught off guard, Hermione let out a startled scream as they soared upward. "Is this a new form of magic?" "Sure, it's a secret," he replied playfully. Canaan ascended to great heights, and fortunately, the cloak provided warmth, enveloping them in a comforting embrace. While they felt snug beneath the cloak, Hermione gazed nervously at the increasingly distant ground, gripping Canaan's waist tightly. As they continued to rise, the figures below shrank into insignificance. "Canaan, how much longer must we fly?" Hermione's voice quivered, her eyes unable to bear the sight of the ground below. A wave of fragrant air washed over them, and Canaan turned his head to behold Hermione's delicate visage. Her small, upturned nose and softly closed lashes. Unlike in the films, her youthful beauty was exceptionally refined, her complexion a tender shade of pink. He gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief, her lashes fluttering in astonishment. "It shouldn't take much longer," Canaan replied nonchalantly, attempting to act as though nothing had transpired. "You are in deep trouble, Canaan Brain. Furthermore, do not dare to steal a kiss without my permission again," she admonished, twisting her small hands around his waist with all her might. In the high altitudes, a mysterious red object darted through the air at great speed, accompanied by bursts of laughter, playful banter, and pleas for mercy. Once Canaan returned Hermione home, he eagerly anticipated the contents of his journal for the day. If Ancient One had received the note he sent yesterday, he was confident that today's entries would meet with her approval. "You truly are a greedy little one," she remarked. "I received that book, which contains many nefarious spells, so do not expect me to teach you those. However, as compensation, I shall impart other forms of magic that will surely assist you. Our world's magical system differs significantly from yours. It does not require wands or corresponding incantations. Thus, to master my magic, you must possess a sound physique and exceptional talent. Below are the daily exercises practiced by the sorcerers of Camartage, which will help us attune to our inner magical energies and strengthen our bodies. The key to successful spellcasting lies in guiding the internal magical flow through gestures. And a robust physique aids in rapid spell execution. Must I practice these daily?" He pondered, eyeing the various postures illustrated in the journal, reminiscent of the calisthenics he had performed in a previous life. After stowing the journal, Canaan rose, inhaled deeply, and began to mimic the recorded poses within his bedroom. After completing a series of movements, he felt a surge of soreness, drenched in sweat. After a brief respite, he summoned a golden shield and noted that this time, the spellcasting felt significantly more comfortable, with the flow of magic proving much smoother. Recognizing the considerable improvement, Canaan resolved to incorporate these exercises into his daily regimen, laying a solid foundation for his future studies under Ancient One. Time passed swiftly, and a week flew by. During this period, Canaan diligently practiced the set of movements imparted by Ancient One, lamenting that following that fateful night, the journal had ceased to reveal further entries. It seemed that Ancient One wished for him to solidify his fundamentals before imparting more advanced spells. On this particular day, Canaan busied himself in the laboratory with the pseudo-eye of Agamotto he had recently completed, although the intrinsic powers of this imitation paled in comparison to the true eye. The strength contained within the necklace was palpable, and the satisfaction of having crafted it with his own hands was immeasurable. "Skarda, attack me," Canaan instructed, eager to gauge the growth of his abilities during this time. "Exclude your weapon," Skarda responded, conjuring a beam of white light with a swift gesture. Canaan clasped his hands across his chest, summoning 2 golden shields that effortlessly deflected Skarda's spells. "Use all your strength, do not falter," Canaan commanded. Upon hearing the directive, Skarda ceased to conceal his prowess, unleashing spells from his wand like bullets, relentlessly assaulting the vulnerable angles of Canaan's defenses. Canaan discovered that his golden shield technique had evolved beyond recognition, the speed of casting had accelerated, and the defensive runes he crafted were more stable than ever. In the face of Skada's full-force assault, a mature wizard, he retreated with measured steps, deftly utilizing the golden shield to deflect various attacks, exuding an air of confidence. Seizing the moment when Skada had just completed his incantation, Canaan felt a flicker of green light emanate from the eye of Agamotto at his chest, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Skada, the sharp edge of his shield mere centimeters from the wizard's throat. Harnessing the power of the emerald, Canaan realized that his phantasmal movement had truly achieved a teleportation-like quality. There was no need for prior incantation or build-up, and he felt no sensation of spatial pressure upon activation. Moving through space felt as effortless as a fish gliding through water, exhibiting remarkable agility. Your awareness is woefully inadequate. Upon witnessing my disappearance, you should have prepared for defense. Ineffective attacks only squander your magical energy, Canaan admonished sternly. He hoped that Skada could serve not merely as a servant, but also as a capable ally in battle when the need arose. Yes, my master, Skada replied. His loyalty instilled by the soul-binding spell rendering defeat to Canaan a mere inevitability, his countenance reflecting only reverence, devoid of any other emotion. Canaan observed Skada's expression and shook his head helplessly. In their daily interactions, he noticed that the side effects of the soul-binding curse were becoming increasingly pronounced. Although the enchanted individuals exhibited unwavering loyalty to their master, they acted merely on instinct, executing commands like puppets devoid of any flexibility. Just then, Lucy appeared in the laboratory. Her voice urgent. Master, the old master has sent you a letter, instructing me to take you to the ancestral home. She appeared quite elated. The ancestral home? Is it the old residence of the Master's family, which has been desolate for quite some time? What purpose does our visit serve? Canaan inquired, perplexed. The old master did not elaborate in the letter, but it seems there is something he wishes to entrust to you. Something? Is it a wand? Canaan speculated, recalling that Duran had been preparing a new wand for him, and it seemed that it was now completed. Let me gather a few items. I also have something to deliver to him. Under Lucy's apparition, they arrived at a secluded forest. Canaan surveyed his surroundings, noting the primal essence of the area. The trees were lush and the vegetation dense, suggesting it was far from any signs of habitation. It seems you all rushed over upon receiving my letter. Your response was quite swift. Duran's figure emerged from behind a large tree. Without waiting for Canaan to reply, he strode forward. Follow me, my time here is limited. This is our family's ancestral home, which boasts a history of over 1,000 years, though I have not visited in quite some time, Duran remarked, stepping through the thick underbrush with a sigh. Canaan, I imagine you were curious about my background. He suddenly turned and smiled at Canaan. To feign indifference would be disingenuous. Canaan replied, closely trailing behind, wielding a stick to clear the obstructing bushes. Evidently amused by Canaan's response, Duran chuckled softly. We have a bit further to go. Allow me to share my story along the way. However, given your intellect, I trust you may have already deduced part of it. Have you ever heard of the surname Grigovich? The wand-making master renowned alongside Ollivander? Canaan recalled that Grigovich was one of the 3 great wand makers of Europe and was, in fact, the original owner of the Elder Wand. Indeed, the famed wand maker. His renown leads everyone to refer to him simply as Grigovich. Much like how one speaks of Dumbledore, taking pride in their family name. Grigovich is my mother's brother, and the Grigovich family shares a close relationship with the Hoffman family. The Hoffman family? So your full name is Duran Hoffman, Canaan interjected. That is indeed the case, though I am not particularly fond of that name. Our family is also of pure German blood, historically distinguished for wand crafting. Yet, that glory is but a remnant of the past, much like the dilapidated castle before us. He halted, gesturing with his wand toward the overgrown clearing ahead. Canaan raised his gaze to behold an ancient castle in the distance. Its time-worn gray walls entwined with dark green vines, while the entrance was shrouded in an abundance of foliage. As the sun descended, the light dimmed, and the mournful cries of unknown birds echoed in the surroundings, creating an atmosphere of profound eeriness. It appeared truly terrifying. A place where even the bravest would hesitate to venture. Canaan expressed his thoughts aloud. Durlan shrugged, remarking that it had been nearly a decade since his last visit, and he could not have anticipated its current dismal state. Follow me. There are numerous dark magics within, but just refrain from touching anything. Durlan stepped forward, slowly pushing open the castle's grand door, releasing a cloud of dust into the air. I wonder who has arrived. A muffled voice resonated from within. Canaan shivered involuntarily, his voice trembling as he inquired of Duran, is there anyone inside? It's merely an old painting. Do not be anxious. By lineage, he may still be considered my great-great-grandfather. Duran replied, observing Canaan's expression with a smile. It is rare to witness something that instills fear in Canaan. As the grand doors swung open, the interior was instantly illuminated, revealing a resplendent hall adorned in gold and brilliance. This is the place where our family welcomes guests. The painting that just spoke is located there. Durant indicated towards the wall on the second floor. Canaan gazed ahead and beheld a magnificent portrait adorning the wall opposite him. The figure depicted bore a grand white beard, and his expression seemed to scrutinize Canaan intently. "Durant, it has been ages. This is your child," he remarked, stroking his coarse beard. "I have no such clever offspring." He added with a chuckle, "Today, I am here to bequeath the inheritance of the ancient castle to this child." Durant led them inside, addressing the painting on the wall. "Have you found that place? Are you prepared to stake everything?" The elderly figure in the portrait furrowed his brow. "I am close to finding it, so as a precaution, I am appointing an heir for you, lest you find yourself lonely in this mansion." "I am not lonely. By the way, I wanted to mention that I have recently conceived 3 entirely new designs for wands. If you could create them, it would surely revive the grandeur of our Hoffman lineage," he said enthusiastically. "Enough of that. I have no time for such endeavors, and the splendor of the Hoffman family has long since been discarded into the mire. If you have the energy, why not teach this child in the future?" With that, Durant ceased his conversation with the figure in the painting and guided Canaan to the second floor. The second floor housed several bedrooms and a collection of books amassed by our family over centuries, many of which had become rare volumes. "I know you are fond of reading. I believe you will appreciate this place," he said. "Durant, uncle, why are you giving the inheritance of the castle to me?" Canaan inquired. "I may soon depart for a place of uncertain fate, a destination I have sought my entire life. I would not want such a grand castle to remain without an heir, would I?" he replied, smiling as he completed Canaan's sentence. "Why choose me?" Canaan questioned, puzzled by Durant's kindness, having met him only a handful of times, yet receiving his very first wand. "Who could forget the sight of you donning that large red hat when you visited my shop, looking rather mischievous, reminiscent of my childhood?" Durant paused, then continued. "My mother once gifted me a red hat too, which I wore for quite some time." His expression grew solemn as if lost in thought, and he fell silent, guiding Canaan down the corridor step by step. The silence of the ancient castle was punctuated only by the echo of their footsteps, while the candlelight flickered gently by the window. I stitched that hat myself, pricking my fingers quite a bit, at one point. I couldn't even hold a fork," Canaan exclaimed dramatically, attempting to lighten the rather grave atmosphere. "I must say, that hat is rather unsightly, far worse than mine," he joked, observing Durant as he appraised the little red hat perched atop Canaan's head. Seeing Durant return to his usual demeanor, Canaan responded cheerfully. "The hat looks poor only because I am handsome. Its appeal is quite subjective. I dare say, no one could contend with your logic. Your roundabout insults are truly one of a kind." Durant chuckled as he led Canaan to the innermost room on the second floor, which housed their family's entire collection of books. They pushed open the heavy wooden door, entering a spacious room filled with antiquated bookshelves. Canaan counted at least 22 shelves, indicating the considerable number of tomes contained within. If memory serves, there are a total of 746 volumes, primarily concerning wand crafting, with a few documenting other subjects, and some related to dark magic. "Oh, and there is also this," Durant said, rubbing his bald head. He produced a storage bag from his pocket. "These are books we obtained from the 4th floor of the New York Library, all copied for our family's collection." "You and your organization lack scruples," Canaan muttered. "At least our organization is relatively benign compared to others who would go so far as to blow up a library," Durant retorted. "Canaan." Deland casually tossed the storage bag onto the wooden square table at the entrance. "Let us proceed to the basement, where the main event awaits. You can tidy up these items later." Deland led Canaan to the innermost corner of the study, then tapped on the floor. Almost immediately, a deep, dark hole appeared before them, the sole passageway to the basement. "Follow me." They descended the shadowy stone steps for several minutes, gradually spotting a faint glimmer of light ahead. "What lies within?" Canaan inquired, noting the mechanisms here bore a striking resemblance to those at the old goods store in Diagon Alley. His voice echoed in the narrow passage. "Some useless magical artifacts, along with the inheritance rights to the entire castle." "Inheritance rights?" "Indeed. With the inheritance rights, the castle will not reject you, without my guidance. You would not even notice its presence, even if it stood before your eyes." "Is it akin to the Fidelius charm?" Canaan recalled how Harry's parents had inadvertently revealed their location due to the charm, leading to their brutal demise at the hands of Voldemort. "It is safer than the Fidelius charm, as inanimate objects do not divulge secrets." Deland chuckled, seemingly dismissive of the Fidelius charm. As they spoke, they reached the lowest level of the castle, The space was modest, roughly the size of two of Canaan's bedrooms, cluttered with scattered items. Several magical candlesticks adorned the walls, the light they had seen from afar emanating from them. I suppose I should search thoroughly. Deland crouched before the disarray, gently sifting through the items. Can't you use the levitation charm? I am not familiar with its name, and besides, some magical artifacts are sensitive to spells. I would prefer not to accompany you in an untimely demise. Do you not send someone to tidy this place regularly? Canaan remarked, noticing the dim lighting. He cast a lumos spell, illuminating the surroundings. A thick layer of dust coated the candlesticks, prompting him to frown. It truly is filthy and chaotic here. Isn't that why I brought you along? No more complaints. I have found something. Deland emerged from the clutter with a small box containing a redstone. Hand me your palm. To complete the ritual, I require a drop of your blood. He traced his wand lightly across Canaan's palm, and blood trickled from the slender wound. Do not waste it. A child cannot afford to lose too much blood. Canaan lamented, watching his palm bleed profusely. Gradually, the red stone seemed to absorb the blood, emitting a soft crimson glow. Witnessing this, Deland halted the bleeding and healed Canaan's wound with his wand. At that moment, Deland produced a long wooden box from his robe and handed it to Canaan. A compensation for your bloodletting. See if it suits you. Canaan opened the box with eager anticipation, revealing a white round wand. He weighed it in his hand and waved it gently, causing the wand to emit a gentle glow. It is crafted from white wax wood and unicorn hair, though I have altered the manufacturing technique. Even if Aurors discover it, they will not suspect me. Deland observed Canaan's joy with a sense of pride. By the way, Uncle Deland, I too have something for you. Canaan set down the wand and retrieved several alchemical items from his storage bag, which he had specifically prepared for Deland. This is the sound ball you saw last time. And this is the mist bomb, the one that rendered you unconscious. Additionally, this is my latest invention, the anti-disapparition device. It is my masterpiece. When activated, it prevents the use of spatial magic within a 50-meter radius. Although I do not know your destination, given your lack of skill, these items should assist you. If you find yourself in trouble, you can always escape. Canaan spoke earnestly, genuinely regarding Deland as family and wishing to keep him safe. Did you create all of these? Deland examined the alchemical items with incredulity, particularly astonished that Canaan could have devised such a strategic device. Indeed, I am an alchemical master, henceforth. Please refer to me as Breen. Canaan held his head high. Haha, very well, the great Breen. I believe it is time for us to depart. For dinner is not served here. You should really keep these items in a small box. They are quite perilous. Deland carefully placed the alchemical items into the storage bag. Let us hurry. Lucy must be anxiously awaiting us in the hall. That is uncertain. The old man in the portrait is quite a chatterbox and relishes teasing the house elves. Your family's peculiarities are rather amusing. As they prepared to leave the castle, the elderly figure in the painting waved at Canaan with a sense of reluctance. Little one, remember to visit me often. I shall teach you how to craft wands. Certainly. Canaan waved back, feeling a twinge of pity for the old man. If you wish to help him, you could take him home and hang him on the wall. It is far better than having a guard dog. And you could chat with him when bored. Deland shut the castle's grand door and turned to Canaan. TSK. You show disrespect for your ancestors by speaking ill of them behind their backs. Canaan could not suppress a laugh. After all, they have been gone for so long. They cannot leap out and strike me. Deland shrugged, feeling lighthearted in conversation with Canaan. Look what I have spotted, Deland and his illegitimate son, oh, and a foolish house elf. At that moment, a dark-robed wizard appeared beside the castle, wand in hand, glaring at Canaan and Deland with a brazen voice. Canaan turned his gaze at the sound and beheld a figure clad in attire identical to that of the dark-robed sorcerers encountered in the American library. The voice was also eerily familiar. He realized with a jolt that this was the leader of that sinister assembly, the ruthless dark wizard. Number 3, what brings you here? Deland, brandishing his wand, positioned himself protectively in front of Canaan, his voice heavy with gravity. Of course, I have come following you. Do not be alarmed. I have no desire to engage in combat. However, that behind you must be your illegitimate child? The dark wizard aimed his wand at Canaan. What do you mean? Deland raised his wand in response. You comprehend my intent. Join our side. The organization requires a singular voice, in both number 1 and I need you. We are not allies, as you well know, and I disapprove of your methods, Deland replied slowly. Then I must compel you. Otherwise, none of you shall leave today. The dark wizard's tone, though calm, exuded an undeniable resolve. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Should I perish, Philrot will not spare you. And the organization still requires my presence. Deland began to retreat with Canaan. It matters not. Number 1 has already stated that should you refuse, you need not return. No sooner had the dark wizard finished speaking than Deland initiated an attack, casting a spell towards him. With a mere flick of his wand, the dark wizard effortlessly deflected Deland's assault. You have provoked me, Deland. Lucy, take Canaan and flee. I will follow shortly, Deland commanded. Aware that he was no match for the dark wizard, Lucy, proficient only in illusionary and auxiliary magic, could not assist him in a direct confrontation. He hoped that by allowing Lucy to escort Canaan away, he might leverage Canaan's alchemical artifacts for his own escape. You cannot escape. I have memorized the boy's visage. And I shall capture him, the dark wizard threatened menacingly. Uncle Deland, it's all right. Let us fight together. Trust me. Canaan withdrew his wand. Realizing that the question at hand was not whether the dark wizard would spare him, but whether he would show mercy to the dark wizard. Disarm your weapon. Canaan swiftly struck, distancing himself from Deland to attack from another angle. Witnessing Canaan's determination, Deland acted without hesitation and launched his own offensive. Excellent. Such a remarkable young sorcerer. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone of your caliber, the dark wizard exclaimed, his wand never ceasing in its defensive maneuvers, repelling Canaan and Deland's strikes while countering with fierce precision. Inferno. 2 serpentine flames shot towards Canaan and Deland. Such exquisite control, Canaan thought. Furrowing his brow in admiration of the dark wizard's mastery over spells, he and Deland's combined efforts were effortlessly countered, with the dark wizard responding with remarkable swiftness. Deland, my previous offer still stands. Should you join us, I assure you, I shall not harm you. The dark wizard spoke with an air of nonchalance, appearing unfazed by their attacks. Your words are untrustworthy. The blood of many lies on your hands, Deland gasped, his strength waning under the wizard's concentrated aggression. Lucy, strike now. Canaan suddenly shouted, his wand unwavering. Out of nowhere, Lucy reappeared behind the dark wizard, wielding a rusted longsword, and aimed to strike at him. I anticipated your move. The dark wizard seemed prepared, lightly tapping his wand, and Lucy was met with a force that sent her small frame flying into the underbrush. Lucy, are you all right? Canaan called out in concern upon witnessing her plight. Master, Lucy is fine. Merely feeling a bit dizzy, Lucy replied, slowly rising from the grass. Good. Then you shall cast distraction spells from a distance. Leave the rest to us, Canaan instructed, his spells unceasing. He noted that the dark wizard not only effortlessly wielded numerous spells, but could also cast without a wand. Should he fail to subdue this dark wizard, he resolved to unleash the ancient magic from Agamotto, for he could not allow such a perilous sorcerer to escape. Such a feeble house elf is rare. What a pity to waste such immense magical potential, the dark wizard remarked dismissively, glancing back. Shatter. Canaan seized the opportunity to unleash a fierce spell, but the dark wizard evaded it with ease. Your abilities are truly lacking. It seems I must begin to take this seriously. The dark wizard brandished his wand, stepping forward as he deflected a barrage of incoming spells. Avada Kedavra. A green beam shot towards Canaan with alarming speed. Canaan narrowly evaded the assault by diving into the nearby underbrush. Deland, witnessing this, could not help but curse. Damn it, you would dare to target a child. You have your own defenses, do not fret, the dark wizard chuckled, casting a killing curse towards Deland. Deland rolled swiftly on the grass, narrowly escaping. In that case, I shall also take this seriously. Canaan discarded his wand, spreading his hands in a gesture of surrender. The dark wizard erupted in laughter upon seeing Canaan cast aside his wand. Are you truly surrendering to me? Canaan remained silent, then joined his hands in prayer, conjuring 2 golden shields, advancing briskly. What manner of magic is this? Witnessing Canaan's actions, the black-robed sorcerer felt a surge of alarm. He had never encountered such magic that did not require a wand. Nevertheless, sensing the pressure emanating from Canaan, he tirelessly unleashed spells in an attempt to obstruct his advance. Yet, the successive curses collided with the golden shields, merely sparking without any effect. Canaan continued his steady approach, taunting, "Is this all the power you possess?" Avada Kedavra. The black-robed sorcerer, feeling the sting of humiliation, bellowed with palpable malice, launching another killing curse. Now is the moment. Canaan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Reappearing above the black-robed sorcerer, wielding the resplendent golden shield, he brought it down with great force. The sorcerer, upon realizing Canaan's disappearance, instinctively summoned the dwindling magic within him, only to find Canaan directly above him. With no time for contemplation, he hastily transformed his wand into a long sword to defend himself. The impact of the golden shield crashing against the sword reverberated through the air. The black-robed sorcerer felt an overwhelming force, struggling to maintain his grip on the long sword. Suddenly, a crimson cloak erupted from Canaan's attire, enveloping him and allowing him to hover in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Canaan wielded the other golden shield and struck down fiercely. The sound this time was markedly different, clear and resounding, akin to metal clashing against bone. Canaan's golden shield landed squarely upon the sorcerer's head. The black-robed sorcerer staggered, then succumbed, unwillingly collapsing into the underbrush. Canaan, filled with apprehension, wielded his golden shield and struck forcefully several times until crimson liquid began to seep from the dark robe. Only then did he gradually cease his assault. Meanwhile, Derlon, observing in astonishment, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events within mere seconds. Was this the magic of the Supreme Mage? It was evident that he had perused Canaan's writings. Canaan nodded slightly, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. When did you become so formidable? Delan inquired with curiosity. I've always been this capable, Canaan replied. Then you should have utilized that earlier. Delan recalled how Canaan had narrowly escaped death several times in previous battles. Who would have thought you were so inept? Look at the sweat on your forehead. Wipe it off. It's even more than mine. Canaan responded with evident disdain. Once again, it was time for the familiar and somewhat morbid ritual of searching through the corpses. Canaan muttered to himself before approaching the black-robed wizard. He had long been curious about the appearance of such a ruthless sorcerer. As he removed the black robe from the corpse's head, he beheld the wizard's face, a middle-aged Caucasian with golden hair, rather handsome and imposing. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, Canaan mused. He seems to be French. I recall he had a very beautiful wife. Delan nodded in agreement, as if lost in recollection. Canaan cast a glance at Duran, shook his head, and then remarked, What status does he possess? He appears to belong to a pure blood lineage, though I cannot recall the specific name. After all, one must hold some significance to be wed to Maiva. Canaan cast a glance at him, sighed softly, and then focused his gaze on the lifeless body before him. As he searched the corpse, his fingers brushed against a storage pouch. What's with that peculiar look in your eyes? There's nothing unusual, he replied. Canaan emptied the contents of the pouch, revealing a cascade of gold gallons along with a hodgepodge of miscellaneous items. Your gaze is indeed strange. It seems tinged with pity, Duran remarked, seemingly oblivious to the pouch's contents as he continued to question Canaan with a hint of reluctance. I already have a girlfriend, Canaan declared, opting to remain vague. After uttering this, he began counting the gallons. What do you mean by that? Is it as straightforward as it sounds? After a moment of contemplation, Canaan set the gold aside and continued, I think you ought to find a woman, have a child to inherit your family as legacy. Wouldn't that be preferable? Furthermore, you should consider leaving that organization. If your own comrades can turn against you, I truly don't understand why you still linger there. With that, Canaan abruptly stood, his tone growing fervent. He could not fathom what Duran was clinging to. Had he not been present, Duran would surely have fallen victim to the dark-robed wizard's pursuit. Every member of our organization bears a curse upon their soul, preventing us from revealing our shared secrets. Truthfully, I too yearn for companionship, a tranquil life. Even to restore the glory of our family, Duran sighed, settling onto a patch of clean grass. Yet, Canaan, sometimes fate is peculiarly unyielding, and we are left without choice. He gazed deeply into Canaan's eyes, expressing, I wish to atone for the mistakes of my past, even if it costs me my life. Canaan's heart softened, seemingly sensing the profound sorrow within Derlon. He chose to abandon his previous stance and decided to offer Derlon additional support. Very well. Although I am uncertain of what you seek, do not hesitate to express your needs. My capabilities are not insignificant, and I believe I may be of assistance to you. He spoke slowly. Thank you, little one, Derlon responded, deeply moved. Yet, he was acutely aware of the extreme dangers that lay ahead. Teeming with ancient creatures and myriad unknown perils, he had no intention of involving Canaan in such risks. No, your utmost gratitude would be ensuring your own safety. I have no desire to attend your funeral one day, Canaan replied, crouching once more to count the gold gallons, wearing an expression of avarice. Haha. Derlon laughed heartily at Canaan's reaction and stepped forward to assist him in organizing his belongings. A total of 2,400 coins. Truly wealthy, Canaan exclaimed after finishing his count. He then removed the tattered black robe from the corpse, intrigued by its ability to conceal one's visage. However, noticing the stains of dried blood, he utilized his wand to clean it. Lucy, are you well? Canaan turned to see Lucy standing nearby, her floral dress speckled with bits of grass. Master, Lucy is fine. It is just that Lucy could not assist her master, She is not a qualified house elf, she said, appearing quite remorseful. Having witnessed the argument between Durlan and Canaan, she had kept her distance. It is not your fault, Lucy. If blame is to be assigned, it rests with your former master, who never taught you any truly useful spells. Canaan consoled her softly, casting a sideways glance at Durlan. Do not regard me so. You know that wizards are generally wary of house elves and seldom impart aggressive spells to them. It is customary, Durlan replied, still preoccupied with examining the black-robed wizard's wand, which bore a style reminiscent of the French magical community. Then, I would kindly request, Mr. Durlan, that you take the time to craft a suitable wand for Lucy. I shall handle the teaching, Canaan suggested. Furthermore, all these items now belong to me, and I shall leave the corpse for you. Lucy and I shall take our leave, as my parents await my return for dinner. With that, Canaan stuffed the spoils into his bag, rose to his feet, and vanished with Lucy before Durlan could respond. Oh, for heaven's sake, Durlan muttered, feeling increasingly exasperated by the child. More than a week had passed since the demise of the mysterious black-robed wizard from the secret organization. During this time, Canaan maintained a disciplined routine, practicing the body refinement techniques imparted by the Ancient One in the mornings, studying alchemy in the afternoons, and allocating his evenings freely, occasionally visiting Hermione to nurture their relationship. Until last night, when the eagerly anticipated new content regarding the creation of the suspended ring finally manifested in the Ancient One's diary. Canaan was elated, as the suspended ring was essential for practicing the art of spatial opening. Furthermore, this indicated that the Ancient One would soon impart the secrets of spatial manipulation to him. In her diary, the Ancient One referred to the suspended ring and the floating cloak as magical artifacts, noting that wizards often relied on various artifacts to enhance their abilities. The suspended ring, in particular, allowed its user to intuitively perceive space, though Canaan could achieve an intuitive understanding of spatial mysteries through the pseudo-eye of Agamotto. Even surpassing the effects of the suspended ring, he remained curious about the principles behind such artifacts. Having learned the method of crafting the suspended ring, he was eager to create one himself. In the laboratory, Canaan was melting metals to mold them into the shape of the suspended ring. The core functionality of the ring lay in the magical runes inscribed upon it, many of which Canaan had never encountered before. Fortunately, the Ancient One had introduced all the runes in her diary, allowing Canaan to glean significant insights. Excellent. Just one final touch, Canaan murmured as he carefully inscribed the runes onto the suspended ring with the aid of a magical microscope. At long last, it is complete. Canaan gazed at the ancient bronze pendant in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The pendant resembled two rings melded together, its surface adorned with enigmatic patterns. The elder had remarked that these designs enhanced the pendant's aesthetic appeal, a sentiment with which Canaan wholeheartedly concurred. For these motifs imbued the pendant with an air of profound mystery. Canaan adorned his hand with the suspended ring, eager to observe its effects on the user. After deactivating the anti-space device within the laboratory, he quietly attuned himself to the surrounding spatial energies. Soon, the intricate structure of space unfolded before his eyes. Excellent. It indeed provided some assistance. Canaan discovered that the suspended ring indeed enabled him to enter a state of focus more swiftly than usual. Not only did it allow him to quickly perceive the surrounding space, but it also aided in calming his mind. If all proceeded as expected, he speculated that wearing the suspended ring would also assist in his meditation, which he planned to experiment with in due course. Skada, Master, I have arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Skada hurried over from the adjacent greenhouse, his trousers speckled with soil. Recently, the greenhouse within the laboratory had expanded significantly. Yet Skada was the sole caretaker, leaving him quite overwhelmed. Try wearing this and use the illusory shift. See how it feels. Indeed. Perform the experiment right here in the laboratory, Canaan instructed, eager to ascertain whether the suspended ring would prove beneficial to other sorcerers. Very well, Master. With a hint of curiosity, Skada donned the suspended ring and then executed the illusory shift, vanishing from sight. Moments later, he reappeared from the greenhouse. How does it feel? Canaan inquired. I feel nothing, Skada replied, his expression one of innocence. Canaan helplessly scratched his head and said, All right. This time I will accompany you to the abandoned laboratory we previously left behind. Let us see if there are any differences this time. He speculated that perhaps the short distance traveled had prevented Skada from perceiving any changes. Very well, my master, came the reply. Soon, the two figures appeared beside the forsaken laboratory. How does it feel this time? Canaan inquired with curiosity. I can sense something now. The oppressive feeling of the space seems to have lessened, and the speed of the phantasmic shift has increased, was the response. Indeed, it proves to be useful after all. My efforts in creating it were not in vain, Canaan exclaimed joyfully, contemplating making several more to give as gifts. That evening, Canaan eagerly awaited the update of the Ancient One's diary. He had spent considerable time that afternoon crafting several suspension rings. In addition to planning to gift them to Lucy and Duran, he also intended to present one to each of the familiar professors at Hogwarts, for they had significantly aided him in the past. Upon opening the Ancient One's diary, he was fortunate to discover new content. Today, I shall share a wealth of information, mostly concerning the manipulation of space. I trust you have successfully crafted the suspension rings. These rings will assist you in better perceiving space, enabling you to pinpoint spatial coordinates more swiftly when performing the art of spatial door creation. Canaan observed this with a hint of curiosity, sensing that Ancient One appeared unaware of his possession of the self-crafted pseudo-eye of Agamotto, which could facilitate his swift mastery of spatial magic. In addition to spatial magic, I shall impart some melee techniques and spells utilized by our mages. In the forthcoming visions, witnessing your rather rudimentary application of the Golden Shield technique, I believe it would be far more beneficial to instruct you in advance. Rudimentary? Canaan suddenly recalled the image of him using the Golden Shield to strike someone. Let us commence with spatial magic. At its core, spatial magic embodies the fundamental manipulation of space. For instance, the spatial door technique employs a suspended ring to open portals at both ends of space, allowing for direct spatial traversal. On the other hand, the mirror space represents a deeper level of spatial utilization. It can aid in surveillance, concealment, combat, and even defense. Such magic necessitates extraordinary talent and the assistance of formidable power. Otherwise, one risks becoming lost within the folds of space. Mirror space. Canaan inhaled deeply, realizing the unexpected delight Ancient One had bestowed upon him. Mirror space, a more potent form of magic, undoubtedly enhancing his capabilities far beyond the mere spatial door technique. However, Ancient One also noted in her diary that this magic requires a substantial amount of magical energy to activate, or the aid of artifacts imbued with spatial power. Even so, there remains the danger of becoming disoriented in the material folds of space during the casting process. Now that we have concluded our discussion on spatial magic, let us delve into how mages engage in melee combat, not merely relying on brute strength, but rather employing agility and versatility in the face of diverse battles. The adept utilization of various spells is our hallmark. Over the course of these long years, I have refined the Golden Shield technique. Upon finishing the diary, Canaan realized that 2 hours had elapsed unbeknownst to him. The content documented today had proven immensely rewarding, should he swiftly absorb and digest the knowledge. He believed his combat prowess would ascend to new heights. Feeling invigorated, Canaan resolved to practice the long-anticipated spatial door technique immediately. After exchanging a brief greeting with Lucy, requesting her assistance in keeping an eye on Lincoln and Helen, Canaan utilized his phantasmal shifting to arrive at the laboratory, anticipating a night of arduous practice. Throughout the night, Canaan seemed impervious to fatigue, exhilarated as he practiced the spatial magic imparted by Ancient One. While practicing the spatial door technique, he discovered that his prior studies on the essence of space greatly aided him. Following Ancient One's described casting techniques, he effortlessly etched golden circles in the fabric of space using only the suspended ring, not dissimilar to the prowess exhibited by Doctor Strange in the films. However, when attempting the more challenging mirror space, Canaan found himself plagued by headaches. The casting difficulty was substantial, demanding profound comprehension of spatial constructs. After dedicating considerable time, he finally grasped the principles behind this magic, yet he soon realized his magical energy was insufficient to sustain the existence of mirror space. Fortunately, Ancient One had mentioned in her diary the possibility of utilizing artifacts with spatial attributes to assist in the casting. Thus, Canaan employed the pseudo-eye of Agamotto once more for his endeavor. The pseudo-eye emitted a green glow as Canaan channeled his magical energy, gradually linking it to the spatial power within the emerald. Before him materialized a wall-sized fragmentary space, resembling a shattered mirror. This was the threshold to mirror space. Canaan stepped inside slowly, surveying the surroundings, and discovered that the space within resembled a laboratory reflected in a mirror, yet it exuded an eerie stillness. According to Gu Yi's description, the mirrored space is a shallow dimensional realm that adheres to the fabric of reality. The scenes here mirror those of the real world. Yet any occurrences within this realm remain utterly incapable of influencing the tangible reality. Canaan entered Scottish chamber and found him in a deep slumber, a book titled How to Maintain Your Greenhouse resting beside his pillow. What a devoted servant. Canaan mused, resolving to enhance Skada's welfare in the future. Subsequently, Canaan employed the art of illusionary displacement and arrived on the streets of London, where the hour had turned to the early morning. The thoroughfares were sparse with vehicles, and not a single pedestrian could be seen. Canaan wandered alone through the streets, keenly observing his surroundings. He discerned that the spatial structure within this mirrored dimension was remarkably fragile, riddled with vulnerabilities. He recalled the words of the Ancient One in his journal, noting that within the mirrored space, one could perform material folding and manipulate the very fabric of space to launch assaults against adversaries. Much like in the opening of Doctor Strange, where the Ancient One adeptly folded matter and controlled the environment to thwart the fervent zealot Caecilius. Canaan came to a halt, activating the necklace at his chest as the faux eye of Agamotto emitted a verdant glow. Immediately, the towering edifice before him began to tilt slowly, while the cement ground beneath his feet transformed, churning upwards to form a right angle with the surface. The world around him seemed to undergo a drastic metamorphosis, as space was haphazardly folded. At that moment, Canaan felt as though he were a deity of this realm, wielding control over all. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, reminiscent of shattering glass, and the green radiance of the faux eye of Agamotto dimmed. The entire mirrored space began to collapse, with fragments plummeting from the sky. By heavens! Canaan exclaimed, hastily employing the suspended ring to open a portal back to the real world, as the mirrored realm dissolved into nothingness behind him. What transpired? How perilous! His heart raced as he patted his chest, the abrupt collapse of the mirrored world having caught him off guard. Had his reactions been any slower, he might have been trapped within. He glanced at the necklace adorning his chest and noted that a piece of the green gemstone had been lost, its size significantly reduced. Could it be that the power of space he had harnessed exceeded its limits? Canaan speculated, realizing that simply activating the mirrored space must have consumed considerable energy. Coupled with his manipulation of matter within that realm, it rendered the faux eye of Agamotto incapable of sustaining such an immense energy expenditure, ultimately surpassing the gemstone's threshold and leading to the space's collapse. Indeed, it could not compare to the true Infinity Stones. He sighed, observing the damaged faux eye of Agamotto in his hand, where the surface of the green gemstone had begun to exhibit dark blemishes. The following day, Canaan spent the majority of the afternoon in the laboratory recuperating from fatigue, only gradually awakening and stretching his sore body. "Skada, please bring me a cup of coffee," he requested, for he needed to visit the Broken Kettle Tavern that day, having recently received an invitation from Hagrid to be his guest. Canaan readily agreed. His curiosity about the upcoming enrollment at Hogwarts piqued. A preemptive visit would be nothing short of splendid. Thanks to Skada's guidance, Canaan had become quite adept at occlumency, and he no longer feared that his innermost secrets would be unearthed, even in the presence of Dumbledore. Within the bustling confines of the Leaky Cauldron, the early arriving Canaan bantered with the patrons, utterly indistinguishable from a mere 10-year-old child. "Hello, Canaan," Hagrid boomed as he entered the tavern and spotted him amongst the crowd. "Hi, Hagrid. You finally arrived," Canaan responded, rising to wave at him. Before addressing his companions at the table, "Friends, I believe I must take my leave. These wizards." Regulars at the tavern shared a camaraderie with Canaan, delighting in recounting their extraordinary adventures before him. "Hagrid, how shall we get there?" Canaan inquired, noticing the small red umbrella clutched in Hagrid's hand, with nothing else in sight. "We'll use Floo powder to first reach Hogsmeade, and then proceed to my place," Hagrid replied in his gravelly voice. "Sounds good. I've never tried Floo powder before," Canaan exclaimed. They made their way to Diagon Alley, where they located a fireplace connected to the Floo network. "This is the spot," Hagrid declared, retrieving a handful of sparkling powder from his pocket. "Just toss it in and utter the name of our destination." Canaan grasped a handful of Floo powder and, standing in the fireplace, distinctly pronounced, "Hogsmeade." A swirl of emerald flames enveloped him, and he vanished within the hearth. "Excellent." Hagrid observed Canaan's actions with an approving nod, clutching his own handful of Floo powder before disappearing into the fireplace as well. "Is this truly Hogsmeade Village?" Canaan pondered as he gazed upon the rows of cottages, most of which were still crowned with thatched roofs. It is said that this village is inhabited solely by wizards, with not a single muggle in sight. "Indeed, Canaan. Let us make haste. This place does not permit third years or younger to linger." Hagrid cast a nervous glance around. "But I am not yet a student at Hogwarts." "It should be permissible, shouldn't it?" Canaan contemplated aloud. "Ah, that may be so, yet let us first visit my abode. Did you not wish to meet Buckbeak?" Hagrid recalled how Canaan had mentioned the hippogriff several times in his letters. "Of course, I have been eagerly anticipating this." Canaan replied, then, as if struck by a thought. He inquired, Hagrid, may I enter Hogwarts? I am uncertain. That may require consulting Dumbledore. After all, you know him, do you not? Hagrid asked, somewhat uncertain. Do I know him? Oh, Hagrid, I have never laid eyes on him. Canaan shook his head. Yet, Dumbledore consented to your invitation. You know, I am merely the keeper of keys and grounds. I am not sure if I can invite a minor wizard to Hogwarts, so I wrote to Dumbledore. He told me it was perfectly fine. It seems he is quite eager to meet you. Oh, dear. Canaan felt that being noticed by old Dumbledore was hardly a favorable circumstance. Perhaps he is fond of your music. By the way, did you bring your violin? I believe my Fong would relish the opportunity to hear your melodies. I did bring it, Hagrid. Did you invite me solely to play the violin for Fong? Canaan began to question Hagrid's true intentions in extending the invitation. Oh, I must admit, I am rather eager to hear it myself. Hagrid scratched the back of his head, a touch embarrassed. The two continued their light-hearted banter until they arrived at Hagrid's quaint cottage. Along the way, Canaan caught a distant glimpse of Hogwarts, its towering structures reaching for the sky. He even pulled out a Muggle camera and took several photos to commemorate the occasion. Hagrid, do you not fear being alone at night? Canaan remarked, noticing that just beyond the cottage lay the infamous forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Despite the bright afternoon sun, he discerned a gray mist enveloping the forest, lending it an eerie atmosphere. With Fong by my side, it is not so frightening. And there are many friendly creatures within the forbidden forest. Hagrid produced a key and unlocked the heavy iron gate. Canaan entered the modest cabin, where the space was limited and the furnishings quite rudimentary. Dried animal meat hung from the ceiling, and beside it, a fire pit simmered with boiling water. Come, try the bread I've baked. I shall treat you to a barbecue tonight. Hagrid said as he retrieved a gray solid and a ceramic vessel filled with a white liquid from the cupboard. This is the milk of the erumpent. Available only in March and April. I believe you will enjoy it. Oh, it looks delightful, Canaan remarked as he sampled the erumpent milk, finding it slightly gamey yet rich in creaminess, while he chose to disregard the bread. Hagrid, may I stay here tonight? I wish to accompany you to the forbidden forest. Canaan licked the remnants of milk from his lips, gazing at Hagrid. I would be most pleased for you to stay, but my bed can barely accommodate me, he replied, gesturing to the small cot that could only fit one person. I have brought a tent that has been enchanted with the extension charm. It offers ample space. Canaan produced a red and blue striped tent from his pocket, which he had specifically purchased from Diagon Alley for this evening. Oh, very well. But Hogwarts prohibits students from entering the forbidden forest, Hagrid whispered, leaning closer to Canaan. I am not a student of Hogwarts, and besides, Hagrid, we need not venture deep. A stroll along the forest's edge will suffice. All right then, Hagrid conceded, shaking his head, unable to counter. As time passed, Canaan encountered Buckbeak, the hippogriff, and under Hagrid's guidance, he took a brief flight, enjoying the experience despite the brisk wind. There was also Fong, the boisterous dog, whom Hagrid described as a Neapolitan mastiff. Fierce in appearance, yet prone to affectionately licking Canaan's robes. During their time together, Canaan took the opportunity to return home briefly to inform Lincoln and Helen of his plans, presenting them with freshly captured photographs of Hogwarts to validate his overnight stay and to relish an early taste of the magical school experience. A flawless deception. They did not refuse. That evening, Hagrid treated Canaan to his well-marinated turkey, which was quite flavorful, albeit a tad salty due to prolonged curing. Let us be off, Canaan, Hagrid said, noticing the encroaching twilight as he gathered his equipment and led Fong by the leash. Hagrid, do you usually patrol the Forbidden Forest at this hour? Canaan asked, tidying his belongings as he walked alongside Hagrid. Usually, I venture out later, but the forest becomes increasingly perilous as night falls. It is best to go early, Hagrid replied, concerned for Canaan's safety, unwilling to take undue risks. At this hour, the sun had not yet fully set, casting a warm glow across the sky. The mist within the forbidden forest thickened, rendering the distant scenery somewhat indistinct. As they ventured deeper, the light dimmed further, and a chill mingled with the fog clung to the ground. Hagrid, what dangerous creatures inhabit the forbidden forest? Canaan broke the silence, holding Fong's leash. Feeling a touchboard. Many, including werewolves, centaurs, and various magical creatures. However, if you do not provoke them, they typically want to trouble you. Should you encounter any of those beings, simply turn and flee. They pose too great a danger for you, Hagrid cautioned earnestly. Wait, Hagrid. I think I see something moving ahead, Canaan exclaimed, having caught sight of a white figure swaying in the distance. They quieted their steps, cautiously approaching and parting the underbrush. It's a unicorn, Canaan whispered, spotting a creature resembling a white horse with a single horn atop its head. It was grazing on lavender grass, its favorite delicacy. Hagrid, having spent many years in the Forbidden Forest, noted that encounters with unicorns were rare. I must document this moment, Canaan declared, retrieving his camera from his bag. He had promised Hermione to capture more images of the magical realm, and a photograph of a unicorn would surely delight her immensely. Canaan turned off the camera's flash, only to realize the light was rather dim. Aha! He retrieved his wand. Glow. The tip of the wand gradually emitted a soft white light. Hagrid, could you hold this and provide some illumination? Canaan handed the wand to Hagrid. Oh, Canaan, how did you come by a wand? Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment. But his voice seemed to startle a nearby unicorn, which lifted its head and gazed in their direction. Oh, splendid! Seizing the moment, Canaan captured a photograph, discovering that it perfectly encapsulated the unicorn's graceful motion. Hagrid, this is my little secret. Can you promise to keep it? Canaan continued to snap a few more pictures of the unicorn, but regrettably, sensing the presence of onlookers, the unicorn flicked its tail and swiftly disappeared into the thicket. I would certainly keep a secret for a friend, but I believe you should discuss it with Dumbledore. Even if the Ministry of Magic discovers it, Dumbledore could assist you. Hagrid suggested. He has already aided me, Hagrid. Let us move on. Perhaps we might encounter some magical creatures. Canaan did not linger on the matter. He had drawn out his wand instinctively, believing Hagrid to be a trustworthy ally, and he did not suspect Hagrid would betray him. After a considerable time, they returned from the Forbidden Forest, and Canaan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Later, he captured images of luminescent white vines entwined around a colossal willow tree, grand enough for 10 people to embrace. From a distance, the sight was breathtaking and remarkably. They had not encountered any of the perilous creatures that lurked within the Forbidden Forest. Canaan pitched his tent beside Hagrid's hut, which was quite spacious, comparable to the size of Canaan's 3 bedrooms. What kind of music would you like to hear? Canaan asked, taking out his violin and glancing at the man and dog before him. I prefer something soothing, preferably a bit melancholic, Hagrid replied with a warm smile, then patted Fong, saying, Fong feels the same way. Fong, panting, seemed to nod in agreement. Very well, then, let us indulge in a moment of sorrowful melodies. Canaan retrieved a Muggle tape recorder and began playing a piano accompaniment. As the music filled the air, he gently drew the bow across the strings, enveloping the tent in a poignant melody that drifted through the mist, seemingly reaching the Forbidden Forest. Upon the conclusion of the piece, Canaan slowly lowered his violin. This particular composition was one he cherished in his previous life, and played on the violin, it intensified the somber atmosphere. This is too sorrowful, Hagrid murmured, wiping his reddened eyes as memories of his childhood struggles resurfaced. Suddenly, a frail voice called from outside. Oh, pardon me. May I enter? Of course, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid exclaimed, recognizing the voice, his face lighting up with delight. He then leaned towards Canaan and quietly explained, That's Dumbledore outside. A venerable man clad in robes with a long white beard entered, his crescent-shaped glasses framing bright blue eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Canaan Brain? He approached, addressing Canaan directly. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore, Canaan replied respectfully, rising in surprise at Dumbledore's unexpected presence. I've heard much about you. That book of yours is quite remarkable. I particularly enjoy the character of the Ancient One. I was drawn in by your music outside, Dumbledore complimented with a warm smile. That is truly wonderful to hear. If you enjoyed my book, I shall bring you a deluxe edition of Marvel the next time we meet. As for the music, I believe it is the allure of the melody that captivated you, is it not? Canaan beamed sweetly. I eagerly anticipated, however. I feel our concert has not yet concluded, Mr. Brain. Dumbledore returned the smile, finding a blanket to sit down, clearly wanting to continue enjoying Canaan's performance. It is my honor. You may simply call me Canaan. What would you like to hear next? Canaan resumed his position. Scarborough Fair. I have a personal fondness for that piece. If you could perform it, it would be splendid, Dumbledore said expectantly. Certainly, I too am fond of that melody. Canaan positioned the violin against his neck, delicately drawing the bow, and a gentle tune began to resonate. This piece, an ancient English folk song, traced its origins back to the medieval era, its hauntingly beautiful melody beloved by many. As the final notes faded, Dumbledore softly applauded, exclaiming, What a marvelous sound. If accompanied by piano and vocals, it would be even more enchanting. Canaan lowered his violin, responding thoughtfully, Indeed, the addition of piano would enhance the experience. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, continuing, Canaan, I would like to invite you to visit Hogwarts tomorrow. After all, there are notable differences between Muggle schools and magical ones. And Professors McGonagall and Snape are eager to meet you. Is that truly possible? I am very much looking forward to it, Canaan exclaimed. Having long held a desire to visit Hogwarts, the opportunity to experience it beforehand was a delightful prospect. Absolutely. Many of the young witches and wizards at the school are fans of your books. You might consider bringing a quill, Dumbledore replied as he slowly rose. I must return now. There are many documents awaiting my attention in the office. Canaan and Hagrid hurriedly rose to escort Dumbledore out of the tent. As they watched Dumbledore's figure gradually fade into the distance, Canaan shook his head, sensing that Dumbledore did not entirely trust him. Nonetheless, he felt a strong sense of confidence, as he had not revealed any flaws in front of Dumbledore. The following day dawned clear and bright, and Hagrid led Canaan towards Hogwarts. They arrived at a lofty suspension bridge where Hagrid remarked that although this was not the quickest route to Hogwarts from the Forbidden Forest, it offered a plethora of breathtaking views along the way. Canaan gazed from the suspension bridge towards a distant expanse in the north, where a circular grand playground was adorned with flags of 4 distinct colors, the very site of the Quidditch pitch, where the matches between the 4 houses of Hogwarts are held. The scenery here is truly magnificent. Canaan admired the endless mountain ranges in the distance, with the castle of Hogwarts perched upon the mountainside, behind which lay barren, rugged hills. When I attended school here, I often came to this spot to take in the view. I once heard from my classmates that a group of dragons resided in those mountains, Hagrid remarked, pointing ahead. Dragons? Indeed, they are enormous creatures, significantly larger than any currently known species of dragon. I even sneaked off to see them once, Hagrid recalled with a chuckle. Who claimed that? Is there any historical documentation? Canaan inquired with curiosity. Oh, I'm afraid I cannot reveal that individual name. Suffice it to say, he later became a very malevolent wizard. At the time, I was the only one who took his words seriously. But the allure of the dragons was simply too great for me to resist. The name that cannot be spoken? Voldemort, perhaps? Canaan chuckled lightly. Canaan, you must not utter that name so casually. It could lead to trouble, Hagrid admonished in a hushed tone, his face betraying a hint of fear, as he believed Canaan had not experienced the dark times of Voldemort and was unaware of his terror. Very well, I shall refrain from mentioning it in the future. Canaan conceded with a sigh, recognizing Hagrid's trepidation. He felt confident that with his current abilities, he could contend with Voldemort at his peak, especially since he was privy to the locations of all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, leaving him with little cause for concern. However, did you truly discover dragons there? Canaan quickly changed the subject, noticing Hagrid's lingering unease. No, it was merely a desolate expanse of bare rocks, devoid of any vegetation, presenting a rather bleak appearance. Hagrid shook his head. After hearing this, Canaan appeared contemplative. They continued their journey across the suspension bridge, during which Canaan also spotted the strikingly unattractive willow that strikes. Hagrid mentioned that this tree possesses a formidable aggression. However, if one caresses the knots on its trunk, it will cease its onslaught. After traversing the bridge, they spent approximately half an hour, during which Canaan captured numerous photographs with his camera. Upon entering the castle, it seemed to be the time for classes. As many young wizards hurried by, their expressions filled with urgency. Yet, upon catching sight of the unusual pair of Canaan and Hagrid, they couldn't help but cast curious glances their way. Where shall we go now? Hagrid inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he was uncertain of where to take Canaan, especially with the class time approaching, leaving little opportunity for suitable exploration. Are you asking me? Canaan gazed around in bewilderment, then let out a sigh, feeling that appointing Hagrid as a guide was indeed a poor decision. Just then, a young wizard with golden hair approached him, politely inquiring, Hello, are you Canaan Brain? Yes, I am, Canaan replied, observing the youth before him, who was strikingly handsome and possessed a remarkable presence, though he sported a rather peculiar ring shaped like a lion's head. I am Ryan Pendragon, a first-year student from Slytherin. I have always admired your books. Had it not been for the red hat atop your head, I would hardly dare believe I would encounter you at Hogwarts. Ryan appeared genuinely astonished yet remarkably composed, extending his small hand in greeting. Hello, Ryan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Canaan responded, reciprocating the handshake. You seem to be in need of assistance. I happen to have no classes this morning. Perhaps I could be of help. Ah, that would be splendid. I find myself in dire need of a guide, Canaan exclaimed, having completely forgotten about Hagrid. Not a problem. It would be my honor, Ryan replied with a slight bow and a smile. Ryan led Canaan into the heart of the Hogwarts castle. With Hagrid trailing closely behind, appearing somewhat embarrassed for not being able to assist Canaan. This is the core area of Hogwarts, where our classrooms, professors' offices, and student dormitories are primarily located. There are 8 floors in total, plus a basement, Ryan explained earnestly. Come, let us first visit the basement, where our headmaster often resides. His office and his potions class are both located there. He stepped towards a staircase. Your headmaster? Professor Snape? Canaan inquired as he followed suit. Indeed. He is a master of potion making whom I hold in great esteem, though his temperament can be rather unpleasant, Ryan replied candidly. Hurry. He is currently teaching a class for Gryffindor House. Haha, those students are in for a rough time, Ryan whispered to Canaan, who found himself peering through the crack of a classroom door. As Canaan was about to step forward, a loud cry echoed from the classroom. Who is outside? Run. Ryan, taken aback, seized Canaan's hand and dashed ahead, while Hage, somewhat bewildered, hurriedly followed suit. Moments later, Professor Snape emerged, his expression dark as he surveyed the empty corridor. Ryan, you hardly resemble a Slytherin, Canaan panted, chuckling softly. I have always yearned to join Gryffindor, but alas, the Sorting Hat placed me in Slytherin, Ryan shrugged, conveying a sense of helplessness. Follow me. Just ahead lies our house's common room. Allow me to show you around, Ryan beckoned as he led the way. Canaan and Hagrid slowly trailed behind, arriving at a desolate stone wall that concealed a narrow, circular chamber within. Green candles hung from the ceiling, and numerous serpent sculptures adorned the surroundings. Is this where you usually rest? The environment leaves much to be desired, Canaan observed, sensing the dampness and oppressive air within. Hagrid curiously surveyed the area, as it was his first visit to this place. Of course, don't young serpents thrive in such an ambience? Ryan remarked, seated in an elegant armchair intricately carved with a colossal serpent's head. I must tell you, our dormitory lies at the bottom of the Black Lake, and through the window, one can often glimpse a magnificent octopus. The scenery there is splendid, Ryan boasted. How intriguing. You've piqued my interest in Slytherin, Canaan chuckled. But I beg to differ. Slytherin is surely not suited for you. You ought to consider Ravenclaw, where the minds are exceptionally sharp, Ryan kindly suggested. Perhaps, Canaan replied uncertainly. It must be said that Ryan was an exceptionally skilled guide, leading Hagrid and Canaan through the entirety of Hogwarts Castle in a remarkably short span of time. Hagrid felt like a mere imposter of Gryffindor, having never visited many of the fascinating spots they encountered. Ultimately, at Canaan's behest, Ryan escorted them to the Slytherin dormitory area to witness the beauty beneath the lake. I can only show you my dormitory. My roommates are likely still in the library and won't be returning soon, Ryan stated as he opened the dormitory door. This is rather delightful, Canaan remarked, noting the pleasant atmosphere. Even at the lake's depths, there was no sense of dampness, likely due to moisture-repelling charms cast upon the walls. The furnishings were comprehensive, and a large window in the center of the room offered a view of the lake's depths. Indeed, our elders have generously donated to the school. I dare say our dormitory is the finest in the institution, Ryan nodded in agreement with Canaan's observation. Oh, what is that? It appears to be a person, Hagrid exclaimed, peering through the window at the scene below. A middle-aged woman clad in black robes, wand in hand, seemed to be searching for something in the water. That is our defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Jorlinstar. I occasionally spot her here. There is no need for concern, Ryan explained with a glance. She has only recently joined Hogwarts and is rumored to have been a Slytherin student herself. However, her temperament is peculiar, and we are not particularly fond of her. Ryan added, Is it true that your defense against the dark arts professor changes every year? Canaan inquired, recalling that this subject had been cursed by Voldemort, with each professor meeting an unfortunate fate. It seems so. I heard that the last professor of this subject transformed into a turkey while practicing enigmas, forgetting that he was human, and subsequently hid in the Forbidden Forest, never to return, Ryan recounted with a serious demeanor. Canaan cast a glance at Hagrid and quickly inquired, What happened next? Was the professor found? He recalled the wild game they had dined on at Hagrid's the previous night. Indeed. He was discovered within the belly of a werewolf, Hagrid replied. How unfortunate. What became of that werewolf? Canaan sighed in relief. Naturally, it was executed. Although it only remembered consuming a turkey, Ryan interjected, shrugging his shoulders. Oh, what a tragic tale, Canaan lamented. At that moment, Hagrid interrupted them. You little ones should take a look at that. He pointed towards the window. Outside, a professor named Jorlinster was desperately pursuing a giant squid, which released a cloud of ink, darkening the entire water column. Suddenly, a flash of green light illuminated the murky waters, and the giant squid plummeted to the depths, its tentacles writhing in apparent agony. "What spell is that? It's incredible!" Ryan exclaimed in astonishment. "It must be the Cruciatus Curse, a forbidden spell in the magical realm. Just look at how that squid is struggling," Canaan speculated. After all, no one had witnessed the professor casting the spell, and they could only infer from the color of the curse and the squid's reaction. "Surely not. She is a professor at Hogwarts. I doubt Dumbledore would invite a witch capable of casting forbidden curses to teach at the school," Hagrid said uncertainly, although he too felt the spell resembled the Cruciatus Curse. His faith in Dumbledore unwavering. "What should we do? Should we inform Dumbledore?" Ryan inquired nervously, taken aback by the professor's cruelty in tormenting a giant squid with the Cruciatus Curse. Just then, Jorlinster turned her head abruptly, casting a cold glance in their direction before swiftly vanishing with the giant squid. "Did she notice us?" Ryan was frightened by her earlier gaze. "I suspect so. For your safety, I recommend you find Dumbledore promptly and clarify the situation. If necessary, he can extract your memories to investigate this matter," Canaan advised Ryan and Hagrid, having exchanged a knowing glance, sensing that the female professor was far from ordinary. Within the grand hall of Hogwarts Castle, countless candles floated in midair, and it was now lunchtime. Canaan sat beside the Rhine, his countenance radiating joy as he had long anticipated the culinary delights of Hogwarts. However, several young wizards nearby regarded him with hostility, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar individual. Hagrid, too, was honored to remain at the staff table. Though seated towards the back, it was evident that he was delighted, for opportunities to dine here were scarce for him. Ding ding. Dumbledore rapped his fingers on the table and spoke. "Today, we welcome a distinguished young guest. Many among you may already know him, and he will be joining us at Hogwarts next year. Let us extend our warmest welcome to Canaan Brain." Professor McGonagall, observing Canaan squeezed among the Slytherin table, smiled and began to applaud. Snape, with his piercing gaze, scrutinized Canaan from his seat. "Who is he?" one young witch from Ravenclaw exclaimed excitedly to her companions. "You don't know? He is the author of Marvel. He is coming to Hogwarts. I know him. My mother says he is a prodigy in the wizarding world. I've heard too. My father greatly enjoys his music." The young wizards buzzed with chatter, the majority having seen Marvel and yearning for the stories within. Ding, ding. Silence. "Everyone, I trust we all warmly welcome our esteemed guest. Now, let us allow Canaan to say a few words," Dumbledore encouraged, gazing at Canaan. "Oh, that old rascal." Canaan gracefully ascended the stage, expressing his profound honor at receiving an invitation from Dumbledore to visit Hogwarts. "Over the past couple of days, under the guidance of my dear friends Hagrid and Rhine, I have witnessed the enchanting wonders of magic, further deepening my admiration for Hogwarts." Canaan pondered for a moment before continuing. "Although I yearn to share more, I do not wish to disturb everyone's dining pleasure. Therefore, after the meal, I shall select 10 fortunate wizards to receive my limited edition exquisite set of Marvel collectibles." He suddenly realized that this was an excellent opportunity to enhance his reputation. Upon hearing this announcement, the young wizards in the audience erupted in joyous excitement. Canaan smiled and nodded at Dumbledore on the stage before returning to his seat. "Thank you, Mr. Breen, for your generosity. Let us commence our meal," Dumbledore announced, clapping his hands twice to signal the beginning of the feast. Instantly, the long table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, roasted meats, salads, desserts, and abundance of culinary delights awaited. After indulging in the sumptuous lunch, 10 lucky book enthusiasts were selected, and Canaan eagerly anticipated exploring Hogwarts further, capturing more photographs. "Canaan, long time no see," Professor McGonagall approached, clad in a blue coat with her pointed wizard's hat. "Hello, Professor McGonagall. Thank you for your assistance last time," Canaan remarked, admiring the distinguished professor. Reflecting on her past beauty, "I was merely fulfilling my duties. Dumbledore may wish to speak with you. He is awaiting you in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. The password is iced lemon juice. You should find it easily. There is a statue by the staircase," McGonagall replied gently. "Oh, I recall. I was there this morning," Canaan responded, remembering that the Gryffindor common room was in that vicinity. "That is splendid. I must prepare for my afternoon classes, so I will not accompany you. Farewell, young one." McGonagall smiled faintly, waving as she turned away. With Hagrid occupied feeding Fong and Buckbeak and Ryan attending a flying lesson, Canaan found himself alone. He made his way to the headmaster's office, locating the statue mentioned by McGonagall, behind which lay a spiral staircase. "Iced lemon juice," he declared, and the staircase slowly rotated to reveal an entrance. Canaan stepped inside. "Good afternoon, Canaan," Dumbledore greeted from his chair, looking up as Canaan entered. "Good afternoon, headmaster. Did you summon me for something?" Canaan inquired directly, surveying the office adorned with portraits of past headmasters lining the walls. "Oh, if you are not pressed for time, we can converse a while longer. Would you care for something to drink?" Dumbledore rose from his seat and approached Canaan. I would like a glass of iced honey lemon juice, please," Canaan replied thoughtfully. "I too enjoy lemon juice. It is quite soothing for the mind." Dumbledore smiled, his gaze meeting Canaan's once more as he added, "You have made excellent progress with your brain-closing charm." Canaan remained unperturbed. "As you know, there are always some elderly individuals who relish in prying into the thoughts of others. Indeed, the lemon juice has arrived." Dumbledore chuckled heartily, retrieving a glass of lemonade from the table and offering it to Canaan. "Oh, was this prepared by the house elves at the school?" "Remarkably swift." Canaan held the lemonade in his hand, refraining from drinking immediately. Although Dumbledore is portrayed as a virtuous character in the films, Canaan felt it prudent to exercise caution. "I once had a student who was as exceptional as you, possessing an unparalleled aptitude for magic." Observing that Canaan had not yet sipped the lemonade, Dumbledore smiled gently before continuing. "Is it Voldemort, then? It appears you are aware of him. After all, he is quite infamous. Unfortunately, he ultimately strayed from the path, causing grievous losses to the magical world." "Headmaster, I am not akin to Voldemort. I have my family and friends. Besides, I am not so dull as to obsess over restoring the glory of pureblood status. I am a Muggleborn," Canaan replied earnestly. He sensed that Dumbledore was indirectly using Voldemort to admonish him. "My dear child, I believe in you. Every individual is unique, and your music is the finest testament to that. Those with malevolent hearts cannot produce exquisite melodies." He patted Canaan on the shoulder and returned to his seat. "I summoned you here to discuss another matter. Are you familiar with that mysterious organization?" Before Canaan could respond, Dumbledore continued. "That organization has been operating under the banner of an old friend of mine. Recently, I personally met with Grindelwald, who assured me that the organization does not belong to him. I trust Grindelwald would not deceive me." "Headmaster, I am unaware of what you are speaking. I know nothing of that organization." "Canaan, I am aware that you harbor many secrets. Please forgive this old fool for any unintended offense. I later discovered your close association with Durand, one of the leaders of that organization. Moreover, your involvement in the attack on the American library is quite evident." "Is it not?" Dumbledore took a sip of the lemonade, speaking calmly. "Headmaster, the Durand from the antique shop merely sold me a wand, and I assure you, I had no role in the library incident. I was visiting my grandfather in America during those days." Canaan regarded Dumbledore as a cunning old fox, utterly unlike the amiable elder depicted in the films. "Very well, Canaan. I possess no concrete evidence. All that I have stated are mere conjectures. However, your name found its way into the admission book," Dumbledore remarked, winking at Canaan. "Oh, perhaps there was an error in that book," Canaan replied, startled. He finally comprehended why Dumbledore had always harbored suspicions about him. "Canaan, that book has never erred, which leaves only one possibility. Your magical talent was awakened later in life," Dumbledore said, revealing a sly smile. Upon witnessing Dumbledore's expression, Canaan felt exceedingly vulnerable. He had no means to address the issue of late-blooming talent, and the entire conversation was being guided by Dumbledore's deft hand, while he lacked the strength to confront the situation. "Headmaster, what is it you wish to convey?" Canaan resolved to take the initiative. "Do not be anxious. I merely wish to ascertain how much you know about that organization. The rest is inconsequential. For everyone possesses their own secrets, do they not? I do possess some information, though I am uncertain of its value to you, and I must ask, can I trust you?" Canaan responded with a naive smile directed at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging that building trust is indeed a gradual process. "However, you should place your faith in your future headmaster, for we may have a considerable amount of time together." Listening to the veiled threat in Dumbledore's words, Canaan smiled faintly. "You are aware, of course, that Hogwarts is not the only school in the world." After pausing, he continued, "Nevertheless, I am more than willing to assist you. It is a privilege." Dumbledore began to sense Canaan's tenacity, which was wholly uncharacteristic of a 9-year-old child. "I am unfamiliar with the origins of that mysterious organization. Their souls are ensnared by curses. However, I can inform you that there are members of that organization within your school." Canaan smiled at Dumbledore, gently swirling the lemonade in his hand. Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes peering through half-moon spectacles at Canaan, his expression grave. "It is the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor Rowenstar," Canaan whispered, but his voice seemed to resonate with an enchanting power, echoing throughout the headmaster's office. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. How do you know this? To some extent, Ravenclaw could still be considered his student, one whom he had brought into the school. I witnessed her using forbidden spells with Hagrid and the others at the school, and I encountered her in America as well. I suspect she is closely tied to that organization. You must understand the significant peril posed by having such a dangerous witch within the school. Canaan half-truthfully rambled. As the professor did not appear to be benevolent, he decided to cast this bait before Dumbledore to seize the initiative. It seems I have overlooked this, Canaan. Trust is built gradually, as it was between me and Professor McGonagall when we chose to believe in you. Dumbledore replied, unhurried in addressing the matter concerning Ravenclaw, and instead spoke kindly to Canaan. Indeed, Headmaster, I am pleased to assist you. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to reach out. Sensing the goodwill in Dumbledore's words, Canaan responded warmly. If not for the looming crisis, he truly did not wish to stand in opposition to the greatest wizard of the century. I apologize for taking so much of your time. You may now enjoy a thorough exploration of Hogwarts. I shall have Professor Snape escort you back. Dumbledore nodded at Canaan. Observing Dumbledore's gesture to dismiss him, Canaan smiled subtly, bowed, and turned to exit the headmaster's office. What a clever little fellow. I believe he has certainly caught on to us. A portrait hanging on the wall of the headmaster's office suddenly spoke, its rotund figure marked by a prominent red nose. I concur. This child harbors substantial wariness towards our headmaster. I can sense it, replied a witch clad in white robes. Dumbledore, for the sake of caution, you ought to apprehend that professor within the school. It is inconceivable that such a dangerous individual can hold the position of defense against the dark arts professor. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Another portrait chimed in, its voice reminiscent of a screeching train. Oh, be silent, Phineas. Your voice is quite unbearable. Albus, you dolt. I am merely offering Dumbledore a suggestion. Very well, headmasters. I propose we summon Hagrid and review his memories from this morning before making any decisions. Dumbledore's resounding voice quelled the din in the room, exuding an undeniable authority. After exiting the headmaster's office, Canaan strolled leisurely around the verdant lawn of the castle. In the distance, he observed a group of young wizards practicing flight on their broomsticks, prompting him to seize the moment and capture a few photographs. Inhaling the scent of fresh grass and basking in the warm sunlight, Canaan gradually regained his composure, reflecting on the recent encounter with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, which he found profoundly enriching. Engaging in a battle of wits with such an astute elder was no trivial endeavor. Extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. He recalled the motto of Ravenclaw, contemplating that the value of wisdom often surpasses that of sheer strength. Squinting at the blazing sun above, Canaan smiled faintly. Canaan brain. Canaan turned to look, and in the distance, he perceived a large bat, its image blurred. He rubbed his eyes in confusion. Professor Snape, this is our first encounter. Yet why have you arrived so soon? I was still intending to explore. Canaan extended his small hand. Professor Snape fixed his gaze upon Canaan, remaining utterly still. Oh, I assumed we were rather familiar by now. Canaan awkwardly withdrew his hand. Your foolishness astounds me, Mr. Brain. Hogwarts is not a suitable playground for you. Snape's words remained sharp, his demeanor cold. I am still young. My mind is still developing. I hope for your understanding, Canaan replied with a smile. Already accustomed to Snape's stern attitude, he then retrieved 3 exquisite wooden boxes from his satchel. I came here to bring you some gifts. Here, take this. He pressed the boxes into Snape's hands. These boxes were custom-made, for every gift deserves fine packaging. And Canaan had always believed that the best way to dispel coldness was through the act of giving. Snape opened one of the boxes and discovered it contained the suspension rings Canaan had crafted. What is this? It is a magical artifact, akin to an alchemical item. When worn, it enhances your ability to perform space-related magic. There are 2 more. Please pass them on to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. I trust Dumbledore will recognize my sincerity and the value of this gift, he added. Canaan feared that if Dumbledore discovered he had deceived him, this present might somewhat alleviate his wrath. Oh, thank you. Your gift. Perhaps you ought to deliver it to them personally. Professor Snape's expression softened considerably, and his tone became gentler. Not at all. I would prefer you to convey it. They are all quite busy. Moreover, Hogwarts is perilous. I shall not return until I receive my acceptance letter. Snape nodded. I will ensure it reaches them. Now follow me. Where to? Canaan noticed Snape heading into the castle. Snape did not reply, merely continuing forward. Oh, very well, Canaan sighed, hastily following after him. Canaan followed Snape into the castle's subterranean chamber, where they entered a damp room. Is this your office? The humidity is so intense, won't the potion spoil? The walls were dimly lit, and numerous large glass jars lined the shelves, each containing various repulsive substances. I've placed protective enchantments to keep the air dry, Snape explained, a rare moment of elaboration. Before retrieving a tome from a drawer in the cabinet. What is this? Canaan inquired. My notebook. It's quite hefty. Silence. Snape snapped. All right then. Earlier, I had asked Professor McGonagall to seek information at a library in America, where she uncovered details regarding moonlit grass and the moonlit potion, which can swiftly calm the mind and induce a subconscious state. Snape spoke rapidly, flipping through the thick notebook with one hand. I am aware of this. I was present at the time and later corresponded with you, Canaan murmured. Recently, some moonlit grass was discovered in France, and I managed to acquire a few specimens. Snape added. Goodness, you purchased them? Canaan exclaimed, astonished that Snape had acquired the very moonlit grass he had sought with great effort, even consulting Durlan to no avail. Annoyed by the sudden outburst, Snape turned to fix Canaan with a cold stare. Enough, I shall say no more. You continue. Canaan promptly covered his mouth, adopting a contrite demeanor. Through my experiments, I have found that moonlit grass possesses substantial medicinal properties, but when crafted into the moonlit potion, its efficacy multiplies exponentially. While the book outlines the materials for the potion, it lacks precise proportions, does it not? Canaan inquired. Indeed, that's true. However, I have conducted some trials with the moonlit grass and have successfully created it, Snape replied calmly, turning to a page in his notebook. Canaan glanced back and discovered a meticulous record detailing the various proportions of the moonlight potion's raw materials, seemingly handwritten by Snape himself. You truly are remarkable, Canaan praised sincerely, as he was somewhat versed in potion making and understood that deducing the intricate formula for a finished potion solely based on its components was no easy feat, especially given the scarcity of the raw materials. How many moonflower herbs have you used? Canaan inquired further. There are only 2 left, Snape replied, moving to a cabinet where potions were stored, which was protected by numerous enchantments. He retrieved 5 small vials, their contents glowing like stars in motion. These are the finished moonlight potions. Due to their potency, I divided them into 5 vials. Snape then found a wooden box and gently placed the small potion vials inside. Have you attempted to cultivate moonflower herbs? Canaan mused, convinced that with a continuous supply of moonflower herbs and a detailed formula for the moonlight potion, producing it would be no challenge. There were 3 remaining, but one planted in the greenhouse quickly withered. The other 2 can barely be sustained by magic, Snape elaborated. How is it possible for these moonflower herbs to thrive in France? The current environment should not support their growth, Canaan pondered with confusion. You should ask Dumbledore. He brought these herbs to me, Snape replied slowly. Oh, that's dreadful, Canaan thought, not wishing to encounter Dumbledore again. Take these potions and be on your way, Snape concluded, flicking his black robe before settling into his office chair. Well, I won't be too polite then. By the way, Professor, won't you see me off? Canaan said cheerfully as he tucked the wooden box into his bag. He noticed Snape, with a quill in hand, seemingly grading student assignments, which he found commendable. I trust this is no challenge for you, and do remember to close the door before you leave, Snape stated coldly without looking up. All right, see you later. I'll visit again when I have time. Upon exiting the Hogwarts castle, Canaan observed that the sky was devoid of the little witches riding their broomsticks. Likely having finished their classes, he intended to pay Hagrid a visit before departing, but also had a thought to validate within Hogwarts. He then slipped into the second-floor restroom, a place frequented by Moaning Myrtle, making it unpopular for others to use, as no one wished to be observed by a ghost during such private moments. Ensuring the space was empty, Canaan slowly donned his suspended ring and traced circles in the air before him, summoning a golden spark that manifested into a golden circle about 1 meter in diameter, connecting to his underground laboratory. A head peeked through from the other side. Master? Scart. It's fine. You've done well, Canaan reassured him, noticing Scart's vigilant demeanor with his wand drawn. It seemed that Hogwarts' anti-apparition wards could not restrict the spatial door-opening spell of Ancient One. Indeed, the 2 magical systems were fundamentally different. Canaan casually closed the spatial door, speculating that the existing anti-apparition wards and devices in the magical world were likely designed to counter the apparition spell, rendering them ineffective against other forms of spatial transportation. This indicated that Canaan could traverse freely in and out of places like Hogwarts using his spatial door-opening spell. Drawing his wand, Canaan cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and opened another spatial door, this time positioning it near Hagrid's hut in the Forbidden Forest, a relatively secluded area. After all, he had no desire to traverse the hanging bridge back. It would be foolish not to utilize his abilities. Emerging from the spatial door, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one witnessed his actions before closing the door behind him. What is that sound? Canaan turned his gaze toward Hagrid's hut, noticing what seemed to be sounds of a struggle coming from that direction. Activating the false eye of Agamotto on his chest, he opened a mirror space and gradually approached Hagrid's hut within the mirrored dimension, as long as he did not fold matter within the mirrored space. The energy supplied by the emeralds would sustain him without exceeding its limits. Lorenstar, I never thought you would dare do this, Dumbledore exclaimed, wand in hand, his voice filled with fury and incredulity. Hagrid, clutching a small red umbrella, sat beside him, gasping for breath. Dumbledore had intended to consult Hagrid regarding Canaan's claims, but arrived just in time to witness Lorenstar attacking Hagrid. Had he arrived even slightly later, Hagrid might have perished under Lorenstar's wand. He could hardly believe that a student he valued could indeed be as ruthless as Canaan had described. Dumbledore, you're getting old, Lorenstar retorted, wand waving dismissively, her demeanor surprisingly relaxed. In the mirrored dimension, Canaan scrutinized Lorenstar's features, a prominent nose, keen eagle-like eyes, and a head of short gray hair. I never imagined you would become this way. I remember you were not a follower of Voldemort. Who do you serve now? Dumbledore inquired gently, assisting Hagrid to his feet. I serve only myself. Well, Dumbledore, my time at Hogwarts has been quite entertaining. I should thank you, but now I must take my leave. By the way, what I have done poses no threat to the magical community, so do not seek trouble with me, or next time it will not be so easy, she concluded. And with a twist, she vanished. Observing Lorenstar's departure, Dumbledore shook his head and turned to Hagrid. How are you feeling? What transpired? Oh, I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued, and my stomach hurts a little, Hagrid replied, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Upon returning, I fed Fong a piece of meat. And just as I was preparing Buckbeak's feed, she appeared. She cast the killing curse, that vile spell. I would recognize it anywhere. Thankfully, Fong alerted me. It's all over now. Noticing Hagrid's agitation, Dumbledore spoke soothingly. Canaan observed the scene in silence, reflecting on Hagrid's assertion that Jorlinster was aware of her actions beneath the lake and had come specifically to silence her. Moreover, she was the first to locate Hagrid. Hagrid, do you sense anyone watching us? Dumbledore inquired suddenly, his brow furrowed as he surveyed their surroundings. Hagrid, aside from Yaya, I believe there is no one else, Hagrid replied, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss, except for Yaya, who was crouched before them, still shaken by the earlier battle. Indeed, with Yaya present, even the disillusionment charm cannot conceal us. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Dumbledore nodded and, without further ado, vanished from sight alongside Hagrid. Old fox, even if I make faces before you, you would not perceive me, Canaan muttered, deftly opening a portal and returning to the laboratory. Later that evening, within the ancient halls of the Hoffman family castle, Canaan awaited the arrival of Dralin. After returning in the afternoon, he had instructed Lucy to inform Dralin to convene at the castle that night. He felt it imperative to discuss the day's events with Dralin. Hello there, little fellow. What is your name? Let us converse, came an elderly voice from a portrait on the wall. I did not see you earlier, Canaan chuckled, recalling that the portrait had been entirely blank when he entered. One can only grow weary in solitude. I too wish to venture out. The elderly figure in the portrait laughed heartily. I am Canaan Bryan, a wizard of Muggle birth. Ah, you may call me Hoffman, for that is how everyone knows me. May I refer to you as Grandpa Hoffman? Canaan asked, feeling a bit bored and not minding the company of the portrait's elderly occupant. Of course, you are a polite child, and I appreciate such manners. Might you draw forth your wand? I wish to examine it, Hoffman said gently. Certainly. Canaan retrieved his wand and approached the portrait, raising it high. White birch, with a core of unicorn hair. The craftsmanship certainly shows significant evolution, Hoffman remarked, leaning forward with wide eyes, as though that would enhance his vision. Is it truly the wand that chooses the wizard, Grandpa Hoffman? Canaan inquired, voicing his internal confusion, as he believed it was more the wizard who selected the wand, akin to choosing attire in a shop, for clothing does not choose its owner. Indeed, if a wand recognizes its master, the spells cast will wield greater potency, Hoffman mused before continuing. Have you heard of the Elder Wand? One of the Deathly Hallows, also known as the Elderwood Wand? Canaan replied, recalling that the Elder Wand was currently in Dumbledore's possession. That very wand, said to be crafted from Elderwood by Death himself, possesses formidable magical power, and it chooses its own master, Hoffman elaborated slowly. Ah, but that is merely an exception. For many wands cannot be compared to the Elder Wand, Canaan defended. You must be familiar with the disarming charm, yes? When a wizard is struck by the disarming charm, not only does the wand fly from their grasp, but it also temporarily loses its connection, for the charm severs the bond between the wizard and their wand. Unless the wizard can gain the wand's allegiance to withstand such disruption, Hoffman explained, stroking his beard. Is that so? Canaan exclaimed, realizing he had never fully comprehended the true essence of the disarming charm. What are you two discussing? Drolin entered from the doorway, appearing weary and travel-worn. Grandpa Hoffman has been enlightening me on the intricacies of wands. Well, although this old fellow can be quite verbose, his understanding of wands is unparalleled. Come. Let us head to the library. It is quieter there. Drolin did not linger, making his way directly to the second floor, with Canaan following closely behind. What was the urgency in having Lucy find me? Upon reaching the library, Drolin situated himself in a pristine chair. The environment of the library had changed dramatically. The dilapidated bookshelves had been replaced with brand new ones, and the room was tidily organized, thanks to Lucy's considerable efforts over the past few days. Canaan recounted the day's events to Duran, including Dumbledore's suspicions and the possibility that a professor at Hogwarts might be a dark wizard. Dumbledore's doubts about you are quite reasonable, considering our rather unique relationship at Diagon Alley. However, I was astonished to hear that the professor of defense against the dark arts, Ravenclaw, had employed forbidden spells on campus, and audaciously confronted Dumbledore himself. Duran's expression grew peculiar upon hearing Canaan's words. Is there something amiss with that professor? Canaan inquired, puzzled. The attack orchestrated by our organization S-1 was indeed directed at us. As you know, within our organization, we are divided into two factions, both eager to recruit me, Duran explained. After that assault, I focused my investigation on the identity of number 1, for he is the most enigmatic figure within our ranks. We do not even know whether he is male or female. I traced the true identity of number 3, and he is indeed from a pureblood family in France. Moreover, I discovered that he had close ties with a professor at Hogwarts, Duran continued, revealing that this inquiry had consumed considerable effort. Are you suggesting that the female professor, Ravenclaw, is one of your organization's members? Canaan asked in astonishment, realizing he had inadvertently stumbled upon a significant lead while attempting to deceive Dumbledore. Not only that, but based on what you've said, I suspect she is indeed our number 1, the most concealed of them all, Duran stated gravely. Few wizards can rival Dumbledore. And I believe she is searching for something at Hogwarts, something our organization has long sought. I truly do not know what you are pursuing. Is it eternal life? Immense power? Or perhaps a method to resurrect the dead? Canaan pondered aloud. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, Canaan. The criteria for the spell are exceedingly stringent. The moment we voice our intentions, it activates immediately, Duran lamented. He had witnessed the fates of those who betrayed the organization and dared not take that risk. However, you are clever enough to devise a solution, Duran added, his gaze drifting to the rows of bookshelves before him. Noticing Duran's attention, Canaan suddenly recalled that the books on the 4th floor of the American Library had been entirely replicated and arranged here. If he searched diligently, he might uncover the organization's motives behind their attack on the library and what information they sought within those tomes. I understand, Uncle Duran, he nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent. As for Dumbledore, you should reveal everything you know to him. That old fox is not easily deceived, Duran remarked, frowning at the mention of Dumbledore. Regarding such a powerful and esteemed white wizard, I find myself at a loss. Will he impede your organization's actions? Canaan queried. As Ravenclaw stated, our endeavors do not pose a threat to the magical community. However, many within our organization act with undue aggression, showing no mercy to those who stand in their way, which I find distasteful. If Dumbledore could temper their fervor, it would be most beneficial, Duran explained with a smile. Canaan chuckled and shook his head, marveling at the adeptness of the treacherous stratagem. Indeed, although Dumbledore is a white wizard, the magical realm has never been devoid of morally ambiguous characters. It would be prudent for you to remain vigilant in your dealings with him. He perceived Canaan as merely a precocious child, easily susceptible to the deceptions of a mind as cunning as Dumbledore's. Understood. I shall be cautious, Canaan affirmed with a nod, acknowledging the disparity between film and reality, opting for a more prudent approach. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you find your home rather dull, feel free to invite the old codger from outside. I believe he would relish the company, Duran suggested as he prepared to depart. He hoped that Canaan would engage more with Hoffman and carry forth the family's wand-making techniques. As Duran hurriedly exited, Canaan turned toward a bookshelf brimming with newly organized tomes by Lucy, likely a collection Duran had replicated from the fourth floor of the library. With a gentle flick of his wand, all the books ascended, rapidly diminishing in size before swiftly diving into the storage bag Canaan had prepared. It would be better to peruse them in the lab. This atmosphere feels too oppressive, Canaan muttered to himself before making his way to the grand hall. Little one, are you departing already? Won't you linger a while longer? Hoffman suddenly spoke from within the portrait, his expression tinged with sorrow as he observed Canaan's retreating figure. Canaan turned to gaze at the solitary portrait and gently remarked, "Well, Mr. Hoffman, would you mind relocating to a cozier abode?" He suddenly felt that leaving the elderly gentleman in such a remote setting was rather unkind. "Of course, I would be delighted. My backside is nearly growing grass." Hoffman replied with exaggerated tone, grinning widely, appearing quite pleased. "Very well, then I shall have to impose upon you for a while." He cast a shrinking spell on the portrait and placed it into a storage pouch. "Oh, it is indeed quite dark here." Upon returning to the laboratory, Canaan retrieved the portrait and hung it in the center of the hall. Hoffman, curious about his new surroundings, tilted his head and peered around, though regrettably, he could only see one side. However, as he acclimated to the new environment, his curiosity turned toward Skada. "Hey, that man, what is your name? Are you a servant of this household?" "Old man, I have no desire to entertain your tedious inquiries," Skada retorted, displaying a demeanor of indifference. He was baffled by the presence of a talking portrait brought by his master and found the old fellow particularly loquacious. "You are quite rude, sir," Hoffman exclaimed, his eyes widening and his mustache twitching. "I am equally disinclined to converse with a moving and impolite portrait," Skada replied dismissively, turning away and retreating into the greenhouse. Cradling a pot of flowers, Canaan observed the scene with a faint smile, anticipating that the days ahead in the laboratory would be far from mundane. Subsequently, he sought a vacant spot in the hall and retrieved all the books from his storage bag. Upon careful counting, he found a total of 54 volumes, the majority of which contained records pertaining to spells, while a smaller portion encompassed other subjects. Canaan meticulously categorized these books, intending to first peruse the table of contents of each volume to grasp the essence within, before embarking on a more detailed search. With the aid of the Sage S-Hat, his reading pace accelerated remarkably. In the desolate expanse of the laboratory hall, the only sound was the occasional rustle of pages turning, while Hoffman, hanging silently on the wall, displayed an admirable discretion, refraining from interrupting Canaan's concentration. One spell piqued Canaan's curiosity. He found the content within a tome titled A Complete Guide to Enchanting Spells utterly fascinating. This book contained a plethora of incantations previously unknown to him, many of which proved to be quite practical. Among them was a particularly intriguing spell known as Mark Sensation. The caster must concoct a unique potion and inscribe symbols upon a person's body using this elixir. Those bearing such symbols could, with the aid of the incantation, sense one another and call forth each other's presence. Canaan found this form of magic exceedingly practical, as it addressed the issue of timely communication within the magical realm. He recalled that in the film, Voldemort and his Death Eaters relied on a similar incantation for their connections, the emblem resembling that of a serpent. Memorizing the potion's formula in the incantation, Canaan swiftly turned the pages back. In ancient times, the wizarding community thrived immensely. Legends spoke of dragons and elves inhabiting the continent, a stark contrast to the current environment. Subsequently, the decline of magical civilization ensued, with human wizards gradually asserting dominance. We devised wands and incantations. However, the number of wizards endowed with magical talent is regrettably scarce, rendering us incapable of resurrecting the splendor of that bygone magical era. In a magical travelogue, Canaan discovered a passage penned by an author believed to be a sorcerer from the 15th century. This writer extolled the notion that sorcerers ought to dominate the world, proliferating their offspring to resurrect the grandeur of magic. The tome chronicled numerous tales from the ancient era. However, Canaan felt that some of its contents were rather implausible, seemingly born from the author's imagination and conjecture. Nevertheless, he sensed a connection between the elusive organization, Draelon, and the ancient times. The magical realms, also referred to as the ancient sanctuaries, exist in parallel with the tangible world, predominantly remnants from antiquity. Yet, accessing them often necessitates a unique key. This was inscribed within an ancient decoding manuscript, and upon reaching this point, Canaan felt he was nearing the truth. Perhaps this organization was in pursuit of the sorcerer's sanctuaries, as Draelon had previously mentioned the matter of keys. But what exactly lured them to that place remained a source of confusion for Canaan. With newfound purpose, he redirected his search towards tomes chronicling sorcerer's sanctuaries. However, Such books were evidently scarce, and it was not long before he stumbled upon an explorer's record. This manuscript was a collective effort of numerous adventurers. Yet the description of the sorcerer's sanctuaries was succinct. It was said that the elves once erected a grand temple at St. Michael during the Middle Ages. Many adventurous sorcerers visited this site, only to discover another realm concealed within, with many never returning, as it harbored immense peril. St. Michael. Utilizing the sage's cap, Canaan swiftly conjured the name in his mind. He had perused numerous geographical journals, and anything he had read was easily recalled. If memory served him correctly, St. Michael was an alternate name for Mont Saint-Michel in France, a fact often noted in ancient texts. France. Could the recent appearance of moonlight grass in France be linked to the sorcerer's sanctuaries? Canaan suddenly realized that the emergence of moonlight grass might not be coincidental. If someone had indeed unlocked the sorcerer's sanctuary and extracted some moonlight grass, everything would fall into place. Relieved to grasp the objective of the mysterious organization, Canaan resolved not to entangle himself in their pursuits, believing that if they truly located the sorcerer's sanctuary, he would no longer need to worry about the moonlight grass. He then skimmed through the remaining volumes before storing them away. "Hey, Canaan, have you finished?" Hoffman suddenly interjected, having restrained himself for quite some time. "Yes, Grandpa Hoffman." "Is there something you need?" Canaan replied, planning to return home soon, having been away for a spell. "Are you interested in wands?" I could teach you how to craft one." Hoffman appeared somewhat bashful, reminiscent of a child. He wished to impart the family's wand-making knowledge to Canaan while alleviating his own boredom. "Of course, it would be my honor. However, I should return home now. I will come back to learn from you when I have the time." Canaan smiled gently at Hoffman, aware that these wand-making techniques were closely guarded secrets of magical families, inaccessible to outsiders. "Not a problem. I am available anytime," Hoffman chuckled heartily. Upon returning home, Canaan found himself headachy as he faced Lincoln and Helen's interrogation. "Canaan, I need you to explain yourself. If I hadn't written to Professor McGonagall today, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that you did not stay overnight at Hogwarts. Where exactly were you last night?" Helen's face was a mask of fury. She believed Canaan had become increasingly audacious, showing little regard for their role as parents. Canaan did not anticipate that his deception would be unveiled by a letter. He cast a desperate glance at Lincoln, only to find Lincoln shaking his head in a gesture that seemed to convey, "You're on your own." "Mother, I actually spent the night at a friend's house near Hogwarts. He is a half-blood giant who has a profound appreciation for my music. After his repeated invitations, I decided to stay over." Canaan produced a photo of himself alongside Hagrid. "Oh, and behind his home, there is a forest teeming with magical creatures. I even spotted a unicorn." He revealed a stack of photographs, all showcasing his adventures in the Forbidden Forest. "A unicorn?" Helen was evidently captivated. She picked up the first photograph, which depicted a pristine white unicorn bathed in moonlight, appearing exceptionally sacred. "I had no idea such creatures truly existed." Helen was enraptured by the image, demonstrating that unicorns were indeed a powerful allure for women of all ages. Lincoln silently gave Canaan a thumbs up, acknowledging his ability to swiftly soothe the angered Helen, something he himself could never achieve. He then began to examine the remaining photographs, revealing his own curiosity about these marvelous magical beings. An invisible familial conflict dissipated, and Canaan exhaled in relief. Since Lincoln and Helen were ordinary individuals, he felt compelled to showcase the enchanting aspects of the magical world, believing that sharing certain truths would only serve to worry them. Yet, he could empathize with his parents' concerns. In their eyes, he would forever remain a child. "Perhaps I should mention to Dad the idea of having a second child, so their focus wouldn't be solely on me." Canaan mused cheerfully. Returning to his small bedroom, Canaan opened the diary of Ancient One. "Today should mark the final entry in this diary. I have nothing more to impart to you. If possible, try to accumulate more luck points, as you will discover new functionalities of your golden finger." "Oh, that previous statement is a message from your future self to your present self?" Canaan pondered, suppressing his curiosity. "A future version of me? New powers of the golden finger?" He continued reading. "I look forward to meeting you. Exercise caution in utilizing your abilities." "Is that it?" Canaan flipped back, only to find the remaining pages blank. It appeared that the golden finger possessed new functions, but what did Ancient One mean by exercise caution in utilizing your abilities? Was it a warning regarding the golden finger or his magical powers? Canaan felt there was a deeper meaning behind Ancient One's words. Nevertheless, since his future self urged him to gather luck points, it suggested that the golden finger was not a significant issue for him. and he suspected that encountering Ancient One in the future might rely on the new functionalities of the Golden Finger. Reluctantly, Canaan stored away the diary. Realizing he had developed a habit of reading it every night, and the absence of such a routine would likely feel quite strange. Sitting in a chair, he opened the altar in his mind. Altar of all heavens, sacrifice count, 0, 10 luck points for 1 sacrifice, luck points. 4, personal items, none. His luck points had risen from 1 to 4, an increase attributed to his successful interactions at Hogwarts today. However, acquiring luck points remained a formidable task. His future self merely advised him to accumulate more, so he resolved to take his time. Canaan felt no urgency to amass luck points hastily. He preferred a gradual development. Furthermore, his current strength sufficed for self-protection, but when compared to a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, he still lacked a certain depth. With his thoughts organized, Canaan retrieved the moonlight potion given by Snape, eager to test its efficacy in enhancing his meditation technique. Unfortunately, he only possessed 5 vials. He wished he had more moonlight grass. The liquid in a single vial measured approximately 50 milliliters. Canaan gulped it down. The taste was somewhat bitter. Yet the bitterness was followed by a refreshing sweetness. Seated on his bed, Canaan gradually relaxed, clearing his mind and entering a meditative state. After approximately 3 hours, Canaan emerged from his meditation, noting that this time he did not experience the usual pressure in his head. It appears that the moonlight potion is significantly more effective than the calming potion, Canaan remarked, then took out his magical watch for a power test. 53. He had gained about 5 points of magical power in one sitting. Previously, meditating with the calming potion only yielded less than 1 point. The disparity in effectiveness was over 5-fold. Canaan shook his head, realizing how immensely beneficial the moonlight potion was. If he had a steady supply of such potions, he would no longer struggle with insufficient magical power. Rising from the bed, he rubbed his thighs, as prolonged inactivity had rendered some parts of his body numb. It was nearly midnight. Outside, the stars twinkled, and a crescent moon cast a silvery glow. Time to sleep. Tomorrow I shall seek out Hermione. Feeling drowsy, Canaan leapt onto his bed. Time passed swiftly, and a month had hurriedly slipped by. During this period, Canaan had remained low-key, spending most of his days in the laboratory practicing magic and learning the wand-making techniques of the Hoffman family. Of course, he occasionally visited Hermione, taking her out for a breath of fresh air. Throughout this time, Canaan diligently practiced meditation, and his magical power had surged to an impressive 85 points, an ability that could be likened to that of a newly adult wizard, given that Scotta's power hovered around 150. Regrettably, the moonlight potion had long been depleted, and meditating with the calming potion now contributed less than 0.5 points to his magical power. Moreover, he had to endure the unpleasant taste of the calming potion, which proved to be quite torturous. He had also diligently practiced the combat techniques imparted by Ancient One, honing his skills with noticeable improvement. Often, he would invite Scotta and Lucy to collaborate in their attacks, allowing him to refine his offensive techniques and magical proficiency. It was undeniable that house elves possessed remarkable magical talent. Now wielding a wand, Lucy adeptly cast various offensive spells, presenting Canaan with considerable pressure. Without the aid of the Pseudo-Agamotto's spatial powers, he would have found it quite challenging to counter her. As for Scotta, Canaan believed he was better suited to remain a servant, for during battles, he often acted foolishly, preferring to stand still and exchange spells with Canaan, displaying poor situational awareness, and frequently falling victim to a single spell. Hoffman also brought Canaan many surprises. His vast knowledge opened Canaan's eyes, particularly regarding the understanding of wands, which reshaped many of Canaan's previous notions. Upon learning of Canaan's expertise in alchemy, Hoffman eagerly described a new wand he had been contemplating, which required intricate magical arrays and symbols to be etched onto it. The disarmament charm is one of the simplest, quickest, and most effective offensive spells in the wizarding world. Many wizards frequently employ it during combat, so my new wand design aims to prevent wizards from losing their wands in battle, Hoffman explained proudly, illustrating his concept to Canaan. That indeed presents a remarkably innovative design. Once this wand is released, I believe Mr. Ollivander and his peers may find themselves out of work, Canaan chuckled, expressing his optimism towards the wand. Following Hoffman's descriptions, Canaan meticulously noted down the design philosophy and implementation methods for the new wand. This wand would necessitate a ring that had been enchanted with an infinite extension spell, allowing the wand to be stored within the ring when not in use. Even in the absence of a wand, one can conveniently summon it back through a ring. Haha, that may be true. but the numerous magical arrays inscribed upon the wand require your meticulous craftsmanship. Upon hearing Canaan's agreement, Hoffman's wrinkles unfurled, revealing a joyful smile. These magical arrays constitute the essence of this novel wand, preventing disarmament spells from severing the connection between the wizard and the wand, while exceedingly intricate. I believe this will pose no challenge for you, Hoffman continued. Having spent over a month here, he was well aware of Canaan's remarkable prowess in alchemy. Few alchemists in his era could rival Canaan's skills. Not a problem, Canaan replied effortlessly. Previously, he had inscribed numerous miniature magical arrays on the alert silk of his own designed alchemical items. Thus, the significantly larger wand would clearly not present much difficulty. Upon returning home from the laboratory, Canaan unexpectedly received a letter from his good friend, Rolf Scamander, whom he had met in America. Dear Canaan. Hello, Canaan. It has been a while. How have you been? I saw your last reply, and Hogwarts truly is a magnificent magical academy. I eagerly anticipate the possibility of studying in England, though my parents are still negotiating with my grandfather. They are quite apprehensive about me traveling so far, expressing their concerns for my safety. In his previous letter to Rolf, Canaan had shared many fascinating aspects of Hogwarts, and he sincerely hoped Rolf would join him there in the future. However, judging by the contents of the letter, that hope seemed dim. By the way, that Niffler has grown to nearly the size of a soccer ball, although it often creates quite a mess at home. Therefore, I am currently living with my grandfather, who always has various methods to keep the Niffler calm. The purpose of this letter is to invite you to the European Quidditch Cup being held in France. I hear it will attract a multitude of spectators. It promises to be a most vibrant gathering for wizards. I shall be traveling to France with my grandfather. And if you can make it, please do respond. Yours faithfully, Rolf Scamander. The invitation to the Quidditch Cup in France stirred something within Canaan. Though he had little interest in the wizarding sport, he did not wish to miss such a grand event that occurred every few years. Furthermore, he felt somewhat stagnant lately, and a trip to France would certainly be a delightful diversion. Canaan did not respond immediately. He believed it prudent to consult with Lincoln, Helen, and the others before making a decision. After feeding Syndra some cookie crumbs, Canaan made his way to Diagon Alley. He needed to acquire some laboratory supplies and materials for crafting a new wand. Hello, Grandpa Ollivander, I have returned, Canaan announced as he entered the only wand shop in Diagon Alley, where the necessary materials for wand making could exclusively be found. Ah, it's you again, my young friend. What type of wood do you require this time? Ollivander inquired with a smile, having grown accustomed to Canaan's frequent visits to purchase wood for his wand-making endeavors. I would like some willow and a good amount of European pear, Canaan requested. These two types of wood, known for their exceptional stability, were ideal for Canaan's practice. My stock is nearly depleted due to your visits. Will you be needing unicorn hair this time? Ollivander asked as he retrieved several pieces of cutwood from his storeroom, lifting his gaze to inquire further. No, my friend sent me a large bundle. Canaan shook his head. In his previous correspondence with Hagrid, he had mentioned needing some unicorn hair, and the next day, Hagrid had sent him a substantial amount, claiming that such things were abundant in the Forbidden Forest. Your friend seems rather extraordinary. However, it is essential to be discerning, as there are not many suitable hairs for wand cores, Ollivander advised warmly. That will be a total of 43 galleons, Ollivander calculated, speaking slowly. With proper utilization, these woods could yield over 100 wands, making the price rather reasonable, strictly speaking. After Canaan settled the payment, he stuffed the timber into a storage bag. The expenses incurred from purchasing materials for wand-making and renovating his laboratory had nearly driven him to bankruptcy. Fortunately, he had managed to sustain himself with over 2,000 gold galleons obtained from the dark-robed wizard last time. Upon exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Canaan proceeded to the apothecary to sell the potions he had brewed. This has become his sole reliable source of income. 159 galleons and 39 sickles. I'll round it up to 160 galleons for you, the apothecary owner stated as he counted the potions brought by Canaan. Why is it over 20 galleons less than before? Canaan inquired, recalling that he had previously sold the same quantity for a higher price. Due to your recent overabundance of calming potions, they have accumulated in our store and are not selling. Thus, we must lower the price. It would be wise for you to brew a variety of potions in the future, the apothecary owner explained politely and patiently. Oh, very well, Canaan replied with a resigned shake of his head. The calming potion was the one he had the highest success rate with. If he attempted to brew other potions, even if successful, it was unlikely to be as profitable. Indeed, a stable industry was a rarity. Canaan recalled the Diagon Alley property left to him by Delan and contemplated opening a shop there to become his own boss. Otherwise, he would truly face a financial crisis. Young man, weren't you inquiring about the moonlight grass? The apothecary owner suddenly called out to Canaan, waving him over. Do you have news? Canaan halted and approached. What will be the fee for the information? The apothecary owner asked with a grin, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of profit. That depends on whether the information is credible and useful to me, Canaan replied, maintaining his composure. Of course, a transaction should be mutually beneficial. The owner leaned down and drew forth a large wooden box from the counter, slowly opening it. I trust you won't refuse this. Inside lay a small plant. The moonlight grass, with crescent-shaped tips and sprinkled with a red liquid, a cheap preservative potion. Where did you acquire this moonlight grass? Canaan asked in astonishment. Having never seen it before. It appeared in France, and I expended considerable effort to obtain it, the apothecary owner said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. How much do you want for it? A minimum of 500 galleons, he declared, demanding a hefty sum. That's outrageous. Not only do I lack such funds, but it isn't worth that much, Canaan retorted, his anger rising. 500 galleons was no trifling amount, and all his current funds barely totaled over 300 galleons. What can you offer? The owner paused his tapping, scrutinizing Canaan before speaking slowly. 100 galleons. That is my utmost sincerity. I also wish to preserve our cooperative relationship, especially since Professor Snape is my mentor. Canaan added, slowly articulating the last part. Professor Snape is your mentor? No wonder, the apothecary owner remarked, surprised, his expression turning serious as he attempted to discern any deceit in Canaan's eyes. If you doubt me, you may write to him. All the potions I craft are completed with his guidance, Canaan continued, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. I'm not that idle. I'll sell it to you for 80 galleons. I truly invested considerable connections to acquire this grass, and I hardly profited from you. The apothecary owner returned to his cheerful demeanor, speaking earnestly. Thank you, sir. I shall accept it. Canaan paid the galleons, cradling the wooden box as he turned to leave the apothecary. Watching Canaan's retreating figure, the owner muttered in frustration, Damn it. Luckily, I could acquire this moonlight grass at a low price thanks to Snape. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say. Back in his laboratory, Canaan gently extracted the moonlight grass. The plant had been treated with the preservative potion, designed to prevent wilting and maintain vitality. However, once coated, the plant could not be replanted to continue its growth. Moreover, this red preservative potion was inexpensive and had a short shelf life, meaning Canaan had to transform the moonlight grass into the moonlight potion swiftly. Otherwise, its potency would significantly diminish, rendering it unsuitable for potion making. Canaan resolved to enlist Snape's assistance in brewing potions. Although he possessed knowledge of the moonlight elixir's formula, he had never undertaken the actual crafting of it himself. Thus, seeking Snape's expertise was undoubtedly a more prudent choice. He swiftly penned a letter to Snape and carefully packaged the moonlight herbs. Canaan summoned Syndra, instructing it to deliver these items to Snape. In the ensuing period, Canaan dedicated himself to the creation of a new type of wand. Under Hoffman's guidance over the course of the past month, he had attempted to produce numerous wands, many of which were rendered unusable due to their crude craftsmanship. Canaan felt that he had underestimated the art of wand making. The myriad concepts and techniques involved in crafting a wand not only required comprehension, but also substantial practice, proving to be no less challenging than his previous studies in alchemy. Fortunately, Hoffman was an exceedingly patient instructor, and under his guidance, Canaan successfully created several remarkable wands. Much to Hoffman's astonishment, having lived for centuries within a portrait, he had never encountered a young wizard as exceptionally gifted as Canaan. To produce a genuine wand within just a month of study led him to believe that perhaps the glory of their family would be restored through Canaan. Oh. You should first inscribe several powerful magical sigils onto the wand, then insert the core, as the core is delicate and easily damaged, Hoffman suggested, stroking his beard as he observed Canaan begin his work. Understood. You are truly erudite and well-versed in alchemy, Canaan replied, his hands deftly refining the rough wand shaft. Indeed, I was acquainted with numerous master alchemists in my lifetime, and wand-making does necessitate a grasp of alchemical knowledge, Hoffman responded, brimming with pride at the compliment. Do you know Nick Lamy? The creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the greatest and longest-living master of alchemy, Canaan inquired, pondering whether Hoffman had crossed paths with Lamy centuries ago. I am aware of him. He gained fame after my demise, though I never met him. His Philosopher's Stone is remarkably renowned, Hoffman recollected, adding thoughtfully. While the stone grants immortality, its side effects are considerable. I believe its greatest utility lies in transmuting base metals into gold. What side effects? Canaan asked, intrigued. The powder of the Philosopher's Stone can be used to concoct elixirs of immortality, but consuming such a potion bestows a lifespan of eternity while the body continues to age, ultimately leading to the failure of various organs and the loss of senses like taste, hearing, and touch. In the end, living may be worse than death, Hoffman explained. His brow furrowed, seemingly disapproving of the stone's drawbacks. Your current state is hardly superior, Canaan mused internally, choosing to remain silent and spare the elder any embarrassment. Observing Canaan's gaze, Hoffman remarked, "Do not assume I am unaware of your thoughts. Our existence within this portrait is quite different. It is an ancient form of magic." "Then please enlighten me," Canaan smiled, setting aside the wand shaft he had polished. "Many families in the magical realm possess this ancient spell that seals souls within portraits. All our memories are retained within the painting, yet we eternally lose our souls. The casting of such magic requires the subject's consent and a willingness to offer their soul. Otherwise, the spell's potency is significantly diminished," Hoffman elucidated. "To whom is the soul offered?" "I cannot say, perhaps to the Grim Reaper." The portrait of Hoffman shook his head, clearly uncertain. "Then why do some individuals and portraits appear so vacant?" Canaan probed, recalling the numerous portraits adorning Hogwarts Castle, which lacked Hoffman's intellect. "Not everyone is willing to sacrifice their soul. They resort to shortcuts, hence the inevitable flaws," Hoffman remarked, donning a woven hat he had somehow procured, shaking his head. With his curiosity satisfied, Canaan redirected his focus to the innovative wand before him, contemplating the potential to create such a wand and popularize it within the wizarding community, thereby acquiring a wealth of fortune. At dinner, the Lincoln family gathered around the table. "Are you really going to France next Tuesday for the European Quidditch Championship?" Lincoln exclaimed, astonished. Having read numerous magical texts recently, he understood the significance of Quidditch to wizards. It was one of their most vibrant gatherings. Yet, why has the Daily Prophet not reported on it? Lincoln complained, rising to retrieve the day's issue from the bookshelf. Flipping through it once more. "Dad, they usually report on such events only after they conclude. You won't find it now," Canaan chuckled. Since showing Lincoln his Hogwarts photographs had sparked a keen curiosity in him about the magical realm, making the Daily Prophet feel like his personal newspaper. "I read in the history of modern Quidditch that those players are incredibly cool, soaring on broomsticks." Lincoln continued, his face alight with envy. Seeing Lincoln's childlike enthusiasm, Helen couldn't help but grin. "It seems your father is quite eager. Why not let him accompany you to France?" "Of course, that's fine," Canaan responded, aware that, being underage, he required an adult's company. Lincoln's face lit up with excitement at Canaan's reply. After dinner, Canaan retreated to his laboratory, determined to complete the innovative wand that evening. He also intended to design a pair of magical glasses for Lincoln. Believing that the Quidditch Championship would likely employ numerous muggle-repelling and muggle-blocking charms to prevent any muggles from infiltrating. 3 hours later, under Hoffman's guidance, Canaan successfully crafted the new wand. "Oh, this is truly magnificent," Canaan exclaimed, slipping a silver ring onto his right hand and snapping his fingers, causing the wand to materialize instantly. The ring detected specific gestures to summon the wand. "You might want to consider a different gesture during combat. Your adversary won't afford you the luxury of snapping your fingers. Moreover, the wand's summoning from the ring has a slight delay. You ought to refine the sigils," Hoffman suggested, his brow furrowing as he perceived numerous imperfections in the wand. "Indeed, I shall make further adjustments," Canaan agreed, though he found the act of summoning the wand with a snap of the fingers rather stylish. After spending another hour refining the ring, Canaan placed it on his hand once more. This time, he grasped it tightly, rotating his wrist clockwise with a gentle motion, and the wand appeared in his hand with remarkable speed. "Excellent, truly commendable," Hoffman praised as he observed Canaan's performance. "Now, let us test the wand's stability and its resistance to disarming spells." Of course, throughout the night, Hoffman and Canaan diligently assessed the various performance metrics of the new wand, finding it impeccable in all aspects, much to their satisfaction. During this time, Hoffman meticulously raised numerous inquiries. As he often stated, the wand is the most vital weapon for wizards, and errors are unacceptable. This has long been the creed of the Hoffman family. What a stern old fellow, Canaan thought. Though when he mentioned his intention to create magical glasses for his muggle father, Hoffman curiously asked, why not use the counter-charm for muggle-repelling spells? Such spells are time-bound. Should the counter-charm fail midway, I would prefer not to reveal my wand in public. Besides, my father is quite fascinated by magic. I cannot be by his side at all times, Canaan explained, having already contemplated these issues. A muggle intrigued by magic, how fascinating indeed. In every era, There exists a group of individuals who lament their lack of magical talent, resulting in fervent hostility towards wizards. Numerous witch trials during the Middle Ages were instigated by this very faction, Hoffman remarked slowly. I doubt my father is that dull, Canaan shrugged before inquiring. Is there truly nothing in the magical realm that could assist someone in acquiring magical abilities? He felt a pressing need to rationalize his own magical potential. How could that be? I have never witnessed it. Muggles possess a fundamentally different constitution from wizards. They are devoid of any sensitivity to magic. And it is exceedingly challenging for magical energy to reside within them, Hoffman asserted with conviction. He had lived for so long without hearing of any Muggle mastering magic. Well, that's unfortunate, Canaan sighed, suddenly realizing the extraordinary value of the tear of the goddess he had once possessed. And all he had exchanged for it was a mere piece of chocolate. Perhaps next time he might attempt to trade a slice of cake? This whimsical thought crossed his mind. However, time was of the essence, and he hastily sketched a rough design for magical glasses before dashing back home. Upon his return, he noticed a black owl gracefully descending with a small wooden box clutched in its talons, fluctuating in altitude like a helicopter on the verge of engine failure. Desperately seeking a landing spot, Canaan recognized it as Snape's owl. He rushed forward to catch it, exclaiming, "You've worked hard, little one," and gently stroked its head while retrieving the lightweight box. At that moment, Syndra, having heard the commotion, fluttered over to greet her friend. After feeding them some nuts, Canaan opened the small box. Wow, how is this possible? Canaan gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Snape would return such a multitude of moonlight potions. Inside, he discovered approximately 20 bottles, each subjected to a shrinking charm, meticulously arranged within the box. He noticed a letter tucked beneath the potions. Any preservation potion will inflict irreversible harm on plants, and to use such inferior potions is a folly beyond redemption. Dumbledore brought back a substantial quantity of moonflower. Yet this herb remains unplantable. I have concocted potions from a few nearly withered moonflowers to avoid waste. Furthermore, do refrain from sending letters with your foolish owl next time. Does it not comprehend that it should not defecate on my desk? After reading the letter and glancing at Syndra, who was still vying for food, Canaan burst into laughter, vividly imagining the murderous expression on Snape's face. The cold, stoic Snape. As the weekend approached, Lincoln and Canaan busily packed their belongings, which Canaan stuffed into a storage bag. They resolved to experience the allure of France in advance, eager to immerse themselves in the romantic charm of Paris. To this end, Lincoln had even taken a week off. They planned to reach France via Muggle means by airplane. Prior to their departure, Canaan visited the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Transportation to secure an overseas travel permit and enlisted Professor McGonagall as his guarantor. Otherwise, he feared being surrounded by a swarm of French oars upon disembarking, reminiscent of his previous experience in America, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. In less than 2 hours, they arrived in Paris from London. After checking into a seemingly pleasant hotel, they spent the evening leisurely exploring some of the city's renowned landmarks before retiring early. Lincoln was particularly excited for the adventures that awaited them the following day, as Canaan had promised to take him to the wizarding enclave of Bellowed. The entrance to Bellowed is located near the fountain in front of Paris's Havre Street, where wizards must submerge their heads in water to gain entry. Canaan and his companions spent a considerable amount of time locating the described fountain. Surrounded by a throng of passers-by, they submerged their heads in the water, only to lift them and find the previously bustling scene vanished, replaced by an array of oddly dressed wizards. Narrow alleyways flanked them on either side, and Canaan felt that the ambience resembled that of Diagon Alley, equally crowded and dilapidated. How marvelous! Lincoln exclaimed, experiencing such wonders for the first time as he surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, "Come on, Dad, if you see something you fancy, you should purchase it," Canaan said exuberantly, having brewed a considerable number of potions to sell to the proprietor of the apothecary before their journey, amassing a fortune of approximately 600 gold. "No problem," Lincoln chuckled, suddenly feeling as if their roles had reversed. "However, we must first choose a gift for your mother. It would be remiss not to do so before returning home." Lincoln took hold of Canaan's hand as they ventured ahead. Perhaps due to the upcoming Quidditch Cup in Paris, there seemed to be an abundance of wizards present. The already narrow alley was teeming with people. The petite Canaan clutched Lincoln's hand tightly, gazing upward at the heads of adults, and he could even hear the cries of children being jostled. Oh, how unfortunate! Lincoln realized they could not proceed further and quickly led Canaan into a nearby bookstore. The shop was no less crowded, with heads bobbing amidst the crowded shelves. Oh, this is dreadful, Canaan thought, Feeling as though he was on the verge of asphyxiation in the throng, he finally exhaled in relief upon entering the somewhat more spacious bookstore. "Son, look, there are books for you here," Lincoln remarked as he spotted a plethora of Marvel series books displayed on the front shelves. Canaan also glanced over and noticed that there were still quite a few wizards purchasing books, most of whom were parents accompanied by their children. It seemed that he might have the opportunity to earn a few more galleons. Once the crowd had thinned a little, Lincoln led Canaan out of the bookstore, and they proceeded to the largest gift shop in Bellowed, intending to select a present for Helen. The interior was spacious, with rows of shelves brimming with an array of exquisite trinkets. Canaan observed that it appeared as though an infinite extinction spell had been cast here. "The proprietor of this shop must be a person of great significance," Canaan exclaimed. "Why do you say that?" Lincoln inquired, intrigued by Canaan's murmurs. "This space has been enchanted with an infinite extinction spell, a type of magic generally prohibited from being applied to structures. If the enchantment were to dissipate, the additional space would immediately engulf everything surrounding it. No one could escape," Canaan explained, gesturing towards a particular area ahead. Lincoln, following Canaan's direction, instinctively leaned back. "What a clever little wizard!" A tall, middle-aged wizard approached, clapping his hands in admiration. He was the owner of the shop and had suddenly taken an interest in the conversation between Canaan and his father. Canaan gazed at the man before him, whose hair was streaked with gray, adorned with heavy brown spectacles, and an earring hung from one ear. He wore a peculiar purple cloak, exuding an eccentric style. "Good day. May I inquire as to your identity?" Lincoln was the first to speak. "Apologies for my oversight in not introducing myself. I am the proprietor of this establishment. You may call me Guvit." The man extended his hand and bowed slightly, exhibiting great courtesy. "Oh, greetings. I am Lincoln Brain." Lincoln reciprocated the handshake. "Iron Man," Guvit exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. "Oh, merely a case of sharing the same name," Lincoln replied, suddenly feeling a touch of embarrassment, his face slightly flushed. Upon hearing Lincoln's explanation, Guvit nodded with a smile, then shifted his attention to Canaan. "Mr. Brain, is this your child? What a clever little fellow." "Indeed. He has always been quite opinionated and astute," Lincoln replied, patting Canaan on the shoulder with a smile. "Are you the alchemist master, Guvit?" Canaan inquired suddenly, looking at Guvit. "If we are to speak of an alchemist master, then that would undoubtedly be me," Guvit responded confidently, adjusting his spectacles upon his nose. Among the numerous tomes Canaan had perused, many spoke of the unparalleled talent for alchemy that the illustrious Guvit exhibited from a tender age. A master of alchemy rare in the contemporary magical realm. His lineage boasted a pure bloodline, renowned for their alchemical prowess. Canaan recalled that the offering for his fourth sacrifice was a magical sphere crafted by Guvit, capable of storing magical energy. The protective stone he had previously acquired in Diagon Alley was also a product of Guvit's genius, which ultimately saved Canaan's life. Thus, it seemed that his fate was intricately intertwined with that of Guvit. "I am Canaan Breen. You may call me Canaan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Canaan politely extended his small hand. "Canaan, the author from Marvel? No wonder. Your works are splendid." Upon hearing Canaan's introduction, Guvit expressed great enthusiasm, having heard of this prodigious young wizard. "Are you here to procure gifts? Perhaps I might be of assistance. However, I may trouble young Mr. Breen for a signature on my book afterward," Guvit continued. "Of course, that is no problem," Canaan replied with a smile. Under Guvit's guidance and narration, Lincoln and Canaan explored the entirety of the shop's wares, ultimately selecting a bottle of enduring perfume and a colorful necklace for Helen. The former would ensure that the wearer would possess a scent that never faded, and Canaan specifically chose one with the fragrance of Earth's fragrant herbs. The latter, selected by Lincoln, would emit a kaleidoscope of colors at night. Guvit graciously offered a 50% discount on both items, charging Canaan merely 6 gold galleons and 34 silver sickles. The price was quite reasonable, for some reason, as he made the payment. Canaan suddenly thought of the owner of the Lihing bookstore. Last, people truly are different. As they prepared to depart, Guvit presented Canaan with a mysterious invitation, stating that there would be a private alchemical gathering that evening, should Canaan wish to attend. Upon returning from Bellowed with Lincoln, Canaan finally had the opportunity to open the invitation. It was crafted from a golden-hued, sturdy parchment, inscribed with the words, "Please arrive at the designated location within the stipulated time. Inviter, Guvit." The writing was somewhat ephemeral, fading almost immediately. Canaan discovered that the time and place were not specified, and he curiously examined the uniquely textured invitation. Considering the faded script, he surmised that the invitation must have been enchanted, revealing its message only at a designated time. Indeed, around 6 o'clock in the evening. The invitation emanated a faint yellow glow, soaring from Canaan's pocket as words materialized. Please arrive at 44 Valente Street, Paris, within half an hour. Oh, for heaven's sake. Canaan muttered, hastily retrieving a map of Paris to locate Valente Street. If it were far, he would have no choice but to employ apparition to reach his destination. With numerous wizards residing in Paris these days, Canaan was reluctant to resort to magic unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Valente Street was not too distant. After a brief exchange with Lincoln, he hurried towards his destination. Upon arriving, Canaan stepped out of the taxi, realizing he must be the only wizard to have traveled here using Muggle transportation. However, as he gazed upon Valente Street, it appeared ominously dark, none of the buildings illuminated, and the streets were shrouded in complete darkness, as if even the moonlight dared not penetrate. I truly despise places like this, Canaan frowned, puzzled as to why Vert would hold a private gathering in such a location. Time was likely running short before the gathering commenced, so Canaan cautiously ventured inside. With the faintest glimmer of light, he halted before a building, noticing a wooden sign nearby that read, 44 Valente Street. Suddenly, an apparition emerged from behind the fence. Whispering sternly, "You shouldn't be here, little one." "Sir, I possess an invitation," Canaan exclaimed, producing the invitation now glowing red from his pocket, a clear indication that the gathering was imminent. What a personalized invitation. Why on earth would they invite a child? Muttered the shadowy figure, then beckoned Canaan to follow, adding, "Come with me." Canaan approached and discovered a figure clad in brown linen garments, with a long-brimmed hat obscuring his features, rendering his visage indistinct, a sight reminiscent of a mysterious character from a fantastical film. Upon entering, he was advised to simply find a seat. Attending such a gathering could provide him with tales of grandeur to boast about for a lifetime. The man exaggeratedly cautioned Canaan. "Very well, sir," Canaan replied with a nod, feeling a surge of anticipation for the event ahead. The man guided Canaan into the room, where the intense illumination compelled Canaan to squint slightly. The space was vast, akin to half a football field, adorned in resplendent golden-red hues. The ceiling dazzled with magical scenes. A colossal fire cloud floating above, casting a warm glow that tinted Canaan's delicate face. Numerous wizards populated the venue, perhaps numbering in the dozens, congregating in lively groups, animatedly discussing various topics. A few domesticated sprites flitted about, serving an array of delicacies and red wine to the assembly. The entire tableau resembled a gathering of the elite aristocracy, exuding an air of opulence and festivity. Canaan entered and chose a secluded spot to sit, surrounded by strangers. He overheard a nearby group engaged in a fervent discussion about alchemy, piquing his curiosity. The leader of the conversation wore a long-sleeved shirt with tightly secured cuffs, thick socks on his feet, and his head was wrapped in layers of cloth, suggesting he was of Indian descent. "Do not underestimate me. This time I shall certainly secure first place," he declared in fluent Indian-accented speech, unmistakably identifying himself as Indian. "Come off it, Ask. You said the same thing last year." A black sorcerer in the crowd laughed heartily. "Last time, you couldn't even complete the basic combination magic array within the allotted time. This time, it's likely to be no different." Another white sorcerer chimed in with mockery. "I don't believe it either. Ask, you should return to India and continue being a history professor. Alchemy is not suited for you." The crowd erupted in laughter. "To hell with you, Loris. I've long found you insufferable," Ask retorted, twisting his mustache angrily and throwing a punch. "Damn Indian. You dare to strike first?" the white sorcerer exclaimed, covering his face in disbelief. Canaan watched the scene before him with great intrigue. It was not often that one witnessed a sorcerer engaging in unarmed combat. However, it wasn't long before the two individuals were restrained by those around them, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The gathering had yet to commence. While the fireplace within the room intermittently belched forth emerald flames, from which emerged several wizards. Additionally, some wizards appeared directly within the chamber, seemingly having utilized apparition to arrive. Canaan beheld Dumbledore, who had just entered the room accompanied by an elderly gentleman with disheveled brown hair. Noticing Canaan's gaze, he offered a slight nod. The elderly man beside him turned towards Canaan, bestowing upon him a gentle smile. Indeed, Dumbledore's reputation within the magical realm was extraordinary. Upon his arrival, numerous wizards approached him with glasses of red wine, eager to engage in conversation. Observing Dumbledore surrounded by admirers, Canaan felt a subtle sigh of relief. He was not yet inclined to engage in extensive dialogue with Dumbledore, unless the latter could convincingly elucidate the origins of his magical prowess. After sipping the sweet and tangy orange juice from his goblet, Canaan savored a small cake that had been specially delivered by a house elf, who, aware of Canaan's underage status, had thoughtfully provided him with orange juice. Mr. Canaan Brain? The elderly gentleman who had stood beside Dumbledore now stood before Canaan. Oh, greetings. May I inquire your name? Canaan politely rose to his feet. I believe Rolf's child should have introduced me. I am Newt Scamander, he replied warmly, his voice exuding a comforting familiarity. I am familiar with you, the esteemed author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and your considerable efforts against the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, Canaan exclaimed in surprise, taking in the elderly man's untidy hair and loosely tied bow tie, which gave him an unkempt appearance. You seem to know quite a bit, Newt chuckled. May I sit and indulge in some cake? He requested, gesturing towards the black chocolate cake on the table. Of course, please do, Canaan replied. I rushed over this evening and missed dinner. Newt eagerly took a large piece of cake, oblivious to his appearance. Were you not accompanying Dumbledore? Canaan inquired. I am not fond of crowded gatherings. Had it not been for the rarity of this occasion, I would not have attended, Newt said, his mouth full of bread, making his words somewhat indistinct. You may take your time. There's no need to rush, Canaan offered, pouring Newt a glass of orange juice before asking who organized this gathering. Is it related to alchemy? When Gwevert had extended the invitation, he had provided scant information. You were unaware? Newt asked, somewhat astonished. Oh, I am indeed quite uninformed. Let me explain how I encountered Gwevert. Canaan recounted his meeting with Gwevert. I see, Newt nodded, taking a sip of orange juice before continuing. This gathering is privately organized by Gwevert and has been held 5 times prior. This marks the 6th. As you may know, he is a renowned alchemist. So each gathering revolves around alchemical themes. Gwevert invites master alchemists from various countries to discuss their knowledge and share insights. Over time, this gathering has gained considerable acclaim, and many alchemists find it difficult to secure an invitation. Newt paused, casting a glance at Canaan, as if to convey, you are indeed fortunate. By the way, the final segment of the gathering allows participants to present their most prized alchemical creations with a reward of 5,000 galleons for the first place winner. How much? Canaan asked, astonished. 5,000 galleons. Newt held up 5 fingers. He must be quite affluent, Canaan remarked enviously. His own earnings from writing and performing in Diagon Alley could scarcely compare to such a sum. His family is among the wealthiest in France. Just look at this room and the house elves to understand. Newt smiled at Canaan's expression before continuing. Dumbledore is representing Nicholas Flamel at this gathering. Gentlemen, you may return to your respective places, Gwevert announced from the elevated platform, employing a sonorous charm to address the assembly. As the crowd began to disperse and reclaim their seats, the atmosphere shifted with a sense of anticipation. Canaan observed Dumbledore approaching them, ultimately taking a seat beside him. Damn it, Canaan silently cursed. Long time no see, Canaan, Dumbledore greeted warmly, oblivious to Canaan's inner thoughts. Hello, Professor, Canaan replied with a sweet smile. The little trinket you sent last time was truly delightful, Dumbledore whispered in Canaan's ear. Before Canaan had the chance to speak, he was interrupted by the resounding voice of Gewite. Good evening, esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. I shall forego introductions and dive directly into today's theme. Gewite held his wand close to his lips, announcing that the format of this gathering would differ slightly from previous ones. We shall divide the event into 2 segments. The first will still involve a competition of our alchemical knowledge, but unlike before, I will present 3 questions related to alchemy on stage. Each question will carry different point values. A correct answer will earn a base score of 10 points, with more comprehensive answers garnering additional points. The second segment will mirror last year's format, where each of us may showcase our alchemical creations for comparison, with the victor receiving my reward. Furthermore, the Gewite family is eager to collaborate with you in crafting these alchemical items for sale throughout the magical realm, an endeavor I trust will meet your satisfaction. Pausing momentarily, Gewite continued, of course, the winners of each segment will receive a reward of 5,000 galleons, and I believe you will not decline such an offer. The moment his words hung in the air, a wave of excitement rippled through the audience, with many murmuring amongst themselves. The majority of the alchemists present struggled to make ends meet, as many alchemical materials are rather costly, and selling alchemical items does not always guarantee a return on investment. Canaan was acutely aware of this. At that moment, Dumbledore leaned closer to Canaan and whispered, Fame, fortune, and knowledge come effortlessly to those as astute as you. No? I am not nearly so clever. Canaan shot Dumbledore a glance of disdain. Why does this insufferable old man persist in clinging to me? This is your creation, is it not? Dumbledore extended his right hand, adorned with the pendant Canaan had gifted him. I lack the skill to craft such a thing, Canaan frowned. Sensing Dumbledore's scrutiny intensifying, I have discovered that you procured numerous items in Diagon Alley, and it seems your financial situation has recently become precarious. Dumbledore grinned like a cunning fox. Indeed, these items are my handiwork, but may I inquire, Professor, why have you assigned someone to shadow me? Canaan met Dumbledore's piercing gaze. He felt certain that Dumbledore would not let this matter rest. The old fox would undoubtedly unearth all his secrets. Realizing this, Canaan concluded that it would be best to lay everything bare. Some aspects were no longer worth concealing. I merely wish to investigate the family backgrounds of the children not yet enrolled, for no one desires another Voldemort to arise within our school. Do you not perceive the vast differences between myself and Voldemort? I do not subscribe to his nonsensical pureblood ideology, Canaan replied, his brow furrowed in frustration, feeling Dumbledore was being unreasonable. However, his voice had risen somewhat, drawing the attention of nearby wizards, who regarded Canaan with varying expressions of shock and disbelief. How dared he utter that name? Such audacity! Who is this child, sitting beside Dumbledore? As whispers circulated among the wizards, Canaan glared fiercely at Dumbledore. Now look what you've done. I've become infamous. He could almost envision the Death Eaters branding him as the foremost heretic upon exiting. Dumbledore shrugged innocently. Newt observed the antics of the elder and the youth, shaking his head with a smile before taking a sip of orange juice. Silence, please. We may now commence. Gewhite's voice resonated throughout the hall, alleviating the intense scrutiny directed at Canaan. The first question, how can one carve a highly stable magical array onto materials such as silk, which is prone to wrinkling and distortion, jeopardizing the efficacy of the array? Does anyone possess a viable solution? Gewhite smiled at the assembly, this question having troubled him for quite some time, as he had scoured numerous ancient texts without finding a satisfactory answer. Mr. Gewhite, I suggest you try using dragon hide or similar leathers, as they are far less prone to wrinkling. A short-statured wizard rose to offer his advice. Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Pace. You may take your seat now, and I shall award you 1 point. Gewhite frowned, contemplating the need for a more discerning selection of attendees in the future, questioning who had invited such a fool. With someone leading the way, a number of wizards began to stand and share their suggestions, their eyes gleaming with desire for the 5,000 galleons. Mr. Gewhite, I have an excellent method, but it is a family secret and quite valuable. Canaan turned towards the speaker, a black sorcerer clad in a suit and tie, distinctly out of place among the eclectic assembly. How much do you require? Gewhite inquired. 1,000 gold galleons, and I shall share this technique with everyone. The black sorcerer grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. No problem. Assisting everyone is precisely the reason I organized this gathering. Gewhite responded nonchalantly, disregarding the sorcerer's subtle manipulations of the crowd. In our family, we possess a potion formula. Applying this potion to fabric and inscribing a magic circle upon it will ensure that no matter how the fabric is folded, the stability of the magic circle remains unaffected. The potion's ingredients are simple: 3 grams of dragon bone combined with 4 grams of white fresh. After detailing the preparation of the formula, the black sorcerer continued, Mr. Gewhite, may I ask how many points I might receive? If the method is accurate, I would think you deserve a perfect score of 10. Gewhite declared, then whispered a few words to the elven attendant behind him, who promptly vanished from sight. Sir, may I inquire your name? Gewhite asked. He did not recognize this individual nor recalled inviting him. Lorloth, the black sorcerer replied coldly. Very well, Gewhite addressed the crowd, aside from Mr. Lorloth. Does anyone else have a superior suggestion? A low murmur spread through the audience, yet no one stepped forward, indicating a lack of alternative solutions. Mr. Gewhite. I believe I can. Canaan exclaimed, raising his small hand high above the crowd. Oh, young Mr. Buren, what method do you propose? Gewhite asked with keen interest. Who is he? How does such a young child have the right to be here? Perhaps he was brought by Dumbledore. Look, Dumbledore is beside him, many muttered quietly, perceiving the child as a mere disruptor. I wonder if anyone has heard of the basic dynamic magic circle? Canaan boldly proclaimed, ignoring the whispers. I've heard of it. It was described in an ancient parchment, a moving magic circle. However, it has been lost to history. The sorcerer as shouted. Indeed, as the name suggests. This magic circle is dynamic. It changes with its medium, and to some extent, it can even be inscribed on flowing water without losing stability. Moreover, it is a fundamental carrying magic circle, upon which any other magic circle can be inscribed, inheriting its stability. Canaan elaborated slowly. This was a basic combination magic circle he had learned from an alchemical tutorial by Hohenheim. Does that mean you have mastered this magic circle? Hugh White eagerly inquired. Yes, sir. And I can impart this magic circle to everyone free of charge. Canaan declared generously, realizing it was the perfect opportunity to elevate his reputation in the magical community. He had a plethora of such fundamental magic circles at his disposal. By sharing this knowledge, he would earn galleons and gain fame. What could be more advantageous? His luck points had not increased for some time. Canaan then strode confidently towards the central platform, elaborating on the construction principles and inscribing challenges of the basic dynamic magic circle. Upon concluding his explanation, the audience was left in awe. Incredible. This magic circle is ingenious. I suddenly feel that what I learned previously was utterly worthless. What is this young sorcerer's name again? Young Mr. Buren. May I ask how you came to learn this magic circle? Of course, if it is inconvenient, you need not answer, Hugh White inquired gently. Genuinely interested in Canaan's passion for all things alchemical. I have a wonderful teacher, Canaan replied with a smile. And who might that be? Hugh White pressed further. I'm afraid I cannot disclose his name at this time. My apologies. Canaan shook his head, slowly returning to his position. He pondered that maintaining a sense of mystery regarding Hohenheim's name might deter those with ill intentions. Noticing Canaan's silence, Hugh White's expression shifted to one of disappointment. He resolved to speak with Canaan further after the gathering concluded. Gentlemen, I have decided to award young Mr. Buren 15 points. I believe his contributions are beyond reproach. Hugh White announced. Now, let us move on to the second question. I have inscribed a levitation magic circle on an object. Does anyone have suggestions on how to ensure its stable and rapid flight? Hugh White looked expectantly at the crowd. Mr. Hugh White, are you referring to flying broomsticks? I believe many esteemed broomstick manufacturers present here could answer that question. A sorcerer laughed from the audience, finding the question rather straightforward. Oh no. Flying broomsticks primarily rely on fixed spells and special materials for high-speed flight. The object I refer to is entirely different. Hugh White shook his head, redirecting his gaze towards Canaan, whom he believed might offer a surprise. At that moment, a diminutive sorcerer timidly raised his hand and asked, Sir, what is a levitation magic circle? His voice attracted a wave of laughter from the crowd. Hugh White's face darkened. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, he stifled his displeasure and replied calmly. It is a magic circle that functions similarly to a levitation spell. You may refer to the Modern Magic Circle Compendium, which I compiled. And I believe this book is quite accessible. He then turned his attention back to Canaan. Young Mr. Buren, do you have any suggestions? Mr. Hugh White. May I ask what object you intend to inscribe the levitation magic circle upon? If you could share that, I believe we would be better positioned to provide targeted answers. Canaan spoke up. Given Hugh White's earlier peculiar description, he felt he had no definitive method to propose. No problem. In fact, it was your insight that inspired me. The Supreme Mage in your book possesses a robe that can fly, defend, and even has self-awareness to actively attack and protect its master. Therefore, I intend to create a similar robe, which I plan to name the Supreme Robe. He produced a magnificent red cloak, stating, This cloak is my latest creation, though regrettably, many functions remain unrealized. Currently, it can only defend against most magical attacks, falling far short of my envisioned robe. Canaan smiled faintly upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Hugh White would endeavor to create the floating cloak, especially since the authentic one was currently draped around his own shoulders. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd, Hugh White smiled slightly and continued, Initially, I intended to unveil it during the final phase. However, it seems that if everyone could assist me in enhancing this robe, it would be a splendid opportunity, and I assure you that I shall provide satisfactory remuneration. Mr. Schuster, he added, I recall that the protective stone you secured last year could withstand a single violent magical assault. Thus, the defensive capabilities of this crimson robe surpass those of the protective stone. The Indian wizard inquired anxiously, eager to ascertain the robe's defensive prowess, as it directly influenced whether the alchemical items he brought could secure first place in the accompanying reward of 5,000 gold gallons. Hugh White interrupted, his brow furrowed. Mr. Askey, this robe is undoubtedly superior to the protective stone. I shall demonstrate its capabilities in the final phase. But for now, let us return to the matter at hand. Beside Canaan, Newt also raised his hand and said, Mr. Hugh White, I have a suggestion. There exists a marvelous creature known as the dormant bird, which dwells high in the skies. This avian species is capable of soaring through the air without flapping its wings, relying solely on the unique properties of its feathers and the currents of the atmosphere. Upon further research, I discovered that the feathers of this bird possess remarkable stability and buoyancy. If we were to incorporate some of these feathers into the robe, it would likely enhance its stability during flight. Newt then added, the dormant bird sheds a considerable amount of feathers every June. Oh, that's simply splendid, Mr. Scamander. I'll award you 5 points. Gil White exclaimed, pleasantly surprised that a magizoologist could contribute to his endeavor. I, too, have an idea, another wizard shouted, raising his hand. Canaan gazed at the gathering of minds, marveling at the ingenuity of Gil White, who had the audacity to harness the collective wisdom of the group to realize his alchemical design. This very act of Gil White had, in fact, alienated numerous pureblood families. Dumbledore hovered nearby, murmuring indistinctly to Canaan. Canaan cast a fleeting glance before turning his head away. He resolved not to utter another word to Dumbledore throughout the duration of the banquet. Dumbledore continued in a hushed tone, remarking on the entrenched beliefs of many within the magical community, their conservatism and stubbornness, and the considerable faction that harbored animosity towards wizards of Muggle descent. Thus, it was no surprise that Voldemort garnered such a multitude of supporters at that time. Canaan reclined in the chair, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression seemingly inscribed with the words, "Not my concern." Dumbledore chuckled softly, "I apologize for what transpired earlier. However, your alchemical talent is truly remarkable. I am certain that your teacher takes great pride in having such an exceptional student." He added with a smirk, the old fox. You are merely curious about who my teacher might be, aren't you? Canaan took a delicate sip of orange juice. Mr. Gavet. Dumbledore suddenly raised his hand. My companion, Mr. Brain, mentioned that he possessed a solution to your predicament. Canaan. Undoubtedly, Dumbledore's actions have once again reshaped Canaan's understanding. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Canaan slowly rose to his feet. My mentor once discovered a tattered parchment in a ruin, which not only recorded several common foundational magical arrays, but also many that have since been lost to time. One such array is known as the Rapid Magic Array, which should prove beneficial to Mr. Gil White. Oh, truly? And where is that ancient parchment now? Gil White's eyes seemed to shimmer with anticipation as he inquired eagerly. Regrettably, that ancient manuscript has since been lost. Fortunately, my mentor managed to transcribe most of its contents, and I have decided to generously share these magical arrays with everyone after this gathering concludes. As soon as he finished speaking, many wizards in the room expressed their excitement, spontaneously applauding. Many of them were of mixed blood or Muggle origin, unlike Gil White, who boasted a pure blood lineage and substantial wealth. Their knowledge of magical arrays was limited to those circulating in the marketplace, with little access to the more precious ones. Moreover, alchemists are not particularly sought after. They often find themselves struggling to afford alchemical materials. Canaan's willingness to offer these invaluable magical array resources free of charge undoubtedly moved them greatly. Gil White also applauded enthusiastically. He had always disapproved of many wizards hoarding knowledge, preferring to stash it away in libraries or take it to the grave rather than sharing it. He believed that magic should be shared and exchanged, leading to the spark of innovation and continual advancement. Mr. Blaine, thank you for your generosity. Gil White bowed to Canaan. I eagerly anticipate the rapid magic array you mentioned, and I shall award him 10 points. Now, my third question is, how might one create an alchemical item with self-awareness? Of course, I speak not of malevolent dark magic, Gil White added thoughtfully. Mr. Gil White, are you suggesting we imbue that red cloak with self-awareness? A wizard asked. Indeed. Do you not find it fascinating to have a cloak that can actively assist its master in battle? Gil White replied. Dumbledore must have some means. I recall there is a talking hat at Hogwarts. Canaan unhesitatingly implicated Dumbledore. Gil White's gaze turned to Dumbledore. This is not a secret at Hogwarts. The sorting hat was collaboratively created by the 4 founders of Hogwarts, who infused part of their consciousness into the hat, allowing it to sort students based on their talents and qualities. However, regrettably, I do not know what magic they employed. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation. What if we could extract a memory using the memory charm and somehow embed it into the cloak? Suggested a wizard from the audience. Impossible. The memory would disperse shortly after extraction, another countered. There must be a way to preserve it. I feel this direction merits exploration, though figuring out how to retain the memory within the cloak is indeed a challenge. Yes, I believe it is feasible. Perhaps the founders of Hogwarts utilized a similar method. In a moment, everyone began to express their opinions. Esteemed colleagues, I have an idea. Azkek's resonant and peculiar voice drowned out the others. In India, There exists an ancient incantation that can collect emotions from a person and infuse them into an object. Unfortunately, the infused object does not seem to exhibit signs of intelligence. However, we could modify this spell. If it could capture a fragment of a person's thoughts and then infuse it into an object, perhaps we could achieve the desired outcome. Azkek quickly articulated his thoughts. Excellent. Azkek, you receive 5 points, Guwite exclaimed excitedly, relishing the fervent atmosphere of discussion. Sir, I know a spell that can sever fragments from a person's soul. The diminutive wizard stood once more. His words, however, were swiftly interrupted by Guwite. Forgive me, but it is best not to discuss soul-related magic. Guwite's family had documented numerous soul-related spells, yet he always regarded them as perilous and malevolent. The small wizard appeared dejected, his lips moving as if he wished to explain further, but he was pulled down by a fellow wizard beside him. Enough, Conrad. I truly should not have brought you along. Very well, time is short. If we cannot resolve this issue, let us commence the final segment, Guwite announced, glancing at the clock on the wall. The rules remain unchanged. Each participant must present their alchemical item within 10 minutes. We will evaluate the most outstanding based on its practicality, production difficulty, cost, and other factors. To ensure fairness, I have invited Mr. Dumbledore, the president of the International Wizarding Federation, to serve as our adjudicator. At that moment, Dumbledore rose, his voice grave. It is an honor to witness this remarkable alchemical exchange. I bring greetings from my dear friend, Nicholas Flamel, who is keenly interested in the flourishing of alchemy and holds Mr. Guwite in high regard. Let us extend our gratitude to Mr. Guwite for his various contributions. He bowed slightly, applauding. Let us begin, Guwite commanded, raising his wand. The sky above the gathering transformed into a deep black, speckled with twinkling stars, and a brilliant beam of light illuminated the dais. Guwite then showcased his red cloak, draping it over a house elf. He employed the Petrificus Totalis, Shatter Charm, and Stunning Spell in succession. All of these attacks were repelled by the defensive magic array on the cloak surface, leaving the red cloak seemingly unscathed, though it still falls short of my ideal supreme cloak. As you can see, this cloak's defensive capabilities can withstand numerous powerful spells. Regrettably, it cannot endure the disarmament charm, Guwite proclaimed, standing within the beam of light. Mr. Guwite, how many spell attacks can it withstand? What is the cost? An audience member inquired. For a wizard such as myself, withstanding 3 to 5 attacks is adequate. However, should one wish to endure an attack from Dumbledore, it would likely be destroyed in a single blow. As for the cost, the material expenses amount to around 1,000 galleons, Guwite explained with a smile. Canaan recalled that the protective stone he had purchased in Diagon Alley had cost him a substantial sum of 510 gold galleons. Indeed, alchemy is a prestigious profession, characterized by high barriers to entry and considerable profits. The second exhibitor was a black wizard clad in a flowing white robe, who presented a jar filled with crystalline sand. This enchanting sand would coalesce into intricate shapes within a glass vessel. As he spoke, the sand took the form of the Statue of Liberty, adorned with a crown and holding aloft a torch. Oh, my original intention was for it to purify the air, but clearly, the experiment did not succeed, he remarked. The production cost of this sand is relatively modest, amounting to approximately 40 galleons. By the way, it is imperative that you do not release it from the glass container. Otherwise, it will burrow into a person's nostrils. The black wizard suddenly interjected, his voice sharp. Canaan listened with great enthusiasm to the fervent explanations of the enigmatic wizard, who appeared to hail from Arabia. The crystalline sand bore no traces of any magical formations, suggesting that this truly was the culmination of alchemical mastery. Presently, the realm of magic seems to be subtly divided into 2 factions regarding alchemy. One faction, led by Nicholas Flamel, is the school of natural philosophy, which seeks to uncover the essence of things and employs magical formations sparingly during the alchemical process. The other faction, represented by Gavit, is the school of magical formations, characterized by their extensive knowledge of magical arrays, which prominently feature in their alchemical techniques. Canaan perceived that the alchemy imparted by Hohenheim leaned towards the school of magical formations, while the natural philosophy established by Nicholas Flamel eventually evolved into a distinctive school within the world of Harry Potter, perhaps due to the overall decline of the alchemical discipline. There existed no conflict between these 2 subschools, which gradually began to merge harmoniously. The third individual to present was a Caucasian wizard who had previously clashed with Ask, brandishing a metallic birdcage. Within this cage, I had cast an infinite extension spell, creating an exceptionally comfortable environment. Moreover, it possessed the capability to automatically feed avian companions. As various wizards took the stage to showcase their prized alchemical creations, Canaan felt his horizons broaden. The designs of dolls that could mimic human actions and detectors sensitive to magical energy left him in awe of the boundless wisdom and potential of alchemists. Esteemed guests, I present to you a renowned ancient alchemical artifact, declared Ask, a wizard from India, with an air of confidence as he approached the podium. Retrieving a carpet adorned with golden patterns from the bag slung over his shoulder. Unlike the existing floating carpets, my rug boasts remarkable speed, as proclaimed proudly. Unfurling the magical carpet upon the ground before taking a seat atop it. The carpet gently levitated, soaring around the room under his deft control, while a plume of white gas emanated from its tail, providing propulsion. This is my meticulously crafted jet propulsion device, capable of astonishing speed. This jet carpet can be acquired for merely 300 galleons, making it an ideal travel companion. Ask accelerated the carpet, executing a series of intricate aerial maneuvers above the heads of the audience. Truly, it was an exceptional piece of alchemical craftsmanship. Dumbledore clapped his hands enthusiastically. His gaze fixed upon the magical carpet, clearly intrigued. Ask, you have indeed concealed your talents well. This carpet is quite impressive, he remarked. Ask, leaping down from the floating carpet with a grin, replied, I have my sights set on those galleons, but your cloak is commendable as well. He regarded Govert, who had revealed a striking red cloak, as his most formidable rival. Govert chuckled and addressed the crowd. Does anyone else wish to present? Upon receiving no response, he continued. If not, I believe we can invite Dumbledore to select the finest alchemical artifact. The audience turned their attention to Dumbledore, curious about his choice. Excuse me, may I participate? Canaan interjected, raising his hand to capture the attention of those present, his voice ringing clear. Govert, taken aback by Canaan's readiness to present an alchemical item, quickly replied. Of course, everyone invited is welcome to share, sensing that Canaan might indeed surprise him. Canaan ascended the platform with a measured grace, standing amidst the beams of light. He then retrieved a silver ring from his pouch and adorned his finger with it. This is a new type of wand crafted collaboratively by my mentor and me. He slightly raised his right hand, and with a gentle twist, a slender white wand materialized in his palm, reminiscent of a magician performing a captivating illusion. What kind of magic is this? Was the wand concealed within the ring? As if to answer, he elaborated, as you can see. The wand is stored within this silver ring, and with a specific gesture, we can summon it back. When not in use, it can be returned just as easily. He touched the tip of the wand to the ring, and in an instant, it vanished from his grasp. Some may perceive this merely as a portable wand, lacking significant utility. However, its capabilities extend far beyond such a notion. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Canaan hurled the wand skyward with great force, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, it reappeared in his hand. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, clearly astonished by the spectacle. No matter how far the wand may be, I can summon it back. This means we need not fear forgetting our wands when we venture out. Canaan jested lightly. Moreover, this wand possesses a crucial function. It can withstand disarming spells. As is well known, disarming spells sever the connection between a wizard and their wand, but with this wand, one need not fear losing their means of offense during a confrontation. However, he continued, I believe we may require Mr. Gavette to demonstrate this, as I am still an underage wizard and unable to perform magic. Canaan shrugged and glanced at Gavette. Of course, it would be my honor. Gavette promptly stepped forward, accepting the ring that Canaan extended. He delicately caressed its surface, admiring the intricate engravings as if he were beholding an unparalleled beauty. After adorning his pinky with the ring, he mimicked Canaan's movements, gently rotating his wrist, and in an instant, the wand appeared firmly in his grasp. Truly remarkable, Gavette exclaimed, feeling the tangible essence of the wand in his palm. He then gleefully tossed the wand high into the air and summoned it back with delight. Mr. Gavette, this wand is crafted from poplar wood, renowned for its exceptional versatility. You may wish to try it out, Canaan interjected, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Gavette paused and proceeded to cast several basic spells with the wand. Mr. Blaine, this wand is utterly perfect. I can hardly discern any flaws. It feels incredibly seamless in my hand. Canaan nodded and then turned to the Indian wizard. Mr. Ask, could you assist me in using the disarmament spell against Mr. Gewhite? Of course, As replied, lifting his skirt and eagerly running forward. He brandished his wand, directing it at Gewhite while articulating the incantation loudly. Disarm. A burst of white light forcefully propelled Gewhite backward, causing his wand to fall to the ground beside him. Gewhite, recovering his breath while lying on the ground, summoned his wand back with his right hand, aiming it at Ask. Tarantella. A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of the wand. striking as before he could react. Instantly, he raised his hands, hopping on one foot and spinning in place, his peculiar long skirt eliciting laughter from the surrounding wizards. Mr. Burine, I had no idea that a wand afflicted by the disarmament spell could still cast spells. This new style of wand is truly remarkable. Does it have a name? White inquired excitedly, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he stood up. Canaan gazed up at the sky and smiled gently. Let us name it Star One. He hesitated for a moment and then inquired, if I may be so bold, was this designed by your teacher? White could not help but ask. It was crafted by another mentor of mine, a master wand maker named Hoffman, Canaan replied. He recalled Hoffman's enduring aspiration to restore his family's former glory. Now, this creation could serve to vindicate their name and fulfill Hoffman's long-held wish. The wand-making family from Germany, if I recall correctly, has a close relationship with the Grigovich family, remarked a gray-haired old wizard in a raspy voice. Professor Hoffman has dedicated his life to the advancement and preservation of wand-making, and this new wand embodies his lifelong effort. You have two mentors. Hoffman truly is an admirable elder, White exclaimed. At that moment, Dumbledore approached the stage. Mr. White, may I try this wand? Of course, he replied, handing the ring to Dumbledore. Dumbledore attempted to slip the ring onto his finger, but alas, it became stuck at the joint of his right pinky. Clearly too small for him. After considerable effort, he finally managed to remove the ring. Oh, very well, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. If only there were a slightly larger ring, I believe this one would be even more perfect. He cast a cheerful glance at Canaan before addressing the assembled crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have witnessed the finest alchemical work this evening. Not only have we seen an unprecedented wand, but we have also witnessed the emergence of a prodigious young wizard. Canaan Breen, I eagerly anticipate the surprises you shall bring us in the future. Canaan, gazing into Dumbledore's profound blue eyes, offered a slight bow before gently speaking, Certainly, Professor, it is my duty. Mr. Blaine, you are indeed remarkable. I am truly fortunate to have encountered you today. Otherwise, it would have been a loss I would have regretted for a lifetime. Gavette softly murmured in Canaan's ear. Following this, Gavette stepped to the center of the platform, expressing his gratitude. Today's gathering has been exceptionally splendid, and I feel immensely honored by everyone's presence. After 2 rounds of competition, Canaan Blaine ultimately secured a reward of 10,000 galleons. I apologize, Mr. Gavette, but may I address this reward now? Canaan interjected with a furrowed brow, concerned that news of such a substantial sum might disrupt his peace. Of course, that is no problem, Gavette replied. During today's gathering, I witnessed everyone's fervent pursuit of alchemy and thirst for knowledge. Therefore, I propose the establishment of an alchemical mutual aid foundation, where we can collectively discuss alchemical knowledge and share insights with one another. Canaan glanced at the expressions of the crowd and continued, I shall designate the 10,000 galleons awarded by Mr. White as the foundational capital for our foundation. Furthermore, I will invite my esteemed mentor, Mr. Hohenheim, to engage with all of you, imparting his profound knowledge of magical arrays free of charge. Upon concluding his remarks, Canaan revealed a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. He had pondered deeply about this group of alchemists, recognizing them as rare talents, despite their diverse origins. He believed that uniting them under the aegis of his mentor could forge a powerful alliance, significantly advancing the field of alchemy within the magical community while simultaneously augmenting his own influence and renown. Such a coalition would deter even the most unscrupulous individuals from attempting to undermine him. Of course, the Foundation's primary purpose was to foster the development of alchemy and assist those in need, devoid of any entanglement with organizational powers. Canaan cast a glance at Dumbledore and added, feeling it imperative to clarify his intentions to avert any suspicions. Mr. Blaine, a wizard clad in simple, unadorned robes, raised his hand and inquired, May I join as well? I wish to participate. 2 numerous wizards in the audience eagerly raised their hands, their expressions brimming with excitement. They perceived this foundation as tailor-made for them, offering both an opportunity for intellectual exchange and financial support. Please remain patient. Everyone shall have their chance. I will soon formulate the detailed regulations of the Foundation and inform you all accordingly. However, I sincerely hope that Mr. White will accept the role of Vice President, overseeing the management of our initial capital. Canaan eagerly looked towards White, contemplating the prospect of enlisting such a renowned and affluent wizard to facilitate the Foundation's future development. Of course, it would be my honor, White replied with delight. Feeling that Canaan's ideals and aspirations resonated with his own, both aimed at advancing alchemy within the magical realm. Upon hearing White's response, Canaan smiled and continued. As for the presidency, I intend to invite my mentor to assume the role. I am confident he will be most willing. He planned to disguise himself as Hohenheim, believing that it was best for the presidency to remain firmly in his grasp. Canaan then shifted his gaze to Dumbledore, saying, Mr. Headmaster, I have heard of your splendid rapport with Mr. Nicholas Flamel. I would like to extend an invitation for him to become the honorary president of the Foundation. Might you assist me in conveying this message? Dumbledore gazed at Canaan intently and replied with a smile, I would be most pleased to do so. I believe that upon learning of such a foundation, he will be unable to sleep with delight this evening. As Canaan sat in the passenger seat of the taxi, he surveyed the enchanting Parisian nightscape. After the gathering, he graciously declined Guy White's kind offer to escort him, opting instead to hail a cab by himself. He was curious to see if any ill-intentioned wizards might follow him, believing it best to address any potential threats before they could reach his home. However, Canaan's vigilance proved unnecessary. Throughout his journey, he detected no unwelcome pursuers. Paris, indeed, was a vibrant and beautiful city. He mused as he admired the neon lights outside the vehicle. As the taxi turned onto a narrow alley, Canaan noticed the diminutive wizard who had spoken multiple times at the gathering, now slumped by the roadside, feeding stray cats with some kibble. He appeared to be a gnome, standing at roughly 140 centimeters, yet bearing the features of an adult. Surely, he must have a story to tell, Canaan thought as the taxi sped past, not dwelling on the sight. Upon returning to the hotel, Canaan reported his evening's endeavors to Lincoln, who seemed particularly intrigued by the enchanted flying carpet. Canaan resolved to procure one from Azkaban for family outings in the future. The moon hung high, and the night had grown deep. Suddenly, Canaan was jolted awake by the alerting magic thread he had placed outside the door, followed by a series of urgent knocks. Meanwhile, Lincoln, in the adjacent room, was blissfully asleep, snoring like a bear, utterly undisturbed by the commotion at the door. Canaan retrieved his wand from beneath the pillow and, utilizing the pseudo-Agamotto's eye, opened the mirror dimension. Within this ethereal realm, he discovered that it was Duran who was knocking at the door. Uncle Duran, what brings you here in the dead of night? Canaan emerged from behind Duran. Oh, for heaven's sake, how did you get behind me? Duran exclaimed, startled like an agitated cat, his entire body trembling in surprise. Canaan glanced at the corridors to his left and right before once again opening the mirror space. Follow me, he instructed, sensing that Duran's late visit must hold significant importance. Duran, astonished by the sudden appearance of a fragmented space, inquired, Is this the magic of Agamotto? This is the mirror space, residing in a different dimension from the real world. I have elucidated this in my writings. It appears you have not perused them attentively. Canaan replied, pursing his lips and explaining slowly. It's truly wondrous, Duran remarked as he entered the mirror space, scrutinizing his surroundings. He regarded this little fellow as a veritable treasure, bringing forth an abundance of surprises. Can I learn this? Duran asked excitedly, envisioning that with such magic, he could even tousle Dumbledore's beard. Certainly, but it may require you to relinquish your wand and dedicate a decade to rigorous practice before you can master this magic. Canaan answered with a smile, considering 10 years a conservative estimate given Duran's magical aptitude. Perhaps not. I lack that kind of time. Duran shook his head, believing it far more pragmatic to delve into wand studies instead. Leading Duran into the room, Canaan settled onto the sofa and inquired, What have you been up to lately? Even Lucy has been unable to locate you. He had attempted to reach Duran multiple times during this period, yet received no response. Our organization has recently located that place, and I have been unable to escape alone, Duran replied helplessly, feeling closely monitored and unable to slip away. On Mont Saint-Michel in France, there's an ancient secret realm? Canaan raised an eyebrow, questioning. Well, I knew I couldn't keep it from you, Duran said, spreading his hands before continuing. My reason for coming to find you is also related to this secret realm. Did you attend the private gathering of the Gavet organization today? How did you know? Were you there? Canaan queried, perplexed about how Duran had acquired this information. I was not present, but members of our organization were. Listen to me, Duran said suddenly, his expression turning serious. We discovered an ancient defensive magical array within that secret realm, which our people could not resolve. Thus, we wish to invite some wizards with profound knowledge of magical arrays to assist, among them Gavet, whom we have been observing for quite some time. Invite? That term seems rather imprecise, Canaan remarked. Oh, other methods may not be ruled out, Duran explained unabashedly. So, your organization members discovered my expertise in magical arrays at the gathering, and therefore plan to invite me as well? Canaan surmised with a smile. Indeed. They included you on the invitation list. Upon learning this, I proactively requested the task, which allowed me the opportunity to slip away, Duran elucidated. Canaan nodded thoughtfully before turning to Uncle Duran and inquiring, "Are you aware of the recent news regarding the moonlight herb that has emerged in France?" "Indeed. It is one of the rare magical potions we discovered within the secret realm. You previously wrote to me expressing your need for this herb, and I made sure to reserve some for you," Duran replied, retrieving several wooden boxes from his satchel. "This herb is exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight and is quite favored by numerous witches. I have sold quite a few for a considerable profit. They would never suspect that this herb cannot be cultivated at all." Duran's face lit up with a smug smile. "Then they must loathe you for it," Canaan remarked with a hint of resignation, observing Duran's triumphant demeanor. He felt that Duran would likely remain single for the rest of his life. "Was the moonlight herb that appeared in France a month ago also sold by you?" Canaan pondered aloud. "A month ago? That is impossible at that time. We had yet to discover the wizarding secret realm. Moreover, how did you come by this information?" Duran questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "On the day I visited Hogwarts, Professor Snape provided me with this information. He mentioned that it was relayed to him by Dumbledore. And the owner of the apothecary in Diagon Alley also confirmed that moonlight herb was being sold in France at that time. How could that be? It was only about a week ago that we located the ancient secret realm atop Mont Saint-Michel. It was then that number one led us into that perilous place, where we unfortunately lost several members of our group," Duran reflected, a shudder running through him at the memory. "If the moonlight herb exists solely within the ancient secret realm, the only possibility is that number one discovered it a month ago and chose not to inform you," Canaan stated slowly. "But how could Dumbledore possess the moonlight herb? Could it be that he is collaborating with number one?" Duran pondered, his thoughts racing. "Unlikely. If number one is indeed the Professor Rowlinster you suspect, they would never join forces," Canaan asserted, vividly recalling the confrontation he witnessed between Dumbledore and Rowlinster at Hagrid's hut. He was certain that Dumbledore would never ally himself with such a malevolent dark wizard. Despite his ongoing grievances with Dumbledore, he recognized that Dumbledore maintained his own moral boundaries. "Dumbledore may have his own methods. That old fox is quite shrewd," Duran mused, finding himself somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. Canaan rubbed his temples and leaned back on the sofa, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Dumbledore. "If number one indeed harbored secrets from you, then she must possess some hidden truths of considerable weight. This matter is far from simple. Lately, number one has exhibited rather unusual behavior, consistently restricting our movements. It is only due to this mission that I find myself out here." Duran sighed, slumping onto the sofa, his expression weary. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a proper rest. At that moment, Canaan, still massaging his head, suddenly sat upright. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the doorway. Duran, noticing Canaan's abrupt change in demeanor, followed his line of sight to the entrance of the room. In the next instant, the door creaked open silently, revealing a triangular face adorned with spiky hair. He held a wand and scanned the room before striding inside. He was our organization's number 4, Darl, affiliated with number 1. However, he appeared oblivious to their presence. Duran noticed that Darl showed no reaction to their existence. Canaan explained, "What transpires within the mirror space bears no consequence to reality. It is an independent realm." Darl, now with a serious expression, had been tailing Delran. And upon arriving at the hotel, he realized Delran had not emerged for quite some time. Just a little wizard. Could he have faltered so easily? He advanced steadily toward the room from which the snoring emanated. "Let me out. This fellow is no easy opponent," Delran exclaimed. Rising to his feet and drawing his wand, preparing for a confrontation. Knowing Delran's capabilities, Canaan shook his head slightly. "No need to worry. I want to allow him to disturb my father." He extended his hand, tracing circles in the air. Darl, cautiously stepping closer to the room, began to wear a sinister grin as the snoring grew louder. He had resolved to thoroughly torment the source of that increasingly loud noise. Holding back his excitement, he aimed his wand at the door lock of the room. Alakazam. Suddenly, he found himself falling, having stumbled into the spatial door opened by Canaan. Tumbling into the mirror space, his startled cry echoed throughout the living room, while in the bedroom, Lincoln merely shifted in his sleep, unaffected by the commotion. In the mirror space, Delran observed Darl crash onto a wooden table not far away. Quick to react, he cast a petrification spell. "Is this the Ancient One's door-opening magic?" he asked excitedly as he picked up Darl's wand from the floor, turning to Canaan. "Indeed, if the magical energy is sufficient. I could take you to explore the moon next time," Canaan replied with a hint of pride. "This magic is truly remarkable." Though I have no desire to visit the moon, Delran remarked before moving forward to lay Darl on the sofa. How shall we deal with him? This scoundrel has taken many muggles' lives and revels in bullying the weak. Let us first inquire what information he possesses, Canaan said, pulling a vial of truth serum from his bag and pouring it into Darl's mouth. Remember to avoid the spells within his soul, otherwise we may not extract any valuable information, Delran cautioned. Canaan nodded and awaited the potion to take effect. Who sent you here? For what purpose? I was dispatched by number 1. She instructed me to follow Duran. She suspects that Duran is a mole for Dumbledore, Darl replied, shaking his head, his face flushed. Goodness. How could I possibly be aligned with Dumbledore? But is your potion working properly? He seems rather unhinged. Duran observed that Darl not only resembled a drunken individual but also had a considerable amount of white foam at the corners of his mouth. This is my own concoction. It appears there are some issues. Yet, that is of little consequence. I suspect there may indeed be a member of Dumbledore's circle among you, Canaan remarked, choosing her words carefully. Considering your earlier speculation, it seems quite plausible, Duran mused, stroking his chin in agreement. Has number 1 assigned you any other tasks recently? Canaan inquired of Darl once more. She instructed me some time ago to get in touch with a group of Death Eaters, preparing for a collaboration. Death Eaters? Duran exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that number 1 had indeed concealed numerous activities from them. But given her modus operandi, it is certainly within her capability. Canaan understood that with Voldemort's downfall, many of his Death Eaters had met their demise, while others sought redemption, and a considerable number had been incarcerated in Azkaban. The remaining Death Eaters were scarce. Who were they? How many do you recognize? Canaan inquired further, believing it prudent to clarify this information. I only encountered Crabbe, a pureblood from England. After delivering a letter from number 1 to him, I departed, knowing little else. Darl's condition seemed to deteriorate, his voice fractured and intermittent. Are you aware of number 1's information? Has she shared her plans with you? Canaan pressed, unwilling to relent. Darl gaped, a foolish grin upon his face. Copious white foam streaming from his mouth. Yes, number 1. A surge of green flames erupted from Darl's eyes, engulfing his entire being. Save me. It seemed Darl regained a semblance of awareness, reaching out toward Canaan and the others. Yet, the flames had already enveloped him wholly, in an instant. Darl was consumed by the emerald fire, reduced to ash, leaving only remnants of foam upon the floor. What a travesty. I dare say there is more than one curse residing within his soul. Duran spat, retreating a few paces, his expression one of terror. He was reminded of a similar curse lurking within his own soul. Canaan furrowed his brow, acknowledging that they had acquired a considerable amount of information, deeming it a fruitful endeavor. However, he pondered the next course of action. I believe your organization can no longer accommodate you. Returning now could be perilous. Durlan, wearing a grave expression, contemplated for a moment before resolutely stating, I intend to return and have a conversation with Filrot. He should possess a solution. Filrot? Can he be trusted? Canaan recalled the confident figure from the library. At least in our thoughts and actions, we were aligned when confronting the first. Rest assured. I shall exercise caution. Durlan patted Canaan on the shoulder, letting out a sigh. Canaan pondered for a moment and said, Wait, I believe you could seek assistance from Dumbledore. Dumbledore? Dylan exclaimed in astonishment. Currently, number 1 is collaborating with an indeterminate number of Death Eaters, and her intentions are undoubtedly nefarious. With just you and Filrot, it is likely that you will be unable to contend with them. If any of you have indeed aligned yourselves with Dumbledore, then any actions taken by your organization are already laid bare before his watchful eyes. Canaan paused momentarily before continuing. In that case, it would be wiser for you to proactively approach Dumbledore and share everything you know with him. With his assistance, you shall not find yourselves at a disadvantage against Voldemort. Are you suggesting we drag Dumbledore out of the shadows and into the light? Dylan pondered, resting his chin thoughtfully before inquiring. How can you be certain that Dumbledore will aid us? Voldemort's allure for the Death Eaters undoubtedly comes with substantial incentives, possibly even assistance for him. And Dumbledore would certainly be unwilling to witness Voldemort's premature return. Moreover, Dumbledore is a man of understanding. Neither you nor Filrot have committed any heinous acts that would invoke public outrage. He will accept you, Canaan concluded, a contemplative smile gracing his lips. You are increasingly resembling a cunning little fox, Dylan remarked playfully, realizing that Canaan had transformed significantly from the naive child he had first encountered. By the way, do you still possess that emerald? Dylan suddenly asked, as if struck by a thought. It has been transformed into an alchemical item and is constantly worn by me. Canaan replied, producing the faux eye of Agamotto from his garments, revealing the emerald within. In the films, the genuine Eye of Agamotto requires incantations to extract the gem. But he deemed such a safeguard unnecessary and thus omitted that feature. I suspect that Voldemort relies on this artifact to traverse the ancient secrets. In any case, you must keep it safe, Deland instructed after a brief examination. Are you implying that there is more than one of such artifacts? Canaan exclaimed in astonishment. He had always believed this treasure to be exceedingly rare, only to discover that a second existed. There are indeed two that have passed through my hands, though I have already surrendered them. Should you require assistance, I will be vigilant for you, Deland remarked with a knowing smile, observing Canaan's expression. I certainly have a pressing need for such an item, Canaan replied, his excitement palpable, with an ample supply of emeralds. He could employ spatial folding in the mirrored realm and even create brief pockets of folded space in the real world, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Canaan and Durlan engaged in a lengthy discussion, and before parting ways, he left a distinctive mark on Durlan's wrist, a symbol for urgent communication. This mark was etched using a potion he had crafted based on the formula from the comprehensive magical incantation. It took the form of an eye composed of black stripes. In the late hours of the night, Canaan returned to his modest bed, noticing Lincoln still resting on the pillow, blissfully unaware that he had just danced on the precipice of death. What a carefree father, Canaan mused, and then he too reclined on the soft white pillow, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, Canaan emerged from his warm cocoon, his eyes heavy with dark circles. He had previously arranged to meet Rove at the entrance of Bellowed. Rove had mentioned that before the Quidditch match commenced, there would be a small trading fair, featuring an array of broomsticks and an exhibition of intriguing knickknacks. After a brief tidying up, Canaan set forth towards Bellowed with Lincoln, who had donned the magical glasses specially crafted for him by Canaan, round-framed spectacles with golden wire. These glasses suited Lincoln remarkably well, adding an air of sophistication to his demeanor. Upon arriving at the fountain entrance of Bellowed, Canaan spotted Rove waving to him from a distance, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with a suitcase, none other than Rove's grandfather, Newt. Hey, Canaan. My grandfather and I have been waiting for you, Rove called out joyfully, waving his hand. Apologies, I overslept after a late night, Canaan explained as he jogged over, pulling Lincoln along with him. He glanced at Newt's somewhat worn suitcase. Oh, my grandfather is the same. He lingered in bed until I had to drag him out, Rove remarked, his brow furrowed, his nose elevated, clearly displeased with his grandfather's penchant for sloth. Good to see you again, Canaan, Newt greeted warmly, nodding at him before turning to Lincoln, extending his hand politely. Mr. Breen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Newt Scamander, a connoisseur of magical creatures. Oh, Mr. Scamander, you may call me Lincoln. I am a pastor, Lincoln replied, extending his right hand in return, finding the elderly gentleman quite amiable, despite his disheveled hair, which suggested a long absence from grooming. Lincoln Breen? Rove whispered to himself upon hearing the introduction, his eyes widening with curiosity as he looked at Lincoln. Are you the Iron Man? Indeed, that would be me. I am a hero dedicated to protecting the Earth. Lincoln quipped with a smile. I knew it. Everything about you is just as described in the books, golden hair, blue eyes. Except for an extra pair of eyes. But, Iron Man, do you know Dr. Strange, Stephen? Rove exclaimed, bouncing on the spot, clearly enraptured by the tales of Marvel. Of course, he is a dear friend of mine, often flaunting a red cloak in front of me. We frequently collaborate to safeguard the Earth against extraterrestrial threats, Lincoln replied earnestly, finding this innocent child far more entertaining than his astute son. That sounds incredible, Iron Man. Could you arrange for me to meet Mr. Stephen? Rove asked eagerly. All right, Rove, we should be on our way. You and Iron Man can chat along the journey. Newt interjected, playfully patting Rove's head, amused by his grandson's naivete, thinking he had been far more discerning at that age. Canaan observed the scene with a bemused smile, shaking his head before following Newt, who led the way. Mr. Brain, is there truly a Camartage? Newt inquired softly, walking alongside Canaan. He found the depiction of Camartage in the Marvel Universe to be strikingly vivid. Perhaps there is, Canaan replied, shrugging with a mysterious smile, refraining from giving a direct answer. As they traversed past the fountain, they arrived at Bellowed. Canaan noted that the atmosphere seemed different from the previous day. Numerous wizards hurried anxiously along the streets, and the foot traffic was significantly less than it had been before. Scattered across the azure marble floor were numerous newspapers, and the surrounding shops were shuttered tightly. It seems something has transpired here, Lincoln remarked, gazing at the desolate street. Canaan picked up a newspaper, which bore the headline, Several inns in Bellowed were attacked last night, with numerous wizards reported missing. The French Ministry of Magic is currently compiling a list of the missing. Accompanying the article was a blurred photograph of the attacked inn. devoid of any discernible assailants. It was suspected to be an assault by Death Eaters, as fortunate survivors claimed to have witnessed a multitude of dark-robed wizards transforming into black smoke and soaring away. The Guavet family castle was also attacked last night, and the whereabouts of the Guavet family remain unknown. The French Ministry of Magic has solemnly declared that they will dispatch numerous Aurors to investigate this matter and rescue the abducted wizards. It appears that last night, Number 1 and the Death Eaters collaborated in their assault, though the resulting commotion was unexpected. After reading the newspaper, Canaan contemplated the implications and then passed it to Newt and the others. Fortunately, we have been staying outside these past 2 days. Lincoln remarked with relief after perusing the article. He had originally intended to lodge at an inn in Bellowed, but upon Canaan's suggestion that wizarding inns were not as convenient as Muggle hotels, he decided to stay outdoors instead, a choice that now seemed prescient. Hearing Lincoln's words, Canaan smiled faintly. Lincoln was blissfully unaware that more than one wizard had visited them the previous night. Shall we still attend the Quidditch match? Will it proceed as planned? Rolf inquired, a hint of disappointment in his voice, as he had long anticipated the match. It should be fine. Quidditch will likely continue as scheduled. At this juncture, the Ministry of Magic requires such spirited events to stabilize public morale, Newt gently explained to the group. Let us hasten to find a fireplace and make our way there. There is little of interest left to explore here. Canaan took the lead, with the others swiftly following. Grandfather Scamander, were you not with Dumbledore? Canaan casually inquired along the way, eager to ascertain Dumbledore's whereabouts. Grandfather Dumbledore vanished early this morning. I searched his quarters thoroughly but found no trace of him, Rolf interjected, visibly irritated. He felt that Dumbledore's abrupt departure without so much as a word was quite discourteous. That old fellow often behaves thus. There is little I can do about it, Newt shrugged helplessly. However, he suspected that Dumbledore might be involved in the recent attacks. Very well, Canaan nodded, surmising that Dumbledore was likely with Durlawn and the others at that moment. He pondered the situation on their end, wondering how things were unfolding. If circumstances were dire, Durlawn would surely notify him, allowing him to rush over immediately. Canaan glanced at the eye symbol on his wrist, contemplating. Emerging from the fireplace in Bellowed, Canaan and his companions found themselves in a vast, open field, with a magnificent circular stadium rising in the distance. The sun still hung in the southwestern sky, completely obscured by the grand structure, casting Canaan and his friends into shadow. Numerous tents had been erected around the stadium, with many people bustling about, accompanied by distant shouts and cheers. It seemed the events in Bellowed had not impacted this location in the slightest. Lincoln gazed in awe at the distant stadium, muttering, it must be able to accommodate dozens of grand cathedrals. It can hold around 100,000 wizards, Newt remarked, observing Lincoln's astonished expression. The French Ministry of Magic expends considerable human and material resources each year to maintain this stadium, employing Muggle-repelling charms here. Let us first explore the market. Each year it showcases many intriguing items, and the Quidditch match does not commence until evening, Newt added, leading the way. Newt appeared to have attended numerous Quidditch matches, exhibiting familiarity with the surroundings. Each tent was likely enchanted with the extension charm, transforming the interior into a miniature shop, where many wizards hawk their wares outside their tents to attract customers. During the match, we find it quite difficult to see the Quaffle and Bludgers, let alone the elusive Snitch. Newt guided them into one of the tents, suggesting it would be prudent to acquire a panoramic telescope. The price should not be exorbitant. I recall it being 2 galleons last year. Sir, the market conditions this year are poor. The panoramic telescope is 2 sickles more expensive than last year, a wizard attendant, dressed in the garb of service, approached upon hearing Newt's voice. Oh, well, it is indeed time for a price increase. I will take 3, Newt replied, shaking his head and producing a handful of galleons from his pocket. He smiled at Canaan and the others, adding, I saved 1 from last year. It should still be usable. What is this? Rolf pointed to a player model before him. It was a finely crafted Iron Man model, the colors of gold and red merging beautifully, specifically the Mark 7 model. This is a model of Iron Man, crafted by Master Guavet. It can levitate in the air without falling. This is the mightiest Muggle from the Marvel lore. As the attendant demonstrated, the model floated effortlessly in midair, completely still. What purpose does this serve? Newt mused aloud, utterly perplexed as to why anyone would wish to purchase such a toy. Canaan held the model in his hands and remarked with a smile, I ought to ask Guavet for some royalties. He then recalled that Guavet had been captured by the Death Eaters and was likely enduring a difficult time. The model was indeed impressive. He inquired about the price. How much is it? I shall take it. Lincoln retrieved a considerable sum of gold galleons from his pocket, a gift from Canaan before his departure that morning. "Sir, it is 10 galleons," the attendant replied with a bow, his face beaming with delight. The pricing of this item was rather steep, although it would surely delight many children. Its sales prospects were not particularly favorable. Canaan wore a perplexed expression. He had not anticipated that a mere toy model enhanced with a floating magic array could fetch a price of 10 golden galleons. How much had Gu White profited at his expense? No matter. Lincoln, with a flourish, produced 10 golden galleons and presented them to the attendant. He then turned and handed the Iron Man model to Rolf. "Little one, a gift from your uncle on our first meeting." Throughout their journey, Rolf had persistently engaged Lincoln in conversation, and Lincoln found himself quite fond of the child. "Thank you, Uncle Iron Man," Rolf exclaimed, his face alight with delight as he received the model, unable to part with it. Newt observed this heartwarming scene, chuckling softly, before leading Canaan and the others out of the tent. The European Quidditch Championship occurs once every 3 years, drawing wizards from all corners of the globe. Many wizards sought to capitalize on this opportunity for financial gain. Ahead, numerous vendors offered snacks, including a delightful Indian butter and honey beverage that I have always cherished. However, we could wait until later to purchase some. As Newt guided them along, he explained, pointing to a large red tent up ahead, which was always the most vibrant hub of activity, featuring a variety of flying broomsticks for sale within its confines. Canaan gazed towards Newt, where a tent sprawling nearly 100 square meters came into view, standing at an impressive height of approximately 20 meters, nestled in the heart of a cluster of tents. Numerous wizards exuberantly entered and exited the tent. "Let us proceed. Various activities are often held within, and perhaps you might have the chance to acquire a limited edition flying broom." Newt smiled at Canaan and Rove before stepping into the tent. The interior of the tent was a stark contrast to the outside world, featuring a floor crafted from transparent jade, while the ceiling was enchanted to depict a serene blue sky adorned with fluffy clouds. The space was vast, reminiscent of a stadium in size, with a designated area where many wizards soared on their brooms, seemingly a specialized test flight zone. At a distance, a server clad in a striking red robe was elucidating. The history of Quidditch is long-standing, originating from the initial Sweep series, followed by the Comet series, and ultimately the Nimbus series. He gestured towards a display wall, his voice resonating clearly. The wall was adorned with an array of broomstick models. Canaan recognized the Nimbus 1700 he had once purchased in Diagon Alley for 134 galleons, now priced at a mere 120 galleons here, a significant reduction. He also spotted the Nimbus 1900, currently the pinnacle of performance in the Nimbus series, yet also the costliest at 788 galleons. He recalled that Harry had used a Nimbus 2000 upon his enrollment, equally expensive, and noted that this model had yet to be released. "Ladies and gentlemen," Canaan was once again captivated by the server's booming voice as he unveiled an exquisitely crafted broomstick, streamlined and shimmering. "Behold the Firebolt, undoubtedly familiar to many. It is the fastest broom in the world. Its handle is fashioned from the wood of the yew tree, featuring a hollowed-out serial number on the broom's grip, ensuring each one is unique. Currently, we have only 3 Firebolts available, priced at 2,000 galleons." He raised the Firebolt high, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd, which began to gather in increasing numbers. "How exorbitant," Canaan murmured. Having acquired a flying cloak, he felt no need for such a broom-like contraption. The high-speed flying cloak surpassed the Firebolt in speed while also providing warmth and wind resistance. Noticing the crowd's growing interest, the server's smile widened. "In celebration of the Quidditch tournament, we are also hosting a broomstick knowledge competition, with the ultimate winner receiving a broomstick from my personal collection." "A broomstick knowledge competition? What is that?" Rove inquired, intrigued as he turned to his grandfather. "Each young wizard will receive a quiz sheet, and the highest scorer will be rewarded. The last time I was here, a young wizard won a limited edition broomstick. I believe it was a Nimbus 1000, Newt interjected. "The Nimbus 1000. Rove grimaced. "That is quite slow." Canaan, observing Rove's disdain, chuckled softly and explained, "The Nimbus 1000 was the first broom in the Nimbus series, a highly coveted item for some broomstick collectors. Ladies and gentlemen, our knowledge competition is exclusively for underage wizards, and the winner will receive a mysterious broomstick." The server produced a large stack of white quiz sheets, drawing a rush of eager young wizards, indicating its immense popularity. "Hey, Canaan, shall we participate together?" Rove, equally excited, tugged Canaan forward into the throng. Canaan received a white answer sheet, accompanied by a white feather quill. He noticed that both items seemed to be ensorcelled with an anti-cheating spell. As he glanced over the questions, he discerned approximately 10 inquiries, all of which appeared to be rather simple, seemingly devoid of any significant challenge. 1. What are the components of a flying broom? The bristles, the handle. 2. Who is the inventor of the cushion charm? Smith. Canaan shook his head and swiftly completed the questions. At the Lehan bookstore, he had perused every book available, all of which contained simple knowledge and trivia about flying brooms, making the task exceedingly effortless for him. Even the more ambiguous information was easily recalled with a mere flicker of memory. The wizards had seemed to augment his brain, akin to enhancing his mental capacity with additional memory and external storage, thereby accelerating his cognitive processes and expanding his knowledge reservoir. Sir, I have finished, Canaan declared, handing the test paper and quill to the red-robed attendant. This action immediately sparked a flurry of chatter among the audience. I'm only on the 4th question. Good grief. He must be cheating. How could he be so fast? So quick? Let me see. It appears the anti-cheating charm has been triggered. The attendant scrutinized the answers and found them all impeccably correct, conceding, well, I can't find any mistakes. Less than 2 minutes into the knowledge competition, the anticipated effect had yet to materialize, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. He summoned his companion to meticulously examine Canaan's answers. However, Canaan's responses were beyond reproach. Even the handwriting was exceptionally neat. Setting down the magnifying glass, the red-robed attendant resignedly announced, Ladies and gentlemen, our knowledge quiz has concluded. This young gentleman, Mr. Canaan, shall receive my mysterious flying broom. Young lad, this is a treasured piece from my collection, the Meteor series. Cherish it well. The attendant reluctantly handed a broom wrapped in cloth to Canaan. Meteor? Indeed, Meteor. Noticing Canaan's puzzled expression, the attendant elucidated, a few years ago, this limited edition flying broom was released alongside the Firebolt. However, regrettably, the Meteor series had a significant flaw. Its emphasis on aesthetics led to the incorporation of a non-standard aerodynamic design, rendering the broom prone to disintegration during high-speed flights. Disintegration? Canaan frowned, pondering that free items rarely held any genuine value. Such a flying broom, even at a low price, would likely find no buyers. Young lad, this broom is highly collectible. Fewer than 100 remain on the market, the rest have been destroyed. You may examine it, and if it does not meet your expectations, I can offer you a switch to the Nimbus series, the red-robed attendant patiently explained, determined to appease Canaan amidst the throng of onlookers. Canaan reluctantly unwrapped the cloth from the broom. It was a splendidly crafted flying broom, adorned in a resplendent azure hue, with a handle fashioned from an unknown blue wood, exquisitely polished to a brilliance reminiscent of diamonds. The slender branches at the broom's tail were long, straight, and meticulously aligned, rendering the entire piece an exquisite work of art that captivated the eye. Many young wizards gasped in awe, their faces reflecting envy, for they had never encountered a broom of such color, let alone one so aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, Canaan found this flying broom to be remarkably beautiful, akin to the enchanting night sky dotted with stars, a truly delightful sight. As long as you are satisfied, remember that the Meteor's streamlined design is perfection itself, and thus never exceed a flying speed of 100 miles per hour. The red-robed attendant, witnessing Canaan's acquiescence, could not help but exhale in relief. Canaan nodded, aware that the maximum speed of a firebolt arrow is approximately 150 miles per hour, and this Meteor series flying broom surpassed many others in speed. After stowing the Meteor in a storage bag, Canaan and his companions hastily departed. He had no desire to parade through the streets with the strikingly vibrant broom. Canaan, you truly are impressive. I only managed to solve 5 questions, while you have completed them all, remarked Rolf, emerging from the tent with a look of admiration. If you could finish reading all the books in a bookstore, you could do it too, Canaan chuckled, patting Rolf on the shoulder. In the ensuing hours, Newt led them through most of the market. During this time, Lincoln purchased 3 quaffles specifically for Quidditch, encasing them in a large leather trunk. He expressed his desire to bring back some unique souvenirs from this rare visit. However, Canaan mused that if his father dared to display such items at home, he would likely face the wrath of a furious Ellen. Around 6 in the evening, after enjoying dinner in a food tent, they set off towards the magnificent stadium not far away. Upon arriving at the entrance, Canaan noticed a lengthy queue formed outside, accompanied by a cacophony of excited chatter and laughter. This fervent atmosphere was indeed contagious. First-class ticket. Premium box. A female employee from the Ministry of Magic stood at the entrance, checking tickets. She glanced at Canaan's ticket and coldly remarked, this ticket had been booked a few days prior via Owl, and at that time, the availability was dwindling, with only a few premium box tickets remaining. costing Canaan 50 galleons, a considerable sum. "Mr. Scamander, shall we sit together?" Canaan proposed, noting that Newt and the others had purchased standard tickets, while there were still several empty seats in his box. "It would be an honor," Newt replied joyfully, pulling Rolf along. His life had always been quite frugal, with most of his earnings spent on caring for his magical creatures. The environment of the premium box was vastly superior to that of the ordinary seats, and he had no reason to decline. The stadium resembled a colossal bird's nest, with numerous entrances surrounding it. The path leading inside was adorned with a crimson carpet, and the area was festooned with balloons and an array of lights. Canaan and the others surged into the crowd, ascending the steps as they gradually dispersed into the left and right viewing boxes. The premier boxes were located on the highest tier, where attendants served refreshments. They located their box according to the numbers on their tickets. Within the box, an enchantment of infinite extension had been cast, rendering the space significantly larger than it appeared externally. The floor was adorned with a luxurious sheepskin carpet, and symmetrical leather sofas flanked either side, with a tea table in the center displaying a platter of fruits and pastries. Indeed, life with Garen was distinctly different. Reclining on the comfortable sofa, Canaan silently marveled at his fortune. At that moment, Newt placed the large suitcase he had been carrying onto the central tea table and unlocked its clasp. "I may need to feed my pets before the competition begins," he remarked. "Pets?" Lincoln inquired with a perplexed expression. "You can come and see for yourself. Rolf must stay outside. If anyone approaches, call us," Newt instructed as he stepped into the suitcase, gesturing for Lincoln and Canaan to follow suit with a smile. "Oh, how astonishing. Does this suitcase possess the infinite extension charm as well?" Lincoln approached, intrigued by how Newt managed to enter such a small container, and curiously touched the exterior. Observing that Newt had completely vanished into the suitcase's interior, Canaan encouraged Lincoln, "Father, you should join him. The space within is quite ample. You are likely to encounter many rare magical creatures." "Magical creatures?" Lincoln's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Rolf, we will return shortly. If someone comes, remember to knock on the suitcase," Canaan instructed Rolf. He had always been fascinated by this suitcase during his previous life while watching films, believing it to be the true artifact of the Harry Potter universe, containing various simulated climates and housing numerous endangered magical beasts. "Very well, but do return swiftly. I do not wish to wait too long. And remember to ask grandfather to feed my Niffler. It has hardly eaten all day," Rolf pouted, sitting sulkily on the sofa, feeling somewhat abandoned. "Such vast space within this suitcase," Lincoln exclaimed as he clumsily tumbled out, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses and surveying the surroundings. Before him lay a serene bamboo grove, with a few elegantly designed bamboo houses nearby. "I may need your assistance in feeding the bird snake and Niffler. The food is located in the bamboo grove. If you encounter any issues, just shout. I will hear you," Newt said, emerging from one of the bamboo houses with a large sack of food, before suddenly vanishing from sight. "Where did he go?" Lincoln turned to ask. "He must have ventured elsewhere to feed them. Now, father, let us begin, or we may miss the Quidditch match," Canaan replied, entering one of the bamboo houses. There, he discovered piles of feed, each labeled with the names of the creatures, Niffler and bird snake. "I've read about the bird snake. It's a winged serpent. What was the title of that book?" Lincoln scratched his head, trailing behind Canaan. "Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them." "Yes, that's the one. However, the book states that the bird snake is a level 4 magical creature. Is it wise for us to feed it directly without precautions? We really should have brought Rolf. He has more experience," Lincoln lamented. He felt that a muggle and an underage wizard were ill-equipped to handle creatures of such a high danger level. "Trust me, father. I've learned a few things from Hagrid about cohabiting with magical creatures. As long as you approach with no ill intent and refrain from making any threatening movements, they are unlikely to attack," Canaan reassured him. Canaan once again offered some feed to Lincoln, explaining that Mr. Scamander wanted them to partake in this unique experience, which should not be missed. "Oh, very well," Lincoln replied with a shrug, feeling somewhat reassured. They arrived at the heart of the bamboo grove, where a melodious sound resonated, reminiscent of birdsong. Approaching closer, they discovered a bamboo-crafted nest in a small clearing. Within this nest, approximately 1 meter in diameter, several fledgling bird serpents were vociferously calling out, seemingly famished. As they sensed the footsteps of the newcomers, their cries grew louder. "You can simply toss the food into the nest, and they will pick it up themselves," Canaan remarked, observing the 3 blue baby serpents. "How intriguing," Lincoln exclaimed, mimicking Canaan's actions by tossing food into the nest. "May I touch them?" He pondered aloud. "Father, I would advise against it. As their parents seemed to be returning, Canaan cautioned, pointing towards the distant sound. Suddenly, an enormous creature approached with an imposing presence, trampling a swath of bamboo along its path. It was an adult bird serpent, exceeding 10 meters in length, halting before Canaan and Lincoln, its bright eyes scrutinizing them. "What does it intend to do?" Lincoln asked, swallowing nervously. Perhaps it wishes to express gratitude," Canaan conjectured, sensing no hostility from the majestic creature. "Hello there." Canaan greeted warmly, bowing slightly and maintaining eye contact with the serpent. Hagrid had once advised him that such gestures often worked wonders with friendly magical creatures. And it was through this method that Canaan had tamed Buckbeak. The adult bird serpent, observing Canaan's gesture, seemed to lower its guard and cease to regard them with suspicion. It then swiftly diminished in size and burrowed into the nest. "Remarkable!" Lincoln sighed in relief, exclaiming, "All right, father, let us hasten to finish feeding. Over there awaits a group of nifflers." Canaan swiftly tossed the remaining food and urged him along. The nifflers' dwelling was not far from their location, and after a short stroll, they caught sight of a large cage, adorned with a soft carpet and a very comfortable environment. Inside, several nifflers were frolicking, eagerly competing to snatch up a few transparent gems to stow away in their pouches. Canaan perceived that this creature bore a striking resemblance to the platypus from a previous life. Albeit with a notable distinction, Sniffles exhibited a remarkable intelligence and agility far surpassing that of the platypus, along with a fondness for glittering objects. Upon noticing Canaan and Lincoln approaching, the animals abruptly ceased their playful antics, advancing to grasp the railing, their expressions imbued with curiosity as they regarded the newcomers, seemingly bewildered by the presence of individuals they had never encountered before. Canaan beheld a peculiar creature known as a sniffle, adorned in a vibrant red sweater. The golden pendant necklace at its chest was inscribed with the letters spelling Roth. It clutched the railing, its eyes wide and glistening, darting around Canaan as if lost in reminiscence. Canaan believed that this must be the little sniffle he had gifted to Rove in America, though he was taken aback by its remarkable growth and the fact that it was clad in what appeared to be a human garment, presumably a creation of Rove's. However, this particular sniffle seemed to be somewhat of an outcast, standing at the far end of the cage, distanced from the others. "Hello, little ones. We have brought you some food," Lincoln announced, tossing the morsels into the enclosure, careful not to approach too closely. Yet, upon seeing the food, the group of sniffles became agitated, squawking loudly and displaying their displeasure. They picked up the food and tossed it back. "Oh, it seems they do not accept this method of feeding," Lincoln remarked with a resigned shrug, edging a bit closer in an attempt to personally offer the treats. This time, the sniffles showed no resistance, rushing forward in a flurry to snatch Lincoln's offerings, eagerly stuffing the flat morsels into their mouths. The peculiar sounds of their chewing filled the air. "Take your time. There's plenty for everyone," Lincoln encouraged, occasionally retrieving more food from his bag, his delight evident as he relished the experience. Canaan noticed that Rolf Sniffler remained stationary, gazing enviously at the food Lincoln was offering, yet dared not approach. This little creature appeared to be isolated. Observing this, Canaan retrieved some food and walked to the opposite side of the cage. "Little fellow, do you remember me?" He gently extended the food. The niffler scratched its furry head with its tiny paw, first displaying a look of confusion, then joyfully accepting the offering. "Well?" Canaan chuckled upon seeing the little one immediately engrossed in its meal. Interacting with these creatures truly brought joy to both body and spirit. At that moment, Newt's figure suddenly appeared, drenched in sweat and slightly panting. "It seems your progress is commendable," he approached, carrying an empty sack, indicating that the feeding had concluded. "Haha, they have been quite cooperative," Lincoln remarked as he handed over the last handful of food, then inquired, "But are we just going to keep them caged?" "They are occasionally released, but each time they create a chaotic mess in the entire enclosure, and they particularly enjoy darting outside. It takes considerable effort to locate them." Newt replied with a hint of resignation, feeling his own vitality waning compared to his younger days. Indeed, Canaan nodded, aware that nifflers are notorious for their mischief, unable to resist shiny objects. "However, you might consider enlisting the help of individuals who appreciate magical creatures to care for them," Canaan suggested. "There used to be people, but who would want to stay cooped up in a cage all the time?" Newt chuckled, squinting with a nostalgic expression, then slowly added, "Now it is just my wife and me caring for them. My wife is far more attentive than I am." Mentioning his wife, his brow relaxed and a smile graced his face. "I truly envy you," Canaan smiled back, knowing that Newt's wife was a stern orer, contrasting greatly with the introverted Newt. Their union must have been quite a journey. "All right, we should head back," Rolf is likely waiting anxiously. Next time, when we have ample time, I can show you around properly. Newt suddenly recalled his grandson and hurriedly spoke. All right. Canaan nodded, then turned to glance at Rolf's Niffler, which was looking up at him, seemingly lost in thought. Little one, I must take my leave. I shall visit you again. Canaan crouched down, gently stroking its head, then produced a gold galleon to offer. Instantly, the little creature fixated on the coin, swiftly snatching it and slyly tucking it into its pouch, as if nothing had occurred. That should bring you joy for a while, Canaan chuckled, shaking his head, before turning to follow Newt. Emerging from the enclosure, Canaan was greeted by a cacophony of sound outside. It seemed the Quidditch match was about to commence. At last, you've emerged. I've been waiting for ages. Rolf pouted, his face etched with displeasure. We apologize, but Quidditch is about to start, so let us hurry outside. We can't miss it, Canaan consoled. Rolf was immediately captivated by the mention of Quidditch, his expression brightening. By the way, there was a loud announcement just now, saying we could gather at the stands outside. Quidditch is about to begin. Upon reaching the suite's exit, they discovered a bustling scene outside, where the previously empty seats were now overflowing with spectators. This is a crowd of 100,000 witches and wizards. Lincoln marveled at the throng below, his awe palpable. The premium seats were located at the pinnacle of the stadium, directly facing the golden goalposts, comprised of around 20 opulent purple and gilded chairs arranged in 2 rows. As Canaan and his companions had arrived late, they had to settle for the seats at the back. To their right stood a massive blackboard, where golden letters danced across. Seemingly advertisements for the spectators. Firebolt, the essential broomstick for Quidditch players, safe, swift, with an integrated anti-theft alarm. Mrs. Scourgify's universal cleaning solution, effortlessly removes stains. Canaan. It seems your Niffler is being ostracized by the others, he remarked, observing Rolf entranced by the advertisements. He felt it necessary to discuss the matter with Rolf. I'm aware, Rolf turned to explain. My grandfather said Nifflers are social creatures and should not be kept alone. They need to learn to interact with others. Or they want to find a mate later. I've decided to bring it home only after it has befriended my grandfather's Nifflers, he added with a smile. Canaan nodded in agreement, deeming it the best course of action. He then directed his gaze towards the center of the stadium, where a middle-aged gentleman clad in a wizard's robe stood resolutely upon an elevating platform. The platform ascended gradually, reaching the zenith of the arena. It was none other than Francis Weber, the newly appointed Minister of Magic for France. A voice from the seats ahead remarked. The merchant minister? Indeed, it was he. Hailing from a lineage not only affluent but also remarkably influential, Francis Weber pointed his wand towards his throat and then brought it to his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 219th European Quidditch Championships. His voice resonated powerfully, ensuring that every individual in attendance could hear him clearly. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers and applause, waving flags and singing a medley of national anthems, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Who are those riding the brooms? Lincoln suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. Canaan glanced over and beheld a cadre of adeptly attired wizards soaring on broomsticks above the stadium, seemingly conducting a patrol. Is that an American Auror? Canaan's eyes widened as he recognized the leader as Schuster, the very Auror with whom he had experienced several confrontations. Goodness. What is he doing here? Canaan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the French Quidditch match would invite an American Auror for oversight, especially when there were Aurors from both France and England present. Newt interjected, his expression solemn as he too turned his gaze skyward. Canaan, I may need your assistance in looking after Rolf shortly. Newt leaned closer to Canaan, speaking softly. Are you leaving? Canaan asked. Dumbledore may require my help. As you know, things have become increasingly perilous with a resurgence of Death Eaters, and he cannot manage alone. Newt did not conceal the gravity of the situation, divulging Dumbledore's concerns. Oh, very well, but I am merely a minor wizard, Canaan replied with a smile, bemused by Newt's faith in him. Canaan, you are a remarkable young man. I see many admirable qualities in you, Newt remarked, patting Canaan on the shoulder before gathering his suitcase and preparing to depart. Aren't you going to wait a moment? The situation doesn't appear so dire at present, Canaan urged quietly, grasping Newt's arm. Newt gestured towards the sky. That is the signal from Dumbledore. Collaboration among Aurors from various nations is unprecedented. Should danger arise, seek refuge within the tent. It is protected by enchantments. With that, Newt hurriedly departed, vanishing with a flicker of apparition. Canaan, unsettled by Newt's urgency, furrowed his brow as he glanced at the symbol in his hand, which still showed no response. What could be the situation in Durmstrang? Rolf, Having observed his grandfather's brief conversation with Canaan, anxiously sought to ascertain where his grandfather had gone. For the Quidditch match was about to commence. Canaan gazed at the bewildered Rolf, marveling at Newt's audacity in entrusting his grandson to him. He had departed to seek Dumbledore, for there were likely pressing matters that required their attention. "You may accompany me for the time being," he instructed. Dumbledore can be rather mischievous. Now my grandfather will miss the Quidditch match, an event he has eagerly anticipated for quite some time, Rolf pouted, lamenting on behalf of his grandfather. Canaan shook his head with a smile and then advised Lincoln before rising to enter the private room. Inside the chamber, Canaan skillfully opened the mirror space and employed a door-opening spell to directly arrive at the laboratory in London. Sensing that significant events were likely to unfold, he deemed it prudent to be well prepared. He gathered several sonic orbs, fog grenades, and other spare items that had been reserved in the laboratory, and before departing, he brought Lucy along. Now armed with a wand and a repertoire of offensive spells, Lucy's combat prowess was formidable in terms of scat strength. She could contend with 5 adversaries single-handedly. Exiting through the golden portal with Lucy, Canaan then dismantled the mirror space. "Lucy, you shall remain here. There are some sweets. Feel free to indulge if you grow hungry. I will call for you if needed," Canaan instructed before leaving, as he did not wish to explain the presence of a pet house elf. Upon exiting the tent, Canaan discovered that the cheers from the crowd outside had intensified. The audience's screams and shouts echoed wildly, as if in a frenzy. "Canaan, where have you been? The athletes from various national teams have just entered. You've missed so much," exclaimed Rolf, hurriedly putting down his panoramic telescope upon seeing Canaan. "All right, I won't miss anything further. But what exciting events have transpired?" Canaan inquired as he took his seat and raised the telescope to his eyes. The Bulgarian national team introduced their mascot, a group of scantily clad cheerleaders who seemed to be quite popular, Rolf remarked, perplexed as to why a mere assembly of golden-haired girls would garner such acclaim. He then gestured in a particular direction. "Cheerleaders?" Canaan gazed into the distance and beheld a multitude of women, perhaps numbering around 100, clad in revealing garments, standing gracefully upon the azure grass. Their skin was remarkably fair and smooth, and their golden tresses danced lightly in the breeze, captivating all who beheld them. The text described the Maiwa, a shape-shifting fae, dwelling in forests and secluded lakes, far from the footprints of humanity. They possessed the ability to transform into various creatures, and when they took on the form of women, they became the most alluring of enchantresses, particularly when engaged in dance. Their allure, akin to a potent aphrodisiac, was often irresistible to men. Regrettably, Canaan felt no such impact from the Maiwa's charm. He merely acknowledged their undeniable beauty, which was indeed a feast for the eyes. Could it be that he was not a man at all? Did they just dance? He inquired of Rolf. Yes, they did. However, Uncle Lincoln nearly leaped from here. Fortunately, I managed to hold him back, Rolf replied honestly, somewhat perplexed by Uncle Iron Man's sudden frenzy. That must have been quite embarrassing, Canaan chuckled, shaking his head. He understood that the Maiwa's allure was exponentially magnified for adult muggles, making Lincoln's actions quite natural. Nearby, Lincoln had been peering through a panoramic telescope, seemingly believing that this would render him invisible to others. He had been oblivious to the events that transpired, only aware that the Maiwa's dance had grown increasingly enchanting, drawing him deeper into a trance, accompanied by a soft whisper urging him to join in the revelry. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself precariously perched on the railing, half of his body suspended in the air. In that moment, he sensed that the entire stadium was focused upon him. He resolved never to participate in such a ridiculous Quidditch tournament again. At that moment, the Irish team concluded their entrance, accompanied by their mascot, a diminutive green fairy known as the Irish leprechaun, flitting through the air and showering the audience with magically conjured gold coins. Subsequently, players from various national teams took to the field, while Minister Francis Weber continued to excel as the commentator, his resonant voice echoing throughout the stadium. With a triumphant cheer from the minister, the match commenced officially. This was Canaan's first experience of a Quidditch match, and what a thrilling world championship it was. On the field, players soared on their firebolt brooms, darting through the air with remarkable agility, forming intricate offensive formations, swiftly passing the quaffle. Amidst the cacophony of cheers from the crowd, Canaan felt his blood surge with excitement. As the match reached its midpoint, the score remained tied at 50-50. The seekers from both teams darted back and forth across the pitch, desperately searching for the elusive golden snitch, hoping to secure victory. There it is. A voice rang out from the stands. Upon hearing the call, both seekers sped towards it, eager to seize the snitch before their opponents could reach it. Canaan furrowed his brow deeply, for he had just witnessed a golden snitch soaring into the sky, and there could not possibly be two such elusive creatures in play. At that moment, the Irish seeker was already a step ahead, racing towards the golden snitch. A smile crossed his face as he beheld the snitch so close at hand. Although he sensed that the snitch's speed seemed significantly slower than during their training, he could not afford to ponder this further. Victory was within reach. He swiftly extended his hand and grasped the fluttering golden snitch. However, before joy could even illuminate his features, he realized something was amiss with the snitch in his grasp. Oh no. With a resounding bang, the Irish seeker was flung far away, plummeting from the heights, eliciting gasps of shock from the audience below. Yet, it seemed the turmoil was far from over. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing countless golden snitches to take flight throughout the arena, swiftly darting towards the crowd and prompting a series of explosive sounds. This sudden upheaval left everyone in the arena utterly unprepared. They cried out in alarm. Many wizards brandishing their wands for protection, while others resorted to apparition, vanishing from the scene. The Aurors, who had been circling above, quickly descended to restore order, engaging the chasing golden snitches. However, their numbers were overwhelming, rendering the Aurors' efforts futile. At that moment, a burning sensation surged through Canaan's wrist. It was a signal from Duran. Could it be that trouble had also arisen on Duran's side? Father, you took Rolf into the tent box, and Lucy is there too. It will protect you. Canaan hastily instructed before slipping into the chaos of the crowd. He found a secluded corner and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. The crimson cloak enveloped him tightly, allowing him to vanish without a trace. In the next instant, Canaan's figure materialized in a dense forest, where the vegetation thrived and trees crowded together, resembling a primeval mountain range. Onward, Canaan murmured, hastening in the direction of Duran. After sprinting through the woods for about 2 minutes, he spotted a concealed cave ahead, and the burning sensation on his wrist intensified. Undoubtedly, Duran must be within this cave. Activating the faux Agamotto's eye, Canaan entered the mirrored space, his greatest reliance. The cave's surroundings were rocky, adorned with moss, exuding a sense of age. As he ventured deeper, the light diminished, prompting Canaan to draw his wand for illumination. And he noticed the cave's interior expanding. What is this? Canaan discovered the lifeless body of a middle-aged man lying ahead, his eyes wide open in despair. A large gaping wound in his chest, bleeding profusely. What kind of curse is this? Canaan approached to examine closely, but he could not discern the means by which the man had perished. Among all the spells he knew, none seemed capable of inflicting such an injury. However, he noticed a serpent-like design on the man's wrist, indicating he was a Death Eater. Stop, a furious voice commanded. Canaan suddenly lifted his head, as if he had heard a furious roar emanating from the depths of the cave. Without paying any further heed to the corpse, he immediately rose and hastened towards the interior of the cavern. Before long, Canaan discerned a group of figures in the distance. Many among them were wielding wands directed forward. He also spotted Gewhite and the Indian sorcerer Ask among the throng. However, their situation appeared dire, as their hands were bound, and several individuals were menacingly pointing wands at them. Canaan hurried forward, eager to discern the unfolding events. It appeared he had reached the cave's terminus, where Dumbledore and his companions seemed to be ensnared, flanked by a circular dais adorned with 4 stone pillars upon which numerous magical runes were intricately etched. Dumbledore, you underestimate my patience. Once more, I implore you, do not interfere, Lorelynst exclaimed angrily, directing her wand at Dumbledore. She had led a group of captured alchemists into the depths of the cave towards the teleportation array, only to be taken aback by Filrith's sudden betrayal, which summoned Dumbledore and Dralin. I should have anticipated this. You and Dumbledore are aligned, she retorted, shifting her wand towards Filrot and Dralin. Stay calm, my friends, and Dumbledore, Filrot urged, swiftly retreating to shield the teleportation array with Dralin, brandishing his wand towards Dumbledore. Mr. Dumbledore, our prior agreement did not encompass the destruction of this teleportation array. Should you persist, I would not hesitate to ally with Number 1 to eliminate you here. Previously, he and Dralin had conferred with Dumbledore to jointly address the cohort of Death Eaters under Number 1's command. However, he had not anticipated Dumbledore's intention to act against the teleportation array, though thankfully, he had managed to intervene. Dumbledore, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, I am aware of your plans and intentions, however, I genuinely advise against proceeding there. Meanwhile, Newt stood behind him, one hand clutching his wand and the other grasping a briefcase. The atmosphere had devolved into a stalemate, with all parties warily observing one another. In the mirrored space, Canaan was taken aback by the situation's escalation. He was perplexed as to why Dumbledore sought to sabotage the teleportation array, thus eroding Philrot and Dralen's trust in him. However, Lorland's faction still held a distinct advantage, with approximately 10 individuals in their ranks, possessing numerous hostages and maintaining the upper hand. Philrot abruptly broke the silence. Number 1. We are unaware of your reasons for concealing so much from us, but let us collaborate for now. Collaborate? Philrot, I can no longer place my trust in you. I never imagined you were an undercover agent sent by Dumbledore. Lorland's expression turned agitated, her voice sharp. Dralen and I only allied with Dumbledore later. If you truly believe there is a mole within our organization, perhaps you should scrutinize those standing behind you. One of them may be plotting against you. Philrot replied with a smile. Lorland cast a dubious glance over her shoulder at the others, then furrowed her brow. What do you propose? She understood that Philrot was unlikely to lie at this juncture, leading her to suspect that someone among her group might indeed harbor treachery. We share a common goal. Now present the gemstone and lead us forth. If Dumbledore dares to act, you may select anyone to eliminate, Philrot suggested with a grin. You advocate for murder now? That hardly aligns with your character. No, it is not that I endorse killing, but rather that I believe Dumbledore would not dare to act, Philrot replied. He then turned to Dumbledore, saying, Mr. Headmaster, you are well aware of the situation. Prolonging the standoff serves no beneficial purpose for you. Even waiting for the Aurors to arrive would be futile. If number 1 were to inadvertently harm an alchemist, it would lead to an undesirable outcome for all. Philrot spoke slowly, exuding confidence, as if everything were under control. Philrot, I recall you have always been a student of strong opinions, back when you were at Ravenclaw. Enough, Dumbledore. I lack the time for casual conversation. Given your age, it is advisable for you to return to Hogwarts for some rest, Philrot interjected coldly, his demeanor shifting upon Dumbledore's mention of Ravenclaw. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. You may proceed. With that, he and Newt gradually retreated against the cave's wall, creating an opening for Lorland and the Death Eaters. Very well, Lorland observed Dumbledore's actions with a faint smile, then cautiously guided her group to the teleportation array's dais. She retrieved a green gemstone from her pocket, cradling it in her palm as she approached one of the stone pillars. Subsequently, the 4 pillars emitted a faint glow before erupting into brilliant light, causing the teleportation array to tremble violently. Canaan, within the mirrored space, sensed a tremendous surge within the fabric of reality. In an instant, the individuals on the teleportation array vanished, and the pillars reverted to their original state. Did you truly allow them to depart? Newt inquired, suspecting Dumbledore had some contingency in mind. They are astute. I lack a foolproof strategy. Dumbledore ascended the dais, scrutinizing the runes on the pillars through his half-moon spectacles. Ah, they were once your students, and Voldemort as well, Newt remarked. Reflecting on this, Dumbledore mused, how troubling. Perhaps I am ill-suited to be an educator. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he produced a green gemstone from his robe. Let us proceed. I hope to bring them all back. Impressive as ever, old friend. You never fail to surprise, Newt replied with a hearty laugh. The teleportation array shimmered, and the two vanished from sight. As Canaan emerged from the mirrored space, he frowned slightly. Following Dralen's disappearance, the sensation of burning on his wrist ceased, indicating that Dralen had transported to a realm far removed from their current location. Moreover, the critical aspect of losing this sensation meant he could not utilize spatial doorway magic to reach Dralen. After Dumbledore and Newt's departure, the cave plunged into darkness, save for the faint luminescence of the 4 pillars, which was gradually fading at a visible rate. Canaan approached the pillars of the teleportation array, intrigued by it. He surmised that this array might have been a relic from ancient times, designed to connect to that primordial secret realm. Holding his glowing wand close to the pillars, he found the cave still shrouded in darkness, prompting him to amplify the magical energy emanating from his wand. The tip radiated a blinding light akin to a small sun, illuminating the entire cave. These rune shapes resemble the spatial magic arrays mentioned by Hohenheim in the video collection, utilized for long-distance transmission, Canaan mused, gently caressing the runes on the pillar. Regrettably, Hohenheim indicated that such arrays pertain to advanced concepts. The cached videos did not elucidate the principles behind these runes. Canaan then examined the other 3 pillars, noting that the runes inscribed upon them were strikingly similar. He endeavored to document these runes, believing they might prove useful in the future. However, he recalled the words of the Ancient One regarding dimensional spaces. Every reality possesses a dimensional space, and while different types may share similarities, the mirrored space is the one most closely linked to the real world, capable of manifesting and dissipating at any moment. This space could be considered a projection of reality, its structural integrity exceedingly fragile. Conversely, there exists a type known as surface dimension, which is also a form of dimensional space tethered to the real world. The structure of this dimension is remarkably stable, existing at a considerable distance from the tangible world. However, it generally harbors various environments conducive to the sustenance of life, resembling a miniature world. He suspects that the ancient secret realm on the other side of this teleportation array is a surface latitude tethered to Earth. This implies that Canaan can traverse between the two realms at will, relying on the art of spatial doorways. Regardless, it is best to venture forth and explore. Canaan made a resolute decision and retrieved a gem from the necklace around his neck, affixing it to the nearest stone pillar. The 4 pillars emanated a radiant glow, and Canaan's figure subsequently vanished from the central stone platform. Is this the ancient secret realm? He murmured, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. It seemed he was situated by a tranquil lake, its surface shimmering like silver. Apart from the distant chirping of birds, all he could hear was the gentle rush of flowing water, and he could even catch the scent of damp earth carried by the breeze. Above, a luminous moon bathed the lake in silvery light, creating a mirror-like reflection that rendered the scene almost painterly, captivating him with its beauty. Yet, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, and an eerie silence pervaded the area, as if it were steeped in deathly stillness. For safety's sake, Canaan promptly entered the mirrored space. Previously, Dran had warned him of the dangers lurking within this realm. He had advised him to steer clear of any living water, recounting how a companion had been dragged beneath the surface by a shadowy figure, impervious to their spells. Above, a large black bat occasionally circled, rendering broomstick flight impossible. Here, even the illusion of shifting forms was rendered ineffective, as if the entire space had been fortified against such magic. Contemplating this, Canaan activated the Eye of Agamotto, his right hand tracing intricate circles in the air. Sparks danced around him, and soon, a golden portal leading to the London laboratory materialized before his eyes. Fortunately, the ancient opening spell remained unaffected. Canaan relaxed his brow, exhaling in relief. However, he sensed that this time, opening the portal was significantly more arduous. It felt as though a lock had been placed between the spatial passages, making the process laborious. Without the spatial force from the Eye of Agamotto, he would have struggled to open the gateway on his own. Perhaps I should return and assess the situation, he mused. It was unclear whether it was the solidity of this space that hindered him, but he could no longer sense Dran's precise location. A mysterious force seemed to interfere. Moreover, the nights in the secret realm were perilous, and Dran would undoubtedly be hiding cautiously, making him difficult to locate. He resolved to first return and check on Lincoln and the others before determining his next course of action. Upon returning to the Quidditch Stadium, Canaan discovered a restored tranquility. Though remnants of the golden snitch and debris littered the ground, bearing witness to the chaos that had just unfolded. Among the seating that could accommodate 100,000 wizards, only a sparse few moved about, tending to the injured. Occasionally, wizards utilized apparition to depart, while many others arrived cautiously to assist the wounded. Some huddled in corners weeping quietly, while others confronted ministry officials, demanding answers. The entire stadium resembled a scene post-battle, steeped in a somber atmosphere of sorrow. Canaan directly ascended to the top-level suite. Upon entering the tent, he discovered that besides Lincoln and Rove, there was a girl with golden hair, her features delicately refined. "Canaan, you have finally returned," Rove exclaimed, visibly relieved as he patted his chest. He had been worried about Canaan's safety amidst the chaos. "Who is this?" Rove began to introduce her, but the golden-haired girl interjected. "Hello, my name is Fleur Delacour," extending her petite hand. "Fleur, isn't she the enchanting half-blood girl who appeared in the Triwizard Tournament?" Canaan thought, suppressing his curiosity about her presence there as he politely extended his hand. "Hello, I am Canaan. Canaan Brain. I know of you. Rove has been telling me about you. It is a pleasure to meet you." She interrupted his introduction with a sweet smile. Fleur was unable to find her family, so Uncle Lincoln invited her into our tent. It was far too dangerous outside. Rove interjected. Lincoln nodded at Canaan, then spoke slowly. Fleur was crouching in a corner and seeing the turmoil outside. "I brought her in to wait until the chaos subsided to assist her in finding her mother." "What is the situation outside?" Lincoln inquired again. During the turmoil, he had sheltered the 2 children in the tent, knowing Lucy was also within, protecting them, yet he had not dared to step outside to ascertain the circumstances. "The situation outside has stabilized for the most part, although many have been injured." Canaan summarized the events for them. He noted that the explosive power of those golden flying creatures was not lethal, thus most wizards were not in grave danger. "Who would have thought such an incident could occur at a Quidditch match?" Lincoln lamented. He felt the wizarding world was perilous, with nefarious organizations disrupting even global competitions, leading to such chaos. Well, this is not what we wish to witness. The Ministry of Magic will provide us with an explanation. Canaan offered a brief consolation. Noticing the somber expressions among them, he speculated that this attack might have been designed to distract the official orders, likely orchestrated by the elusive Jorlinster. Despite not deploying anyone directly, relying solely on a multitude of explosive golden creatures to create such an impact showcased Jorlinster's audacity and capability, truly the mastermind behind the hidden organization. Let us return for now, Canaan decided, intending to escort Lincoln and the others back to the hotel, as lingering there was not a viable option. As for Fleur, he planned to take her to the Ministry of Magic, where they could arrange for her return home. However, the little girl appeared quite reluctant. Uncle Lincoln, I want to explore the Muggle world with you. I do not wish to go back. Moreover, my mother never cares about me. She will not worry, she pleaded. Tugging at Lincoln's clothing with a pout. Due to her Vila heritage, she had grown up in the wizarding world, forbidden from interacting with Muggles, thus harboring a deep yearning for their world. Lincoln found himself at a loss, glancing at Canaan for guidance. No, there is no room for negotiation, Canaan firmly declined. Although Fleur was merely a minor half-blood Vila, she had already begun to exhibit a certain allure, and bringing her into the Muggle world could lead to unforeseen complications. He certainly did not want to attract the attention of the French Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, your parents will be quite anxious if they cannot find you, Canaan added, disregarding Fleur's fiery gaze as he promptly escorted her to the missing persons registration office beneath the stadium. Canaan Brain, I shall remember you, she hissed defiantly as he departed. I await your return. After settling Lincoln and Rove into the hotel, Canaan, accompanied by Lucy, ventured once more into the ancient secret realm, this time intent on seeking not only Duran, but also gathering some moonlight grass. Although Duran had previously provided him with a substantial amount of moonlight grass, sufficient for his needs for quite some time, he still wished to locate the seedlings of this plant to replicate the environment of the ancient secret realm for cultivation. Moonlight grass emits a phosphorescent glow under the moonlight and typically grows in clusters, making it strikingly visible from a distance. Thus, it is easier to discover the traces of this grass on nights when the moonlight is particularly bright. Entering the mirrored space with Lucy, the levitating cloak enveloped Canaan as he soared into the sky, with Lucy following on her flying broom. This secret realm was vast. Canaan ascended for quite a while, and even at several thousand meters high, he still could not see the boundaries of the realm. The winds at such heights were fierce, and the temperature was exceedingly low. Canaan estimated he had reached the limit of the flying broom, instructing Lucy to wait below as he continued his ascent alone. After flying for an extended period, he began to feel the strain. The air was becoming exceedingly thin. Looking down, the entire secret realm appeared as a colossal island, oval in shape, with dim and indistinct edges. In the center of the island lay a vast lake, reflecting the moonlight, a luminous mirror from his lofty vantage. He surmised that the small lake he had previously observed was a tributary of this central lake. Canaan recalled that Durlan had mentioned the object of their quest lay within the heart of the island's central lake. Unfortunately, the entire expanse of the lake was enshrouded by a colossal protective barrier, rendering entry impossible. Committing the general topography of the secret realm to memory, Canaan began his gradual descent. He beckoned to Lucy as they soared towards the opposite side of the small lake, where he had previously glimpsed a persistent glow. Perhaps a patch of moonlight grass awaited them there. They glided just above the shimmering water's surface, accompanied only by the whispering wind and the occasional splash of water, likely caused by creatures of the lake seeking respite from their solitude. Unbeknownst to Canaan, he ascended to an altitude of approximately 50 meters above the lake's surface, wishing to ascertain the precise location of the moonlight grass. However, when he glanced down once more at the lake, a sight unfolded before him that sent a chill down his spine. What was this? Canaan's pupils constricted as he fixated on a shadowy mass at the center of the lake. A colossal silhouette, stretching hundreds of meters, appeared to be languidly coiled within the waters. This ominous figure relentlessly pursued Lucy, who was riding her broom with astonishing speed. Lucy, ascend quickly, Canaan urged, waving frantically. It dawned on him that they had been soaring above this very shadow all along. Lucy swiftly rose into the air, her teeth chattering in fear as she beheld the dark form lurking beneath the lake's surface. Master, what is that? She inquired tremulously. At that moment, the shadow seemed to sense their presence, gradually coming to a halt and remaining still beneath the water's surface. Under the moonlight, the enormity of the shadow became strikingly apparent. I cannot ascertain its nature, It is likely a creature unique to this secret realm. Yet, we are within a mirrored space. And this entity can perceive us and has been trailing us. Canaan furrowed his brow, realizing this was his first encounter with a creature that could disregard the confines of the mirrored realm. I must discern what you truly are. With that, Canaan began to gently channel the energy from the Eye of Agamotto embedded in his chest, preparing to peel away the surface of the water. During this period, thanks to the lunar elixir provided by Snape, his magical prowess had significantly augmented, allowing him to initiate the folding of space without damaging the emerald. Canaan hovered in the air, his hands aglow with a verdant light as he cast a spell upon the lake's surface. Under his deft manipulation, the water gradually parted, revealing the lakebed as the center's liquid amassed towards the edges. At that moment, a shadow lurking within the depths seemed to awaken. With a sudden whoosh, it darted swiftly through the water, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What the devil? Canaan exclaimed, compelled to halt his incantation as he witnessed the shadow's rapid retreat. Logically, his actions within the mirrored space should not affect the real world, yet this enigmatic creature remained acutely aware of the spatial alterations. He pondered with intrigue what manner of being possessed such sensitivity to the changes in its surroundings. Canaan gazed at the tranquil surface of the water, his emotions gradually settling. He then continued to soar across the lake with Lucy. This time, they ascended to great heights. Before long, they reached the opposite shore of the lake. There, a multitude of stones lay scattered, adorned with luminous moss that emitted a gentle glow. It was likely that the light source Canaan had observed from the sky earlier was this very moss. Well, it was a brief moment of joy, Canaan sighed. Nevertheless, the sight of the sprawling, radiant moss was indeed magnificent, resembling a constellation of stars that transported one into a dreamlike realm. He took out his camera to capture this splendid scene, considering it a worthwhile endeavor. Master, it seems there is someone over there. Lucy pointed towards a rock ahead. Canaan followed his gaze and saw a figure huddled in the crevice of the rocks, trembling slightly. His hands were tightly tucked beneath the large robe covering his chest, as if he were experiencing an intense chill. Is this the gnome from the alchemical gathering? As Canaan approached, he scrutinized the man's features more closely. His nose and ears were pointed, and his facial traits bore a pronounced fey-like quality. It seemed his name was Congra. Canaan stroked his chin, furrowing his brow as he murmured, but how did he end up here? After the gathering concluded, Canaan beheld Congra feeding stray cats by the roadside in Paris. Could it be that he had stayed at the inn in Bellowed that night, only to be subsequently captured by the Death Eaters? However, among the alchemists brought by Jorlinster earlier, he was conspicuously absent. How could he possibly find himself in the ancient secret realm and in such a disheveled state? At that moment, Congra seemed unable to endure the cold any longer. He trembled as he crawled out from beneath the rocks, gathering stones to construct a makeshift shelter against the wind. Canaan then discovered numerous wounds on his legs and chest, and his tattered clothing appeared to be damp as well. After constructing a windbreak with stones, Congra nestled into a slightly more comfortable crevice. Suddenly, he lowered his head and uttered, "Little one, do you think we can still make it back alive?" Who was he addressing? Just as Canaan pondered this, he noticed a small green figure emerging from Congra's sleeve, its entire body a vibrant green, resembling the tender bud of a branch. It was a tree guardian lizard. Having sought warmth within the folds of his sleeve, gazing at the lizard, Congra continued to murmur, seemingly to himself, "But what does it matter if we return? I am but a mute, devoid of magical prowess. Moreover, I am an ugly half-breed." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly touched his nose. "I yearn to prove my worth. Yet they always mock me." The tree guardian lizard, sensing Congra's dismal mood, gently climbed onto his neck, its green leaves wrapping around him like comforting arms. "Thank you, little one, but it is still too cold outside. I wouldn't want you to freeze," Congra said, a smile breaking through as he felt the lizard's affectionate gesture. He carefully placed the creature back into his sleeve. Resting his head against the hard rock, Congra listened to the sound of rushing water outside, lost in a torrent of thoughts. Though born into a magical family, he was a mute, never favored by his parents. He diligently studied various potions, hoping to prove himself and even restore his magical abilities, yet all was in vain. He could sense magic, but not a trace resided within him. He could not even cast a basic spell. A mute would always remain a mute, forever unable to integrate into that world. Better to fade away unnoticed. Congra scoffed softly at himself before gradually drifting into slumber. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, the sound of shoe soles scraping against the sand. Congra jolted awake. "Who is there?" he called, but no one responded, only the relentless howl of the wind. He climbed out to investigate, catching a fleeting glimpse of golden light. and not far off, he spotted a pile of warm clothing and some food. "Who are you?" Congress shouted from the highest rock, desperately calling out. "Can you take me out of here?" Yet, still, there was no reply. Realizing the newcomer wished to remain unseen, Congra reluctantly retreated, gathering the life-saving provisions. However, just before slipping back into the crevice, he bowed deeply 3 times into the air. At that moment, Canaan, observing the scene from the mirror space, smiled faintly. Those supplies had been placed there by him. He could empathize with Congra's plight as a mute. The parents of a mute wizard typically had at least one magical lineage. Yet despite inheriting the wizard's blood, they were unable to learn magic, and their magical potential did not grow with age. Generally, mutes were not well regarded by wizards. For instance, Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, was a mute, harboring a deep jealousy towards those who could wield magic, to the point of harshly punishing wayward young wizards. In Canaan, the prerequisite for mastering the ancient magical system is merely the ability to perceive magical energy, followed by the extraction of such energy from the void. The mute canon, as those who can sense magic but are unable to learn the magic of this world are termed, is seen by Canaan as particularly well suited for the study of ancient magic. Canaan had long harbored the ambition to establish his own dominion. He regarded these muted individuals as exceptionally suitable candidates, for they were largely driven by an insatiable yearning for magic, yet constrained by their innate limitations. If presented with an opportunity to grasp the essence of magic, he believed they might forsake everything, even their very souls. Careful selection of personnel was imperative, accompanied by a stringent confidentiality agreement. After deep contemplation, Canaan sensed that time was slipping away, and thus, he activated the portal, returning to the hotel with Lucy. The following morning, Canaan ventured alone to the ancient secret realm. He arrived at the rocky crevice where Kongla had spent the previous night, only to find it desolate, devoid of life, save for scattered remnants of food. Canaan furrowed his brow, doubting that a mere mute without any magical prowess would be wandering about this place. All traces manifest. With a flourish of his wand, a cloud of golden mist emerged from its tip, enveloping the surroundings. This was a form of magic that could recreate scenes from the past, though the temporal gap could not be too great. "It's Newt?" Canaan observed the patterns formed by the golden mist, recognizing Newt. It seemed he had arrived at the lake early in the morning, discovered Congra, and subsequently taken him away. "Oh, well, but where is Dumbledore?" Canaan pondered, perplexed. Logically, in such a perilous secret realm, they should remain closely knit and not separate. Regardless, he resolved to follow them. Canaan entered the mirrored space, pursuing the direction they had taken. Not long after soaring through the air, Canaan spotted Newt and Congra amidst the distant thicket. "Mr. Scamander, it is truly a pleasure to see you here," Congra panted, struggling to keep pace with Newt. The foliage around them was quite tall, making Congra's diminutive stature a hindrance. "Mr. Congra, I have many questions for you as well, but let us discuss them in a safer location," Newt replied, breathlessly forging ahead with his suitcase. "Are you evading something?" Congra asked, also breathless and perplexed. A colossal creature known as the progenitor wolf, they are exceedingly ferocious and typically travel in packs. Their sharp fangs and claws are laden with potent toxins, making them formidable foes. "I discovered their paw prints nearby this morning," Newt hastily explained. "Very well, let us hasten," Congra exclaimed, startled, quickening his pace to stay close behind. Newt led him to a flat patch of vegetation, though aside from some green shrubs and a few rocks, it was rather barren. "Sir, this place seems," Congra began, confused. Newt approached the rocks, lifting a root of an unknown plant, which dislodged a considerable amount of soil, revealing a dark, gaping hole. "Come quickly, we don't have much time," Newt beckoned. Congra hurried forward, his slight frame allowing him to effortlessly squeeze into the hole. The space within was modest, scarcely 10 square meters. "Mr. Scamander, how did you manage this?" Congra observed the surroundings. He noted the damp earth on the walls and fresh roots suspended from the cave's ceiling, indicating it was recently excavated. "I possess many little treasures in my suitcase. They are expert burrowers. Please help me retrieve the suitcase," Newt said, handing it to Congra before hastily scattering some green liquid around the cave entrance. "What are you doing?" Congra inquired, looking up. "I recall you studied herbalism for quite some time. The essence of the gnarled vine. What do you think it is used for?" Newt asked with a smile. "The essence of the gnarled vine emits a very pungent aroma, so you intend to mask our scent?" Congra replied, impressed. Newt entered the hole, carefully covering his head with the root and sighing, hoping this concoction would prove effective. He was uncertain whether this herbal solution could repel the progenitor wolves, as they had long been extinct in the magical realm. This was his first encounter with such a creature. Congra, it is time to share your story. How did you arrive here? Newt wiped the dirt from his hands and produced some greenish fruits he had discovered in the secret realm, their flavor pleasantly sweet and tangy. Mr. Scamander, I feel quite ashamed. Are you familiar with that organization? Congra said, lowering his gaze toward Newt, stammering slightly. Congra, do not tell me you have connections to that organization? Newt replied incredulously. Yes, sir, my friends and I were hired by that organization. They offered us a considerable reward, not only advancing us a hefty sum of galleons, but also promising to help me regain my magical abilities. You know, I am weary of being a mute. I could not resist such temptation, Congra confessed slowly. What method did they propose to restore your magical prowess? To my knowledge, the magical realm has never possessed anything that could restore a mute's magic, Newt inquired, taking a bite of the fruit. It is an ancient potion, one you must have heard of, known as the enhancement potion, Congra exclaimed, uttering the last few words with fervor. Then you have been deceived, Congra. The primary ingredient of that potion is dragon blood, and dragons have long been extinct. The existing texts in the magical realm contain not a shred of information regarding such creatures. I even doubt the existence of these hundreds of meters-long beings, Newt chuckled, shaking his head as he savored another bite of fruit. Mr. Scamander, we truly encountered such a creature, right in the heart of this secret realm, at that vast lake. Congra recalled, his expression one of shock. When we approached the lake, we saw a massive white figure on the water's surface, swimming toward us. It was only then that I realized it was a dragon's head. It exhaled a breath, instantly freezing the water's surface. Then, it emerged from the depths. Towering at several hundred meters, its wings and back adorned with white spikes, its head fearsome, and as it flapped its wings, it swiftly approached us. We were terrified, having never seen such a creature. Some attempted to draw their wands to attack, but spells merely sparked against its scales. What happened next? Newt inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Then a golden shield appeared, keeping the dragon confined to the lake and saving our lives. Congra recounted, patting his chest, still shaken. Newt furrowed his brow, his interest piqued by Congra's description of the dragon, but he knew he must first ascertain the organization's intentions. He turned to Congra and asked, what kind of deal did the organization strike with you? Sir, I cannot disclose that. We have established an unbreakable vow, Congra replied, raising his hands in surrender. After a moment of contemplation, he added softly, however, I recently purchased a significant quantity of purple gold thorn grass and dragon fruit in Bellowed. These can only be procured from fairies. You should be able to guess their purpose. At that moment, Canaan, within the mirrored space, stroked his chin, deep in thought. Both purple gold thorn grass and dragon fruit are primary ingredients in a potion known as the sleep potion. This potion possesses potent effects, often requiring only a few grams to incapacitate a fully grown fire dragon. Are you intending to sedate the dragon? Newt exclaimed in astonishment. I believe that is precisely what the organization plans to do. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths? Perhaps they aim to slay the dragon and achieve instant fame. Just imagine the acclaim for a hero who has slain a dragon. Congra mused, lost in reverie. Enough, Congra. Do not be deceived. You have been exploited. Newt abruptly interrupted his reverie, speaking sternly. I must tell you, even if you were to acquire the enhancement potion, it would be of little use. The magical amplification it provides is exceedingly limited, and no one has ever succeeded in slaying a dragon. True dragon slayers have only ever vanquished hybrid drakes. Dragons have transcended the realm of mere creatures. In a certain sense, they are akin to deities. Mr. Scamander, regardless of the circumstances, I must attempt it. I am weary of discrimination. I refuse to live in such a subservient manner, Congra declared, undeterred by Newt's words, his expression resolute. Observing Congra's determined visage, Newt offered a faint smile and extended a piece of fruit, saying, Please, have some. Thank you, sir. You are a kind man, Conra replied, accepting the fruit, only to suddenly burst into tears. He felt that Mr. Scamander did not regard him with the same disdain as others. Never lose hope in life. Although dragons are formidable, I believe you could devise clever strategies, such as waiting until they shed their teeth to extract a drop of blood, or perhaps when they suffer from hemorrhoids to retrieve a sample from their droppings. Newt suggested with a playful grin. Sir, that is utterly revolting. I would never use blood extracted from such a source. Conra vehemently shook his head, seemingly disturbed by the imagery. By the way, how did you find yourself by the lakeside? Were you separated from your companions? Newt inquired, puzzled by Congra's solitary presence. Actually, I snuck over here alone yesterday during the day. I prepared some unconsciousness potion to test its effects. However, I did not anticipate the extreme danger. Before I could approach the lake, I was whisked away by a swarm of bats. They bit me, and I became dizzy. It seemed they were carrying me through the air, but fortunately, this little fellow here loosened the buttons of my outer garment, allowing me to escape, Conra said, revealing a small bowtruckle from his sleeve. The creature shook its head, appearing as if it had just awakened. I must say, you are indeed fortunate, Newt remarked, his eyes twinkling at the sight of the bowtruckle. I once had a bowtruckle that delighted in residing in my pocket and loved to pilfer my buttons. At that moment, Conra produced a green gemstone from his pocket. Sir, I used this to enter the secret realm. I think it would be safer in your possession. The reflection of Canaan in the mirrored space lit up with intrigue. He had not anticipated Conra to possess a green gem. No wonder he could stealthily navigate the ancient mysteries. Newt shook his head gently, saying, I believe it is best kept with you. However, I must first ensure your safety. It is too perilous here. I also need to locate Dumbledore. That old fellow may require my assistance. Dumbledore? Has Dumbledore come as well? Conra exclaimed with excitement, holding a deep admiration for Dumbledore. That old chap entered with me, but we became separated. I have no idea where he might be, Newt sighed, a hint of concern etching his features as he sensed Dumbledore had withheld many things from him. Suddenly, Newt heard a rumbling outside. They were situated underground, and the tremors were particularly pronounced. What is approaching? Conra whispered, noticing the bowtruckle had sensed something and was fearfully burrowing into his sleeve. From the sound, it does not bode well, Newt said, pressing his ear against the wall to listen intently. Within the mirrored space, Canaan observed a pack of towering wolves, approximately 4 meters tall, encircling the cave's entrance. They bore long fangs and were covered in coarse, blue fur. These must be the primordial wolves Newt had mentioned. Their noses were pressed to the ground as they fervently sniffed for traces, evidently having detected the scent left by the buttons. Fortunately, the grinding liquid from the knotted vines Newt had previously used had proven effective. They had not yet discovered the cave entrance. The lead wolf, measuring about 5 or 6 meters, could hardly contain itself, howling as if issuing a command. The pack promptly advanced, using their claws to dig into the earth. At that moment, dirt and dust began to rain down from the cave's upper levels. Oh no, Mr. Scamander, what should we do? Conra exclaimed in a panic. Wait for me, Newt replied, his expression grave, before hastily diving into his case. You must hurry, Conra urged, his legs trembling with anxiety. At this moment, Canaan furrowed his brow, realizing that these wolf packs appeared exceedingly intelligent and would likely prove difficult to contend with. He resolved to act only in a moment of crisis. The earth was rapidly eroding beneath the relentless digging of the wolves, and Conra, trembling in the corner, had already glimpsed the menacing claws reaching through the soil. Just then, Newt emerged from the box, accompanied by a small blue snake that bore what seemed to be a pair of wings upon its back. This was none other than a bird snake. A crisp, melodious cry resonated through the air as the bird snake soared into the sky, swiftly enlarging to a towering height of several dozen meters, instantly overwhelming a significant number of the primordial wolves. The wolf pack, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this colossal creature, momentarily hesitated, retreating in disarray. However, upon hearing the fierce howl of their leader, they promptly halted, swiftly regrouping to prepare for a coordinated assault on the bird snake. Canaan perceived that this bird snake was indeed the one he had previously encountered in the box world, though he had not anticipated that the form he observed back then was not its most grandiose state. Now, as the creature reared upwards, it soared to an impressive height of approximately 30 meters, a truly magnificent sight. Under the leadership of the alpha wolf, the pack's assault grew increasingly systematic. They incessantly harassed the bird snake, attempting to flank it. As the bird snake's size swelled, its movements inevitably slowed, rendering it somewhat beleaguered under the relentless onslaught of the wolves. It could only continually constrict its protective barrier, its serpentine body coiling tightly around Newt and Conra, safeguarding them within their cavern. The situation appeared dire, and Newt felt compelled to intervene, instructing Conra to remain vigilant and protect themselves. Observing the bird snake gradually faltering against the wolves, Newt hastily advised, then drew his wand. Preparing to join the fray, he mounted a flying broom and levitated approximately 10 meters above the cave, casting spells to fend off the colossal wolves that surged towards him. Several ancestral wolves were forcefully repelled by his enchantments, momentarily alleviating the dire circumstances. However, he soon realized that his spells inflicted no substantive harm upon these formidable creatures. Even when they struck the wolves' heads, they merely propelled them away without leaving any visible wounds. The sheer ferocity of this pack was profoundly unsettling to Newt, who felt an increasing sense of dread. He worried that if this stalemate persisted, his magical energy would be depleted and the bird snake would succumb to exhaustion. Eventually, they would be consumed by the wolves. Just as Newt momentarily lost focus, a massive ancestral wolf charged from behind, targeting him suspended in midair. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a fleeting streak of azure light as it leapt into the air. With jaws agape revealing its sharp fangs, it seemed poised to strike. "Sir, be careful," Congra cried out from below, horrified by the scene. Newt's hair stood on end. He swiftly turned to confront the oncoming wolf. At that moment, sparks flickered in the air as a golden portal materialized before him, allowing the wolf to pass through with a mournful howl, its forelimbs severed cleanly by the portal's edge. As the portal vanished, the giant wolf's front paws plummeted from the sky, while the fate of the rest of its body remained unknown, possibly transported elsewhere by Canaan. The magic of Ancient One. Newt gasped in astonishment. Being an avid fan of Marvel, he recognized the golden portal spell as a signature of the Ancient One. Yet he had not expected the Ancient One to truly exist. A memory struck him. He recalled inquiring of Canaan whether Camartage was real, to which Canaan had not given a direct answer. It now appeared that Camartage might be concealed beneath the magical realm, unbeknownst to the masses. Meanwhile, in the mirrored space, Canaan, unfazed by Newt's tumultuous thoughts, directed his attention towards the commanding wolf, understanding the principle of capturing the leader to dismantle the opposition. He once more activated the pseudo-eye of Agamotto, a flash of green illuminating the air. This time, he opened one side of the portal beneath the alpha wolf's feet, while the other side manifested in the air above. The alpha wolf, caught entirely off guard, felt the ground vanish beneath it and, without a moment to call out, plummeted downward. Canaan once again opened a spatial portal in the air, catching the leader wolf as it plummeted straight down. This time, he intended for the wolf to experience the sensation of flight. The primordial wolf howled incessantly in the air, its four paws flailing wildly. Yet it found no point of leverage. It could only engage in a free fall between the two portals Canaan had created, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Newt watched in astonishment, not realizing that the door-opening magic could be employed in such a manner. Meanwhile, the wolf pack became aware of their leader's perilous situation. They halted their attacks and hurriedly surrounded him. Unfortunately, they were powerless to assist, merely spectators as their leader tumbled repeatedly through the portals. Sensing the opportune moment, Canaan waved his hand and closed one of the portals. With a resounding thud, the leader wolf crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and creating a massive crater upon impact. Groaning, the leader wolf lay in the pit, weakly howling with blood streaming from its nostrils, its body seemingly shattered under the force of gravity's assault. Canaan marveled at the tenacity of the wolf's life, for it had not yet succumbed to death. The pack encircled their leader, howling incessantly, as if engaged in a fervent discussion. Finally, a colossal ancestral wolf emerged, dragging the leader along as they swiftly fled the scene. "Mr. Scamander, are we saved?" Congra cried out from within the cave, seemingly hearing the retreating sounds of the wolves. "Yes, my child, I believe we are indeed rescued," Newt replied, observing the wolves disappear into the distance as he gently descended on his broom. "It is truly astonishing. Did you witness that golden circle? I have never encountered such magic in the wizarding world," Congra exclaimed, his mouth agape in wonder. "Congra, have you ever read a book titled Marvel?" Newt inquired, pulling Congra out of the cave with a smile. "Sir, you know I have never been interested in such leisurely tales." Congra shook his head. "Perhaps you should consider it. The author is Canaan Breen. Canaan Breen, that prodigious young wizard." Congra gasped, deeply impressed by Canaan's performance at the alchemical gathering. "Indeed. And his book contains an introduction to that very magic," Newt added, pausing momentarily before continuing. "A group of sorcerers from Camartage. Their magical system is entirely distinct from ours, and they have long safeguarded the earth." "Sir, are you suggesting that their magic is unlike ours? Do you think I could learn their magic with my rudimentary skills?" Congra inquired eagerly, as if he had discovered a new continent. "That I cannot say. Perhaps you should ask him," Newt replied with a subtle smile towards Canaan's direction. "Goodness. How did Newt detect my presence?" Canaan thought, astonished, as he perceived a fox-like smile forming on Newt's face. "Sir, are you implying that the wizard who aided us is still here?" Congra asked curiously, scanning his surroundings. "If all goes as expected, he should still be present. Observe. My dear, my companion has yet to revert to its original form, indicating the presence of something unsettling," Newt remarked, glancing at the bird snake, which remained in its enormous size. Fixated on Canaan's location. In the mirror realm, Canaan chuckled and shook his head at that moment. He realized that the mirror realm was not as invincible as it appeared, at least for many sensitive creatures that could still perceive the existence of the mirror realm. Wizard. Regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful for your assistance. Newt bowed respectfully, then turned to Congra. Let us depart this place. We must first locate Dumbledore. For the commotion we caused was rather considerable. Newt then approached the bird snake, which rapidly diminished in size, eventually coiling around his wrist like a worm. He deemed it wise to keep the bird snake close, given the multitude of dangers within this ancient sanctuary. Sir, where must we go? Congra inquired. To the lair of the dragon. They must all be gathered there. Newt indicated a direction, leading the way with his case in hand, while Congra closely followed behind. Meanwhile, Canaan soared through the mirror realm towards the heart of the island lake, intrigued by the dragon Congra had described. He suspected that Drowlin and his companions were likely in that vicinity. As for Newt and his group, with the protection of the bird snake, they would likely encounter no peril. Draped in a levitating cloak, Canaan glided swiftly amidst towering trees, noticing that many of the creatures within the sanctuary were extinct in the outside world. He couldn't help but slow his pace, spotting a small, vibrant green snake coiled around a massive willow tree. Its camouflage was impeccable, resembling a vine. As it patiently awaited its prey, Canaan also encountered a striking red flower with a gaping maw, its buds brimming with sharp teeth and adorned with lush green leaves. It fixated intently on a small bird that flitted nearby, the bud swirling before it launched a sudden, fierce strike, devouring the creature whole. Sensing Canaan's gaze, the monstrous flower chewed a few times before expelling blood-stained feathers from its bud. Subsequently, it uprooted itself from the soil, flinging its tendrils aside with a flourish, and made its swift escape with a sound of rustling. Canaan smiled wryly, then continued on his journey, feeling that this creature was indeed exceedingly deceptive. After flying for a short while, Canaan discovered a commotion within the forest ahead, where a fierce blaze engulfed the trees, billowing thick black smoke into the air. He could also faintly perceive the fleeting traces of spells being cast. Dumbledore, help me! A white wizard, ensnared by a withered vine, cried out in terror. This wizard was one of the alchemists who had been captured. Dumbledore, wielding his wand, gracefully waved it, and several tongues of fire erupted from the tip, entwining around the withered vine in an attempt to rescue the white wizard. Canaan discovered that the trees in this area were entwined with dense, withered vines, which seemed almost alive. As Dumbledore unleashed his attack, these vines appeared to be provoked, swiftly surging towards him in overwhelming numbers. Without a hint of trepidation, Dumbledore thrust his wand into the ground, channeling his magic. A fierce flame erupted from him, rapidly spreading in all directions, incinerating the attacking vines in an instant. In the mirrored space, Canaan observed with a grave expression. It was his first time witnessing Dumbledore in action, and his power was indeed formidable. Had he encountered these vines alone, he would likely have fled in disarray, as he possessed no effective means to contend with them. The severely diminished vines seemed to recognize Dumbledore's might, hastily retreating and releasing the white wizard suspended among the branches. Rorath, are you unharmed? Dumbledore inquired, extinguishing the remaining flickers of flame with his wand before approaching the white wizard. I'm fine, but those vines are truly terrifying. I'm fortunate you arrived when you did, Rorath replied, struggling to rise from the ground. What transpired? Dumbledore asked. There was a conflict within that organization. Philroth and that woman, Jorlinster, clashed, and I seized the opportunity to escape, Rorath explained slowly. And the others? What ignited the dispute? Dumbledore questioned, furrowing his brow. It seemed Philroth had a falling out with the Death Eaters. You know, he killed one of them back in the cave. They've likely been at odds for some time. As for the others, it was chaotic, and we scattered to flee. I'm unaware of their whereabouts, Rorath replied, shrugging his shoulders. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully before stating, Rorath, we must depart. Dumbledore, where are we headed? Rorath asked. To the largest lake at the center. We must thwart them. Observing Dumbledore hastily escorting the white wizard, Canaan followed closely, believing Dumbledore must possess crucial knowledge. Rorath, I may need your assistance shortly, Dumbledore suddenly mentioned. Dumbledore. I lack a wand. How can I assist you? Rorath responded helplessly, for his wand had long been confiscated. Rorath, I recall that your family has long studied spatial magic formations, correct? Indeed, my family has been engaged in such research for centuries, Rorath said, pride evident in his voice, boasting of their extensive collection of tomes on spatial magic. I need you to return to their group and ultimately sabotage the teleportation circle within, Dumbledore articulated slowly. Dumbledore. Are you serious? I have no desire to deal with those people again. I barely managed to escape, Rorith grimaced, his expression more wretched than sorrowful. Rorith, your assistance is genuinely necessary. The heart of the secret realm connects to a teleportation circle leading to other worlds. Our people must not venture there, as it could expose our world's location, Dumbledore said, his brow furrowed in concern. Are you suggesting another magical world? Rorith asked in astonishment, realizing for the first time that other realms existed beyond Earth. A world of flourishing magic, far more potent than our own. More critically, I discovered in ancient texts that thousands of years ago, its inhabitants invaded Earth, nearly extinguishing our magical heritage. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, gazing intently at Rorith. We cannot allow our peaceful world to be invaded, can we? Gazing into Dumbledore's profound blue eyes, Rorith recognized he could no longer refuse and reluctantly replied. It seems we must proceed, but you will ensure my safety, won't you? Of course, I will safeguard your well-being. I understand this places you in a difficult position, but presently you may be my only hope, Dumbledore reassured him, patting Rorith's shoulder encouragingly. It is my honor to assist you. However, what is the true aim of that organization? Are they agents of that world? Rorith inquired with a sheepish smile, his curiosity piqued. They do not appear to be spies, but I am uncertain of their true intentions. Perhaps a quest for power or a desire to resurrect the deceased, Dumbledore mused, squinting at the sky as if recalling something. Resurrect the deceased? That world possesses the ability to bring back the dead? Rorith exclaimed in shock. I cannot say for certain. Who knows? To wrest souls from the grasp of death is no trivial feat, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head, choosing not to delve further into the matter. As Canaan listened to their conversation, he grasped the mysterious organization's relentless pursuit of entry into this secret realm. He pondered what Dran's true intentions were. Was it to resurrect loved ones, or something else entirely? At that moment, dark tendrils of mist suddenly appeared on the horizon, weaving through the air above Dumbledore and the others. It's those Death Eaters. Something is pursuing them, Rorith exclaimed, looking up in alarm. Dumbledore followed his gaze, and his eyes widened as he perceived a golden mist trailing behind. Filroth, he recognized, sensing the familiar aura of magic. In the mirrored space, Canaan observed the scene. As if Filroth were in pursuit of several Death Eaters, he felt that this method of flight was far more dazzling than riding a broomstick. A few Death Eaters partially revealed themselves in the air, wands in hand, casting spells in a desperate attempt to thwart Filroth's advance. However, their efforts were effortlessly evaded by Filroth. Filroth, let us sit down and converse. Continuing this battle will only lead to mutual destruction, one of the Death Eaters suggested, aware that many among them had already fallen to Filroth's prowess. Impossible, you wretched lot, a band of stinking rats from the gutter, as insidious and cunning as your master. Filroth retorted disdainfully while launching a fierce counterattack. Alas, one Death Eater was inadvertently struck by a golden spell, letting out a scream as he plummeted from the sky. Bruce, damn it! The others exclaimed angrily, glancing back at their fallen comrade. Yet, they did not halt. Instead, they accelerated their flight. Filroth is truly valiant. I can scarcely believe my eyes, remarked Loris, who was witnessing the spectacle from the ground. He could hardly fathom that those once arrogant and seemingly invincible Death Eaters were now being relentlessly pursued by a single individual. Filroth was in the same cohort as the mysterious one. He was exceptionally talented. I have always believed that aside from the mysterious one, he was the finest student of that year, Dumbledore mused with a slow smile, feeling a sense of pride in his student's formidable strength. However, Dumbledore, it seems they are now in trouble, Loris pointed urgently towards the sky. Dumbledore turned to see hundreds of large black bats swooping towards them, evidently drawn by the earlier confrontation. These bats, covered in dark fur and measuring approximately 3 meters in length, bore a fearsome countenance. They flew at remarkable speed, quickly catching up to Filroth. Those are the Black King bats. Their infrasonic waves can induce hallucinations, and their venom can render one unconscious, Dumbledore explained gravely. We must assist. These creatures are exceedingly difficult to contend with. Oh, very well, but I have no want. Just ensure my safety, Loris said, gripping Dumbledore tightly, feeling that accompanying him on this perilous adventure was less secure than hanging from that tree. Canaan hastened forward in the mirrored space, witnessing Filroth abandon his pursuit of the Death Eaters, instead fleeing towards the woods. It appeared he sought refuge among the obstacles to evade the relentless bats. Meanwhile, another swarm of bats had already surged into the dark mist enveloping the Death Eaters. Unable to capture their prey within the shadows, they emitted shrieks of attack, plunging several Death Eaters into hallucinations. They could no longer maintain their flying spells, plummeting from the sky, only to be snatched away by the bats. Only one Death Eater managed to escape, deciding to follow Filrit's lead and swiftly dart towards the woods below. However, he soon spotted Dumbledore approaching on the ground. "Dumbledore, help me," he cried urgently, racing towards Dumbledore as if he had found a lifeline. "Good heavens, Dumbledore, that fellow is coming towards us with bats. What shall we do?" Lorry-Eyes exclaimed, filled with dread. "Lorry-Eyes, calm yourself. We must rescue him," Dumbledore replied, his gaze fixed resolutely on the throng of bats above. He turned to the panicked Lorry-Eyes, reassuring him, "Stay behind me. You shall be safe." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned the ground's sparse grass to grow rapidly, intertwining to form a mesh. Another wave of his wand transformed the delicate grass into thick green vines. Such remarkable transfiguration. Canaan marveled in the mirrored space, acknowledging Dumbledore's mastery of the art, befitting a former professor of transfiguration. "As you emerge from the hole, remember to cover your ears," Dumbledore instructed loudly as he left a large opening in the mesh. The Death Eater wasted no time, darting towards the gap, closely pursued by a horde of black bats. Once the bats entered the vine trap, Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the vines to constrict, ensnaring the majority of the bats in a spherical mass. "Splendid!" Lorry-Eyes exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, the fallen Death Eater let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this spectacle. Flames ablaze, Dumbledore showed no mercy, decisively waving his wand. A burst of fire erupted from the tip of his wand, engulfing the mesh and incinerating the bats within. They emitted wretched cries. "Cover your ears." Dumbledore's booming voice temporarily drowned out the bats' anguish. After a moment, the outer bats were reduced to charred remains, filling the air with the scent of burnt flesh and leather. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and waved his wand again, summoning water to extinguish the flames. A few bats still clung to life, unsteadily rising before hastily fleeing skyward to escape. "This human is truly terrifying. Crabbe, is that you?" Dumbledore finally turned to the surviving Death Eater, smiling in inquiry as the remaining bats fled. "You see through me, Dumbledore," Crabbe admitted, raising his wand to lightly touch his face, causing his features to morph swiftly into those of a plump, middle-aged man. Lorry-Eyes gaped in disbelief at the transformation before erupting. "Oh, it's you, you fat oaf. You once threatened me with your wand, and my neck is still sore." Crabbe, feeling embarrassed, explained, "I sincerely apologize, Lorry-Eyes. I am merely a follower of orders. I had no desire to act thus." He then turned to Dumbledore, noticing the headmaster scrutinizing him with narrowed eyes, which made him shiver. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what do you intend to do?" "Crabbe, I believe you owe me an explanation as to why you are here and what your dealings with Ravenclaw entail," Dumbledore queried in a grave tone. "Oh, Headmaster, you know I cannot betray the organization. I cannot divulge anything," Crabbe pleaded, grasping Dumbledore's hand in desperation. "Crabbe, you must understand that the fate of the Death Eaters is not a pleasant one. Do not remain too loyal to the Dark Lord. He will not return. Furthermore, if you remain silent, Azkaban may very well become your future abode," Dumbledore stated with an impassive expression. "Headmaster, might you spare me? I am one of the board members of Hogwarts, and I have previously donated a considerable sum to the school," Crabbe lamented, his face etched with distress. Though he feared imprisonment in Azkaban, the thought of betraying Voldemort terrified him even more, an outcome far worse than death. "Crabbe, tell me, and afterwards I shall erase your memory. They will never discover that you have spoken to me. Trust me, I do not wish for Hogwarts to lose a board member," Dumbledore said earnestly, locking eyes with Crabbe. Under Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, Crabbe reluctantly nodded. "All of this plan was devised by Ravenclaw. She wrote to us, asking us to send some personnel to aid her in attacking the Bellowed Inn, and the Quidditch Cup matter was merely our assistance. We were not truly involved." "What did she offer you?" Dumbledore continued to gaze into Crabbe's eyes. "Nothing at all. It was Lucius and she who planned it. We were unaware of the details," Crabbe hurriedly replied. "Lucius?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Crabbe seemed to recall something and suddenly added, Lucius later handed Ravenclaw a black diary. Aside from that, I know nothing more." "Very well, thank you, Crabbe." Dumbledore nodded approvingly, patting his shoulder. "Headmaster, I believe the student dormitories at Hogwarts require some renovations. Once we exit this realm, I shall offer you 1,000 galleons. How does that sound?" Crabbe suggested, somewhat apprehensively, wanting to provide Dumbledore with tangible assurance. Fearing a change of heart from the headmaster, "Mr. Crabbe, I deeply appreciate your generosity. However, Let us hope you remember this matter upon your return. Dumbledore replied with a slight smile, aware of Crabbe's ulterior motives. Of course, I shall not forget. I will inscribe it on my arm right away, Crabbe declared, producing his wand to write on his arm. Suddenly, the distant sound of thundering hooves filled the air. What is that noise? Lorry's eyes looked up in curiosity. It seems our companions have arrived, Dumbledore exclaimed, laughing as he gazed towards the approaching figures. Canaan turned to gaze, and saw Newt and Congra racing towards them atop a magnificent creature resembling a horse. This extraordinary beast sported long antlers, beneath which hung fleshy tendrils, while its other features were robust and horse-like, allowing it to sprint with remarkable speed. This was indeed a horned camel, a creature known for its combative nature. At last, I have found you. Newt sighed in relief upon seeing Dumbledore and the others, as he sat atop the horned camel. Mr. Scamander, it is truly a pleasure to see you, Lorith exclaimed as he stepped forward to grasp Newt's hand, his excitement palpable. I feel the same, Mr. Lorith. I never imagined you would escape from that group, Newt replied, reluctantly shaking both of Lorith's hands. Friends, let us refrain from reminiscing for now. We must reach that lake at once, Dumbledore suggested. Mr. Dumbledore, I fear that without riding broomsticks, it would take us at least a day to arrive. And we do not possess enough broomsticks, Congra interjected. What about the horned camel? Dumbledore inquired, glancing at Newt. This is the only one left. And I doubt we can all fit, Newt responded with a shake of his head, then added with a smile, however, I do have a Zowu, which may assist us. What splendid news! Under Dumbledore's beaming smile, Newt dove into his suitcase. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a creature resembling a lion. Its face and eyes round, its body covered in golden fur, and its long, slender tail a vibrant red. Is this the Zowu? Canaan inquired curiously, observing the creature with fascination, as it was his first encounter with a magical being from China. Previously, he had not had the chance to see the Zowu within Newt's suitcase. Now, he was truly witnessing it. I will calm it down first. You should climb onto its back and secure yourselves. It will be incredibly swift once it starts running, Newt advised, gently stroking the creature's facial fur. The Zowu seemed to relish this attention, standing still as its tail excitedly swayed. Excellent, splendid, Newt noted as he saw Dumbledore and the others already mounted on the Zowu's back, then whispered a few words into its ear. All right, my friend, we must be off. With that, Newt positioned himself on the Zowu's neck and gave the command. The Zowu roared and then bolted in the direction indicated by Newt, with the heart of the island lake lying ahead. Canaan swiftly followed behind, noticing the remarkable speed of Zowu, which occasionally traversed through spatial tunnels, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Had he not been sensitive to the nuances of spatial energy and capable of opening spatial gates, he might have easily lost track of it. In less than 20 minutes, Zowu led the group to their destination, halting before a vast lake. The sun was blazing, casting shimmering golden rays upon the lake's surface, creating a dazzling spectacle. In the mirrored space, Canaan perceived the lake as an expansive ocean, seemingly boundless. Moreover, the water within the lake was exceptionally clear, reflecting the sky and presenting an overall hue of deep blue. Canaan beheld a multitude of peculiar fish swimming in the water, each approximately 1 meter in length, their bodies translucent and glistening, undoubtedly delectable. They appeared to be frolicking, gathering in schools near the shallows, with some leaping joyfully from the water's surface, seemingly reveling in their play. Surely, this place is devoid of a dragon, murmured Lorith, as he leaned closer to the lake's edge, gazing into the distance. Throughout their journey, they had exchanged information, and he had learned from Newt of a colossal white dragon residing within this lake. I distinctly recall witnessing the dragon here. It was truly immense, blocking out the sun. Kingra, fearing disbelief from the others, eagerly gestured animatedly to illustrate the scene he had encountered. Blocking out the sun? I could grasp the sun between my fingers. Crabbe chuckled, lifting his hand to peer at the sun through the space between his thumb and index finger. Oh, indeed, Mr. Crabbe. That dragon attempted to emerge and attack us, only to be thwarted by the golden barrier at the lake's forefront. However, I am at a loss as to the whereabouts of that dragon and the luminous shield now, Kingra explained anxiously. Perhaps we have arrived too late, Dumbledore remarked, casting a worried glance toward the lake's center. Gentlemen, I believe I see a dark spot upon the sun. Is this merely an illusion? Crabbe exclaimed incredulously, rubbing his eyes and shielding them from the glaring sunlight. He peered again. Gentlemen, I am certain there is indeed a dark spot on the sun, and it appears to be growing larger. Oh, good heavens, that object is alive. It is descending. Crabbe suddenly gasped in terror, The dragon is in the sky. It has emerged. The group looked upward, discovering the enormous dark silhouette, steadily approaching them, which was none other than the frost dragon described by Kangra. This is dire. Both Newt and Dumbledore exchanged grave expressions. Such a legendary creature was beyond their capabilities to confront. Come to me, we shall ride the Zowu, Newt shouted. Just then, Dumbledore interjected, Newt, take them to the center of the lake. There lies a refuge. In Lorith, remember our prior agreement. He drew his wand, fixing his gaze upon the impending white dragon, and proclaimed, I shall draw its attention. You all must flee. In a flurry, Newt ushered everyone onto the back of the Zowu, guiding it toward the lake's heart. The creature's hooves skimmed the water's surface, creating ripples without sinking. Canaan could not help but marvel at how the Zowu could walk upon the water, though its tail was held high, seemingly fearful of touching the liquid surface. At that moment, the colossal dragon descended closer to the ground, and Canaan felt as though the entire sky had darkened, with fierce winds swirling around them, causing the fish in the water to flee in panic. A thunderous roar echoed, filling the ears of all present. The great white dragon, soaring through the air, spotted the Zowu racing across the water's surface. Its interest piqued, and immediately veered towards Newt and his companions. Good heavens! It's coming this way, exclaimed Kublai, glancing up and gripping the golden fur on the Zowu's back tightly. Issuing a warning, Dumbledore quickly raised his wand to cast a spell, attempting to divert the dragoness' attention. Splinter. A beam of white light shot swiftly towards the dragon's head. The white dragon paid no heed to the incoming spell, continuing to flap its enormous wings in pursuit of Newt and the others. The spell merely sparked against its scales, leaving no trace upon the pristine white surface. Oh! For heaven's sake, what manner of beast is this? Cursed Loris, witnessing the scene unfold. Even a powerful wizard like Dumbledore was unable to inflict any damage upon the dragon. How could they possibly combat such a creature? Newt glanced back, locking eyes with the dragon's golden-black slit pupils from afar. He sensed a playful glint in its gaze, realizing that the dragon's intelligence was likely formidable. Suddenly, the dragon opened its massive jaws, its throat undulating as if about to unleash something. Watch out! Newt urgently urged the Zowu, shouting, Everyone, hold on tight. A torrent of white dragon fire, 10 meters in diameter, erupted forth, accompanied by a resounding roar that seemed to freeze the very air. The Zowu sensed the imminent danger behind and, with its fur standing on end and pupils dilating, swiftly leaped into a spatial passage, narrowly evading the blast of white flame. The lake's surface, struck by the dragon's breath, erupted in a cascade of water, which quickly froze. A chilling aura spreading across the surrounding waters, claiming the lives of many fish that floated lifelessly on the surface. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of its fiery breath, the frost dragon let out a furious roar, as if its dignity had been insulted. In the wake of the Zowu's desperate leap, Newt and his companions had vanished from sight, far beyond the lake's surface. The frost dragon turned its indifferent gaze towards Dumbledore on the shore. It recognized him as the one who had dared to attack. This human must perish. With a thunderous roar, it charged towards Dumbledore, its massive form propelled by howling winds. Dumbledore stood at the water's edge, wand in hand, his expression grave, acutely aware of a palpable pressure in the air that compelled him to exercise utmost caution. With a crack, the frost dragon soared to the shore, its jaws snapping at Dumbledore. In an instant, Dumbledore vanished, reappearing atop the dragon's back, his wand swirling as an array of powerful spells rained down upon the beast. This was the disillusionment charm. Dumbledore could still employ spatial magic within this realm. The frost dragon ascended, seeking to shake off the pesky wizard clinging to its back. Yet, it seemed Dumbledore had cast a spell beneath its feet. For no matter how the dragon flew, it could not dislodge him. With an enraged roar, the frost dragon plunged into the lake. Dumbledore's form flickered once more, appearing breathlessly on the shore. He had tested numerous spells upon the dragon, many of which were formidable, yet none could breach its scales. Indeed, this legendary creature was not easily vanquished. Dumbledore, it appears you require assistance, Filrot remarked cheerfully as he materialized at the water's edge, having witnessed the earlier exchange. Indeed, Filrot, Dumbledore replied with a smile. This creature cannot be confronted directly. We must restrain it, for its wings are its greatest vulnerability, Filrot advised slowly. The frost dragon emerged from the water, its golden-black eyes fixed upon the shore. Infuriatingly, yet another pesky creature had appeared. It surged forth from the depths, accompanied by a towering wave, determined to demonstrate that a dragon's dignity must not be trifled with. I will draw its attention. You take care of the rear, Filrot quickly stated, transforming into a cloud of golden mist as he ascended into the sky. Filrat's semi-visible form wielded his wand, launching white spells that sparked against the frost dragon's scales, eliciting only minor flares. "Hey, big guy, I'm right here," Filrat taunted loudly. The frost dragon responded with a blast of icy breath. Anticipating the bone-chilling onslaught, Filrat accelerated his flight, narrowly avoiding the attack. The frost dragon roared once more, feeling that these pesky humans were utterly unforgivable, as if they were toying with it. It soared into the sky, relentlessly pursuing the golden mist that was Filrat. At that moment, Dumbledore suddenly reappeared on the dragon's back, plucking a few strands of hair. With a flick of his wand, the white strands transformed into chains as thick as a man's arm. With each wave of his wand, the chains grew thicker and longer, coiling around the base of the frost dragon's wings. The dragon shrieked in anguish, realizing too late that it could no longer move its wings under the binding chains. With a resounding crash, the frost dragon plummeted from the sky, a cloud of dust rising as it struck the ground. As the dust settled, a vast crater was revealed before the gathered onlookers. Within the pit, the frost dragon let out a low growl, attempting to rise but finding its back immobilized, the chains tightening around it. "How shall we deal with it?" Filrat inquired with keen interest, hovering before the dragon and scrutinizing it closely. "My chains will not hold for long. This transformation spell consumes a great deal of magical energy. We should head to the center of the lake." "They should be gathered there," Dumbledore suggested. In his estimation, this dragon would not be easily slain. Even the killing curse would likely be ineffective. "Very well. But I wish to test a hypothesis," Filrat replied with a grin, raising his wand to cast a spell aimed at the frost dragon's eyes. "The eye disease curse?" Dumbledore queried in confusion. Legend has it that the eye disease curse was created specifically to combat dragons. Its originator's greatest regret was never knowing if it actually worked. "I shall fulfill that dream," Filrat explained. However, the frost dragon showed no immediate response to the curse, its slit pupils glaring angrily at the diminutive figures before it. Still as agile as ever. "Well then," Filrat shrugged, casting several more eye disease curses at the dragon's moving right eye until it swelled up, before finally lowering his wand. Concluding that multiple attempts had indeed proven effective, the frost dragon lifted its head once more, roaring in fury, as it felt its draconic dignity had been trampled upon by these wretched humans. His right eye now throbbed with intense pain, and the images before him appeared blurred, accompanied by an incessant flow of tears. Yet, he remained as curious as ever. Dumbledore reminisced about Filrat's school days and smiled faintly. "Headmaster, I am a Ravenclaw," Filrat exclaimed. "Ah, well, it is indeed rare to find a student of your caliber among the Ravenclaws," Dumbledore mused, gazing thoughtfully at Filrat before continuing. "It has been quite some time since we last conversed. Are you still upset with me for shielding Tom back then?" Who could forget that Dumbledore had always been a biased professor, even now, as he held the title of headmaster? "I suppose I am not suited to be a proper headmaster," Filrat replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Filrat's response, Dumbledore sighed. "Very well, headmaster. I must be on my way. There is little point in prolonging this conversation, but you wouldn't hinder my departure, would you?" Filrat smiled as he regarded Dumbledore. Dumbledore pressed his lips together, his profound gaze fixed on Filrat, remaining silent. "Then farewell, headmaster," Filrat said, casting one last deep look at Dumbledore before transforming into golden mist and soaring away. Dumbledore stood still, gazing in the direction of Filrat's departure, shaking his head in resignation. After a long moment, he too transformed into a wisp of white mist and pursued him. The frost dragon observed the two diminutive beings depart and let out a sigh of relief. It had been genuinely apprehensive about these creatures tormenting its other eye. But was it merely an illusion? It seemed to glimpse a flash of golden light before a small child, adorned with a red hat, appeared before it. What does he intend to do? Why is he approaching from behind? I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, my rear. At that moment, Canaan, thoroughly satisfied, stowed away vials of crimson liquid into his satchel. These were none other than the blood of the frost dragon. Having seen Dumbledore and Filrat depart, he had emerged from the mirrored space. He was acutely aware of the dragon's wealth, particularly the invaluable nature of its blood as a crucial ingredient for many precious potions. This frost dragon, now utterly defenseless, was not to be wasted. After careful selection, he had targeted the dragon's most private area, a site that was both secure and devoid of scales, making it ideal for bloodletting. There were likely 3 large barrels worth. Though he lamented that his containers had all been exhausted, still, it should suffice for quite some time. "What a pity," Canaan murmured, glancing at the still gushing wound and lamenting. "The incision is too large, such waste." Canaan had no choice but to wield his wand to heal the wounds of the frost dragon, for he did not wish to see this majestic creature bleed to death. It might well be the last of its kind from ancient times. The frost dragon shook its rear, feeling an itch, as if the human was using magic to mend its injuries. Damn the insignificant insect. How dare it trespass upon the sacred domain of the dragon? Once I am restored, I shall be the first to sink my teeth into you, it thought fiercely. With that, it exerted all its might to flap its wings, attempting to break free from the shackles of iron. The chains, having lost the magical sustenance from Dumbledore, emitted incessant creaking sounds, unable to withstand the strain. Canaan tidied up, meticulously excavating the soil and vegetation stained with dragon blood, carefully packaging them into a storage bag. He then gazed upward at the frost giant dragon, which was on the verge of breaking free from its restraints, and waved his hand. All right, my colossal friend. Until we meet again. Upon re-entering the mirrored space, Canaan donned his cloak and soared into the heights, seeking the whereabouts of Dumbledore and his companions. The sun shone brilliantly, and from his elevated vantage point, the crystalline lake below reflected a golden radiance, presenting a scene of divine serenity and tranquility. However, even as he hovered several thousand meters above, surveying the expanse of the lake, he still failed to locate the safe haven previously mentioned by Dumbledore. Where could they have fled to? There was no island in the center of the lake. Could they be beneath the waters, or perhaps? Canaan descended rapidly, sensing that there must be something invisible at the center of the lake. Indeed, he hovered at a certain altitude above the lake's heart, acutely aware of formless waves of energy emanating ahead. It seemed to resemble a colossal invisible magical array. No, there were also faint traces of defensive magical formations. Canaan approached slowly, feeling no repulsion from the magical array. As he passed through a translucent wave of light, he beheld the hidden world beneath the enchantment. It was a crescent-shaped isle, lush with verdant foliage and rolling mountains, at the center of which stood a peak resembling a broken sword thrust into the earth. He observed that the mountain's core was hollow, with a grand tree, abundant with branches and leaves, growing forth from within. This was undoubtedly the most striking sight on the island. From a distance, peculiar structures could be faintly discerned atop the peak. They appeared to be built upon the great tree and bore no resemblance to human architectural styles. It seemed to be the work of Dumbledore and his companions. Canaan, finally detecting signs of Dumbledore's presence, hastened toward them. Step no further, Dumbledore. A wizard clad in black robes snarled, holding a group of alchemists hostage. Yet, his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Hey, buddy, stop shaking. Your wand is about to skewer that alchemist, Clubber jested. Silence, you rotund fool. The black-robed wizard glared at Clubber before turning his attention back to Dumbledore. You would do well not to attempt any treachery. I have come resolved to die if necessary. Zabuzak, there's no need for such desperation over number one. Tell me, where has number one taken the others? Philrot stepped forward. Philrot. You have once again fallen prey to Dumbledore's sweet talk, you fickle scoundrel, Zabuzak scoffed. If that is the case, I shall take action. I care not for the fate of those people. Philrot aimed his wand at him. Wait, number two. Zabuzak's words were cut short as a spell shot forth from Philrot with astonishing speed. Blast. Zabuzak had not anticipated Philrot's direct assault. He was caught off guard as his wand was swiftly disarmed. Philrot advanced, pressing his wand against Zabuzak's throat, coldly demanding, where has number one gone? Feeling the icy intent emanating from the wand, Zabuzak reluctantly replied, they have gone inside the mountain. Who else is with them, and what are they planning? Speak quickly. Do not test my patience. Philrot's brow furrowed, the wand firmly against Zabuzak's neck. Zabuzak swallowed hard and hurriedly divulged, there are 6 in total, number 1, 5, and 7. The alchemist Gewite and Aski, along with a mysterious figure cloaked in black. I could not discern his visage. He seems to share a close bond with number 1. They spoke of something we have long sought within the mountain, and then they entered. That is all I know. A mysterious figure? Is he one of yours? Philrot queried Clubber. Oh, absolutely not. Aside from those you have slain and those captured by bats, I am all that remains of my kin, Clubber hastily clarified. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before slowly stating, Newt, you stay here and keep an eye on them while Philrot and I investigate further. Very well, be careful, Newt nodded. Thereafter, Dumbledore and Philrot employed flight magic, transforming into wisps of mist, ascending into the air in an attempt to enter the mountain from its summit. Canaan closely followed behind. Why do you persist in wanting to venture into that magical realm? Conditions there may not be superior to our own, Dumbledore inquired, momentarily revealing himself in the air. Then why do you continuously thwart our attempts to reach that world? It may not even be hostile to us, Philrot retorted in kind. Dumbledore did not respond, but instead posed another question. Where did you learn the magic you previously used? Philrot chuckled. You must have already guessed. It is precisely as you suspect. Well, here we are. No sooner had he spoken than they arrived atop the peak. A colossal tree, nearly 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the center of the mountain, its umbrella-like canopy obscuring the sky above. Peering down, they found the interior of the mountain shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Dumbledore. Are we to descend into that abyss? Philrot asked, glancing at Dumbledore. The environment below was too obscure, making direct descent perilous. And he doubted that the mysterious teleportation array would be established in such a dismal place. Wait, let me investigate first, Dumbledore replied. Soaring to the expansive branches of the colossal tree, searching for something amidst the foliage. Eventually, he discovered a fresh scratch hidden between the branches, which resembled a peculiar symbol. It seems Zabuzak deceived us. I believe Jorlinster and his group must have entered through the tree's interior, Dumbledore concluded. Oh well. I should have cast a spell at that fellow's head earlier. But how do you know they went inside the tree? And how do we gain entry? Philrot queried, perplexed. Although he was uncertain how Dumbledore had acquired this knowledge, he flew over and lightly tapped the tree's trunk with his wand, attempting to discern whether it was hollow. Perhaps we require a special incantation, Dumbledore mused, gently caressing the branches. A special incantation? Fragmentation, Philrot exclaimed, drawing his wand and casting a spell at the tree's trunk, which resulted in a small, smoking black hole. Well, Philrot sighed, shaking his head. Do you suppose the passage lies beneath the mountain? Unlikely. They must have entered from here. But we have yet to discover how, Dumbledore explained. Did someone from your team relay this information to you? Did they leave you a message? Philrot inquired with a smile, suddenly realizing that someone may have signaled Dumbledore, which explained his insistence. Dumbledore regarded him quietly, a smile playing on his lips as he continued to search for the entrance. Is it number 6, Drelin? Or 7, Yabinson? Or perhaps that mysterious figure? Philrot continued to question loudly, eager to uncover the identity of the informant within their ranks. Could it be Drelin? He was the one who urged me to ally with Dumbledore, Philrot mused. However, Dumbledore remained silent, moving to a new branch to continue his examination. What is this? Dumbledore paused, discovering another fresh scratch which bore the semblance of an arrow, seemingly indicating a direction. Excellent. He followed the arrow's trajectory and soon found a concave notch on a densely leafed branch, its shape aligning perfectly with the emerald gemstone in his possession. Philrot. I have made a discovery, Dumbledore beckoned. This must be the activation switch, but it appears to be missing something, a green gemstone, Philrot observed upon inspection, frowning as he realized he lacked such a gem. I happen to have one. Let us give it a try, and may fortune favor us. Dumbledore gently nestled the gemstone into the recess, where it fit flawlessly, emanating a soft, verdant glow. Subsequently, the branches of the ancient tree began to quiver, and the gemstone emitted a beam of green light, which traversed along one branch and reflected onto another, ultimately creating a pattern reminiscent of a hexagram. Canaan gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The ingenious construction of the magic array was something he had never encountered before. Is this the end? Philrot pondered, his eyes fixed on the glowing green hexagram, feeling somewhat perplexed. Dumbledore, adjusting his glasses to scrutinize the pattern, eventually spoke. This appears to be a spatial magic array. We may require assistance. Philrot, it would be prudent for you to descend and bring Lorist up. We need his expertise. At that moment, Dumbledore finally comprehended why Lawrence had captured all the alchemists proficient in magic arrays. Philrot nodded and transformed into a golden mist, swiftly descending. Moments later, accompanied by a cacophony of screams, he returned with Lorist. Dumbledore, sir, how may I assist you? Lorist panted, wiping the sweat from his brow, still recovering from the harrowing flight experience. Lorist, does your family possess any records of such a magic array? Dumbledore inquired rapidly. Lorist's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the hexagram illuminated by the green light filtering through the branches, his face half bathed in its glow. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, this should be a method exclusive to the elven race for constructing magic arrays. This is my first encounter with a magic array formed by the refraction through branches. It is truly marvelous. Very well, Lorist, do you have any practical solutions? Dumbledore interjected at an opportune moment. Indeed, Mr. Dumbledore, this hexagram is merely a preliminary spatial magic array. We need to manipulate the light refracted by the emerald to create a new magic array design. And I believe that will suffice, Lorist mused, resting his chin on his hand. Excellent. You shall take the lead. and we shall follow your instructions," Dumbledore commanded. "First, we must modify the second refracted line. It must be said that Lorist had conducted extensive research on spatial magic arrays. Under his adept guidance, the emerald emitted a fresh pattern. This new design featured a pentagram on the periphery, encasing a complex circular pattern within, emanating waves of spatial energy as if connecting to another realm. "Splendid, Filrot. Please return Lorist to his place," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "Wait." Lorist began to speak, but was already whisked away by Filrot from the mountaintop, his screams echoing even louder, startling numerous birds in the distance. After a considerable time, Filrot soared back up. "What did you do down there?" Filrot inquired with curiosity. "I hung Zabzak from a tree and gave him a good thrashing. I feared I might not have another opportunity," Filrot explained with a grin, clearly pleased with himself. "Marvelous." Dumbledore chuckled, approaching the teleportation pattern. "I shall enter first. Do take care." He glanced back at Filrot before stepping into the teleportation passage. Without hesitation, Filrot gripped his staff tightly against his chest and followed closely. Once they departed, the emerald seemed to be drawn magnetically, soaring from its recess and into the teleportation channel. It appeared that Dumbledore had cast a spell akin to the levitation charm above. With the emerald's energy supply severed, the green rays dissipated, and the magic array faded at a visible pace. At this juncture, Canaan furrowed his brow in the mirrored space, contemplating whether to pursue them. If he followed immediately, he risked revealing his presence. Conversely, waiting to enter later with his fragmentary emerald raised uncertainties about whether it could activate the teleportation portal. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and ultimately, he resolved to draw forth his wand, cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, and swiftly step through the circular teleportation portal. The duration of this teleportation was fleeting, passing in the blink of an eye. Canaan arrived in a radiant cylindrical space, where the wooden walls were adorned with luminous insects, seemingly providing the entire area with its light. He surmised that this must be an interior space of the colossal tree. Yet he was astonished by the vibrant life flourishing here. Beneath his feet lay tender green grass, interspersed with colorful blossoms, enveloping the space in a dreamlike atmosphere. Standing before him, Dumbledore and Filrot also gazed around in astonishment, having never witnessed such a scene. It was truly remarkable. However, Canaan had no time to admire the beauty of this place, for he noticed in the distance Rowlinster and a figure cloaked in black suddenly materializing here. It was apparition. Even within the secret realm, they could employ apparition. Dumbledore. Rowlinster's expression turned grave. The teleportation circle was nearly completed, yet Dumbledore had chosen this moment to appear. Despite her efforts to leave numerous misleading signals, she had not anticipated Dumbledore's swift pursuit. Had someone among them conveyed information to him? Rowlinster's thoughts raced. Number 2. Are you truly willing to abandon your long-held pursuits and collaborate with this old man? Rowlinster inquired, casting a glance at Filrot. Number 1. I have never relinquished my goals. I merely believe you have concealed too many matters from us. Can you elucidate why you are collaborating with Death Eaters? Why you discovered this secret realm a month ago, yet only informed us a week prior? Filrot replied, his expression charged with emotion, pointing his wand at the cloaked figure. And could you enlighten us as to who he is? Such a character has never been part of our organization. Of course, if you cannot satisfy my inquiries, I would not hesitate to ally with Dumbledore and dispose of you first, Filrot added. Number 2, his identity is sensitive, and I am not at liberty to disclose it. However, he has aided us significantly in the past. As for the information I withheld from you, it was merely to ensure our objective success, I assure you. I harbor no selfish motives, Rowlinster explained, her brow furrowed as she endeavored to remain patient. So this is your form of assurance? I entered alongside Dumbledore. He possesses more knowledge than I do. What guarantee can you provide me? And regarding this mysterious individual, you would do well to remove your hood. For I have little patience for those who lurk in shadows. Filrot tightened his grip on his wand, ready for action. Filrot, you will not act hastily. We can converse properly shortly. However, I believe we must first address the little pest trailing you. The enigmatic figure in black interjected, his voice resonating with magnetism. Little pests? Filrot and Dumbledore turned in unison. Reveal yourselves. The cloaked figure advanced, employing a revealing charm upon the surrounding grass. Golden light emanating from the tip of his wand and dispersing throughout the space. Yet, the grass remained unchanged, with nothing materializing. Damn it! The mysterious man furrowed his brow beneath his robe, having clearly seen a patch of grass flattened moments earlier. At that moment, Canaan, witnessing all from above, could not help but pat his racing heart. Fortunately, he had silently ascended into the air, utilizing the flying capability of his invisibility cloak. Meanwhile, Philrot felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene. The disillusionment charm. The revealing charm. He suddenly recalled the mysterious figure that had appeared when the library was destroyed. Was it the same individual? Are you mistaken? Who could follow Dumbledore without being detected? Rowlinster stepped forward, inquiring of the cloaked figure. Impossible. I am certain someone was here just now. The cloaked man shook his head, asserting his conviction. Oh, there are indeed some whom I cannot detect, you may have heard. They could hail from Camartosh. Dumbledore replied with a slow smile. Newt had relayed everything that transpired to Dumbledore along the way, leading him to surmise that the individual trailing them was likely a sorcerer from Camartosh. Camartosh. Dumbledore, are you jesting? That is merely a tale for children. How could such a force truly exist? The cloaked figure laughed, clearly skeptical, harboring a long-standing dislike for that child. That child is no ordinary being. A young wizard yet to enroll has already attained such notoriety, an accomplishment beyond typical capability. Moreover, we are presently unable to trace that person's whereabouts. And that serves as the best evidence, Dumbledore countered. Canaan Breen, I have encountered that child as well. He always wears a red hat. When I was a guardian at the New York Library, I once saw him. He even entered the 3rd floor with Dumbledore's letter of guarantee. I truly should have asked him for an autograph, Philrot interjected, a wistful expression crossing his face. Canaan observed the individuals engaged in conversation, unable to suppress a smile. Yet, he sensed that Dumbledore and Philrot were deliberately stalling for time, raising questions about their intentions. Did they aim to allow Dumbledore's clandestine agents to sabotage the teleportation array? But where was that array located? Rubbing his temples, Canaan began to scrutinize the entire cylindrical space. The circular ground below was lush with vegetation. Yet there were no signs of any structures. It was impossible for the teleportation array to be situated here. He then lifted his gaze towards the pinnacle, where a brilliant light source seemed to emanate from the top of the colossal tree, though it appeared to be tantalizingly out of reach. Could the teleportation array be there? At that moment, Jorlinster sensed something amiss. She turned to the robed figure, instructing, "You go to the teleportation array. I fear that Dallin and Abyssin might not be trustworthy. They could sabotage the array. This time, you can directly employ the soul-snatching curse against them." She then glanced at Philrot. The materials needed for repairing the teleportation array are exceedingly rare. If Dumbledore's people manage to destroy it, you will not have a second opportunity to restore it. Number 2. Trust me, let us join forces to thwart Dumbledore, and I will ensure your safe passage to the other side. You will need me there. Philrot met her earnest gaze. His expression conflicted, momentarily rendered indecisive. Jorlinster, I cannot leave you here alone, the robed figure replied, shaking his head as he shielded her behind him, wand aimed at Dumbledore. Number 1. I never expected you to possess such allure. No wonder you trust him so implicitly. It appears he is an old flame of yours. Philrot remarked with a peculiar smile, astonished that such a fierce woman had someone who cherished her. Jorlinster disregarded Philrot's jibe, stepping forward to gently grasp the robed man's hand. Drawing her wand towards Dumbledore as she declared, Number 2. I believe in you. The teleportation array is at the end of this colossal tree space. You must hurry there. As for Dumbledore, we will hold him back. Very well. Philrot cast a glance at Dumbledore before nodding. Remember not to use apparition to ascend. Dumbledore can also perform it within this secret realm, and he will follow the spatial traces you leave behind. With that, Philrot transformed into a golden mist, soaring upward, startling numerous luminous insects that flitted about the space. Canaan had to carefully evade these insects to avoid detection. He also contemplated ascending to check on Dallin and Gewite, but knew that if he flew directly upwards, he would surely disturb the insects once more. At that moment, the situation below shifted dramatically. Jorlinster, the robed figure beside you must be Auror Schuster. Dumbledore suddenly interjected, his words shocking. Schuster? Canaan was taken aback, realizing that this head of the American Magical Congress was indeed an accomplice of the mysterious organization. It appeared that Schuster had been involved in both the library attack and the chaotic Quidditch tournament, explaining the organization's seamless operations. Dumbledore, how did you discover my connection? Schuster removed his hat, revealing a resigned smile. Long ago, while investigating the library incident, I had my suspicions. You inherited your mother's talent. You have always excelled in discerning human nature, and I could not believe that your subordinates were infiltrated by a mysterious organization. Furthermore, I indeed placed informants within the organization, gathering significant intelligence before confirming your association with them. I recall you as a sweet and obedient child. I cannot fathom how your family would react to this revelation. Dumbledore said, gazing at Schuster with disappointment in his eyes. Enough. Old man, you've always been so hypocritical, Jorlinster interrupted loudly, then turned to Schuster with a gentle expression. It's all right. Let us depart together for another world. Schuster patted her hand, gazing into her eyes, filled with affection, before gently shaking his head. He then turned to Dumbledore, speaking with resolve, Mr. Dumbledore, I do not regret my choices. After this, I will turn myself into the Magical Congress. However, before that, I must ensure Jorlinster's safe departure. Your weapon. Before Dumbledore could respond, Schuster acted first. A beam of white light shot forth, which Dumbledore deftly deflected with a flick of his wand. The spell lacked strength. Dumbledore discerned that Schuster had no intention of inflicting harm. He gazed at the two holding hands, his brow furrowed, and let out a soft sigh, uncertain in that moment whether his convictions were indeed correct. Why do you hesitate to act? Philrot called out. Schuster, let us sit down and discuss. I believe we can have an honest conversation, Dumbledore suggested slowly. Old man, do you still wish to delay? Jorlinster gripped her wand tightly, fully mistrusting Dumbledore. Jorlinster, I believe you can calmly converse with me. It has been long since we had a proper discussion, Dumbledore replied gently. What is there to discuss? How you punished me for a trivial matter. Leading us Slytherins to lose that year's House Cup? Do you know that since then, I have been unable to hold my head high in the Serpent House? They see me and say, you cursed half-blood, you brought us disgrace. Jorlinster retorted angrily, recalling that moment igniting her emotions. I am truly sorry for that. However, I punished you because you were delving into dark magic, which poses grave dangers, Dumbledore replied earnestly. I do not share your view, regardless of its power. It is still wielded by humans. And look at me now. I am thriving. I see only the benefits this magic has bestowed upon me. It has granted me courage. No one dares to point a wand at my nose and call me an ugly half-breed. If they dare to insult me again, I would not hesitate to cast the Cruciatus curse upon them to make them experience the same suffering. Ah-ha-ha, Jorlinster laughed maniacally. Dumbledore shook his head, his blue eyes fixated on Jorlinster with seriousness. At that time, Voldemort thought similarly. He, like you, was intoxicated by the power that dark magic could provide, ultimately losing control and inflicting tremendous harm upon the magical world. You are far better than he, for your bond with Schuster will retain a semblance of reason. Dumbledore lowered his wand, addressing Schuster, you must reason with her. The cost of using such dark magic is far too great. Are you not going to stop us? Schuster asked, astonished. Oh, I do not wish to assume the role of a villain, Dumbledore chuckled, narrowing his eyes. I have come to realize that sometimes clinging too stubbornly to a belief can be detrimental. I, too, must embrace change. Jorlinster, I apologize. I had no idea that incident would continue to haunt you. Dumbledore bowed deeply, his white beard nearly grazing the ground. Jorlinster stood still, saying nothing, but her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. It appears I truly need to reform the teaching methods at Hogwarts. Moreover, I must reflect upon myself. It is indeed unfortunate to have talented children harbor animosity towards me. Tom, Philrot, you, and even one yet to enroll. Oh, it seems quite a few. Dumbledore gently tapped his head and smiled warmly. Mr. Dumbledore, you have truly performed admirably, Schuster remarked, caught up in the jovial atmosphere. Indeed, it is commendable. However, when it comes to educating children, achieving this is merely the beginning, Dumbledore replied, patting Schuster on the shoulder. Now, let us ascend together. I am eager to witness the interdimensional portal for myself. It is bound to astonish you. But are you truly capable of apparition? I can only manage spatial relocation with the aid of a treasure possessing spatial attributes to transport Ravenclaw, Schuster inquired. For short distances. It is certainly feasible, Dumbledore said, showcasing the suspended ring on his right hand with a smile. This, too, is my treasure. Schuster nodded. Then took Ravenclaw's hand and performed apparition. Dumbledore, feeling the lingering traces of the spatial transition, turned and vanished from his spot. Canaan materialized in the air. Unexpectedly taken aback by the unfolding events, particularly by Dumbledore's willingness to set aside his convictions and extend an apology, which truly commanded his respect. This is for the best. I feel more at ease now, Canaan sighed, then activated the Eye of Agamotto, conjuring a series of green rings around his arms to open the mirror space. He found himself at the terminus of the giant tree space, where he discovered Dumbledore and others seated upon Ask's flying carpet, floating in midair, alongside Durand and Gewhite. So you have reconciled? Gewhite inquired, incredulous. He and Ask had been held captive for nearly an entire day, waiting for the accursed teleportation array to be repaired. He had anticipated Dumbledore's rescue. Yet the outcome was surprisingly different. So we still need to fix this contraption, do we? Gu White pointed at the enormous teleportation array above them. A frown etched on his face. This circular array, constructed of white rays, hovered in the air, radiating a brilliant glow. Canaan perceived that the principles of this array were akin to those of the one atop the treetops, albeit this one was grander and more intricate. Gu White. I must trouble you. Dumbledore offered an apologetic smile, then picked up a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and savored them. Mr. Dumbledore. I do not find it troublesome. However, as you know, my schedule is exceedingly busy, and being captured has cost me considerable time. Not to mention my carpet has been commandeered, as lamented, feeling his losses were substantial. Once this matter is concluded, I will ensure you receive satisfactory compensation. Dumbledore assured with a smile, having just enjoyed a honey-flavored bean. Gentlemen, while the surroundings are pleasant, with ample food and drink, Gu White remarked while opening a snack bag. I do not mind being threatened with wands, yet I must say, the situation regarding the teleportation array is not as optimistic as you might think. What do you mean? Ravenclaw asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Gu White cast her a sidelong glance, explaining that such an interdimensional teleportation array required an immense amount of energy. Even with the Great Tree as a power source, activating the array still necessitated special energy, akin to the emeralds they had previously utilized. I have 2 emeralds. Is that not sufficient? Ravenclaw produced 2 emeralds. Not enough. For as a conservative estimate, Gu White waved his hand dismissively. I have 1 here. Schuster also revealed an emerald. Oh. I happen to have 1 as well, Dumbledore added, producing another from within his ropes. Very well, we have gathered enough. However, I must warn you. Once the teleportation array is activated, the power within the emeralds will be completely drained. Without them, returning from the secret realm may prove impossible, Gu White pondered before speaking slowly. Silence enveloped the group for a moment. Are there no other means of return? Philrod inquired. I believe not. Even if you could employ apparition, it would not suffice. This secret realm is quite distant from our world, as you should have sensed from the time taken to arrive. Gu White shook his head, genuinely at a loss. Dumbledore. Do you think Mr. Scamander outside might also possess emeralds? Philrod asked. I doubt it. Scamander was brought in by me. Moreover, acquiring this emerald required considerable effort, Dumbledore replied, also shaking his head. Observing this exchange, Canaan contemplated, realizing that Newt had likely kept the existence of emeralds in Congra a secret, as he was indeed a person who could guard secrets well. Are there truly only these 4 emeralds? Do any of you have knowledge of other gems? Gu White pressed. Actually, during the library attack incident, the American Wizarding Federation lost an emerald. Schuster paused as he felt the weight of the group's gaze upon him, then continued. The information about the emerald was disclosed by me to Ravenclaw, who subsequently dispatched a dark wizard named Vimero from their organization to procure the gem. Vimero impersonated me and successfully stole the emerald from the Woolworth building, yet we ultimately discovered his corpse in a desolate area outside New York City. Who killed him? Philrod inquired. Regrettably, there were few traces left, and Vimero's one was also missing. However, our investigation revealed that Schuster died from the killing curse, his own curse. Are you jesting? Who would cast such a spell upon themselves? Duran interjected, fearing that further discussion might expose Canaan's involvement. He sought to muddle the waters. The facts remain. Schuster shot a piercing glance at Duran. Schuster, do you suspect that the individual who killed Vimero is the same one who impersonated your subordinate Tofuos to enter the library? Philrod asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, I suspect that Canaan Brain is intricately linked to all of this, Schuster asserted firmly. Impossible. He is but a child. Duran contested. Hearing the spirited debate, Dumbledore chuckled softly. I understand that Canaan harbors many secrets, yet he is not a malicious child. I have faith in him. Canaan observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile, surprised that Dumbledore would come to his defense. Gentlemen, were we not discussing the matter of the emerald? How has it turned to the involvement of young Mr. Brain? Ask interjected. Still preoccupied with Canaan's earlier mention of ancient tomes on magical formations in the Alchemical Mutual Aid Society. I too believe that young Mr. Brain has no part in this affair, commented Guavert. Then how shall we resolve the issue of the missing emerald? Shall we seek out that child? Rowland inquired anxiously, bewildered as to why the focus had shifted to an underage wizard. Philrod leaned closer to Dran, whispering, Dran, I know you were rescued in the library. Share what you know with me. We need the gem. Dran met Philrod's gaze, shaking his head solemnly. I'm afraid, Philrod, I know nothing. Dran, is there something you are withholding from us? We are but a step away from success. Rowland exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation as she waved her wand. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, the space around them shimmered slightly. A brilliant golden spark appeared in the air, ultimately coalescing into a golden portal. A red figure emerged from the portal, hovering steadily in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I can answer all your questions. Moreover, I can conveniently escort you home. The voice was deep and powerful, resonating throughout the entire space. Canaan, draped in a floating cloak and adorned with a faux eye of Agamotto upon his chest, materialized before the crowd. In a moment of urgency, he had resorted to consuming a concoction infused with Scotta's hair. This time, he bore Scotta's visage. Having made subtle alterations to his features, his hair, eyebrows, and beard were all meticulously shaved away. And the crimson cap atop his head was enchanted with invisibility and fixation spells, revealing a smooth, glistening bald head. "Master Gui," exclaimed Gu White, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the astonishing scene before him. Canaan's attire bore an uncanny resemblance to the supreme sorcerer depicted in the tome. Utilizing the very same spatial door-opening spell, characterized by a golden circle. Could it be that Camartage truly exists? And what of Thanos? Gu White pondered, feeling as though his 30-year understanding of the magical realm had abruptly crumbled. Gu White, I am the supreme sorcerer of this generation of Camartage. There is no need for concern. This world holds only Camartage, and Thanos does not exist, Canaan said, gazing at the somewhat disoriented Gu White with a reassuring smile. Supreme sorcerer? So you have been following us all along? Philrot raised an eyebrow, finding this face somewhat familiar. I sincerely apologize. The sorcerers of Camartage have always been discreetly safeguarding this realm, ensuring that no harm befalls the earth, Canaan replied, bowing his head in apology. Will you then impede our actions? Jorlinst asked warily, unable to discern the intentions of this suddenly appearing supreme sorcerer, tightening her grip on her wand. No, that will not be the case. One of Camartage's fundamental principles is to refrain from interfering in the natural course of events, and since you have reached a consensus, I believe the activation of this teleportation array is merely a matter of time, Canaan elucidated. Supreme Sorcerer, may I inquire why, after so many years in the magical realm, I have never encountered the name Camartage? Dumbledore also inquired. Canaan gazed into Dumbledore's cerulean eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Mr. Dumbledore, Camartage serves as the final bastion of protection in this world, often shrouded in obscurity from outsiders. Just as you regard Muggles, we too will erase the memories of those who discover Camartage. Dumbledore, his expression grave, nodded thoughtfully. He had just employed legilimency against Canaan, yet found nothing amiss. Supreme Sorcerer, will you erase our memories after this? Guevert interjected, anxious not to live in a world clouded by ignorance like those Muggles. No. You have earned the right to know the truth. What truth? Guevert inquired. I have glimpsed fragments of the future, foreseeing that our world will soon confront certain crises. These crises may present themselves as challenges or opportunities. Canaan's voice resonated, deep and powerful. Could you elaborate? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, pressing for details. Mr. Dumbledore, revealing certain matters could alter the course of the future and exacerbate the situation, Canaan replied, shaking his head mysteriously. Could this be a consequence of our activation of the teleportation array? As questioned anxiously, glancing at the others. Should we not abandon this endeavor? What if that world truly invades us? We are ill-equipped to contend with them. Silence, you Indian. Rowlands glared at Ask before turning to Canaan, awaiting his response. This challenge may stem from external invasion or internal upheaval within the magical realm. The outcome will not change due to your decisions today. It is merely a matter of timing, Canaan concluded, observing the solemn expressions of the group, a flicker of pride igniting within him. The first step of a charlatan is to enthrall their audience. Do you have any viable solutions? Dumbledore inquired. That is precisely why I am here. In the essence of Camartage's existence, Canaan paused, then continued, Canaan Brain is my apprentice. Under my guidance, he has penned the Book of Marvels, hoping to enlighten more individuals about Camartage, so that when its existence comes to light, there will be no resistance. Dumbledore nodded, pondering. Do you intend to rely on Camartage to counter this crisis? Not solely on Camartage, but on all of us. I shall impart certain magical techniques and foundational spells from Camartage to those deemed suitable to repel the unknown peril. Are you serious, sorcerer? Can I learn these spells as well? Guevert exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Certainly, anyone can, provided they pass our trials, Canaan responded with a warm smile. Excuse me, sorcerer. But does the Mr. Hohenheim mentioned by young Brain also belong to Camartage? Ask suddenly inquired. Mr. Hohenheim is the alchemy master of Camartage and one of my mentors. Canaan confirmed with a nod. Excellent. Might I visit Camartage? I have a considerable understanding of alchemy. This flying carpet before you is a product of my alchemical prowess. Upon learning of the alchemy master at Camartage, Ask immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, eager to promote himself. Indeed, quite impressive. I believe you shall have the opportunity to meet Master Hohenheim. However, I implore you all to refrain from disclosing the existence of Camartage once we depart. Canaan addressed the group. Did you not say we need to bring Camartage into the open? Guaver questioned, perplexed. Camartage will only reveal itself to those destined to find it, and its premature emergence could yield unforeseen consequences for the future, Canaan replied, exuding an air of mystique. Canaan turned to Dumbledore, giving a slight bow, and said, I too wish for Canaan to remain undisturbed. He is the next supreme mage I have selected. Nevertheless, he will be attending Hogwarts. And I hope that Headmaster Dumbledore can ensure he enjoys a pleasant time as a student there. Canaan is a good child, and I hold great affection for him. I will take good care of him, Dumbledore assured with a smile. At that moment, Canaan glanced at Filrod, noticing the puzzled expression on his face. Could it be that he recognizes me? Canaan pondered, aware that among those present, only Filrod had encountered Scarda on a few occasions. Despite having shaved his facial hair and altered his appearance, he could not be certain that Filrod would not recognize him. No. It is imperative to send Filrod and the others away swiftly, Canaan resolved internally, then smiled at the assembly and said, I can discuss the matters regarding Comitigi in detail later. For now, let us focus on repairing this teleportation array. On Thursday afternoon, I unexpectedly received a notification for publication. With the debut set for Friday at noon, which is today at midday, and it is already past midnight, I had anticipated that my book would have another week or two of free access, considering its current performance is somewhat lacking. I am uncertain of what to say, so I will simply share a few thoughts about this book. Prior to writing it, I delved into numerous HP fanfictions, each possessing its unique charm. There are those that delve into silent struggles, invincible narratives, multiverse adventures, daily life, alchemical pursuits, and pet-centric tales. I must admit that many of these works are quite distinctive, and I aspire for my magical world to stand apart. I often wonder, what would it be like if the protagonist attended school with a Pikachu? What if the magic of the Ancient One were to manifest in the world of Harry Potter? Furthermore, I did not wish to adhere strictly to Harry's enrollment storyline, as that format tends to be easier to fill with content, allowing for chapters to be constructed from mere snippets. Consequently, I decided to have the protagonist enroll 2 years early, equipped with a somewhat invincible advantage. I did not anticipate writing so much content prior to enrollment. However, the narrative within the magical realm concluded swiftly, and the forthcoming chapters promise to be even more exhilarating. Stay tuned. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to editor Xuanwu for providing me with an excellent recommendation spot, and to all my steadfast supporters who have continually cast their votes and offered rewards. Your encouragement truly fuels my motivation. On days when writing feels exhausting, seeing your positive feedback revitalizes me. After the launch, I will ensure a minimum of 2 updates daily, with 4 scheduled for tomorrow. Should the performance be favorable, I will increase the frequency of updates. In truth, I am somewhat clumsy with my hands, requiring 2 to 3 hours for a single chapter, and I have no backlog. The initial subscription performance is of utmost importance. I hope for your support and subscriptions. In conclusion, I will strive to craft this book to perfection. Of course, Filrod responded with a smile, though he felt that this supreme mage seemed familiar. He could not quite place him. As a former library guard, he had encountered countless individuals, many of whom bore similar features. Most significantly, once the teleportation array was repaired, he could reach another world, one where magical civilization had nearly reached its zenith, with power and immortality seemingly within grasp. This was the ultimate pursuit of his life. At Canaan's command, Gewhite and Aski began their repair work. Aski, please assist me in locating some diamond-shaped glowing beetles. I require their wings, Gewhite instructed. No problem. Aski replied as he piloted the magic carpet to the inner side of the colossal tree trunk, selecting the glowing beetles clinging to its surface. This immense teleportation array relied heavily on the wings of these luminous beetles for its many refractive points. However, as time passed, even the wings that had been imbued with protective magic became riddled with holes and were no longer usable. Gewhite merely needed to replace these damaged shells. Excuse me, sir. May we have a word? Dumbledore approached. Canaan nodded and then snapped his fingers, conjuring a mirrored space that resembled shards of glass. It was quieter here. Let us converse within, he said, stepping inside first. This display undoubtedly captivated many, causing even Gwyneth and Az to pause their tasks and gaze curiously at the mirrored realm. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Although the spell was brief and the spatial fluctuation swift, he sensed that to open such a mirrored space required profound knowledge of spatial theory. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Canaan inquired directly. Dumbledore, however, was preoccupied with observing the surroundings. Noticing Az piloting a flying carpet in search of glowing beetles. The mirrored space served as a projection of the outside world, thus all occurrences beyond would be replicated here. "This magic has been described in Marvel's texts. You must have encountered it," Canaan explained. "Indeed, I have perused it, yet nothing compares to witnessing it firsthand." Dumbledore replied with a smile. He then turned to Canaan, his demeanor serious as he stated, "Sir, I wish to discuss the impending crisis our world faces. I have expressed all I can. What else do you wish to know?" Canaan responded with a hint of exasperation, realizing that Dumbledore had sought him for this matter. It appeared his earlier act had been convincing enough to ensnare Dumbledore's attention. "Is Voldemort present in the future you envision? Might he be the crisis you refer to in the magical realm?" Dumbledore asked slowly. Canaan gazed upon the increasingly aged and formidable white wizard, whose hair was frosted with the passage of time, and perhaps grasped the concerns that lingered within his heart. He spoke. "I cannot ascertain whether Voldemort will pose a threat in the future, yet I can divulge certain secrets regarding him, his secret of immortality." "Immortality? Is there a price to pay?" Dumbledore inquired urgently. "There is none required. Simply ensure the well-being of Canaan," he replied with a smile. "Voldemort, in his lifetime, fragmented his soul into 7 pieces, each concealed within different vessels. Horcruxes?" Dumbledore swiftly rifled through his memories concerning these dark artifacts, associated with malevolent magic tied to the soul. "The process is indeed wicked, yet its power is formidable. As long as a single Horcrux remains in this world, Voldemort cannot perish," Canaan affirmed with a nod. "Are you aware of the existing Horcruxes?" Dumbledore gazed at Canaan with eyes filled with hope. Canaan furrowed his brow, aware that in the film, Dumbledore met an untimely demise due to a curse from Voldemort while in pursuit of a Horcrux. He certainly did not wish for his premature revelation to bring any trouble upon Dumbledore. "Mr. Dumbledore, knowing too much can prove detrimental to your well-being." Canaan met Dumbledore's gaze and continued, "However, I must inform you that one Horcrux may very well be here, specifically the Black Diary in the possession of Tom Riddle." "Tom Riddle?" Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeper. He was uncertain of what dealings had transpired between Riddle and Voldemort. Their relationship had only just begun to thaw, and he feared that any discord arising from the diary would be an unworthy trade-off. He did not wish to further foster animosity among his students. "Thank you, Mr. Mage," Dumbledore said, pausing momentarily in silence before nodding in acknowledgement, then slowly exited the mirror realm. Canaan also entered the mirrored space. At that moment, Filrod on the magic carpet suddenly raised his hand and said, "Master Mage, may we have a conversation?" Canaan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Filrod. Of course. Upon entering the mirrored realm, Filrod, much like Dumbledore, curiously surveyed his surroundings. "Filrod, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Canaan inquired. "Sir, you previously mentioned that anyone fated to encounter you, provided they pass your trials, could learn the magic of Camartage," Filrod responded. "Do you wish to learn the magic of Camartage?" Canaan asked. "Indeed, esteemed mage. However, my true desire is to exchange magic with you." Canaan began to show interest. Smiling as he inquired, "What magic do you offer in exchange?" Filrod produced his wand, revealing spells of greater power than the Shattering Curse, along with my flight magic, which you must have witnessed. "I wish to trade them for your mirror space and space door technique." "However, Filrod, you must understand that your magic holds no allure for me," Canaan replied, shaking his head. While he was indeed intrigued by the spells Filrod had mentioned, the notion of acquiring 2 rare magics of the Ancient One with merely these offerings was utterly fanciful. Moreover, he was resolute in withholding such profound magic until he attained formidable strength, for the potential dangers were too great. "Even one would suffice, esteemed mage. Should you require anything further, we may discuss it," Filrod lamented. The 2 forms of magic exhibited by Canaan captivated him greatly, proving exceptionally suitable for evasion and concealment. Should he acquire them, he would face minimal peril even while traversing another magical realm. "Without a doubt, Filrod, it is time for you to depart." Canaan sternly rejected him, asserting that those who lack reverence for magic cannot pass my trials. "Master Mage, might you not reconsider?" Filrod implored, gripping his wand tightly. his voice tinged with urgency upon hearing Canaan's response. Canaan smiled faintly, observing the gradually raised wand of Philrot, and slowly remarked, "Philrot, you have a loud desire to cloud your judgment. Your current state is remarkably irrational. My apologies, but I must make an attempt." Philrot beamed with confidence, certain of his prowess. He was eager to ascertain whether the Supreme Mage was indeed as formidable as the tome suggested. In the face of the poised Philrot, Canaan maintained an impassive expression, though a subtle amusement flickered within him. He had long yearned for an opportunity to demonstrate his might, yet none had dared to step forward until now. The audacity of Philrot to strike at him within the mirrored realm was indeed a reckless path to self-destruction. Philrot's lips moved slightly as his wand trembled, unleashing a blue spell laced with arcs of electricity, hurtling towards Canaan with alarming speed. This was one of his most potent incantations, capable of effortlessly rending flesh apart. Canaan gazed at the approaching spell with a slight smile, and with a delicate gesture of his fingers, a shimmering silver mirror-like space materialized before him. Upon colliding with the mirror, the spell emitted a waft of charred energy. Canaan recalled how the strange doctor once utilized a spatial barrier to deflect Thanos' strike while wielding the Infinity Stones. Inspired by this, Canaan endeavored to harness the power of space for his own defense, naming his technique the Mirror Barrier. This marked the first occasion he had employed it, and the results appeared quite promising. As Philrot witnessed his attack effortlessly thwarted by Canaan's mere gesture, the smile upon his face gradually faded. "Philrot, blind confidence often leads to the downfall of the astute. I hope you remember this lesson in the New World." Canaan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying a reverence for all things, for it is only through such humility that we can grasp the true essence of magic. "Mr. Mage, I'm not inclined to listen to your lofty ideals. Since our negotiations have faltered, kindly allow me to depart," Philrot expressed, a tinge of regret surfacing for his earlier rash action. From their previous exchange, it was evident that this Supreme Mage was beyond his capabilities. "No, Philrot. I believe you still lack a true respect for genuine power, and I must make you aware of this," Canaan replied with a cunning smile. With that, he activated the pseudo-eye of Agamotto, the green light flickering as his right hand gracefully maneuvered, directly rotating the entire arboreal space by 90 degrees. Philrot, witnessing the tumultuous transformation of his surroundings, felt a surge of trepidation and hastily transformed into a golden mist, fleeing towards the roots of the tree. Canaan smiled faintly, and with a swift gesture, the space around the tree roots began to fold inwards, constricting rapidly and forcing Philrot to evade hastily, retreating into the air. "My apologies. Esteemed mage, I concede," he shouted urgently. "Philrot, arrogance is the grave of the foolish. Your heart remains obstinate. It seems Dumbledore has not instructed you well," Canaan remarked, continuing to compress the space without concern. "Damn it," Philrot cursed under his breath, glancing at Canaan, who remained steadfast, preparing to make a desperate stand. Surrendering was not in his nature. "Fall to the ground," he cried, launching a spell towards Canaan. This time, he refrained from employing his most formidable magic. Canaan, upon witnessing Philrot's retort, chuckled softly and shook his head. Wrapping himself in his cloak, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared above Philrot, wielding a golden shield, and brought it down with tremendous force. A resounding clang echoed as Philrot was struck, collapsing to the ground, his wand slipping from his grasp. Canaan approached with a smile and picked up the wand. Although the Ancient One had once criticized his method of attack as rather crude, Canaan firmly believed that this was the true essence of a man's combat style. The sound of the impact, that exhilarating feeling of striking, captivated him immensely. Moreover, when facing a wizard wielding a wand, close combat was undoubtedly the most direct approach. "I shall hold onto your wand for now and return it to you when you depart," Canaan declared, conjuring a golden rope with his magical prowess that swiftly ensnared Philrot, hoping he would reflect upon his actions. "If you encounter others, they may not be as accommodating as I am." With Philrot in tow, Canaan exited the mirrored space and, under the gaze of the onlookers, unceremoniously tossed him onto the flying carpet. "Let Mr. Philrot contemplate alone for a while," Canaan offered without further elaboration. He then scanned the surroundings and noticed Dumbledore engaged in a fervent discussion with Jorlinster. However, the troubled expression on Dumbledore's face suggested that the situation was far from ideal. "Excuse me, sir, may I have a word with you?" Delran raised his hand, a smile gracing his features. "Of course," Canaan replied with a grin. Observing Canaan and Delran enter the mirrored space, Hugh White set aside his work and approached Philrot. "Brother, how did you manage to anger the Supreme Mage? You truly are bold." Philrot turned his face away, seemingly unwilling to respond to Gyu-White's inquiries. Bound tightly by the golden rope, he was unable to muster any strength, and a dull ache throbbed in his head, making this one of his most humiliating moments. Come now, tell me, what spell did the Supreme Mage use to capture you? How long did you last? Gyu-White pressed, his curiosity piqued by the recent events. Philrot buried his head into the carpet, much like an ostrich. Yet, Gyu-White continued to prattle on beside him, relentless in his pursuit of answers. Enough, Mr. Gyu-White. Your assistance is still required for the array repairs. Leave this to me. Dumbledore spoke softly, having appeared behind them, patting Gyu-White on the shoulder. With a reluctant shake of his head, Gyu-White departed, unable to hide his disappointment. I truly did not expect you to arrive in such a manner. It is quite surprising, Delran remarked with a smile. I cannot leave you to your own devices. Your abilities are rather concerning, Canaan jested. Indeed, it seems you have always been my protector in times of crisis. Delran chuckled, nostalgia evident in his gaze. Must you really depart this time? Canaan inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Since entering the magical realm, Delran had been a great source of support. A truly trustworthy friend. I have my mission and must proceed, Delran replied, a touch of sadness in his tone. On a different note, I have always been curious. Do figures like the Ancient One and Thanos truly exist? Delran asked with genuine interest. Indeed, they exist, though not in this world. The Ancient One is indeed my mentor, Canaan replied. Delran nodded in understanding. You must conceal your identity well. If exposed, the magical world will not be forgiving. Additionally, take your time with your endeavors. They will not tolerate another system of magic replacing their own. Yes, I will exercise caution, Canaan nodded, fully aware that he was treading a perilous path. Should his weaknesses be revealed, he could face hostility from all quarters. However, greater risks often yield greater rewards. To amass more fortune, he must step into the limelight, inevitably attracting the gaze of those with ill intentions. I can see that you aspire to establish your own influence. While I cannot offer much assistance, here is the key to Gringotts Vault 345, where most of our organization's funds are stored. I hope it proves beneficial, Delran said, handing a key to Canaan. How splendid. I've been troubled by the matter of galleons lately. How much is stored within? Canaan exclaimed with excitement. Recently, we sold a considerable amount of resources from the secret realm, totaling about 20,000 galleons, Delran replied with a smile, pleased to assist Canaan. And after I leave, please take care of that old man. He loves to chat, and having someone to talk to would be ideal. As for the glory of the Hoffman family, do not feel overly pressured, just do your best. Rest assured, I will look after Grandpa Hoffman. Aside from his occasional nagging, he is quite agreeable. Haha. Then I shall rest easy. As Canaan emerged from the mirrored space with Delran, he found the others waiting for them on the flying carpet. The design of the teleportation array above them had changed, indicating it had been repaired. Sir, may I release young Philrot now? I apologize on his behalf, Dumbledore said, bowing slightly with a gentle demeanor. Certainly. I believe Mr. Philrot has come to recognize his errors, Canaan replied, extending his hand as the golden ropes swiftly returned. This is your wand. I hope you will take good care of it, he added, tossing the wand back to Philrot. Thank you, sir, Philrot stammered in response. Canaan nodded in acknowledgement. It was truly remarkable that the proud Philrot would publicly apologize to him. One could only wonder what Dumbledore had conveyed to instigate such a significant transformation. Gyu-White, shall we commence? Jorlinst inquired anxiously. Certainly, now that the Supreme Mage is present. We shall begin, Gyu-White replied. The teleportation array requires the precise placement of 4 emeralds at its 5 critical refractive angles. If all goes well, the array should activate. Mr. Gyu-White, are you certain this is safe? Schuster questioned, gripping Jorlinst's hand with evident concern. I possess no superior alternatives, considering you only have 4 gemstones. The 5th angle may necessitate the Supreme Mage's assistance to stabilize the spatial integrity, lest we provoke a catastrophic spatial collapse before the array even activates. I am risking my life accompanying you, Gyu-White stated, pursing his lips. Very well, Canaan affirmed, ascending to one corner of the array, floating gracefully. The overhead light illuminated his bald head, making it appear as if he were an additional source of radiance. Under Gyu-White's guidance, Schuster, Philrot, Dumbledore, and Jorlinst each took their emeralds and positioned themselves at the remaining corners of the teleportation array. The gems may be drawn towards the array, so hold tightly. Gyu-White instructed loudly, then seized the moment. Now, release. As the command echoed, the array erupted with blinding light, fueled by the energy of the gemstones, prompting Canaan to squint against the brilliance. Standing at the fifth corner, he sensed an overwhelming spatial disturbance, an intangible pressure enveloping him, as the surrounding space seemed to begin collapsing. "This is not good," Canaan exclaimed, hastily activating the pseudo-Agamotto's eye, causing the gemstone on his chest to emit a dazzling green light. His hands moved fervently, harnessing the spatial power of the gem to stabilize the tumultuous surroundings. Outside, a colossal, umbrella-like tree projected a beam of light into the heavens, piercing through the transparent dome of Crescent Island and reaching the sky above. The creatures within the secret realm seemed to be stirred by this violent spectacle, all lifting their heads to observe. At that moment, a frost dragon was soaring low through the woods. Upon witnessing this scene, its golden-black pupils contracted, and it let out a thunderous roar, swiftly flapping its wings as it propelled itself towards the center of the lake. At the foot of the mountain, Newt and his companions gazed in astonishment at the unfolding drama. From the mountain's peak, a powerful pressure radiated outward, and a tempestuous wind raged, sending branches and debris swirling into the air. What have they done inside? Loris and the others clustered tightly around Zowu, covering their mouths and noses, speaking in hushed, incoherent tones. Zowu, too, was agitated, pacing restlessly while emitting distressed sounds, instinctively yearning to flee from the fierce spatial oppression emanating from the summit. "I cannot discern. It appears the teleportation array has been activated," Newt remarked, squinting at the scene before him while attempting to soothe Zowu. He then raised his wand, a soft blue luminescence flowing from its tip to form a protective dome around them. Within the colossal tree's domain, at the teleportation array, under the oppressive weight of space, Canaan felt increasingly strained. His consciousness became somewhat muddled, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. It was as if his awareness traversed the fabric of time and space. He beheld the world beyond the teleportation array, a realm rife with flames of war and cries of despair, starkly contrasting with the world that Philrot and the others had envisioned. As the scene shifted, Canaan regained his composure, exhaling a sigh of relief and steadying his mind. At that moment, the sensation of spatial pressure brought by the teleportation array began to wane, and the intricate patterns upon the array stabilized, emitting a gentle white glow. Beneath this luminous radiance, a blue spatial passage slowly materialized. "Very well, everyone may commence your journey. This passage may soon vanish, so please make haste," Dwight addressed the group as the spatial passage stabilized. "Farewell, everyone, I shall depart first. Until we meet again." If fate allows, Dran was the first to approach the entrance of the passage.